Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. How could such a thing happen? At this moment, Emily sat blankly in front of the computer. Junyi's face was full of shock. He just woke up, and a lot of unfamiliar memories appeared in his mind inexplicably. Those memories, like another self, lived in another world for 20 years, and then brought back everything that happened in those 20 years. And in that memory, there is a place called Earth, and the countries above are no different from the world he is in. The only difference is that the world is developing in a different direction. For example, in that place called Earth, many music and games have appeared, which are very different from this world. The same is true of movies, but Emily is not familiar with the film industry, so he voluntarily ignores it. League of Legends, Honkai III, Genshin Impact, Sekiro, Resident Evil. Emily was pleasantly surprised, so many ideas have been tested by the market. Then these memories are completely treasures. But soon, Emily shook his head slightly. Although creative, it is too expensive to make these games out. Let's just say that the mobile game called Honkai Impact 3, the development cost is estimated to be tens of millions. Although he has some small money now, it is still too difficult to develop a game. Moreover, he also has absolutely no experience in game production. But if he wanted him to give up this golden mountain, he was still a little unwilling. At this moment, a crisp sound of lifting suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! The game production system is successfully bound. The novice gift package has been issued. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining game production experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining all the content of the game Honkai 3 version 1.0 to 7.0. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an initial capital of 20 million, only for game production. A series of lowly sounds reverberated in Emily's mind, causing him to be stunned. I'm binding the system. Emily was overjoyed. After getting that blockbuster memory, Emily likes those games. Now, who doesn't like being able to make these games yourself and earn big bucks? He quickly opened the system panel and checked the rewards he had obtained. The game production experience was directly used, and in a very short period of time, he gained a lot of knowledge about game production. This Lolita system is really, it makes one's dreams come true. Immediately afterwards, he began to continue to check the detailed introduction of the system. It turns out that, the chicken and the egg are the chicken. To be precise, Emily needs to make his first game to gain popularity. After that, he can use the popularity value to buy the desired game package in the system mall, and start over and over again. And all the information of the first game, the system has already distributed to him. The road has been paved directly for me, and it's still the road to a winner in life. Emily's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his handsome face. Without saying a word, he walked out of his office and handed in his resignation letter. Just kidding, with the system, you can still play your favorite games. Why do you still need to go to work? Because he had just graduated from college and was still in the internship period, he easily became a free man again. After leaving the company, Emily drove directly towards his home. He already had a rough idea in his mind. Playing games is definitely not enough for one person, even if there is a system. So, the first thing he has to do is set up or acquire a studio. In the end is to create his own, or buy one, he is still considering. As for the money, the initial capital of 20 million given by the system can still be used to acquire the studio. Ding! The system has chosen several alternative studios for you. Emily's driving hand paused slightly, and opened the system panel with some surprises. The several studios introduced by the system are all small game studios with no external debt, but they are about to run out of business. Emily parked the car aside and selected carefully. Mei Yi. A question mark appeared in Emily's head when he saw the name. He remembered that this seemed to be the nickname of the company on Earth that produced Honkai III and Genshin Impact. As a result, it appeared in this world. It's interesting. Emily smiled and clicked on the studio's introduction. In the information, the company has produced a tower defense game with a two-dimensional style, and the operation mode is the typical point card charging system in this world. As a result, the game has been online for more than half a year, but the cost of developing the game has not been recovered. It can be said that he threw down his grandmother's house. That's right. This world is actually a buyout game. And online games are based on a point card fee system. Emily recalled the operation mode of those online games on the Earth, and found that the games that are free to play and charge for props are really profitable. Thinking of this, Emily had to sigh in his heart. This world. It really is the infancy of the game circle. Whether it is the gameplay or the operation mode, it is completely incomparable to that Earth. But, isn't that right? Emily chuckled lightly, becoming more and more confident in the field of game production. Turning to look at the information of the Mei Yi studio again. The founder Yuan, the studio work Save the Girl. Studio status, making ends meet. Below, the system also gives the studio address, as well as the founder's photo, and finally the contact information of the other party. Hey! This! When he saw the founder's photo, Emily subconsciously rubbed his eyes. I can't see it wrong. In the photo, it is a woman wearing a professional attire, with white hair and a high ponytail, and a delicate face. If it was before, Emily would only think that this woman was very beautiful, so beautiful that she was flawless. However, after obtaining those memories of the Earth, he was shocked to find that the woman in the photo was not the Hollander in the game Honkai III. Yuan? It's not really her, is it? Chapter 2. Emily took a closer look at each other's photos, and finally came to the conclusion, it's really too similar. Just planning to buy this studio, make a phone call first to ask about the situation. Emily took out his mobile phone and dialed the contact information provided by the system. Beep. The phone was quickly connected, and there was a mature and indifferent voice from Sister Yu. Emily's pupil shrank. Really, even his voice seemed to be. Hello? Who is it? Emily quickly came back to his senses, and after pondering for a second, he went straight to the topic. I heard that your studio needs investment. As soon as these words came out, Yuan Shen, who wanted to hang up the phone, paused. She was surprised that someone was willing to invest in her broken studio. Hello sir, may I ask who you are? My name is Emily, and I am a game lover. Recently, I have an idea to make a game, but I am short of manpower. I accidentally saw the information of your studio. I also tried the game Save the Girl. Although the gameplay is not very good, I can see that your team is very attentive. After Emily did not belittle or specifically praised their studio, it also made Yuan's impression of him a little better. She knows very well that the games made by her studio are really not ideal. But this is really what the sisters in the studio made with great care. However, the results are very poor, and it is almost impossible to attract investment. In this way, the studio may close down soon, and the game Save the Girl, which they have devoted all their efforts to make, will also cease to operate. This is what they all don't want to see. Now that someone who is interested in investing has finally arrived, she still has some expectations in her heart. However, whether to accept the investment or not will still have to be discussed in person. Sir, if we have time, we can make an appointment to discuss in detail. Naturally, Emily would not refuse. I'm free now, you can decide where to go, I'll go over immediately. Then, it's in the Yuanding Cafe on the Zhuan Road. After hanging up the phone, Emily drove directly to his destination. He was a little strange. The location of the coffee shop was obviously near Mei Yi's studio, so why not let him go directly to the studio? However, Emily was just curious and did not delve further. And there's a reason why he started talking about investments, not acquisitions. First, in the introduction of the system, Mei Yi did not say to sell the Mei Yi studio, but only said investment. Therefore, in order to meet the other party, Emily decided to first meet the other party in the name of investment. Since the system has said that there is an opportunity to acquire, then Emily naturally intends to try it. Furthermore, whether to acquire, Emily believes that it is better to investigate. Although Yuan is indeed very beautiful, but that's not the reason to make yourself a fool, isn't it? Soon, Emily drove to that fateful coffee shop. The name is not bad, the established fate. The environment in the coffee shop, coupled with soft music, makes the atmosphere of the shop look elegant and quiet. Emily took out his mobile phone and dialed the call just now. Miss Yuan, I'm here. I see you. Emily turned around and took a look, and soon found that a slender, tall, and beautiful woman in an OL outfit was waving at him. Even the body is so similar to Yolander. Emily was amazed. Walking over with gentle steps, Emily smiled. Hello, let me introduce again, my name is Emily. Just call me Yuan. Yuan also got up slowly and gave a polite smile. Want something to drink? Whatever you want. After dismissing the waiter, Emily went straight to the point. Miss Yuan, let's go straight to the topic. Let me ask you a question first. What do you think your studio has to attract me to invest? Yuan opened her mouth and stared at Emily's young and handsome face, not knowing how to answer. What's the matter, don't you have the idea of investing? Why are you still embarrassing people? Our studio is a group of people who really love games. If Mr. Emily is trying to make money, then I can't guarantee that the money you put in will be paid back. After hearing what the other party said, Emily couldn't help laughing. What an honest man. I understand. I came to see you because I saw your studio's attitude towards games. As for making money and hobbies, I don't think it's possible to have the best of both worlds. After a pause, Emily put away the smile on his face and said seriously, I have a very good game idea. As long as I make it seriously, the return rate will be at least 10 times. Emily said this at a young age. After all, Honkai Impact 3 is not a buyout game. As long as the game is updated and new characters appear, the game flow will continue to grow. However, the game can't be developed by me alone, and I don't want to spend so much energy creating my own studio. Hearing this, Yuan frowned slightly. You mean, want to invest in our studio to make this game? Emily. Big girl, it's fine if you're honest, why do you still look so innocent now? Cough, Miss Yuan, this joke is getting bigger. I'll pay for it, create the idea, and then give the results to your studio. Do you think it's possible? Yuan also found that she was stupid, and couldn't help but blushed slightly, embarrassed. I mean, I want to buy your studio. Hey! Yuan's face was stunned, and the topic turned a little too fast, making her unable to react. Didn't you say, you want to invest? How could Emily think about investing? What he said before was just a face-to-face talk with the founder of Mei Yi. Emily's face is not red and his heart is not beating. It is true that there is an investment idea, but I think carefully, rather than investing, direct acquisition will be better. Yuan. She shook her head in disappointment. Sorry, Mr. Emily, I have no idea of selling the studio. Although I am the founder, it was established by me and other employees in the studio. This matter, even if I agree, the rest of the studio will not agree. Emily nodded, understandable, but, can I talk to the rest of the studio? After all, you should be well aware that your studio's current predicament. I'm afraid it won't attract investment. Even if those employees help you for nothing, does your studio still have money to develop other games? We are also people who love games, why don't we work together to make a game that the world likes and pays for? Chapter 3. Emily's words moved Yuan's heart. In fact, the group of them got together to develop a game that the whole world would like. Their goal is to make a boutique that can make money and gain word of mouth. But, there are too few people on the market that can achieve this goal now. And it is too difficult for a small workshop like them to achieve their goals. Even the Save the Girl they developed was made by herself. Moreover, Emily has indeed hit on her pain point. Mei Yi's employees are indeed generating electricity for love and do not want wages. Although it's all voluntary, Yuan doesn't want to go on like this forever. After all, they have their own lives and no income. What will they do in the future? After she figured it out, Yuan nodded earnestly and said, "Mr. Emily, wait a moment, I'll make a call." "Just please, I'm not in a hurry." Emily was not in a hurry, just smiled and nodded. After a few minutes, Yuan came to Emily with her long legs. "Mr. Emily, do you have time to visit our studio?" Emily knew that things should be half done, and he was naturally happy to face this invitation. "Then let's go now." At this time, Mei Yi's studio. A group of girls sat around, with a hint of anticipation in their eyes. If Emily was here, he would be surprised to find that the girls present were all characters he knew very well. Gentle temperament, a black-haired buddy. Rita with a charming voice and an attractive body. Ice blue hair, dignified and delicate Ganyu. As well as the ambitious Gzi, and Shenzhou flatbed Fu Hua. At this moment, what everyone is surrounded by is the big duck with no three, Brynja. "Brynja, how is it?" Brynja has long grey hair, a bumpy figure, and there is no expression on her delicate face. However, at this time, she frowned, hung up the phone and said seriously, "Big sister said, that investor wants to buy our studio." "What? Acquisition? Don't you mean investment?" Gzi frowned, "Isn't this person coming with some bad idea?" Yi also nodded and replied, "I also think, something is wrong. After all, there is nothing worth buying in our studio, and of course, there is nothing worth investing in." Haha, Rita smiled after hearing what Mei and Jitsi said. Everyone is overthinking it, right? In our studio, when the game was released, Yuan Dale showed up. Isn't the information about us never spread out? In my opinion, that investor should be here for Hollander. Everyone looked at each other and felt that Rita made a lot of sense. But, the big sister said that the investor wanted to talk to us, and I agreed. When Brynja said this, everyone was a little surprised. "Do you really want to sell the studio? If it's sold, I'll resign and leave." Rita is a little disappointed, she really likes the current life. "Every day I go to work and chat with my sisters, and from time to time I see a few more players in the game I made by myself. Occasionally, if there is any good idea, I can discuss it with you. If the studio is really acquired, the atmosphere of the studio will probably change a lot. The key is, the person who wants to buy Mei Yi, is a man." Rita's words made everyone silent. After a while, Gzi smiled and comforted, "Didn't Brynja say it, it's just a discussion, whether to sell it or not, Yuan Dale should listen to everyone's opinions. Gzi is right. If Yuan Dale really wants to sell, they won't ask our opinion." Just when the girls were in a state of anxiety, the door of the studio was slowly pushed open. Yuan Dale stepped on high heels, with a handsome young man behind him. "Big sister." Yuan Dale nodded slightly to everyone, "I'll introduce you to everyone. This is Mr. Emily who wants to buy our studio." The girls' eyes all turned to Emily. "He's still a handsome guy." Gzi smiled and joked casually. "And Emily's here." He was already numb inside. Who are these people? The whole house is filled with the fragrance of girls. Your studio, there are only so many people. Yolander nodded, well, Save the Girl was developed by us together. Emily pursed his lips, not knowing what to say. After having the memory of the earth, he likes the characters in Honkai III and Genshin very much, but... Are you sure you're right? Are these people coming to reality? And he is also preparing to develop Honkai III Genshin. And many more. In this case, the studio itself has to be acquired, right? Otherwise, if you make the game yourself, what if these people sue you? Although it is said that there is a gap between the two-dimensional and the three-dimensional, but, if the name, personality, and appearance are all similar to 90%, it will inevitably be criticized. What's the matter? Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee should be surprised after all, so many beautiful girls appeared all at once. Lee quickly came back to his senses and rolled his eyes at GZI, cough. I am indeed a little surprised. I didn't expect the people in your studio to be a group of girls. However, I have seen all of your abilities and love for games in the game Save the Girl. As for the purpose of my coming here, I must have told you, Miss Yuan. I wonder what your intentions are. After the girls glanced at each other, Brynja stood up and said softly, Mr. Lee, I think you have seen it, our studio is completely a group of girls who choose this profession because they love games. So, we don't want to be controlled by others. Lee nodded, I understand your concerns. Before that, I can tell you what I think. Chapter 4. Lee briefly narrated the gameplay and worldview structure of Honkai III. I came here with sincerity, and I really want to make this game seriously. Everyone looked at each other. After Gloria and Yolander looked at each other, they looked at Lee seriously. Mr. Lee, can you give us a few minutes to discuss? Lee smiled softly, it's optional, I have a lot of time. With that said, Lee took the initiative to stand up and walked out of the room. Big sister, what do you think? After thinking for a while, Yolander looked at Rita. Rita, what do you think? Rita, Jitsi, what do you think? I think, this man named Lee is not bad. Everyone. Seeing this, GZI smiled, didn't he say it? He wants to make a good game seriously, which is consistent with our original intention. And the current situation of our studio is not optimistic. So, if it is acquired by him, I don't care much. Rita then added, but I have to add that the IP copyright of the game Save the Girl must be placed under the personal name of Yolande. In this case, if we don't want to stay here, we can leave with our own works. Saving the Girl was made by everyone with a lot of effort, so their feelings for this game are also very deep. They are also planning to make a sequel, although it's just some initial ideas for now. Moreover, after all, it was the first time they met Lee, so they still couldn't trust each other. Brylya nodded, it's a good idea. If he agrees, I have no problem. In this way, there is no need to look back. Then promise him. Soon, everyone made up their minds. As for the game Save the Girl, Lee didn't care at all. If he gave the game to the other party, the cost of acquiring the studio himself would be less. And you don't have to worry about a game that loses money every month. And because there are no other works under the name of Mei Yi Studio, as a result, Lee seems to have bought the name of Mei Yi Studio. However, Lee didn't care too much. It didn't cost a lot of money anyway, and it was still a novice fund given by the system. The name Mei Yi is also very nice, and at the same time, I don't have to worry about recruiting new employees, and I can create my own studio. Soon, everyone discussed specific matters. The next day, Mei Yi's studio was placed under the name of Lee. And no one left the studio in Yolander and his party. Now they are the employees of Lee. Today is the first meeting of the new boss, and the content of the meeting is about the studio's new game. Everyone was a little nervous. It's quite early. Lee walked into the office, glanced at the group of girls sitting, and nodded with satisfaction. I'm really happy that no one has left this studio. After the game is launched, you will be considered as the core team. At that time, I will definitely not be stingy, and I will give you all dividends. In the face of this kind of painting, the girls didn't have any special mood swings. On the contrary, Gzi covered his mouth and chuckled, and said in a teasing tone, "Boss, you are so confident that this game can make money." Emily also smiled and nodded, "That is, if I don't have confidence in this game myself, how can players like this game and pay for it?" "Okay, I'll stop talking nonsense." Emily took out his notebook and clicked on the information he had sorted out last night. Starting from the background story of Honkai III, I will tell you one by one. It was different from yesterday, because at that time, these girls were not his own, and there was no non-disclosure agreement, so Emily just talked about his thoughts. Today is different. He almost explained the main story, core gameplay, and main selling points of Honkai III. Game, can you still do this? Amazing. Great is great, but, how do we do this? Although everyone has made a game, compared with the collapse of the three, the mobile games on the market today are too backward. It is equivalent to playing Contra with a 3090 graphics card. This is surprising. Emily chuckled, "You haven't seen the specific content of the game yet." With that said, Emily clicked on an icon on the computer. It was a winking smile, a cute girl with white hair and blue eyes, and there was a line of small characters under the icon, Honkai-san. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but send out a big question mark in their hearts. Immediately afterwards, a big Me Fudge logo appeared on the computer screen. This. Emily smiled, "The game is actually ready, you can try it out." After saying that, Emily pushed the computer in front of the girls, and he chose a random place and poured himself a cup of coffee. In the next time, there were bursts of exclamations in the room. "It's amazing! This picture is too beautiful! This character's name is Brynja. Really, not only the name is the same, but also the appearance is exactly the same as Brynja when she was a child. Character. The voices are very similar. Also, isn't this Kiana, the younger sister of Yolandal? Gzi also has it. And Fuhua. Yi. After everyone saw the characters in the game, they finally turned their attention to Emily. The girl's eyes were full of vigilance and curiosity. Cough. Emily coughed lightly, "I said it was just a coincidence, do you believe it? People will naturally not believe this." Seeing this, Emily didn't know how to explain, "I didn't lie to you, it was the first time I met you yesterday." The girls. "Okay, don't believe it, let's talk about the game first, how do you feel after you experience it?" After the topic was brought back, everyone was excited, "It's really amazing, whether it's the sense of attack or the graphics. I've never seen such a good game. It's not that the pictures are invincible, but the impact of this 3D animation rendering on these two-dimensional girls is too great. This is just the beta version. You haven't experienced the plot yet. After the game is launched, there are still many things that will surprise you." After listening to Emily's words, Brynja was even more surprised, "This is not the whole of the game." Emily took a sip of coffee very calmly, "Of course it won't be that simple. Next, let me assign tasks to everyone. The game, I have already done everything, and then, everyone only needs to be responsible for assigning operational tasks. I'm not familiar with all of you, so Yolandale will be the director of operations and assign tasks to everyone. By the way, the game dubbing work has to ask you to come. Brynja, come and help me get the server and client." Chapter 5. At this moment, Brynja asked in surprise, "Wait a minute. You mean, we don't need to do anything about the development of this game?" Emily nodded, "Actually, before looking for you, the game was completely ready, so you don't need to worry about programming, planning, and art. We just need to think about how to promote it and build the server up." "You did it alone?" Brynja's delicate Sanmu face finally showed a look of shock. And Emily just thought for a while before nodding with a smile, "That's it. It is naturally impossible for him to speak out about the system. So, it can only be perfunctory. However, Such an answer made all the girls a little worried. You don't have to worry, this game is indeed made by me alone. Besides me, only you know this game. After hearing this, the girls felt a little relieved. But in fact, there is still some disbelief in the hearts of the people. 3D character modeling, architectural modeling, terrain editing, art, interface, plot planning, level planning, numerical planning. So much work, you tell me you did it alone. Emily foo forward, it's true, I know some of you don't believe it, but it really belongs to me completely. Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to steal other people's work. So you can just listen to me, is there any problem? After hesitating for a while, Yollandale raised his hand, that is, the character in the game, can you not use my sister's appearance? Emily. Without you, is this still called Collapse 3? After thinking for a while, Emily apologized a little, In this way, the character modeling and plot, have to be rebuilt and reworked. In that case, it will not only take a lot of time, but also spend a lot of time. A lot of money. After a pause, Emily added, it's just that the name and appearance are similar. Besides, I didn't do it on purpose, it's all a coincidence. Otherwise, when the time comes, I will give your sister more red envelopes. What do you think? Then do we have it? At this time, Gzi stood up and said with a chuckle, you wouldn't just give it to Kiana, would you? Don't worry, everyone has a share. Hearing this, Gzi nodded, in this case, I think it's pretty good, Kiana can get a sum of money without doing anything, and she even became a second-time actress, why not do it? Actually, I don't have any opinion. Brynja also nodded and said, as long as I don't deliberately discredit my plot, and some strange plots, it's fine. Emily nodded quickly and affirmed, don't worry, this is a serious game, and there won't be any strange plots. Are you all right now? Just when Emily thought it was finally okay, Rita suddenly raised her hand again. A&D. Rita covered her mouth and smiled, her voice still sounding charming, the employees have all appeared on the camera and ran into the game. As the boss, shouldn't you lead by example and take part in a role? Emily. Fine. Anyway, it is a problem of changing the modeling, and the system can still easily solve it. However, there are too few male characters in it, and Emily is not sure what role to play for a while. The first thing he thought of was the male character in 13 Yingji. However, the 13 Yingji only appeared and completed later, so it is not suitable. Emily's eyes suddenly lit up, yes, I'll play Otto directly. After all, Otto is an existence that gamers are shouting and fighting. If he, the game producer, plays this villain. That's so funny. If there is a stock, there will be heat, so why not do it? He didn't worry about being beaten when he went out. After all, people today are different from before, and everyone can still clearly distinguish between games and reality. In reality, when players see themselves, I am afraid they will also say, Otto looks at the sword. That's it. Then the matter is settled, the next server construction work will be handed over to Brynja. In the next time, everyone will discuss the publicity plan. Look back and I'll arrange a dubbing task for you. In fact, the Honkai III given in the novice gift package completely contains all the content. Even the game PV has it, so naturally there will be no shortage of dubbing. But in order not to cause everyone's misunderstanding again, Emily still took the initiative to find something to do for them. The game Save the Girl was actually dubbed by the girls themselves. Emily had heard it before, and the match was very good. I have to say, these girls are really talented. By the way, Jitsi, come with me. After speaking, Emily picked up the computer and walked out of the office. After Gzi and the girls looked at each other, they followed with a smile. Boss, ask me out alone, isn't there any bad intentions? Emily rolled her eyes at her, and then explained, there is also a promotional video that needs to be dubbed by you. Is that so? It's really disappointing. After hearing Jitzi's words, Emily subconsciously looked at Jitsi for a while. In this short time together, he found that the characters of these girls are really exactly the same as in the game. Seeing this, Gzi rolled her hair lightly and teased, "What? Has the boss started to think about me?" Emily shook his head helplessly, knowing that Gzi was just talking. "Stop talking, take me to the recording studio." In the next period of time, Emily not only instructed the girls in the dubbing, but also remodified the official website of Mihui, and by the way, the publicity work of the game was also completely finalized. The most important means of publicity is to advertise on a short video platform and a two-dimensional video website. After all, Honkai Impact III is completely a two-dimensional game, and the main players are also young people. So advertising in these two, the effect is the best. Chapter 6. Douyin is currently the most popular short video app in Longguo, with a daily traffic of 2 billion people. This is also the only case in which Longguo broke out of the penguin traffic monopoly and successfully established itself in the internet. The promotion method of Douyin app is generally targeted promotion, which is commonly known as Kill the Familiar. It will record your personal preferences and recommend videos with similar preferences for you. On this day, among the young people, a very novel game appeared. Zhang Ming is a game lover. Although it is not a real two-dimensional, he is also the kind who likes watching anime very much. On weekdays, I go home from get off work, that is, play games, watch anime, and swipe Douyin. The same is true today. After returning home from get off work, he turned on his computer and opened an online game under Penguin. This is the only game he is currently playing, but the operation of the game is getting more and more pitiful, and many players are already complaining. Hey! Let's see what new content has been updated. At the same time as the update, he also clicked on the game's bulletin board. After watching for a while, he frowned deeply. Close the web page and click on the game group. And the first group news he saw was the complaints of a group of game friends. What the hell? The new events are all giving away some tasteless materials, and the rest are all game packs. And the second anniversary Thanksgiving pack? This trademark is a gift pack for revenge. Spending 50 yuan to buy a bunch of tasteless materials, the only box that looks good, can only open good things according to chance. Haha, I thought that the penguins would make some progress, but the result is still a waste of money. Don't worry about the money, it's also called Thanksgiving gift pack to laugh to death. Ha ha ha, Douyin, someone posted a video. An anchor spent 5,000 yuan to buy 100 gratitude gift packs. As a result, a +10 enhancement coupon was issued, and the anchor lost 4,990 yuan. Don't tell me, the materials from 100 gift packs can save him 10 days of dungeons, isn't this cracking? Goose, I can't even spend 5,000 yuan for a power trainer. This game is getting more and more disappointing. Penguin is still your penguin, and brainwashing players, saying support for domestic games, how can we support it like this? Hey, forget it, I'll go to the STM to find games to play, at least I won't be cut as a leak. Seeing these comments, Zhang Ming nodded secretly. Relying on its large traffic, Penguin not only created a traffic monopoly, but also blatantly plagiarized. Even if a good game made by a small studio finally appears, but within a month, the game will become a Penguin game, and then the taste of the game will change. No money to play a chicken. If the small studio does not agree to the acquisition, Penguin will produce the same game in a very short period of time and crush the small studio with absolute traffic. In this regard, domestic players are also very helpless, and can only play Penguin games while scolding penguins. But do penguins care? You scold your street, I earn my money. What's wrong with being scolded for a few words? Making money, it's not shabby. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming also secretly sighed. And just when he was about to close the group chat, a link suddenly popped up. Let's take a look at this. Douyin has been promoting this game for the past 2 days. I've been swiping it several times, and the picture really pokes me. Zhang Ming went in curiously. The player was turned on, and a line of small characters Miwio slowly appeared in the middle. Miwio Studio. Zhang Ming thought for a while, I haven't heard of it. But before he could think about it, a very nice female voice came from the earphones. Helios, this is Hyperion, reporting on the mission. As soon as the voice came out, Zhang Ming's mind immediately showed the image of a tall and charming royal sister. Immediately afterwards, another female voice sounded in the video, and a few lines of small characters slowly appeared in the picture. The third collapse broke out. 2 years, 5 months, 16 days, 2 hours, 34 minutes and 22 seconds from this year. Report to the Major, the wind cave detection target is not visible, the risk has risen to A level, request confirmation. The passionate music that sounded slowly, and a trace of electric current, created a tense atmosphere in just a few seconds, attracting Zhang Ming's attention. Close the door for safety protection, manually open the door. The watch list is confirmed, waiting for the Valkyrie to land on the ship. At this point, the picture in the video finally fully unfolds. A hatch opened slowly, and then, the sound of high heels stepping on the ground slowly sounded. The camera shot from bottom to top, long legs, slender waist, mountain peaks. The high-altitude airflow blew the 2 white braids up, the girl's delicate face also finally appeared. Hey, very cute girl, this picture is also very beautiful. Before Zhang Ming could finish his emotion, he saw the girl in the video jump down from the sky. The screen switched again. In the evening, the girl landed like a meteor, and the huge battleship in the distance looked extremely domineering. And these 3 elements are mixed together, coupled with passionate music. Zhang Ming only felt his whole body tremble, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on his arms. Slotting. Which new anime is this? The video has completely aroused Zhang Ming's interest. In just 20 seconds, not much information was revealed. There are only 3 keywords: battleship, Valkyrie, battle, but they really hit Zhang Ming's heart. Is it a girl fighting with a gun? Such an idea has just come out, and the screen of the video is switched again. I saw the white-haired girl in the video just now standing on the back of a small drone. And through a brief conversation, Zhang Ming also learned that the mature voice of the royal sister is called Wolyang Takazai, and this lovely white-haired girl with 2 guns is called Kiyuna. A few small characters in the lower right corner also told Zhang Ming that this was not an anime, but a game. Real game recording. This is actually a game. Or is it a 3D version? Zhang Ming was really shocked. It's not the game that shocked the 3D perspective, but the elements of this game, as well as the graphics, are really beautiful. In the 3D games on the market, the characters in it are basically modeled with anti-realism. Although the picture is real, it does not poke his 2-dimensional aesthetic. And the 3D animation rendering technology of Honkai III really echoes the XP of the 2nd dimension. Chapter 7. In the picture, the drone is flying rapidly over the lake. The viaducts and towering buildings in the distance slowly passed by, and from time to time, some white Honkai quickly passed by. Kiana finally finished talking to Himiko. Zhang Ming knew that the game had begun. I saw a few girls with scythes suddenly appear on the drone where Kiana was. And Kiana held a pair of guns and kicked a set of gunfighting skills against the group of girls. From the combat feedback, the sense of attack and flow are perfect. Is it really a mobile game? And even the monsters are beautiful girls? This producer doesn't understand the 2nd dimension too much. Watching the video, Zhang Ming felt like he was actually there, standing on the fast-flying drone and fighting, feeling the sea breeze brushing his cheeks, the bright sun shining on his face, and listening to the girl's energetic voice in his ears. Sound. Kiana, Himiko, and this group of Honkai beasts have all been resolved. Immeasurable Tower Jitsi, how many times have I said it, you want to call me Teacher Jitsi? At this point, the video ends. Zhang Ming took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and opened the video again. He was going to watch it again. Soon, the second time was finished, but the excitement in his heart was even more difficult to restrain. When he reopened the chat group, the content inside was really discussing the game. Slotting. This picture, are you sure it's not a new show? To be honest, this style of painting is really beautiful, it really pokes me. I'm also looking forward to it, but, is there a possibility that this is just a means of propaganda? For example, propaganda with your heart and games with your feet. Didn't you see the big characters below? Recording of real game machine. Isn't Penguin's civilization hegemony also said to be recorded on a real machine? Isn't it a shit-like picture in the end? Cough cough. Is that Penguin's real machine recording? Take a closer look, is it called game recording? This is a new word created by Penguin, which means the real object does not match the video, but this time the collapse of the third is actually written real machine demonstration. Slotting, I'm really looking forward to it, I've made an appointment. I looked at the information of this studio and found that they have released a game, but the results seem to be quite staggering. To be honest, I have played the game called Save the Girl. Although the gameplay is not very good, it is really conscientious. It can be seen from some details that the production team is very attentive. I also watched it, that game has a good reputation, but the problem is that the gameplay is not good. The difference between the two games is too big, but this Collapse 3 really makes me look forward to it. Looking forward to +1. At the same time, on Douyin and Station B, the propaganda for Collapse 3 has not stopped. Almost 90% of the people who watched this promotional video expressed their high expectations and were deeply attracted by this 3D animation rendering technology. It has to be said that the two main publicity channels that Emily chose were very explosive. In the studio, looking at the appointment data on the official website, all the girls were excited. It's too strong. In just 3 days, the number of reservations has reached 1 million. Brynja nodded lightly, and her heart was also very shocked. According to this trend, if nothing else happens, when the game goes online, won't players be able to reach the level of tens of millions? When everyone heard the data, they subconsciously turned to look in the direction of the recording studio. In the studio, Emily is directing the dubbing of Mei. What I'm curious about now is how did the boss get Kiana's voice acting? After hearing Yolander's words, everyone nodded in unison, and looked at Emily with deep curiosity. It's not easy. Rita smiled lightly, wait for him to come out and ask him if he will know. Hey? Come out. Coincidentally, at this time, the dubbing of Mei Yi also just ended. Looking at the strange eyes of everyone, Emily just felt uncomfortable. What's wrong? They all look at me like this. Yolande pondered for a while, and then said slowly, Boss, my sister is still in school, how did you get the voice of Kiana? You said this, Emily said, holding up the water glass on the table, didn't I say that before? I did everything in the game by myself. The same is true for dubbing. After speaking, Emily picked up the cup and took a sip before continuing, for the dubbing in the game, I just adjust the corresponding voice according to the character of each character. But now that you are here, the dubbing of the corresponding characters will be handed over to you. After listening to Emily's remarks, everyone obviously did not believe it. Seeing this, Emily just smiled and did not prove anything to them. He glanced at the data on the official website, and quickly changed the subject. Hey, the number of reservations has already reached 1 million. As soon as they heard the topic of the game, everyone's mind became excited again. I can't believe that in just 3 days, the number of reservations has reached 1 million. And the rating on tap is as high as 9.8. Having said that, Brynja looked at Emily with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Don't look at her usual cold face. But she is a real internet addict girl. And Honkai III, whether it's the gameplay, the graphics, or the plot, Brynja really likes it. Naturally, she also admires Emily, who made Honkai III with one hand. She asked herself that she could never make such a perfect game. If she was a little resistant to Emily's participation before, now she definitely welcomes it with both hands. Moreover, after getting along these days, Emily didn't look at them in the slightest indecent look, and completely treated them as ordinary friends. Therefore, now they are almost obedient to Emily's work arrangement. Boss, is the content of version 1.2 finished now? Emily nodded, it's already done, just wait for half a month before the game is officially launched. Brynja, then, how do we price this game? Chapter 8. Hearing the question of pricing, all the girls looked at Emily with anticipation. Let's talk about your opinion first. Emily did not express his thoughts immediately, but threw the question to these girls. He wanted to see what level Honkai III could achieve in the eyes of these girls. The girls looked at each other, and finally Brynja spoke first. I think, in terms of the quality of Honkai III, there is absolutely no problem with the charging standard of Penguin's Alien. Hearing this, Emily nodded inwardly. Otherworld can be said to be Penguin's most profitable online game. It adopts the point card charging system, which is also the highest level in the point card system. It can be said that in the eyes of these girls, the quality of Honkai III is completely comparable to that of Alien. But Emily shook his head slightly. I don't plan to use the point card system. In terms of volume, a version of Benson is not as good as that game. But the gameplay and selling points are much better than that game. Take the plot of Benson as an example. If you don't make games, just as an anime, it can definitely be called a very good anime. From 1.0 to 7.0, if you experience the immersive experience, you may not be able to experience it in 24 hours. Hey! After hearing Emily's words, all the girls were very surprised. In their impression, in addition to the point card charging system, there is only the buyout system. Brynja was the first to ask questions, but the game has only reached version 1.2 now. If the buyout system is used, how much can it sell for? Also, the gameplay is not suitable for a buyout. Rita also frowned, trying to persuade Emily to let him give up the idea. Emily smiled softly, I plan to make this game free. Yolander. Jitsi. The rest were confused by Emily's words. Rita, boss, although we all want to make a game that most people like seriously, we shouldn't make a loss-making business, right? Mei Yi also persuaded softly, yes, this game is already very good, if the boss doesn't want to set the price too high, we'd better charge less. Thinking from the perspective, if I were a player, I would be very willing to spend in such a delicate game. Seeing that everyone was a little excited, Emily hurriedly interrupted their speech, you listen to me first. Free to play, but not all free. You should all know that there are many Valkyrie armors in Honkai Sanli, and each armor has a different effect. Next, Emily told them about the game's profit model in great detail. The uncertain card drawing mode made this group of girls stunned for a moment. As game fans, the girls immediately understood the key. If we say that Penguin's Otherworld sells games and equipment, then Honkai III sells character cards and weapon stigmata. There is little difference between the two profit models. The only difference is that Collapse 3 relies on exquisite modeling and excellent character characterization to make players like the corresponding characters and pay for them. And Honkai Impact 3 happens to be a two-dimensional game. As we all know, the two-dimensional money is the best to earn. This. After the girls understood, the eyes they looked at Emily were a little different. Jesus Ann smiled, your head. It's a pity not to be a profiteer. It's really amazing. Using the free-to-play gimmick, it can also attract more players. Even if there are free PRSTUT players, I'm afraid I can't help but issue a monthly card. Speaking of this, Brynja suddenly came back to her senses. With a few more monthly cards, you can buy a game. I have to say, no matter how calm Emily is, now he is blown away by such a group of beautiful girls, he can't help but feel a little overwhelmed. He took a sip of water tactically and said with a chuckle, I'll understand, I'm not a philanthropist, I have to make a living. Okay, let's take a 2-day break next time. When the game is online, it won't be so idle. After that, Emily decided to leave here. Today, the topic of Honkai III is very hot on Douyin and Station B. In order not to let these popularity drop before the game goes live, Emily intends to use the verified accounts of Douyin and Station B to do some articles. From time to time, some game videos about Honkai III, or second-generation videos are just released. It is worth mentioning that the official accounts of Honkai III in Douyin and Station B now have more than 2 million fans. But just as Emily was about to leave, Yolander suddenly exclaimed. Everyone was very curious about Yolander's sudden move. Stupid goose, what's wrong? Emily just found it very interesting when he looked at a stunned view of Hollander. She is obviously a mature and sexy big sister, but many times she acts dull and cute. This is the case with Yolander today, so Emily subconsciously called out the nickname of Yolander. After hearing Emily's name for him, Yolander was stunned for a moment, and then explained, Boss. My name is Yolander. Emily smiled, I know, but don't you think the nickname Stay Goose is cute? And it fits you well. Is there? Contrary to what Emily thought, being given a nickname, Yolande was not only not angry, but very sincere, entered a state of thoughtfulness. Pfft! Rita couldn't help laughing when she saw such a lovely Yolander. I also think this nickname goes well with Big Sister. Well, it's cute too, GZI also added. Okay, let's listen to what the goose wants to say first. Emily interrupted the girls' jokes, and then brought the topic back, did you just find something wrong? After hearing Emily's words, Yolander gave up thinking about whether the nickname Stupid Goose was worthy of him. Boss, you just said that the main selling point of this game is to sell character cards. Is that why you used us as a template to create game characters? Hey! After hearing Yolander's words, the girls finally came back to their senses and stared at Emily with bad expressions. Rita narrowed her eyes slightly, Boss, I think you should give an explanation. Chapter 9. Cough cough. Emily was taken aback by the girl's eyes and waved his hands quickly, I said before. This is really just a coincidence. Emily really had a headache, and he couldn't speak out about the system. It is even more impossible to say that in another world, Yolande and others are the characters in the game. Just when Emily had some headaches, it was Mei who was the first to speak up to relieve him. Actually, I still trust the boss. GZI also laughed at the right time, I don't care, but boss, you are a little unkind. Hey? How do you say that? Brynja's mouth curled slightly, since you use us as a template, shouldn't the salary be relatively higher? Emily also reacted at this time. Feelings, after seeing the profit potential of Benson, these girls started to think of raising their salary. Girls have these thoughts, but Emily doesn't care, it's human to have such thoughts. Moreover, the characters of Beng Sanli were originally their template. We don't want much, as long as... Before Brynja could finish speaking, Emily interrupted, I see, this is indeed what it should be. Did you forget that I told you this on the first day? I said at the time that I would never treat you badly. After the game is profitable, I will give you dividends. After hearing Emily's words, the girls finally remembered it too. No way, they didn't care about Emily's games at that time, they just thought that Emily was drawing cakes for everyone. Now that Emily mentioned this matter again, the girls also understood that Emily's words at that time were very serious. Thinking of this, the girls were a little embarrassed. After a while, Brynja coughed lightly, cough. Boss, in fact, we asked for a salary increase as a last resort. After all, this game was developed by you, and we don't contribute much. But saving the girl is the hard work of all of us, and we still want to run this game. But, to run this game, we still need some money. I see. Emily nodded, and after thinking for a while, he smiled. I have seen that game of yours, and the reason is that the gameplay is not good enough to keep players. When Benson stabilizes, I will formulate some new things for you. You can fiddle with it when you have time. At that time, your hard work will not be lost every month. After listening to Emily's words, the girls' faces suddenly became very happy. Emily's idea is definitely not easy. Just look at the collapse of the three, you will know, the novel game mode, the world's leading operation method. Even an excellent game engine such as 3D animation rendering can be developed. One can imagine how powerful Emily is in their hearts. So, as soon as Emily's words came out, the girls immediately felt stable. Thank you so much, Mr. Emily. The gentle Miss Yi came back to her senses first, and bowed to Emily. The happy look on her face couldn't be restrained. Gzi also rolled her hair lightly and looked at Emily with a provocative face. Boss, you are so good, how should we repay you? In return. Emily touched his chin, thoughtfully. And his performance made Gzi's heart a little bit. I don't really think about myself. Gzi Kaohai is very powerful, but Emily really wants to plot against herself. She will definitely hit hard. That's it. Emily snapped his fingers crisply. Recently, Honkai III has been very popular in Duyan, but it is still half a month before the game is launched. In order not to let the game's popularity drop, why don't Miss Jitsi show her face? Gzi, who was still nervous at first, finally breathed a sigh of relief after listening to Emily's narration. Fortunately, Emily didn't say anything. Otherwise, they may have to re-examine Emily's character. After thinking about it, Gzi finally shook his head. Boss, why don't you change it, this? I really can't do it. The rest also shook their heads. None of us want to appear in front of the public. Is that so? Emily did not force it in the end. Since you don't want to, then forget it. Anyway, there are many ways to maintain the popularity. Besides letting us show up, the boss doesn't have any other ideas. After cooling down for a while, Gzi became excited again. And just as Emily spoke, the phone in Ganyu's pocket suddenly rang. In the studio, Ganyu and Fu Hua speak very little. They mainly help everyone with some trivial matters. A bit like a secretary. Sister Yalan, that person's phone number. I don't know why, as soon as Ganyu said these words, the girls' faces immediately turned cold. This made Emily curious. What's wrong? Brynja explained softly, it's a very annoying guy. Before, there was a guy that big sister met when she was out investing. Anyway, I hate it. Explained, but not fully explained, Emily is still curious. This call, do you want to answer it? Ganyu held the phone, blinked her big eyes, and looked at Emily. Emily rolled her eyes at her. Your phone, why are you asking me? This made Ganyu's cheeks red, and quickly turned around to look at Brynja. Come on, listen to what he has to say. Oh, okay. Ganyu nodded, quickly connected the phone, and pressed the speakerphone. Miss Yalan, it's me, came the voice of a young man on the phone. After hearing this voice, Brynja frowned subconsciously. Tisk. I'm annoying to hear this voice. Yalan Dale didn't care, and replied blankly, is something wrong? The man on the other end of the phone smiled. I'm at the door of your studio, can we meet? Orlandel, if you have something to say it now. The man didn't bother, on the contrary, he was very open-minded. Then I'll say it straight, don't you want to invest in your studio? I think you have a lot of potential, so I want to invest 2 million in you. After hearing the man's voice on the phone, the girls looked at each other. The other party is obviously in the game industry, haven't he been online recently? Don't pay attention to the game circle? Honkai III is so discussed in Douyin, and Miwio's logo is so obvious. Our studio is about to take off, and you just came to invest now? Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry, now Miwio's studio is no longer in our hands. You should talk to our new boss. After finishing speaking, Yolande hung up the phone directly. And her actions made Emily even more curious. The girls are obviously very easy to get along with, what did the other party do to make these girls hate it to such an extent? Chapter 10. Outside the studio. Zhao Yi sat in the car with a gloomy expression on his face. It wasn't the reason why Yolande hung up the phone, but he heard the last sentence of the other party. New boss. He stared silently at the door of Mihuya's studio, lost in thought. He also knew about Mihuya's studio by accident, and the moment he saw Yolande, he was shocked. The other party's flawless face, capable and elegant perfect figure, is simply the perfect heroine who came out of the comics. With just one glance, the figure was deeply imprinted in his mind. After that, he inquired and learned that Mihuya's studio was in a state of making ends meet and needed investment urgently. Therefore, he had a crooked mind. Until he approached Yolande in the name of investment, and saw Branya and others in Mihuya's studio, he was stunned in place. The whole studio is full of top girls. He felt like he was in heaven. Subconsciously, he set a small goal for himself, at least to take down Yolande, and never go home empty-handed. As for why he didn't choose someone else, naturally, it was because Yolande looked a little cute. Compared with other people, it should be the best to win. But when they talked about investment, Zhao Yi was immediately blinded. At that time, how could he have so much money to invest in Mihuya? As soon as he had an idea, he thought about frequent visits to Mihuya's studio in the name of investigating for a period of time. But Rita and the others are not stupid and sweet, Zhao Yi's little juju has long been seen by them. After that, he never stepped into the door of Mihuya's studio. Damn! It's a step late. Looking at the door of Mihuya's studio, Zhao Yi was a little unwilling. Relying on uncle's relationship, Zhao Yi is now a game producer in one of the studios under the name of Penguin. Well, Penguin basically does not trade at a loss. Under the guidance of his uncle, a game he planned will be launched soon. At that time, as a game producer, he will definitely get a lot of money. But it would take a month or two to make money, so he asked a friend to borrow some money, and after collecting 2 million, he came to Mihuya's studio as soon as possible. In his calculations, the money he prepared was enough to buy the entire studio. But he was afraid that after he bought the Mihuya studio, the girls would go to other places for employment, so he did not plan to buy Mihuya, and was still thinking about investing. At that time, he can justifiably step into the door of Mihuya's studio, and then slowly attack the beautiful girls. Although this investment was destined to be a loss-making business, for the beautiful girls in the studio, Zhao Yi felt that the loss was very worthwhile. Unfortunately, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is very skinny. He didn't know until the phone call just now that Mihuya was actually taken first. How can this be tolerated? The new boss, I want to see, what kind of thing are you? Zhao Yi cursed secretly, picked up the phone again, and dialed Yolande again. The bell still rang for a long time, and in his slightly uneasy mood, the phone was finally connected. He adjusted his voice to what he thought was the best. Miss Yolande, can you give your new boss the phone? I'll talk to him about investment. On the other end of the phone, Yolande's voice was slightly indifferent. I just asked the boss, and he said that there is no need to invest, sorry. Zhao Yi. Can I meet your new boss? After a while, Yolande on the other end of the phone said slowly, sorry, our studio's new game is coming online soon, and the boss can't take time. I'm at the door of your studio right now, and I won't disturb him for a long time. Zhao Yi was still a little unwilling. He wanted to make sure that the new boss was a man or a woman. Sorry, the boss is negotiating outside, and he is not in the studio now. I'm really sorry, Mr. Zhao, I have something to do, so I will hang up first. Seeing that Yolande was about to hang up, Zhao Yi finally became anxious. Miss Yolande, wait a minute, your new boss is male or female? After asking this, he regretted it a little. But the words have already been said, and he can only forcefully explain, if your new boss is free, I would like to make an appointment for a meal. I am very optimistic about the prospects of your studio. Our new boss is a boy. As for dinner, if the boss has time, I will tell him, that's all. Immediately afterwards, there was a busy tone on the other end of the phone. Depend on. Zhao Yi slammed the steering wheel, and felt annoyed in his heart. A group of fake and aloof women, they kneel and lick when they are rich. Damn, a new game, right? I want to see, what kind of stuff can you make? After Yolande hung up the phone, Emily finally couldn't help complaining, this person is sick, why don't you ask about my gender? Pfft. Rita and Jitsi looked at each other and laughed at the same time. They naturally knew what Zhao Yi's idea was, and they could also guess why the other party cared about Emily's gender. But the girls are not going to explain to Emily. I just briefly described Zhao Yi's story to Emily. I see. Emily doesn't have any special views on the actions of Zhao Yi. After all, chasing girls, shouldn't you be thick-skinned? But he has not met the man named Zhao Yi, so the character of the other party has yet to be verified. And the reason why he refused to meet Zhao Yi was because the girls didn't want to let that guy in. Okay, I'll go first, then, everyone is ready to welcome the changes in the game circle. Chapter 11. The Honkai III given by the System Novice package is absolutely perfect. Therefore, Emily is not going to issue the internal test quota. However, Brynja was still a little worried. After all, she didn't know about the system. So these days, she has been persuading Emily to let him release some places in the internal test, or to check for bugs, test the character damage value or something. After all, the game has now exceeded 1 million reservations, and there will definitely be more gamers during the public beta. If there is a problem with the server, it will be troublesome. No way, Emily could only put down the work at hand, and took Brynja and others to experience the game content of version 1.1. Euphemistically called, we test, it is also a test. Then, the studio now presents a rather hilarious scene. Boss, is your chance of drawing a card a little too low? I've already drawn 90 rounds, and the Queen of Thunder's ghost armor still hasn't appeared. As soon as this somewhat unfamiliar voice came out, Emily couldn't remember who it was. It wasn't until he looked up that he realized that it was Shen Zhoping, it was Shangxian Fuhua. You can't use the wrong pool, right? Emily got up slowly and came behind Fuhua. When I saw the game screen on the other side's computer screen, I was surprised to find that Shangxian Fuhua's luck was really bad. GZ's head also came together, just glanced at the game screen, he couldn't help but chuckle and laughed. Fuhua's luck is still so bad, ha ha ha. Rita also nodded and smiled in agreement. I only took 60 rounds, not only the ghost armor, but also the moonlight armor. I feel that the chances are quite high. The character pool of Honkai Impact 3 is also guaranteed. However, there is no guarantee of size, and there will be limited characters within 100 rounds. But according to Emily's experience, the card draw probability he set, 60 can't draw a character, it is already relatively dark. 90 rounds haven't come out yet, it's really outrageous. He smiled and shook his head, anyway, it's already 90 rounds, won't it come out after another 10 rounds? Fuhua could only painstakingly tap the 10 draws again. The ghost armor of the Thunder Queen. When the current strongest S-rank armor appeared, Fuhua's mouth was slightly raised, and he felt very happy. Is this the charm of drawing cards? It's really a bit of an inducement to consumption. At this moment, Brynja's 3 nun, and somewhat indifferent voice came slowly, "Boss, I think the chance of drawing cards can be appropriately lowered. In this version, the crystals obtained from the main story are enough to draw 20 rounds, and there are benefits after the public beta. Based on this probability, these two S-class armors may be bad." Yes. Rita also reacted at this time. In this way, it is a bit unworthy of the level of S-class armor. Good guy. Fu Hua was still happy for a second when he drew Queen of Thunder's ghost armor for 100 draws. You're going to hit him like that in the next second, okay? After complaining silently in his heart, Emily explained, "Actually, the strength of ghost armor and moonlight are not high, and they will soon become outdated. And these two S-class characters are only permanent characters." Having said that, Emily suddenly thought of something and asked instead, "Where is your main storyline?" "Rita, I've pushed to Chapter 4. Heimko, Chapter 6. Brynja, I'm only in the second chapter. I just tested the abyss and the battlefield, but I didn't experience the main plot much." "Then, how do you feel about the difficulty of the abyss and the battlefield?" After thinking for a while, Brynja gave a very pertinent evaluation. "I think it's too simple, but for ordinary players, it should be just right." Emily nodded. He still didn't forget the setting that Brynja was a game master, so it wasn't surprising to hear the other side's comment like this. "Hey? This?" Suddenly, Yolander's surprised voice came out, drawing everyone's attention. "What's wrong? Dumb goose. Found a bug?" Several girls quickly gathered around. After all, Yolandale's surprised look rarely appeared. "It's not a bug." Yolandale shook his head and pointed at the computer screen. "My sister has become a villain." On the computer screen, Kiana was wearing a gorgeous dress, her long snow-white hair was loose, and her eyes were cold and ruthless. When she looked at Yi, it was like she was looking at garbage. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, Kiana grabbed Mei's neck with one hand, and the indifferent aura seemed to crush the ant directly in her hand. Seeing this, the girls all looked up at Emily, and their eyes seemed to say, "You arranged Kiana to be the villain." Cough. Emily coughed lightly. "I'm afraid you have misunderstood. Kiana is not the villain, but is controlled by the Hairsker. Hey, just experience the plot for yourself. The biggest highlight of this game, I think, is the plot." The girls looked at each other in dismay, not too entangled in this matter, but continued to look down at the computer screen. "This picture, it's completely anime level." The girls were so amazed that they were completely immersed in the animated short film of Queen Comes. Chapter 12. After the girls watched the short animation, Emily slowly said, "How do you feel?" The first one who spoke was Yolander. "I have to say, it's done very well." "Boss, which studio did you find this short film?" "The domestic studios have this level, and Qman is not so bad." Brynja nodded in agreement. "I think the soundtrack is also very amazing." The degree of shock brought by the video should also account for 30% of the credit for the soundtrack. After immersive experience of version 1.1, the girls admire Emily even more. When Brynja looked at Emily, although she still had a faceless face, when she looked closely, her eyes seemed to be shining. Rita also sighed in a coquettish tone, "Boss, I really appreciate you more and more." Emily. Being stared at by so many beautiful girls makes Emily feel a little uncomfortable. Okay, stop flattering. After testing for so long, you should believe me now, right? There will never be any bugs in this game, so don't mention the internal test. Also, the soundtrack of this short film is not perfect. Hey? Not perfect? Emily nodded lightly. "I have another song here, and the animation short film of the Queen's arrival can make the picture even more shocking. So, any of you have vocal skills? You have to have some singing skills. In fact, the game's dubbing, soundtrack, and short films were all given to Mo by the system. The reason why he has to teach girls to dub is not only to find something to do for them, but also to give them a sense of participation. If they are only responsible for the game's announcement and maintenance, then their feelings for this game may not be too deep. And if they participated in the dubbing themselves, they would be more attentive to the game. To Mo's surprise, the girls not only can dub, but also have very good singing skills. Their voices are at the level of CEU, and compared with professional singers, they are only lacking in skills. But this is not a problem. After a little training for 2 days, GZI perfectly controlled the song Befall. In this way, Honkai III has finally been tested publicly under the expectation of 30 million players without the internal test. Zhang Ming is also looking forward to the stars and the moon, and finally waited for the day of the game's public beta. He deliberately took a day off, just to experience the game Honkai III for the first time. In his game friend group, the news is constantly refreshed. It can be seen from the words of the group of friends that everyone is very excited. The preloading is complete, the account has been created, why is Mihui still not opening the door? Mihui, don't rush, there's only 1 minute left. I hope this game doesn't let me down. Kiana, Shasha. Didn't Penguin also launch a mobile game? Don't you plan to give it a try? I can guess it without trying, Penguin, that's all. Brother, you can go to Penguin's side to explore the way first, and then come back and tell everyone how the game is going. Okay, Brother Meng, wait for my news. At the same time, there are many anchors in Station B and Duyan who opened the live broadcast room for the first time. Because Mo did not invite internal beta players. And the only ones who have experienced Honkai Impact 3 are the girls in the studio. Therefore, in the past 2 weeks, there has not been a little bit of news about Honkai 3 on the internet. According to this situation, the popularity of Honkai Impact 3 should gradually decrease. However, Mo will publish some videos about the collapse from time to time, and he will blatantly mark the time there are XX days, XX hours, and XX minutes until the public beta. The result of this is that players can't play the game, and they can't get a little bit of ghost news. But it happens that a popular video about Collapse 3 will appear every 2 days, and they are almost greedy. In these videos, apart from the battle videos of several different characters, no other news was revealed at all, which made these players feel itchy and uncomfortable. Players only know that White Knight Moonlight Queen of Thunder's Ghost Armor, these 2 Valkyrie armors are very popular. Lightwing unfolds. Thunderbolt. Burst. When the Valkyrie shouted these 2 lines, the gorgeous combat special effects were simply awesome. White-haired lowly, 3-no girl, white-haired girl, red-haired royal sister, elegant maid, Shenzhou tablet. Here, as long as you can think of the type of beautiful girl, he has. Not to mention the 2-dimensional element, even if it is not a 2-dimensional element, they are somewhat attracted. Many players couldn't play the game and couldn't see the news, so they began to look around for the internal test places of Honkai III. There are even local tyrants who directly ask for a price of 100,000, and only ask for a place in the internal test. The news of buying an account for 100,000 yuan also directly made Honkai III on the WB hot search for a period of time, and it can be regarded as a successful out of the circle. When Mo got the news, he was also a little helpless, so he had to use his official account to issue an announcement, saying that the team had no plans for an internal test. Let the players beg their grandparents to tell their grandma, Mo just doesn't open the closed beta, just hangs them. The girls in the studio are talking about him, it's so bad. Finally, today's Honkai Impact 3 public beta, the popularity that has been brewing for so long has successfully climbed to its peak. No matter if you really want to play this game or if you want to gain popularity, most of the game anchors choose to live stream Collapse 3 anyway. At this time, an upmaster named Miss Fairy who has millions of fans at Station B also started the live broadcast for the first time. Although she has unparalleled beauty, most of these fans do not come for her beauty. The reason why she attracts fans so much is mainly due to her optimistic and cheerful, innocent personality, and the strange live broadcast content. The only downside may be that the number of live broadcasts is too small. Basically, it may not be possible to start a live broadcast once a month. But even so, as soon as she starts broadcasting, the popularity of the live broadcast room will be unprecedentedly lively. The same is true today. Hey Miss Me! In the camera, a pink-haired girl is smiling and waving her hands to the camera. Her eyebrows are like a crescent moon, her face is like Woden, and while laughing, she seems to be a human spirit, innocent. It's just a simple greeting, but it makes people feel happy. Therefore, a good mood is also contagious. Seeing such a pure and lovely girl, the audience in the live broadcast room also smiled knowingly. Immediately afterwards, dense barrages spread all over the screen. Chapter 13. Elysia. Today's Elysia is still as gorgeous and dazzling as flying flowers. It's finally here, I can't see Elysia, my daily life is bleak. Elysia's opening remarks this time are a bit ordinary, but I still like it. Elysia softly read the content of the barrage, with a bright smile still on her face, and her smart eyes were bent into two crescents. Even if some jealous remarks occasionally floated, it would not affect the girl's mood at all. Don't like the opening line this time? It's okay, I still have 39 different opening lines. However, you compliment me like this, it really makes me happy. Secretly tell you, in the past 2 months, Elysia has been thinking about the content of this live broadcast. Guess what's the content? Going to see a cute girl? I've seen it last time besides. Isn't Elysia a cute girl? Looking for Eden? I want to find her too, but unfortunately she's been very busy lately. It seems that she's a little distressed about the new album. But don't worry about Eden, Elysia will definitely make her happy. Help 30 old grannies to cross the road? But, there aren't that many old grannies who need help. It seems that you can't guess today's live broadcast. Then next, it's Elysia's intimate reminder. Today's live broadcast is a game. No, so many lovely viewers, can't they guess, eh? This girl named Saying Cute Sauce guessed it right. Sure enough, a cute and beautiful girl will always have a connection with me. That's right, this game is called Honkai III. I've been waiting for it for a long time, but Mei Yi has never replied to me. But it doesn't matter, today I finally waited for the public beta of Honkai III. While watching the barrage, Elysia clicked on the Honkai Sen's game icon. The reason why she knew about the game Honkai III was that she accidentally saw it when she browsed Station B on weekdays. It may be because the beautiful girl in it is very attractive to her, or it may be because the sentence "fight for all the beauty in the world" attracted her. Anyway, this game has an inexplicable attraction to her. Therefore, for the past 2 weeks, she has been paying attention to the information of this game. She watched almost every video that Mei Yi sent. Kiana, Himeko, Broria, Mei. The cute girls in it really made her very excited. Fight for all the beauty in the world. Fight alongside beautiful girls. Elysia can't wait. Witnessed by tens of thousands of viewers, Elysia successfully logged into the game. The opening animation is still the familiar Mei Yi, with the capable female voice coming from the headphones. Report Major, UFO appeared over Shanghai City, coordinate position FH5639, no bioenergy reaction, internal conditions are invisible, and the small Honkai energy reaction has risen sharply. The battle plan is confirmed, and the drone troops are dispatched. Cover the Valkyries boarding. In the short animation, in the center of a city with high-rise buildings, countless rush-level Honkai beasts are flying all over the sky, and the sirens are ringing non-stop. Just a few seconds of the picture can make people understand that a disaster may break out in this big city. The disaster was naturally caused by those Honkai beasts. Immediately afterwards, everything in the picture is still slowly moving upward from the girl's legs, and the music also changes into a light and somewhat funny tune. Elysia's eyes lit up. Kiana has appeared, and then it's time for beautiful girls. In the live broadcast room, many viewers who did not know the news about the game were also attracted by this exquisite and smooth picture. Is this an anime? It looks pretty good. Upstairs, didn't Elysia say it, this is a game? Surprised. The game is still interspersed with such careful animations. Is Elysia streaming on a computer? There is actually a PC version of this game. At this time, Elysia was also immersed in the game, and the barrage in the live broadcast room did not pay much attention. After watching the animated short film, the game directly enters the battle mode. In the picture, Kiana, wearing a white training armor, holding 2 guns, is standing on a fast-moving drone. Elysia's earphones also followed Kiana's lively and cheerful voice. Look at Miss Ben's great show. Seeing this scene, Elysia's eyes lit up. Is it time for me to appear? Fighting side by side with beautiful girls also makes me feel good. While watching the novice guide, she admired the exquisite game screen. Drones shuttled through high-rise buildings, crossed viaducts, and flew to the sea level. White clouds floated in the blue sky. This anime-like painting style, paired with brisk music, amazed the people in the live broadcast room. Even Elysia's eyes lit up. It's Kiana time. This is my home ground. Listening to Kiana's voice, Elysia's interest was also completely drawn. Like me, she's also a lively and lovely girl. While controlling Kiana to defeat the dead men and Honkai beasts, she listened to Kiana's eldest lady's speech. She found that in just 2 minutes, she seemed to like this game completely. The audience in the live broadcast room was also very itchy. While watching Elysia's live broadcast, they silently turned on the computer and began to download Honkai III. As time passed, Elysia seemed to have forgotten that she was broadcasting live, and was very serious about promoting the main storyline of the game. Suddenly, an afternoon passed. It wasn't until a phone rang that she pulled her mind out of the game. When she saw the name displayed on her mobile phone, Elysia immediately let out a series of cheerful laughter. Little Eden, are you finished? A soft and dignified mature female voice soon came over the phone. Well, I'm downstairs with you. I'm coming. Elysia hung up the phone and waved at the camera in the live studio. Here comes the little angel of Eden, I'll be fighting alongside her soon. To the surprise of the audience in the live broadcast room, Elysia did not forget about the live broadcast. Chapter 14. Hearing that Eden was coming, the barrage in the live broadcast room completely exploded. That is Eden, the most popular female singer in Daxia. The appearance, temperament, figure, and singing skills are all top of the top. And Eden rarely shows up. She never takes on commercial performances or commercials, nor does she appear in variety shows or filming. She only devotes herself to writing songs. In her world, it seems that only music is left. Apart from the fact that fans can see her at the concert, the only place where they have the best chance to see her is Elysia's live broadcast room. Therefore, every time Eden came to Elysia's live broadcast room, the audience would run and tell each other. And after getting this news, Eden's fans will naturally flock to Elysia's live broadcast room. Whenever this time, the traffic of Station B will explode. It didn't take long for Eden with long wine red hair to finally appear in the live broadcast room. With a delicate and pure face, coupled with a hot body with bumps and convexities, and a ceiling of pure desire, it is definitely her. If Elysia is an innocent human elf, then Eden is an elegant and quiet princess of your country. The two of them standing together can be regarded as an extreme scenery line. Eden, why are you still frowning? Are you still not happy when you see me? While laughing, Elysia took Eden and sat down, pointing to the live camera. Let's say hello to everyone first. Hey? Are you live streaming? Yes, do you want to guess the content of my live broadcast today? Eden smiled helplessly, and nodded lightly to the live broadcast room as a greeting. Indoor live broadcast. I really can't guess. Oh. Eden. This pair is killing me, woohoo. Sure enough, it's a treasure live broadcast room, you can actually see a superstar. Eden, look at me, look at me. Rebel, the live broadcast room was blasted by Eden's fans. I will always love Elysia. Elysia glanced at the barrage in the live broadcast room, and her eyes immediately curved into two crescents. Look at Eden, many people are praising you. Well, I see. Looking at Elysia's innocent smile, most of the depression in Eden's heart dissipated. There seems to be a magic power on Elysia's body, which can dispel all haze and unhappiness. Whenever songwriter is at a bottleneck, Eden will come to chat with Elysia. Although he won't be able to find any inspiration, he will also be infected by the other party's innocent smile. The mood will naturally become happy. Then, what is Elysia's live broadcast today? That's it. She pointed to the game screen on the computer and explained, this is a game that was just released today. There are so many cute girls in it, what we have to do is to lead the girls to fight monsters. Eden had actually seen the game screen on the computer for a long time, but when she saw the full animation style, her first reaction was, this should be an animation. After hearing Elysia's explanation, Eden was also a little surprised. It's actually a game. Very beautiful style. This was her first comment when she saw Honkai III. Not only that, but the plot of this game is also very interesting, Elysia said, her tender body slowly pressed against Eden, and then whispered in Eden's ear. Road. If Eden is free today, come play with me. Eden was used to this kind of Elysia. She glanced at Elysia with doting eyes, and smiled helplessly, then listen to you. After an afternoon of immersive experience, Elysia now also has a preliminary understanding of the worldview of Honkai-san. She introduced Eden to the worldview of this game, such as what is Honkai, what is Hairsker, and what is Valkyrie. He introduced the Valkyries that appeared in the plot to Eden one by one. During the period of Elysia's explanation, the popularity of her live broadcast room also increased. The number of people has soared to as many as 500,000, and it is even continuing to rise. And when Elysia introduced Honkai III to Eden, the new audience in the live broadcast room also passively accepted the information. It turns out, I understand, it's the story of a beautiful girl saving the world, right? After listening to Elysia's introduction, Eden also became interested in this game. It's almost, but if you experience it carefully, you will find that the plot is not so naive. There are foreshadowings in many places in the plot, but I found them all by careful me. So, this should not be as simple as a simple beautiful girl saving the world. Besides, I really like Mei and Kiana in the game. I feel their relationship is like my relationship with Eden. The more Elysia spoke, the more excited she became, and her delicate body leaned towards Eden again. The encounter of two gorgeous and dazzling souls will give birth to a more dazzling brilliance. How crazy, isn't it? Hey? I seem to have said a little too much. But Eden will definitely not dislike me for talking too much. Eden looked at Elysia dotingly, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly involuntarily. According to Elysia's words, cute girls, whatever you do will be forgiven. Elysia got up again and said in a pleasant tone, okay, then, let's go save the beautiful girl. After an afternoon of playing, Elysia has pushed the story to chapter 7. Kiana was recovered by Otto, and Teresa decided to attack Destiny to rescue Kiana. Chapter 7, Raise the Sword of Rebellion to the Sky. With Elysia's guidance, Eden quickly became familiar with the operation. She controls Heimko, swinging her great sword on the deck of the Helios battleship. Watching the Destiny mechas fall, Eden also felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. After Elysia's introduction, Eden found that he liked this capable red-haired girl very much. Her name is Gzi, right? Elysia nodded, yes, Kiana calls her Jitsi Ant. It's actually from the ant generation. If Gzi heard it, she would probably retort angrily, I want to call her sister Gzi. After all, Jitsi in this world is actually only 26 years old. Chapter 15. With the passage of time, Eden finally reached the boss level of Chapter 7. After entering the level, the first thing that catches the eye is an animated short film. Paired with the exciting music, in just a few seconds of the picture, the oppression of the trial level Honkai beast was created. Wow! The boss of this level is the judgment level Honkai beast. Elysia's eyes flashed. After understanding the basic worldview of the game, Elysia and Eden also already know what a judgment level Honkai beast is. This is a powerful monster second only to the Hairsker. Thinking of this, Eden also became serious. This level should be difficult. Elysia, why don't you come and play? Elysia, I believe in Eden. Eden. To be honest, after watching the short animation just now, she was also shocked by the aura of the trial level Honkai beast. Eden didn't even notice, and before she knew it, she was completely immersed in the plot. Therefore, when she saw such a terrifying Benares, she was a little worried that Jitsi would die under her control. Okay. I'll give it a try. Eden swallowed and looked at the computer screen seriously. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, and turned to look at Elysia. By the way, if the character dies, can it be resurrected? Elysia looked at Eden, suddenly understood something, and burst out laughing. Don't worry, Eden, after death, you can spend 15 crystals to resurrect the Valkyries with blood. Hearing this, Eden's slightly trembling fingers finally calmed down. That's good. After whispering softly, Eden seriously controlled Jitsi to rush towards Benares. Compared with the body of the judgment level Honkai beast, Gzi's delicate body is so small. But every time the knife is swung, there will be a strong sense of blow back to Eden. Swing the knife, dodge, activate the ultimate move. Eden felt the joy of the game for the first time. Fortunately, the main storyline is not difficult. After 1 minute of hard fighting, Eden still passed this level. Before the level is settled, the screen turns into a short clip again. I saw Fu Huafei in the sky, wearing the 4th generation Valkyrie armor, looking at Benares in the distance with a serious look. No. With the performance of Helios, I can't deal with the judgment level Honkai beast at all, I gotta help to get it out. When Fu Hua said these words, both Elysia and Eden were a little surprised. Hey? Isn't this the girl who took Kiana away? She actually came to help. Elysia smiled. Right, I said that there must be a foreshadowing ahead. This is definitely not a simple story of a beautiful girl saving the world. I guess. Squad leader Fu Hua should have gone to Tianming to be an undercover agent. Eden also nodded in agreement, and then continued to bury his head in the plot, and soon reached the last level of Chapter 7. The last level. Can you actually try Fu Hua's S-class armor? Looking at the screen in the game, Elysia's eyes sparkled. The next second, she hugged Eden's arm. Little angel of Eden, let me play this level. Eden did not refuse, and pushed the keyboard directly to Elysia, then propped her chin and looked at Elysia quietly. The 4th generation Valkyrie armor, Shadow Night Moon Wheel, the restrictions are lifted. In the short video, Fu Hua's black armor quickly changes. This kind of battle armor transformation scene made the audience in the live broadcast room extremely excited. Games start. The battle scene this time is in a sea of clouds. Wow, what a beautiful scene! Before Elysia could finish her sigh, a rush of alarm sounded suddenly, followed by the debut of the judgment level Honkai beast. Is this the defeated general again? This time, let Elysia defeat you. Elysia is very proficient in controlling Fu Hua, dodging, punching, branching attacks. It seems to be much smoother than Eden. Such a task is really easy. Looking at the game settlement screen, Elysia proudly asked Eden for credit. Eden, do you want to praise me? I'll be happy to accept your compliment. Eden Wainer smiled. Elysia is amazing. Then let's continue with the beautiful girl rescue plan. When Elysia clicked on the Switch interface, she found that the 8th chapter was the last chapter. The Queen is coming? It seems that it has only been updated to chapter 8. Unlike Eden, Elysia's focus is clearly different. Look at Eden, Kiana and Mei are so sweet, can I hold you like this too? I saw that on the screen of the level in chapter 8, Kiana was hugging Yi in the posture of a princess, full of orange flavor. Of course, if Elysia can hold it. If it's holding Eden, Elysia can exert 100 times the power. The two girls were talking orange-like words, but at the same time, they did not lose the promotion of the game's plot. At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room has reached 1 million. And it continues to rise. Normally, Station B cannot accommodate so many viewers in the same live broadcast room. But Eden has already appeared on Elysia's stream several times. With the experience of the first system crash, Bilibili will pay special attention to each time Elysia broadcasts in the future. The same is true today. When Eden appeared in the live broadcast room, the management of Station B was frantically expanding the server for Elysia's live broadcast room. Even if other anchors were to stop the broadcast in advance, Elysia's live broadcast room would never collapse. After all, this is a lot of traffic. At this moment, several staff members at Station B were watching Elysia's live broadcast while sighing. As expected of Eden. Just showing up, not interacting with the audience at all, the popularity is still high, and the amount of barrage is equally terrifying. Things are very precious. Eden doesn't necessarily show up once in half a year, and suddenly running out to live broadcast will definitely make fans crazy. It's estimated to be on the hot search again later. By the way, have you heard about this game called Honkai III? I don't know much about it, Could it be that Eden took the of this game party? That's great news, it's the first time I saw Eden accepting an. Chapter 16. As they guessed, WB and Yuan are so lively now. Several pieces of news about Eden are skyrocketing. And the topics, without exception, all carry the words Honkai III. This has also made Honkai III a large wave of traffic and popularity. Inside Mihuia's studio. Brynja, how's the data? Brynja stopped the game in her hand and opened the backstage to take a look. But the data on the computer made Brynja's pupil shrink. Seeing that the other party didn't speak for a long time, Emily felt a little strange. What's the matter, Brynja? Boss, wait. I'll take a look again. Brynja couldn't believe her eyes. With such a large series of numbers, are you dazzling yourself? Brynja's tender body pressed down slightly, her little head moved closer to the screen again, and the light white jade pointed on the screen. 10,000. Coincidentally, Emily was standing behind Brynja with coffee at the moment. Brynja is wearing an OL outfit, and a black silk hip skirt outlines her figure in a concave and convex shape. Now standing in front of Emily with this slightly bowed and slender waist. It's a little too seductive. Emily took a sip of coffee and saw this scene when he raised his eyes. He almost sprayed the coffee out of his mouth, and in a hurry, he choked on the coffee. Cough cough. Rita happened to be passing by at this time, and seeing Emily coughing non-stop, she came over curiously. Boss, how are you? When she approached, she naturally saw Brynja's posture at this time, and turned to look at Emily's state at this time, as if she understood something. Smiling, Rita slowly came to Emily and patted him on the back. As soon as Emily came over, Brynja's somewhat naive voice came over. Boss, our game exploded. After hearing this, Rita was a little surprised, while Emily seemed very calm, as expected. Compared to this, what I care more about now is. Did you just laugh? Brynja rolled her eyes at Emily. I'm not paralyzed, what's so strange about laughing? It's weird, okay? After getting along for so long, this is the first time I see you smiling. And, aren't you facial paralysis? Brynja narrowed her eyes and stared at Emily quietly, as if she was saying, "I'll beat you up again if I make fun of you." Seeing this, Rita also covered her mouth and chuckled, "Don't talk about you, boss, even I rarely see Brynja smiling." "Brynja, is your current focus a little strange? I said that the game data has exploded, our studio is on fire, aren't you happy?" "Rita, of course I'm happy, but I can't understand the game data." "Let me see." Emily walked slowly to the computer. However, when he saw the data, like Brynja, he couldn't believe it. 10 million. 30 million downloads. Rita. But before Rita was surprised, Emily's next sentence shocked her even more. 10 million of them play more than 2 hours. 2 million players with recharge records. What kind of data is this? This download volume, even some games that have been in public beta for a year, can't reach it, let alone 30 million downloads on the first day. As for the game that Rita and the others made by themselves, the total downloads were only a few 100,000. The number of daily active players is over 10,000. Compared with the collapse of the three, this is 100 times and 1,000 times the difference. No wonder Brynja's mentality was a little unstable, and she leaned in and counted several times. "I thought I was wrong at first." Until now, Brynja still couldn't believe it. She turned to look at Emily again. What kind of brain can make such a game? In fact, even Emily never expected such data. At the time of the public beta, the total number of reservations was only 30 million. Now that less than 10 hours have passed, there will be 30 million downloads? You know, making an appointment does not mean downloading. According to Emily's calculations, the number of people who downloaded Honkai III should be around 15 million within 24 hours on the first day. As a result, less than 10 hours later, the number of downloads directly exceeded the number of reservations. The number of paying players has also reached 1 million. Soon, Rita shared the good news with the other girls in the studio. Without exception, the girls were in disbelief when they first heard about 30 million downloads. And when they got together, looked at the background data, and counted hundreds of millions several times, they all jumped up with excitement without exception. Brynja, who was standing aside, also looked at everyone quietly, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. It's been a long time since the sisters in the studio have been so happy. However, after calming down, Brynja discovered that when the girls were observing the data at this time, the pouting posture. He turned to look at Emily, who was drinking tactically. Brynja suddenly thought of something, and her face turned slightly red. "Cough, don't get excited first, pay attention to the image," she reminded everyone politely. But at this time, the girls who were dizzy and dazzled by the explosion of data could not care about their images, and they were all discussing excitedly. In this regard, Brynja was too lazy to remind. Anyway, they are dressed very tightly, and their posture is a little more seductive. For Emily's good performance in the past 2 weeks, he should be given a little benefit. Just when she was thinking like this, Emily suddenly spoke. "Mushrooms, let's first check if there is any problem with the server, and then expand it. It's almost time to get off work, I'll invite everyone out for a meal, it's a celebration feast." To Emily's surprise, the girls didn't cheer, but looked at each other. This situation made Emily a little strange. After thinking about it, Emily laughed and joked, "The game has just made a profit, so you want to get the bonus." "Boss, you misunderstood." Yi interrupted Emily's speech quickly, and said softly, "We usually don't go out to dinner together, the eyes of strangers make us very uncomfortable." After hearing this, Emily understood. If you think about it, it's right, no matter which girl sitting is pulled out, it is a crushing level of appearance. If they walk together, I am afraid that nearby eyes will be attracted. "Do you want to order takeout, boss? I plan to stay in the studio tonight and keep an eye on the background data." Rita also nodded in agreement. Sister GZ's suggestion is good, if the boss wants to express it, just order a takeaway for us. Seeing that the girls had reached a consensus, Emily took out his mobile phone without writing any ink. What would you like to eat? I want a fried fish with flavor. Hunan cuisine fen gran chicken. Steamed shrimp head with curacao. Steamed mullet with curacao. Chapter 17. Strange dish name. Emily complained softly, and then searched one by one. But just as he turned on his phone, a WB consultation popped up. Eden appeared in the live broadcast room of Station B. What kind of game is Honkai III? Burst. Hot search on Weibo? Eden. Emily clicked on this consultation without thinking. When he saw the loaded information, his eyes were directly attracted by the screenshots. The picture is obvious, it is the live broadcast room of Station B. In the picture, there is a girl with long wine red hair and an exquisite face. Beside her, there is another beautiful girl with long pink hair, who is also perfect like she came out of a cartoon. Isn't this Eden and Elysia? Emily suddenly reacted at this time. Yet. She looked at the girls in the studio and at the screenshots on her phone. Since Brynja and the others are all there, isn't it normal for other girls in the game to appear in reality? After suppressing the surprise in his heart, Emily silently browsed the specific information of this hot search. It was not until after reading this consultation that Emily had a sudden realization. Eden is a music star in this world. The reason why I didn't think of her coming before was because it was dark under the lights. Of course, it may also be because Emily doesn't pay much attention to stars. Guliang, have you paid attention to the entertainment industry? The girls were a little surprised by Emily's sudden question. It's the big star Eden, do you know? After hearing these two words, Fu Hua originally had a certain say, but Gzi took the lead and laughed. Oops, is the boss looking at Miss Eden? Emily rolled his eyes at the other party. Miss Gzi is not worse than Eden, why don't you think I have thoughts on you? Okay, don't say hi to me here, I'll send you the link, you can see for yourself. Having said that, Emily directly forwarded the WB hot search into the work group. The girls all took out their phones and browsed at the same time. Hey? Boss, did you advertise with Eden? So that's the case, it seems that we can have such achievements, it has a lot to do with this singer. Of course, the boss's credit is the biggest. Emily shook his head, I didn't ask Eden to advertise, why did they play during the live broadcast? I don't know too much. However, I have plans to cooperate with her now. Is there any way for you to contact her? The girls shook their heads, we usually pay little attention to the entertainment industry. Is that so? At this time, the girls' curiosity was hooked. Although they don't chase stars, if the studio can really cooperate with big stars, they still have some expectations. Brynja also put away her phone and turned to look at Emily. Boss, how are you going to cooperate with Eden? Emily shook his head, I just have this idea, let's talk about the specifics later. But Orlandel doesn't care much. What she cares about now is whether her takeout order is ready. Boss, did you order my fragrant wings for me? Right now. Alicia's live room. After an afternoon of play, Eden also successfully pushed the main story to the last chapter. In this chapter, not only the S-rank Valkyrie of Destiny, Yolande, is mentioned, but also an elegant and deadly battle maid appeared in the main line. Rita. Before she even appeared, she relied on her charming and calm voice to make the audience in the live broadcast room excited. And when Rita completely appeared in the plot, the barrage increased in an explosive way. That slender and sexy figure, elegant and dignified every move, coupled with the long legs of high silk, whether it is a three-dimensional or a two-dimensional audience has a bright feeling. As more and more characters appeared, Elysia found herself enjoying the game more and more. Of course, in addition to the beautiful girl being very attractive to her, the plot is also very attractive to her. She couldn't wait to see what would happen next. The plot continues. GZI united with the anti-business organization, and when Destiny was dealing with the trial-level Honkai beast, the troops were divided into two groups and wanted to sneak into the Destiny headquarters to save people. In the conversation between Rita and Fu Hua, the player also learned that Fu Hua is not the villain. The reason why she took Qiyana seems to be a little hard to explain. To the surprise of Elysia and others, in Chapter 8, there is basically a short video for each level. This arrangement makes it easier for players to immerse themselves in the plot. This is also an experience that gamers in this world have never had before. In the impression of players in this world, the game is just about fighting monsters, breaking through levels, and developing them. The plot or whatever, just set it up as you like. Even, some games have no plot at all, just set a game background. Now a game mode like Honkai Impact 3 is really addicting. Can you believe that playing a game is the same as chasing? And there is a feeling of personal experience, which is more immersive than simply chasing, and it is simply impossible to stop. Wow! This maid is so powerful, the mecha brought by Jitsi and the others is not a match for the maid. As the plot progresses, Jitsi and Dr. Tesla are also caught. At this point, it was also announced that Teresa's rescue plan had been half-failed. This, how can it be impossible to beat? GZI is an A-level Valkyrie, with so many mechas. Eden, did you forget that when the maid first appeared, the introduction was an S-rank Valkyrie? Having said this, Elysia was afraid that Eden would be sad, and then comforted. Isn't there Fu Hua? She won't let GZI Ant have an accident, don't worry. Eden nodded and continued to advance the plot. Today's game perspective is given to Teresa. In order to rescue Qiyana, Teresa finally stopped guarding against Mei, and helped her liberate some of the power to conquer gems, which greatly improved Mei's strength. But what I didn't expect was that Mei and the others hadn't rescued Qiyana, but Qiyana woke up on her own. A space crack was also created, and Mei was pulled over. As soon as the scene changed, Qiyana held Mei in her arms in the form of a princess hug. This scene also made Elysia's eyes glow and she smiled unconsciously. However, the development of the plot is getting more and more wrong. Because Qiyana's tone and demeanor were a bit wrong. Qiyana has become a hairsker. Chapter 18. The clip ends and the game begins. To the surprise of Eden and Elysia, the boss at the bottom of this chapter is actually Qiyana. Sisters cannibalism. Eden was full of question marks. The screenwriter Mihuyo was too bad to actually arrange such a plot. How sweet is the early stage, how cruel the sisters are when they kill each other. But fortunately, everyone has seen a lot of this kind of plot, but I don't think it is too poisonous, but it's just a little unbearable. Oops, the lovely Qiyana has actually become a queen. Is that why the chapter title is Queen's Arrival? Even though her favorite character has become a villain, Elysia is still very optimistic. In the game screen, Qiyana, who became the hairsker of the sky, had long snow-white hair scattered down. The clothes on his body also became extremely luxurious. She floated gently in the air, her luxurious dress danced gracefully, and matched with her contempt for everything. The queen's domineering is simply blowing. The audience in the live broadcast room exclaimed. Even Eden nodded and said with emotion, as expected of the hairsker, this aura is really strong. She controls Mei and frequently attacks Herrscher of the Sky. But what surprised her was that Mei's attack hit the boss with no pain at all, just like scraping. Seeing that his health was about to bottom out, Eden hurriedly called out to Elysia. Ai Li, help me, I can't beat Qiyana. Elysia laughed and said, oh, it doesn't matter, the character dies and comes back to life. Having said that, Elysia still took over the keyboard. However, just after she took over the keyboard, the health of the game character had dropped to 1 point. Mei's voice also sounded in the earphones. I will not give up, just like you never gave up on me. Hearing Mei's stubborn and somewhat weak voice, Eden only felt his heart skip a beat. The plot of sisters' love and sisters' killing is staged at the same time, and even those who know the plot will be a little touched. Hey, I've filled up my health again, and it seems that Yi won't die in this level. But even if the system gave Mei Yi an invincibility buff, she still couldn't beat the Hairsker of the Sky. Mei resisted the Hairsker's attack with difficulty, and still said some sensational words in her mouth, trying to wake up Kiana. This scene, whether it was Eden or the audience in the live broadcast room, was really moved. Many people were completely immersed in the plot, did not send any more bullet screens, silently followed the development of the plot, silently cheered for Mei, hoping that she could defeat the Hairsker of the Sky and wake up Kiana. At this moment, the screen stopped, and the game screen changed to an anime short film. In the short film, Kiana, who has become the Hairsker of the Sky, is holding Mei Yi with one hand, and her cold eyes have no emotion at all. Eden's heart tightened when he saw this scene. She was completely in the middle of the plot. Yi is sad, she is sad, Yi is happy, she is also happy, and when Yi encounters danger, she is also worried. Unlike Eden, Elysia still maintained a very optimistic attitude and watched the short animation with great interest. There's another short film to watch. Unlike the previous short films, this time the short film is more smooth and beautiful. It can be seen in just a few seconds of the picture, the production team is absolutely attentive, and it can be called the level of animation film level. And such a dedicated team also made the audience in the live broadcast room very happy. But Eden was not in the mood to pay attention to this at the moment. She looked worriedly at the picture in the anime. Seeing that Yi was about to be killed, fortunately, she was rescued by an anti-business mecha at a critical moment. Immediately afterwards, rows of anti-business mechas appeared. The video was followed by a burst of very fast and magnificent music. Countless mechas rushed straight towards the Hairsker of the Sky, and the scene was extremely spectacular. The magnificent music, coupled with the current plot, completely stunned the audience in the live broadcast room. Even the barrage was instantly missing a large piece. Wow, with so many mechas, the Hairsker of the Sky shouldn't be able to handle it. Ow ow, it's so hot. Hairsker of the Sky, return Kiana to me. Raging wind while our visage fades away. When your face withers and the hurricane hits. Whereth worldliest in peace sati feet. This is the world shattered under my feet. In the picture, when the music sounded, the queen followed with her hands, and the surrounding sky instantly darkened. Immediately afterwards, dense void cracks appeared in the sky behind her, and countless Honkai beasts flew out of them. In this scene, the Hairsker of the Sky is really like a queen, but with a single wave of her hand, she can order countless Honkai beasts to fight for her. Oh! So handsome! The queen stepped on me. The beautiful girl, the mecha, the queen's contemptuous eyes, and this incomparably passionate picture directly made the audience in the live broadcast room completely climax. Eden stared blankly at the magnificent scene in the picture and listened to the song sung in a beautiful voice. She was really stunned. How could the game be done like this? Is it too serious? Isn't it good to just do anime? Wow, what a domineering Hairsker of the Sky! I really like this game more and more. The lively and agile Elysia was also stunned by such a short animation. She never imagined that this game could attract her so much. Countless mechas collided fiercely with Honkai Beast. And the narration of the Hairsker of the Sky also made it clear that this queen was so world-weary that she bluntly wanted to destroy the world. I just collapse. This line is simply domineering to the extreme. But the CG is not over yet. The mecha that goes against the commerce will naturally not let the queen go on like this. The dense mechas were neatly arranged, and they were replaced with long-range weapons in an orderly manner. And the target that these mechas aim at is the Hairsker of the Sky floating in the sky. In the next second, artillery fire burst out from the sky, forming meteors in the night sky, rushing towards the queen. In just 2 minutes, countless players have fallen in love with this villain, Hairsker of the Sky. Seeing that countless mecha artillery had already aimed at the queen, the audience subconsciously became a little worried. In the face of such intensive artillery fire, the queen smiled lightly, as if she didn't take such an attack seriously. The next moment, the magnificent music came to an abrupt end, and the queen raised her hand lightly and snapped her fingers. Crack! The crisp sound echoed in the air, and it seemed to hit the player's heart. Hail my proud queen, Onandan Onandan! Long live the queen is endlessly heard. The incomparably magnificent music sounded again, in line with the spectacular pictures in the video. The audience in the live broadcast room only felt goosebumps all over their bodies. So shocking! Countless space cracks were summoned by the queen's snap of fingers. The artillery fire fired by the mecha was no exception, and all were transferred into the space crack. After the artillery fire was absorbed, the space cracks disappeared one after another, and then opened one by one behind the mecha group. The artillery fire just launched by the anti-business mecha also jumped out of the space crack again. The mecha group was completely overwhelmed by artillery fire before they could react. This scene fully demonstrated the power of the Hersker of the sky. No matter how many mechas you have, the queen can suppress it with one hand. It's a world annihilation level. Hersker. Chapter 19. Hail my proud queen, Onandan Onandan! Long live the queen! Sila, Sila, I reckon tinge evermore. The sound of rest is endless. The camera slowly zooms out, and the entire destiny port is like the end. Countless anti-quotient entropy mechas were wiped out like ants with a snap of the queen's fingers. The video is accompanied by the song Befall, which shows the horror of the Hersker level vividly. Whether it was the audience in the live broadcast room or Eden in front of the computer, they all seemed to feel the pressure from the Hersker of the sky. All I can say is that this short film is absolutely perfect. That's the truth. The Hersker who came out later, his performance in CG is not as shocking as the queen's arrival. Even the Hersker of consciousness shriveled in his own short film. It can only be said that in the short film of Arrival of the Hersker, the arrival of the queen is definitely the pinnacle in terms of shock. Whether it's the music or the mirror movement, it's completely impeccable. Expense explosion. The queen stepped on me Slotting. Me fudge cattle batch do it so well? The voice of the queen is endless. Long live the queen! Woohoo, they have become Herskers. When attacking, they did not forget to avoid me and said that you are not Lily. Goosebumps fell off the ground. This production shows my scalp numb. Mama asked me why I was kneeling and watching, and I told her that the queen's coercion was too strong. Regardless of the barrage in the live broadcast room, just with Elysia's temperament, she was stunned by this animated CG. Wow, whoa, it's amazing. This is the Hersker, Eden, did you see it? Countless mechas were destroyed with a snap of your fingers. Sure enough, cute girls must be invincible. Elysia shook Eden's arm while exclaiming. At this time, Eden finally recovered from the plot. Just now, she really felt the coercion from the Hersker, and this strong sense of substitution just shows that the level of this video is very high. She doesn't understand animation production, but she understands music too well. After taking a deep breath, she said in a very serious tone, "Well, it's really amazing." Hey? Then, Eden said it was powerful. Did he mean the MiHoYo studio, or did he mean the Hersker of the air? Looking at the naughty and funny Elysia, Eden also smiled helplessly. Of course I am complimenting Elysia, you can find such an excellent game, it is really amazing. He every word that Eden praises me, Elysia will always remember it in her heart. Eden smiled and continued to focus on the video. At this point, the short film has ended, and the song Befall is playing at the end of the video. Eden, as a musician, is naturally curious about this song that shocked her. After analyzing it for a while, Eden realized that this song was actually not particularly powerful. But when paired with this short film, that's amazing. It can be said that this CG can give her such a shocking effect, and the credit for this soundtrack can definitely account for half of it. Looking at Eden, who was in a daze, Elysia was a little curious, so she waved in front of her. Eden is still in a daze even when he is by Elysia's side. Is it because Elysia doesn't attract you enough? Hee. Eden rolled her eyes at her. Ai Li, don't make trouble, I'm analyzing this song. Hey? Elysia is not as attractive to Eden as a song. Elysia pretended to sigh, it's really sad. The next second, Elysia laughed again, just kidding. Eden, is this song great? It's really amazing. Eden nodded and smiled, didn't you just scream and be shocked by this song? No way, I was so active. Well, I was really surprised. However, I was amazed by the Queen's aura. The reason why you feel so amazing is that this song takes a lot of credit. After hearing Eden's words, Elysia seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes lit up. Hee, I get it, just like me and Eden. Without Eden, Elysia wouldn't be so dazzling, right? Forget it. Eden looked at Elysia dotingly, it's getting late, let's go have dinner. Okay. After Elysia agreed, she waved at the live camera, Elysia's intimate reminder. Eat on time and sleep on time to be as beautiful as Elysia. After saying this sentence, clap, the live broadcast room went black. At the moment when the broadcast was turned off, the number of people in the upper right corner was displayed as 2 million. It was just after 7 p.m. when Elysia went off the air. After an afternoon of live broadcast, the matter of Eden's appearance in Elysia's live broadcast room has long been on the hot search. Among the top 10 hot searches, 5 are about Eden. Honkai III also touched the light of Eden, with 3 topics squeezed into the top 10. That is to say, 8 of the top 10 hot searches on WB were brought by Eden. Eden is so hot in this world. Chapter 20. Penguin Games Department, in Zhao Yi's studio. Since Zhao Yi was rejected from Mei Yi's door half a month ago, he has been speeding up his game progress. As for the game that Mei Fudge's new boss made, he didn't care at all. In his opinion, a small workshop like Mei Yi would definitely not be able to achieve anything. Even if you change a boss. In the domestic game industry, there are only penguins and pig farms, and the rest of the game studios are garbage, so they only deserve a soup. Therefore, he was very angry and sneered at Hellender's rejection of himself. After returning, he was secretly annoyed for more than half a month, and swore in his heart that when his game was launched, he would make Hollander and others regret it. When Mei Yi's new boss goes bankrupt, he will take over by himself, save Mei Yi from fire and water, and finally bring the beauty back. GGG. This plot is amazing. Even if there is a contingency, in case Honkai III is not very popular, then he can completely destroy Honkai III with the background of the penguin. Anyway, in his calculations, Mei Yi's new game is absolutely not going to be able to make any waves, and the bankruptcy of the new boss is also an inevitable end. However, what he never expected was that Mei Yi's Honkai III was released on the same day as his game by coincidence. Not only that, Mei Yi's new game also crushed the popularity of his game to freezing point. A full day has passed, and I can't even see a news about the new Penguin Tour. The hot search is completely dominated by Eden and Honkai III. On the top new game rankings, Honkai III is even more out of the box, throwing other new games 1,000 miles away. In 24 hours on the first day, a full 50 million downloads. The second-ranked game is only worth 10 million downloads. As for the game Zhao Yi is responsible for making, it ranks 8th. This kind of data is not even in the arena with the first-place Honkai III, and it can't even be compared with the second-place game. And this result has directly attracted the attention of the above. After all, since Penguin entered the game industry, it has never fought such a losing battle. Even if you lose, you can't lose so ugly, right? And still lost to a little-known small workshop. However, the executives of Penguin saw that Eden stole most of the traffic, and for the sake of his uncle's help, Zhao Yi was not punished. It was just a lesson from his uncle. Damn, you're lucky. Zhao Yi gritted his teeth, feeling extremely irritable. But I won't give up on this. Although it is said that he has a pro-uncle on his head, he is not in a position where he can sit casually with an uncle. If he wants to sit firmly, he must have some ability. Zhao Yi is capable and not stupid. Seeing that Honkai III can achieve such results on the first day, he will naturally analyze it. After a whole day of game analysis, Zhao Yi had to admit that the new boss of Mihuyo was very smart, and he could be called an operational genius. It is not entirely the credit of Eden that Honkai III can achieve such results. First of all, this game has a very clear audience target. That is 2 dimensions. Coincidentally, the games released by Penguin and Pig Farm have absolutely no 2-dimensional style at all. Mihuyo's new boss can accurately grasp this point and attack quickly, biting a large piece of meat from the mouth of the penguin and the pig farm. From this point of view, the other party is definitely worthy of attention from the game circle. Secondary Yuan. Why didn't I think of it before? Thinking of this, Zhao Yi suddenly felt a flash of inspiration. In addition to having a 2-dimensional style, the biggest advantage of Honkai III is the plot, the beautiful girl and the style of painting. He doesn't have to worry about the style of painting. In terms of Penguin's ability, as long as he wants to do it well, it will definitely not be bad. The rest of the plot and beautiful girls. If you go directly to a famous anime partner and adapt it directly into a game. Zhao Yi stood up abruptly, a look of ecstasy on his face. He hurriedly picked up his phone and called Uncle himself. Xiao Yi, what's the matter? Uncle, I have a good idea. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yi explained his thoughts carefully. On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man nodded secretly. It seems that you still have certain abilities, but this set is not suitable for Penguin. Hey? Why? Zhao Yi didn't quite understand. Over the years, the criticism of our penguins on the internet has actually been known on the internet, and they have also had ideas to change. Speaking of which, the middle-aged man paused. And the game you made is the test given above. The result is obvious, the original route is worse than imitation. We have huge traffic, there is no need to take the risk of originality, and you still need to spend money to buy the copyright of animation adaptation for the idea you just had, and the initial investment is too large. The task has just been given above, just stare at that Honkai III and imitate it. No need to use your brain, and Mihuyo has already helped us find the way. What we need to do now is to make Honkai IV as soon as possible, understand? Zhao Yi slapped his thigh, yes. Why didn't I expect? I understand, uncle, then I'll. Next, all the people in your studio will come to me to help, and the game you are responsible for is handed over to others to operate. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yi's mouth crooked, Mihuyo. Your good days are coming to an end. Although Mihuyo relied on the 2-dimensional audience, he successfully bit a large piece of meat from the mouths of penguins and pig farms. But what do penguins do? The famous imitating ghost, as long as you give it half a month, it can rely on a strong team to successfully imitation a similar game. And then relying on the huge traffic of Penguin, is it not easy to kill a small workshop? It seems that the senior management should have contacted the boss Mihuyo. Hey, I really don't know how to flatter. I bought you to give you face. You can't blame us if you are not on the road. Chapter 21. Honkai Impact 3 has been in public beta for 3 days. In just 3 days, the net profit is as high as 10 million. But of the 10 million, 80% rose on the day of the public beta. Clearly, this is the light of Eden glued to it. Without the popularity of Eden, the profit in the next 2 days began to plummet. Tisk tisk, as expected of Eden. I just played for an afternoon, and it brought such a big profit to the game. Looks like we need to get in touch as soon as possible. Cooperation is definitely necessary. After all, the following 13 Yingji has to ask Eden to participate. If it's an ordinary person, it's okay, and can use a coincidence to prevaricate it. But for public figures like Eden and Elysia, the word coincidence is definitely not going to work. Emily was also not worried that the other party would not agree. After all, musicians. It's okay to seduce each other with music. If the other party still doesn't agree, then Emily can only replace one of Xin Ying's candidate. However, Emily will still try his best to fight for it. After all, if you change the role, then Honkai III will not be perfect. Boss, it's already 2 p.m, can the card pool notice of the Hairscar of the Sky be released? As soon as Emily looked up, he saw 2 plump mountain peaks. Cough. Since it's time, upload it to Station B and Douyin at the same time. In the future, I won't be asked for my opinion on this kind of decision. Haha, but I want to stay with the boss for a while. Rita in OL outfit is elegant and sexy, the smile on her face is very charming, and with her alien tone, it really makes people feel a little bit can't stand it. Rita. You've also learned from GZI, and you're talking too much, but it will become a habit. Hey? Is the boss worried that I will talk to other men? Rita pulled her hair on her ears and said shyly, don't worry, Rita can only talk to the boss. As for Rita's words, Emily was 100 people who didn't believe it. He rolled his eyes at the other party and said angrily, okay, I know that you are eager to ask for money to take care of your saving the girl. But I've invested all my money into Honkai III, and I can't take out any money now. Although Bengquan has made a profit of more than 10 million, it has not yet been settled. How can we be the kind of people who are open-minded when they see money, boss? Do you misunderstand us so much? Different from just now, Rita looked extremely serious when she said this. Emily couldn't tell the truth of what he said for a while. He had always thought that he knew the girls in the studio very well, but at this time, he suddenly questioned himself. Seeing Emily fell into silence, Rita smiled softly, okay boss, I won't tease you this time. This is coffee for you, I'll go to work first. After saying this, Rita left Emily's office on high heels. Looking at the back of the girl leaving, Emily seemed to understand something. Yes, this is not a game world, there is no collapse, there is no destiny. The girls have some differences in character, maybe it is the most reasonable thing. Shaking his head, it's time to see GZ's voice acting. This chapter is very sharp. When Emily came to the dubbing room, he found the girls all sitting together. And in the middle is Jitsi with red eyes. GZI, what's wrong with you? Did the boss bully you? Brynja asked with her arms crossed and a very serious look. Although Emily has behaved very politely during the more than half a month of getting along, Brynja has also put down a lot of vigilance against him. But if Emily really bullied the girls in the studio, Brynja would never let them go. Rita shook her head, it shouldn't be. I just went to the boss, he seems to be checking the game data. So, who made GZI cry? Everyone looked at GZI in unison, hoping that she could confess the murderer as soon as possible. But GZI is still immersed in sadness, her nose is twitching, she can't speak at all, and she is a little embarrassed to speak. After all, it's a bit too embarrassing to be crying with a knife in the game plot. At this time, Emily finally came over. Looking at the girls sitting together, Emily asked curiously, what are you doing all around here? Seeing Emily coming, Rita took the initiative to open a gap. Looking down the gap, Emily saw GZI with red eyes at a glance, and the other party was staring at him with a kind of grievance, no longer as mature as before, but rather cute. Emily. He was silent for a while, and then hesitantly asked, GZI is, he was crying while watching the plot during the dubbing. All the girls. Jitsi. After hearing Emily mention the word plot again, GZI seemed to think of something sad again, bit her lip aggrievedly, and tears quickly gathered in her eyes. She was trying her best not to let the tears flow, but the more she stopped, the more she couldn't hold back the tears. Woohoo! And then, she accidentally whimpered out. Seeing Gzi so sad, the girls hurriedly comforted her with distressed expressions on their faces. The girl's feelings are really good. Okay, don't cry, okay? We can all help you with anything. Seeing that Gzi didn't tell the truth, Rita turned to look at Emily. Boss, do you know the reason? Emily didn't hide it either. Isn't the Hairsker of the Sky going to launch? I plan to launch it together with the plot of Chapter 9. Well, Chapter 9 is basically all about Gzi's plot, so it's normal that you don't know. Maybe because the plot is a bit touching, you should make Gzi cry. It's okay that Emily doesn't explain, but this explanation makes the girls even weirder. Can you cry when you read a script? Feeling the eyes of the sisters, Gzi felt ashamed and lost to her grandmother's house. But in this way, she successfully walked out of the plot. Boss, you will make me very embarrassed. Anyway, I am the oldest sister present, okay? Emily smiled. As the eldest sister, how can I bear such a low tolerance? You are too embarrassed to say. Gzi gave Emily a white look. Have you suffered any trauma in your heart? How could you write such a plot? I remember you said before that Honkai III is a what? Healthy sunshine, positive game. You call this healthy sunshine? Chapter 22. What's wrong with that? Look at the game's theme, fight for all the good in the world, isn't that positive enough? What about healthy sunshine? Emily scratched his face in embarrassment, and he couldn't blame him, but the real game plot planner. He hurriedly called, haha, you can talk back to me, it seems that your mood has stabilized. Gzi glared at her. Haha. How's the dubbing work going? Gzi nodded angrily. Chapter 9 has been completed. Okay, let me take a look. Emily took out the data and uploaded it to his computer. And the rest of the girls also all surrounded. Because in this chapter, except Gzi, the other girls only appeared for a short time, so they don't know much about the plot. They are all very curious now, what kind of plot can make Gzi cry like that? Over time, the girls are also immersed in the plot. In the main storyline, Teresa carries the god Ke against the Hairsker of the Sky. Otto killed Fu Hua, and then negotiated with the Hairsker of the Sky. The girls still know this part of the story. After all, when Fu Hua came to dub it last time, the girls happened to be watching. Back to the point. In the previous main story chapter, Gzi's physical problem was only vaguely mentioned, and the players didn't pay much attention to it, they just thought it was a little injury. In the latest Chapter 9 main line, Gzi's physical condition was finally clearly explained. At the same time, it also talked about the fate of the Valkyries. To sum up, it is difficult for ordinary goddesses to live longer than 30 years old. On the one hand, fighting with Honkai beasts will endanger life, on the other hand, when Valkyrie uses Honkai to fight, it will also be corroded by Honkai. And Jutsi has been a Valkyrie for many years. In the game, Kiana called her aunt, and it was really not wrong. So Gzi's body has been seriously eroded by Honkai energy. If there is no accident, Gzi is afraid that time is running out. Just when the girls were a little worried about Gzi's physical condition, Fu Hua, who had already finished the process, suddenly appeared and gave Gzi a tube of medicine. It is said that it can neutralize the Honkai energy in Jutsi's body and alleviate the erosion of the Honkai energy on the body. But once the serum is injected, Himko's power as a Valkyrie will quickly disappear and gradually become an ordinary woman. Seeing this, the girls were a little overjoyed. In this way, although Gzi would become an ordinary girl, she would not die. But the later plot development told them. Really think too much. Instead of saving herself with this tube of serum, Gzi gave it to Tesla and asked the other party to make a special potion that could deal with Hairsker. On the other hand, Gzi herself put on the 4th generation god-killing armor of the Destiny, and prepared to confront the Hairsker of the Sky head-on. Relying on the plague gems on this armor, GZI, with the strength of A-rank Valkyrie, can really compete head-on with the Hairsker for a period of time. In the end, under the involvement of GZI, everyone relied on the weapon of the Moonlight Throne to successfully repel the Hairsker of the sky. At this point, the plot of Chapter 9 is over. But after reading it, the girls were even more puzzled. Strange, with such a plot, why does Jitsi cry? GZI seemed to have heard the girl's heartfelt voice, and explained, there is a CG animation in the back. I was with that CG. Oh, so it is. Boss, let's get that short video of Kong Kong. Yeah, I'm just so curious. Surrounded by a group of beautiful girls, only normal breathing can smell the light fragrance from the girls. This scene also makes Emily feel extremely happy. Without ink, he clicked on an MP4 file. On the other side, on a high school campus, Kiana sat in the classroom, playing with the pen in her hand boredly. The teacher's class sounded like hypnotism in her ears. Suddenly, she felt that her sleeve was being pulled. Turning his head to look, he met a pair of quirky eyes in the next second. Walnut? What's wrong? Hu Tao furtively glanced at the teacher on the podium, and then took out his mobile phone and came over. Kiana, do you see if this anime character looks like you? I saw a photo displayed on the Walnut phone. In the photo, there is a very beautiful girl. Her long snow-white hair was tied into 2 ponytails, and she was wearing a white tight-fitting combat uniform with a faint smile on her face. At first glance, Kiana only felt that her eyes lit up and was surprised by the beauty of the other party. But the next moment, she felt that the girl in the picture was a little familiar. Wait, isn't this too similar to me? Although there is a certain gap between the 2-dimensional and the 3-dimensional, those blue eyes, white braids, they are exactly the same as themselves, okay? She almost exclaimed, but fortunately, she still had a sense of reason and didn't shout in class. Walnut, is this me? I'm also asking you. I also found this emoji in the group of classmates, Hu Tao said, and then clicked on the next picture, and this, do you look like your sister Yi? Hey! Really? Kiana was extremely surprised, and quickly took out her mobile phone and flipped through the chat records in the group of classmates. Seeing Kiana's hurried look, Hu Tao explained in a low voice. I heard from my classmates that this is a character in a game. The classmates found that this character is not only named Kiana, but also looks so similar to you, so they posted it in the group. When I first saw it, I was taken aback. Game. Kiana suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She remembered that her sister seemed to be playing games. Could it be that my sister made a game with my template? Thinking of this, Kiana quickly searched for things about that game. However, when she saw the 3 words Mihui, a bright light seemed to flash in her smart eyes. So, it's really a game made by my sister. Hey? That game was made by Sister Kiana. Kiana nodded frantically, only feeling sweet in her heart. Mihui's studio was established by my sister and her group of good friends. I didn't expect that my sister would actually make me into the game. Having said this, Kiana became a little shy for the first time ever. What I'm talking about? When I was walking with Kiana these days, people looked at us in a strange way. Hu Tao also suddenly realized. Now it seems that it should be the reason for this game. Kiana, Hu Tao, do you want to come and see me after school? Check out my sister's game studio. Okay, when the time comes, ask your sister if you can use this model as a character. Hu Tao was very interested in Kiana's experience. If you put yourself into the game, what kind of character would you be? Chapter 23. Jingle Bell. When the school bell rang, Kiana pulled up the walnut and performed a 100-meter sprint. She can't wait to see her sister and gentle Mei now. When they were just in class, Kiana and Hu Tao had been searching for things about the game Honkai III. And when Kiana learned that Kiana and Mei in the game had a lot of orange in the story, she almost didn't show a foolish smile. So as soon as school was over, Kiana immediately put the walnut on the horse, and hurriedly rushed to Mei Yi's studio. Oops, Kiana, slow down, my hat. The two soon came to the door of the studio. Kiana took out the key and sneaked into Mei Yi's studio with the walnut. Wow, this is the game studio. Hu Tao was the first to discover such a novel place, so she was very excited. Strange, where did the sisters go? She took the walnut around the studio several times, but found no one at all. It was not until the two came to the door of the dubbing room that they realized that the girls were all gathered in this place. Kiana also found her sister in the crowd at a glance, as well as the bud that she was thinking about. Sister Yi. Along with Kiana's exclamation, Mei saw a white-haired ball burrowing into her arms. This familiar touch. Kiana? Why are you here? Kiana raised her head and said with a smile, I miss Mei. After saying this, Kiana found that the eyes of the sisters present were all red, and it was obvious that they had just cried. This situation made Kiana's face froze. Sisters, what's the matter? What happened? The girls looked at each other, then turned to Emily at the same time. Emily. The moment Kiana appeared, Emily's attention was always on Kiana and the walnut behind her. Yolander also mentioned before that Kiana is her younger sister and is currently in high school. Therefore, it is not surprising to see Kiana Emily. The only thing that surprised him was the brown-haired girl who came with Kiana Walnut. I didn't expect that Paramecia would actually mix with Hall Master Hu. Emily couldn't imagine how much headache the teachers of these two treasures would have when two eccentric girls mixed together. Okay, you rascal dare to bully the sisters. Suddenly, Kiana's delicate face showed anger, and she walked towards Emily angrily. Fortunately, Yi pulled her back in time. Kiana, you misunderstood. Obviously, the uniform gaze of the girls just now made Kiana misunderstood. Kiana, don't fool around. Yolander also stopped, he's our new boss. Even the boss can't bully the sisters. Girls? They were really embarrassed to tell this sister about something like being cried by the plot knife. Seeing this, Ganyu had no choice but to stand up. She wiped the remaining tears from the corners of her eyes and explained softly, we were moved by the game's plot, not because the boss bullied us. After listening to Ganyu's explanation, the anger on Kiana's face disappeared instantly. Hey? Yes. Is that so? She scratched the back of her head humbly, that. I'm sorry, boss. Emily smiled, it's all right, I heard Yolander mention you, and she is a lively and lovely girl. Being praised by Emily like this, Kiana felt a little embarrassed. The scallion white jade finger scratched his face, and mumbled awkwardly, how can there be? Although she is modest on the lips, she is incredibly beautiful in her heart. Brynja gave Emily a blank look. She remembered that when Yolandel mentioned Kiana, she clearly used the word naughty. How did it become lively and cute in the ears of this person? Sure enough, a man's mouth is a deceiving ghost. Oh yes, this is my best friend, Hu Tao. Kiana pulled the walnut behind her and introduced it to Emily. Hello boss, my name is Hu Tao. Emily chuckled and nodded, Hall Master Hu, how could he not know him? After nodding, it was considered a greeting. I looked at the time again and found that it was almost time for get off work. Since the two younger sisters have come to find you, let's get off work early today. Hearing that they got off work early, Yolandale and the others did not respond. After all, the game industry was their hobby. Instead, Kiana jumped up excitedly. Thank you boss. After Emily left, Kiana and Hu Tao happily hugged Yolander's arm. Sister, did you make a game using my template? Sister Yolander, do you want to assign me a role in the game? It's so interesting. The two girls chattered around Glandale. Instead of feeling irritated, Yolander fondly touched Kiana's white hair. Although I participated in the production of this game, it was not me who had the final say, and it was Elysia's idea to arrange Kiana into the game. Hey? Is that so? That's such a pity. After hearing what Yolander said, Hu Tao looked a little disappointed. At this moment, Brynja's cold voice suddenly came over. If Walnut really wants to play a role, the boss may agree to it. Hey? Really? Brynja nodded. I'm not sure, but you can ask him. Because the element of beautiful girl is also one of the selling points of Honkai III. So Brynja thinks that, with such a cute appearance as Walnut, if she wants to take the initiative to play a role in Honkai III, Emily should not refuse. I'll take you to ask the boss. If he agrees, the Walnut can still get a lot of income. Wow, really? Hearing that there was still income, Hu Tao's eyes lit up. Sister Brynja, take me to find that boss Emily. Chapter 24. When Brynja and Walnut found Emily, they found that the other party was packing up and preparing to go home. Seeing that the two suddenly found him, Emily was also a little curious. Brynja? What's wrong? It's like this. Brynja pulled the walnut in front of Emily and introduced, what do you think of the walnut? Emily's head was full of question marks. Is this because he is afraid of attacking her, so he intends to introduce himself to someone? But you are too punished. I just found a high school student for myself. Brynja, are you kidding me? Hey! Brynja tilted her head, expressing that she didn't understand what Emily meant. You. Halfway through speaking, Emily suddenly stopped the car and swallowed the words in his throat. After pondering for a while, he asked, just talk about it directly. Why did you bring walnuts to find me? Brynja is still expressionless. I think the walnut is very suitable as a template for a game character. After hearing Brynja's words, Emily finally realized that he had misunderstood. Hey, so my thoughts are so dirty. After silently complaining to himself, Emily nodded and smiled. Miss Walnut is indeed very suitable as a design template for a game character. Emily was only halfway through, and Hu Tao jumped up excitedly. That's great. Thank you, boss. Don't be too happy. Although I have some ideas now, I'm afraid it will be a while before you appear. Genshin Impact is also in Emily's plans. However, Benson has just been tested, and the popularity value is not enough to exchange for the game of Yuan Shen. It doesn't matter how long it takes, that's it, boss, don't regret it. Don't worry, you are absolutely indispensable. Emily smiled and nodded. When the time comes, you won't be able to run away even if you want to. Hee hee. After comforting Walnut, Emily turned his gaze to Brynja. Anything else? Brynja shook her head. Well, then go back and rest, we have to speed up the game update speed in the next period of time. After all, version 1.2 is about to go live, we haven't done 1.3 yet. Brynja. It's obvious that you don't arrange work for us. The sisters have urged you many times, but you are just covering the plot behind and not showing us it. Emily was a little embarrassed. The main thing is that the games given by the system are all full versions. As long as he wants, he can update all versions of the game in an instant. So he is not worried about the progress of the game at all. It may be because of those memories from Earth that Emily has an inexplicable affection for these girls. Therefore, he did not want the girls to be too tired, so the work arrangements were relatively small. Unexpectedly, this became the reason why Brynja complained. Okay, if you don't feel tired, I will speed up the game progress in the future. This is the best way, Brynja began to persuade with a serious face. The content of the next two versions prepared in advance can also be repaired in time when bugs are found. Also, if we come up with new ideas during the period, we will have time to revise them. After all, Looking at the chattering Brynja, Emily suddenly felt that there was an inexplicable contrast in the other party. After all, in Emily's impression, Brynja has always had an image of a little duck with three faceless faces, floating in the air. Now that the other party shows such a mature side, it's really a little cute. Thinking of this, Emily couldn't help interrupting Brynja's words, walking towards the door and smiling, I have some numbers, you can rest assured. Before going out, Emily subconsciously reached out and touched Brynja's head, and at the same time whispered in a childish tone, so, that's it for today, I'll talk about it tomorrow. Brynja stared blankly at Emily's back, with two blushes on her expressionless face, and at the same time she was also a little annoyed. What do you mean by looking at me like a little girl? Still touching your head? Do you really think I'm a brat? It's weird, wait. In the game, he made me look like a child. Could it be that he really treats me like a little girl? Thinking of this, Brynja hurriedly looked down. The sight was blocked by the towering two groups, and the toes were completely invisible. So, what kind of neurosis is this man? You actually treat me, with a thin waist and big buttocks, as a little girl? Dare to touch my head? Sister Brynja, do you have such a good relationship with boss Emily? Hunyo, who was watching all this while standing aside, curiously tugged at the corner of Brynja's shirt. At this time, Brynja finally regained her senses. He quickly suppressed the shame and anger in his heart and cleared his throat, cough, don't get me wrong, we are not in that kind of relationship. As for his behavior just now, just treat him as a lunatic. Walnut. Don't understand. Brynja stared at the walnut quietly, the temperature in the air seemed to decrease rapidly. I understand, I won't say it. After walking out of the studio door, Emily realized how rude he had just acted. Well, now I'm definitely hated. He had the urge to cover his face. No way, every time he sees Brynja's faceless face, the very special emoticon of the big duck in the Honkai Impact 3 game will appear in his mind. Coupled with my impression of him as a child, it's so cute, I couldn't help the urge to touch her head when the atmosphere arrived. Hey, forget it, isn't it considered a pervert? I was a pervert. In the irritability, Emily directly rotted. The big deal is that next time you get beaten up and let out your anger. Beautiful girl, what's wrong with being stepped on? Maybe in the eyes of others, this is still a good thing. Some people are even more excited. Well, this is a benefit. On the internet, the discussion about Honkai 3 is still very hot. Talking about the plot, discussing the characters, and discussing Mei Yi. Anyway, the topic of the game circle is almost completely submerged by the collapse of the three. And just as netizens shared their experiences with each other, a new video was posted on Station B Enduyan by Mei Yi. Number Honkai 3 version 1.2 preview, new S-class characters Hersher of the Sky and Red Knight Lunar Eclipse number. Hersker of the Void? Her Lady Queen has entered the card pool? And Heimko's S-class armor, the Red Knight Lunar Eclipse. New plot. New role. In just a few minutes of video, all the three players were excited. They can still clearly remember the shock that the Queen is coming brought them 3 days ago. Such a terrifying character would actually enter the card pool. This is too top. The player called Mei Yi awesome. However, what they don't know is that the 1.2 version is not waiting for them, but a knife. Chapter 25. I am hastily. Her Lady Queen has entered the card pool. Suddenly I feel that the ghost armor in my hand is not fragrant. Upstairs, I remember that the novice tutorial reminded me that ghost armor is a resident pool role, and it is not recommended to smoke. I saw it, but couldn't hold back. Although the Queen is really strong, I choose Heimko and this armor is really handsome. I can't agree, didn't you see her Lady Queen's fingers snapping? That crisp finger snap really pokes me too much. As expected of you, Mei Yi. The two new S-rank characters have accurately poked my XP, are you trying to drain my blood? In the video preview, not only the 1.2 version of the event gameplay is introduced. It also introduces the skills, weapons, and stigmata of the Hersker of the Sky. It also showed the information of Heimko's S-class armor. Regardless of appearance or strength, in the current version, these two characters are absolutely crushing levels. Coupled with the shaping of these two characters by the plot, players simply cannot resist such temptations. New characters, new plots, new gameplay, just these three keywords will keep the popularity of Honkai Impact 3 at a very terrifying level. In this way, in the expectation of many players, the 1.2 version of Honkai 3 finally ushered in an update. Hey, we meet again, isn't it a surprise? It's a pity I can't give you a warm hug, hee hee. Guess what I'll be streaming today? Oh, I guessed it all at once. Sure enough, it's no secret that the 1.2 version of Honkai 3 is updated today. But you can't imagine. Eden will be with me too. To the surprise of netizens, Elysia actually started broadcasting again after half a month. You know, she may not have opened a live broadcast room once in more than a month. But the surprise is far more than that. After Elysia finished her opening remarks, the camera turned to Eden next to her. Oh! Eden! Elysia's opening remarks today are still so naughty. This woman! I love it so much. Ye Qingja, Ellie actually broadcasts it once every 2 weeks, woo woo woo. The stars I like also like the games I like. Double Chef Ecstasy. The star I like, also like the anchor I like. Double Chef Ecstasy. The man I like also likes the anchor I like. Gay Ecstasy. There seems to be something strange mixed in upstairs. What day is today? The new version of Benson is launched, Elysia is on the air again, and Eden shows up. All good things come together. Watching the number of people in the live broadcast room soaring, Eden gave Elysia a helpless look. Since the last time I played Honkai Impact 3 with Elysia, Eden has some inspiration for new songs, so his mood has improved a lot. When she told Elysia about this, the other party was so excited that she wanted to drag her to play. Fortunately, Honkai Impact 3 has just been beta, and there is not much content. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will really become an internet addict girl. But Eden has to admit that this game is really fun, and it is completely different from the previous games on the market. In the past half month, she also went to Mei Yi's official website to learn about the game in an all-round way. In the end, she found that in addition to the beautiful game screen, lovely beautiful girls, and interesting stories, this game is very interesting. There is still a very large world view. At that time, she was thinking, with such a complete story, why didn't the production team just make it into an anime? However, her idea was immediately taken by surprise by the amount of terrifying profit of Honkai 3. Although most of them have their own credit, but at the same time she also understands that this is only the initial stage of the game. She could imagine how much the profit of this game would skyrocket when the Hersker of the Sky entered the card pool. Therefore, she is also very curious about the boss of Mei Yi. Not selling point cards, free to play, but with terrifying profit margins. This method is shrewd. Originally, she wanted to play games quietly with Elysia today. However, Elysia said that the new version would be interesting to play with a lot of friends. Eden knew that Elysia wanted to make herself happy. So, I can only pamper her. Eden, which character shall we draw first? Why don't you take the queen first? Hee, just kidding, of course, I have to take the ant that Eden likes, Jitsi, first. Eden pursed his lips and smiled, then which character does Elysia like? As long as it's a beautiful girl, I like it. After a pause, Elysia hugged Eden and laughed again. Of course, my favorite must be Eden. It's orange in the orange when it just started broadcasting, but I like it. Every time I watch Eden and Elysia, I can't help showing my aunt's smile. This pair is really good to eat, woo woo woo. When the game is logged in, the entry is a short film. The short film shows some episodes of the plot behind the main line of Chapter 8, and most of them are actually the figure of GZI. Seeing GZ's figure in handsome armor, coupled with the passionate soundtrack, Eden felt a little excited. Ai Li, why don't we push the main story first? Eden couldn't wait now, thinking about the plot behind him. He listened to the little angel of Eden. After the video ended, Elysia directly clicked on the main chapter. Chapter 9, Journey to Tomorrow. Wow, there are so many levels in this chapter. Kiana, beautiful Elysia is going to rescue you with Eden. Elysia opened the first level of chapter 9 while muttering to herself cheerfully. What surprised the two of them was that they could not choose their own characters, but could only use the trial characters given by the system. Isn't this Jitzi's S-class armor? It's not bad to be able to play directly in the main storyline. Eden also smiled and nodded, the production team has a heart. In this way, some players who don't want to spend money can also experience the strength of this armor. The game loads quickly. The opening was dark, and the narrator introduced that after the Queen came, the world fell into a big collapse. Immediately afterwards, the picture was all over, there was a burst of rushing music in the headphones, and the conversation between Tesla and Jitsi also sounded at the same time. Tesla, the curvature of space fluctuates abnormally, I have never seen such a high concentration of collapse. What are you doing? Even if it's a lawyer, it's too cheating. GZI, I will contain the enemy and give priority to ensuring the safety of the wounded. Can Hyperion still be activated? Tesla's voice was extremely rapid, as if he had completely panicked. The left-handed armor fell off, the power room was hit by a frontal impact, and the shock absorber system was damaged. In a hurry, Tesla spoke without pause, it will take time to resume sailing, with the current conversion power. GZI, calm down. Just tell me how long it will take. With the hasty dialogue between Tesla and Jitsi, the player was immediately deeply attracted to the plot, and his mood was also extremely nervous. Chapter 26. My Grass. The plot started so climax. 6666, I was so excited to see that, I directly kicked my cattle and plowed 2 acres of land by myself. 6666, I was so excited to see that, I directly pressed the boss to the ground and beat it up, my colleagues were dumbfounded. 6666, my brother said he was not excited at all, I am now an only child. Unlike the audience in the live broadcast room, Eden felt a little strange. I remember. Didn't Jitsi and Tesla get caught? Why did they put on S-class armor all of a sudden? You'll know if you keep playing. Elysia smiled and pushed the keyboard to Eden. Eden, let's control your favorite Jitsi ant. Eden did not refuse. After taking over the keyboard, she first admired GZI 360 degrees. The design of this armor is really good. Eden is not helping the collapse of 3 dozen commercials. She really likes this armor. The main color of dark red, with some black armors for embellishment, is deadly and yet beautiful. The charming but not demonic style shows GZ's figure vividly, but it is not exposed, and the wing-like cloak on the back adds a touch of domineering to this armor. If the attire of the Hersker of the Sky makes people feel noble and sacred, people dare not blaspheme. That Jitsi's armor is pure combat armor. It not only shows the beauty of Heimko, but also makes people know at a glance. This is a powerful warrior. This is Elysia's dress after the system has been fine-tuned in order to take care of the girls. None of the original armor is exposed, but not at all worse than the original. Eden controlled Jitsi, and the great sword slashed furiously. Just like chopping melons and vegetables, these dead men and Honkai beasts were completely cleaned up in no time. Wow, so strong! Elysia's eyes shone brightly, this is stronger than the ghost armor of the Queen of Thunder. Eden smiled and nodded, it's really amazing. She really liked the character more and more. Then, Eden clicked on the second level, and after the game was loaded, the development of the plot finally connected to the 8th chapter. After the Queen came and destroyed a large number of anti-entropy mechas, only Mei and Hersker of the Sky were left to confront each other. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Teresa came to support with the God Key. Hey, Is this level actually asking me to control the queen to defeat Teresa? Eden was a little surprised. There is actually one that allows players to control the villain and fight against the protagonist. However, at this time, she was also looking forward to the role of Hersker of the Sky, and many viewers in the live broadcast room were equally excited. After the level was loaded, the Queen's unique voice sounded. Broken down. After some dialogue, the game finally begins. Attack, dodge, branch attack. This can be regarded as the first long-range character of Honkai-san. The attack feedback is very strong and very smooth. Eden commented softly, while controlling the Queen to hang Teresa. When the energy bar was enough to activate the ultimate move, Eden also subconsciously pressed it. Seeing everything on the game screen, the Queen rose into the air, and space cracks appeared behind her. The Queen said that classic quote in a disregarding voice, "This is the time of judgment." In the next moment, an incomparably dense artillery fire erupted from the cracks in the space. Seeing this scene, the barrage in the live broadcast room exploded directly. My grass! This is the trick! This big move is too gorgeous, love. Is it necessary, I do a big move so seriously, but, Mei Yi is really awesome. Finger snaps and big move, and CG are necessary, it is simply too restored. Must pump. Mei Yi is trying to suck my blood, woo. Like the audience in the live broadcast room, Eden was also surprised. This game is really different from other games on the market. The team really took it too seriously. A complete world view, excellent plot, and thorough details. Maybe it's because of the serious and responsible team that makes people feel so immersive. Throwing off the cranky thoughts in his mind, Eden continued to advance the plot. The strength of the Hersker of the Sky is completely beyond the reach of Teresa and the others. Teresa was defeated, and the Hersker gem in Mei's body was also taken away by the Hersker of the Sky. Just when everyone was a little desperate, an unexpected person fell from the sky. Fu Hua came to the rescue. At this point, one section of the level is over. In the next level, the plot changed again. The opening is a dialogue between Fu Hua and Rita. After watching the conversation between the two, Eden finally had a sudden realization. It turned out to be a flashback method. I said, the plot of the first level is a bit inexplicable. Now it makes sense. In the plot, Rita went to set up Tesla, while Fu Hua left a feather on the unconscious Jitsi. This episode is another foreshadowing, which made the audience and Eden silently remember the word feather. Immediately afterwards, it was the first appearance of Yulander. The most powerful Valkyrie of Destiny, captain of the indestructible blade, has been mentioned many times in previous episodes. When she appeared, Elysia was a bright spot, another beautiful girl. Then the plot quickly moved to the previous episode. Fu Hua did not listen to Otto's orders again, and chose to go alone to rescue Teresa and others. Such a plot finally made people sure that Fu Hua was not a bad guy, but really regarded Teresa and the others as his companions. But no matter what, the Hersker of the Sky is too powerful. Even if Fu Hua and Teresa join forces, they are still not the opponents of Hersker of the Sky. However, to everyone's surprise, Otto actually came forward and rescued everyone. In the previous plot, everyone has long regarded Otto as a villain. Even the Hersker of the Sky was awakened by the bad guy Otto. Since he saved the girls, then forgive him for 2 hours, Eden thought. But with the dialogue between Otto and Fu Hua, everyone felt more and more wrong. In the end, Otto actually shot Fu Hua. Chapter 27. Walter? The squad leader just died? My grass? And such a plot? Is this fake? Otto. You must not die. Scarlet Kite immortal? The status of the squad leader seems to be unusual. Fairy? Is that the fairy I understand? I'm just kidding, I just found out now that the character of the squad leader reveals the elements of our dragon kingdom inside and out. Eden, look at the plot of the next level. After reading this conversation, I hate Otto even more. Otto. Die to God. Eden was also stunned by the sudden sound of gunfire. She never imagined that Mei Yi was so brave and dared to make a plot of sacrificing the character, and he was still a popular character in the card pool. But fortunately, she is Ji's issue, and she can barely accept it. She just had some sympathy for Chef Fu Hua. And for the character of Otto, she also finds it very annoying. This man actually harmed other people's lives at will for his own purposes. Even his granddaughter Teresa was not spared. It was too bad. Elysia has also been watching the development of the game's plot. After seeing Fu Hua being killed by Otto, she didn't have a special reaction, but just glanced at Eden secretly. Seeing that the other party only frowned, she was relieved, but she was still a little worried that Eden would be unhappy, so she stuck to it and hugged the other party's arm. Eden, let's take a look at the plot behind it, maybe there is a reversal. Eden nodded lightly and controlled the mouse to open the next level. The beginning is still a short film. Gzi woke up from the coma and checked her physical condition. To the delight of Chef Fu Hua in the live broadcast room, Fu Hua actually reappeared in a different outfit, and also gave Gzi a serum that could heal Gzi's body. Seeing this scene, Eden's eyes flashed slightly, and he felt a little joy in his heart. In this way, Fu Hua is not dead, and Gzi can also use this tube of serum to heal her body. Elysia also happily agreed, yes, beautiful girls are a gift from God to the world has become incomparably magnificent because of them. So, they are absolutely invincible. Eden also smiled and continued to watch the next plot development happily. Jitsi searched around the Destiny headquarters, and soon found Tesla, who was tied up by Rita. Tesla found it too. Eden finally breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, it seemed that nothing happened to the protagonist. When she controlled Jitsi to save Tesla, Tesla's exasperated voiceover sounded immediately in the game. That maid. Don't let me see her again. Gzi asked curiously, what did she do to you? He dares to humiliate me. Tesla, who was tied to a chair, shook his body angrily. Jitsi also discovered at this time that the rope tied to Tesla was tied with a perfect bow like a work of art. She kept bowing her head and apologizing to me when she was tying me up. What did she say? When he said this, Tesla still imitated Rita's tone, I'm sorry, it may be a little uncomfortable, so offensive. Then you let me go. The most extreme thing is that she also sprayed perfume on both sides of the silk scarf. Isn't this deliberately playing tricks on me? Speaking of this, Tesla's tone was actually a little sad. After watching this plot, Eden is also not happy. What a meticulous maid, Elysia also commented with a smile. Also, it's quite polite to treat the lovely Tesla. The barrage in the live broadcast room was also very lively, but Elysia and Eden had no intention to pay attention to the barrage now. As the plot progresses, Tesla and Jitsi find a secret file at the Destiny headquarters. In the archives, Otto recorded a medicine called God-Killing Gun. This potion can instantly disintegrate the Honkai energy in the Emperor-level Honkai beast. In the same way, it can also weaken the Honkai energy in the Hersker's body. That is to say, this kind of medicine can be used as a weapon against the Hersker level. But to make a God-Killing Gun, a serum called HSNB46 is needed. It just so happened that the serum that Fu Hua gave to Gzi to treat Gzi's body was the HSNB46 serum. After getting this information, Gzi didn't hesitate, and directly gave the serum to Dr. Tesla, hoping that the other party could make the God-Killing Gun potion. It seems that Jitsi doesn't care about her own life at all. Seeing this, Eden admired Gzi in his heart, and at the same time had some bad premonitions. After Jitsi left, Dr. Tesla also went out of his way, and even started experiments with his own body. Fortunately, in the end, the God-Killing Gun was deployed without any risk. The screen turned again, and the perspective came to Gzi's side. Under the guidance of Fu Hua, Gzi came to the lowest level of the Destiny Laboratory. In the scene, there are 5 counters on each side of the road. And in these cabinets, a set of exquisite battle armor is stored. Eden pulled the game's perspective and observed it, and found that in these armors there were also the White Knight Moonlight that she was familiar with and the set of Shadow Knight Moonwheel that Fu Hua wore. And these armors are placed like a group of servants. On the high seat at the end of the corridor, there is a set of dark red armor. Eden recognized it at a glance. The suit of armor that was placed on the throne was exactly Jitzi's S-class armor, True Red Knight Lunar Eclipse. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room directly climaxed. Slotting. This is a man's dream. It's all combat armor, which is too high. Upstairs, I have to remind you. This is women's clothing. I will ask you, do you want to wear it for you? The short picture directly shows the status of the True Red Knight. In the game, Fu Hua's figure reappeared and began to tell Gzi the following situation. In Fu Hua's narrative, the audience finally learned that this set of True Red Knight Lunar Eclipse is the ultimate weapon that Otto is going to use against the Hairsker. The legacy left by the pre-civilization era is also the prototype of the god-killing armor. The other Valkyrie armors of Destiny were developed based on this armor. Moreover, Otto also connected the Plague Gem with this armor, so that this armor has an armor that can fully reproduce the power of the Hairsker of Fire. After Fu Hua's introduction, the B-frame of this armor has risen again. Slotting. This armor actually has such a hanging background. Pre-civilization era? The notes are done, the foreshadowing is coming. Smoke. I hit the horse and blew directly. Chapter 28. After Fu Hua explained the advantages and disadvantages of this armor to Gzi, Gzi chose to wear it. Eden couldn't bear it in his heart. Because, she learned from Fu Hua's explanation that when Gzi put on this armor, the Hairsker gem would begin to corrupt the user's mind. Gzi, Fu Hua. Who are you? Fu Hua, I am just like you, just a person who hopes to change the status quo. After doing all this, Fu Hua made a clasped fist that everyone in Longwo knew. Major Gzi, thanks for your long-term care. If you have a predestined relationship, see you in the future. Seeing this scene, everyone finally confirmed that Fu Hua was not dead. This also made those chefs Fu Hua completely relieved. As soon as the screen turned, Heimko, who was wearing the Crimson Night Lunar Eclipse, looked extremely cool. Wow, that's awesome! This illustration of Gzi not only made the audience in the live broadcast room feel excited, but even Eden and Elysia were a little overwhelmed. Based on Eden's long-term movie viewing experience, there is a high probability that Jitsi defeats the Hairsker of the Sky and awakens Kiana in the next plot. She also started to warm up. Click on the next level, and the plot is directly connected to the first level of Chapter 9. It really is a flashback method. Eden smiled and controlled the Red Knight Lunar Eclipse, killing a dead man and Honkai beast with one knife. Soon, Heimko, who was wearing S-class armor, finally faced the Hairsker of the Sky. Far beyond the performance of A-level armor, Eden had a lot of fun. In the plot, the Hairsker of the Sky is also very surprised by Jitsi's armor. Gzi, what? It turns out that gods can also bleed. Hairsker of the Sky, why? I should have killed you dozens of times tomorrow. Gzi, I'm really sorry, I'm just a little difficult. Hairsker of the Sky, unreasonable humans. Gzi, isn't it annoying for humans to call you? I have a name. You remember it for me. What you are about to face is the infinite Tajiko. Oh, Jitsi Ant is so handsome. To shut up. To be called Jitsi sister. Me fudge, don't induce me, I can't smoke it, woo woo woo. Me fooling you. You are going to drain my blood. The barrage was fiery, and Eden was also thoroughly inspired by Gzi's self-introduction. Even controlling Jitsi to cut Kiana became much smoother. In the end, under the restraint of Heimko, Dr. Einstein relied on the Moonlight Throne to successfully repel the Hersker of the Sky. Hey? Just repelling, not defeating? Nor awakening Kiana's consciousness. Maybe it's the next chapter. I remember, this seems to be the last level, Eden said suspiciously, as he exited the customs clearance interface. But after the screen was loaded, Eden flipped through the levels and found that there was no next level. There are only 2 play buttons at the back. Eden, there is another short film to watch, hurry up and watch it. Eden smiled and nodded. She probably guessed it. It is estimated that Mei Yi should have put the final battle between Jitsi and Kiana in this video. Just like the Queen comes, the big scenes are broadcast in the form of anime. Mei Yi really has a heart, Eden muttered to himself. The audience in the live broadcast room was equally excited. It's only been half a month since the Queen comes. The shock that the short film brought to them is far from gone. I don't know how much shock this anime short film can bring to them. The final battle between Crimson Night Lunar Eclipse and the Hersker of the Sky. Eden clicked the first play button with anticipation. However, after the video was loaded, the big scene she was looking forward to did not appear. Instead, a pitiful piano sounded. Hugh Bryan, the lower passage of the battleship. In the background illustration, Gzi holds the god-killing gun serum in her hand, with a poignant smile on the corner of her mouth, accompanied by the mournful singing of the female voice. Eden only felt his heart twitch, and suddenly recalled all the foreshadowings and hints in front of him. She has a bad feeling. In the narration, Heimko muttered to herself, as if saying goodbye to the girls of St. Freya Academy. Wish you guys good luck. I really want to have another drink. The short film is very short, but it really pulls everyone's mind into it. They seem to feel the same way as Jitsi. I want to use my broken life to do one last meaningful thing. I want to meet the girls of St. Freya Academy again in the last days of my life. And then, awake to death. The short film is over, and we return to the level selection interface. But Eden was slow to click the last play button. Up to now, Eden thinks back to the previous plot. Whether it's the main story or the extras, Gzi has always been the teacher of the protagonist group as an ordinary Valkyrie. She does not have a strong background, nor does she have a strong plug-in. But every time she goes out on a mission, she always rushes to the front of the battlefield. In the previous mainline chapters and extra chapters, many places have given Jitsi a separate feature. Those close UPS have been suggesting that Heimko's physical condition is gradually deteriorating. She is obviously the old Valkyrie of destiny, and she can choose to retire and live a better life. But she firmly chose the worst path. As the teacher of Kiana and others, she is very responsible and serious. As a warrior, she will be very rational and take into account the overall situation. This is also an important reason for Eden to become Jizishu. Eden still remembers that in the previous episode, there was a very happy atmosphere, but Gzi was uncharacteristically. In a very cautious tone, he said to Kiana. If one day, your comrade in arms loses control because of Honkai energy, you must not hesitate to end her life. It can be said that Gzi's achievements today are definitely the pinnacle of most Valkyries. Because the end of the common Valkyrie is already doomed. Therefore, as a member of the common Valkyrie, Gzi is nothing more than 2 endings. One is to be completely eroded by Honkai energy, turning into a dead man. The second ending is that as a soldier, there is a gorgeous ending. As long as the ending battle is gorgeous enough, it is the best gift Mei Yi can give Gzi. Chapter 29. Eden. Elysia looked at Eden, whose brows were frowning, and already understood the other party's thoughts in her heart. After all, anyone who has watched the short film just now can guess the next plot as long as they are not stupid. But will not watching this video change Gzi's fate? Obviously not, but will leave regrets in Eden's heart. How could Elysia let Eden have regrets? She blinked her smart eyes and hugged Eden's arm. Eden, Open it with confidence and boldness. Life is inevitably bumpy, but you can rely on Elysia to the fullest. I will use all my heart to turn it into a bright galaxy and decorate your sky. Elysia will never make you sad. Eden took a deep breath and squeezed out a forced smile. Thank you, Elysia. Then let me see how gorgeous Jitzi's final battle will be. Amid the wailing of the audience, Eden clicked the final play button. The video begins with the sound of sirens as Benares attacks the Hyperion. Wearing the Scarlet Knight Lunar Eclipse armor, Himeko easily defeated this trial-level Honkai beast. Just as she swung her great sword and was about to kill Benares, the Hersker of the Sky suddenly appeared and pulled her into the imaginary space. The quality of this short film is at the same level as the Queen's arrival, and every frame is cut enough to be used as a wallpaper. Eden also looked very seriously. He he he. The Hersker of the Sky's very recognizable laughter sounded. She stepped on the void, showing the Queen's attitude. Do you think you can escape? Gzi has no fear in her heart, but is full of fighting spirit. But the Hersker of the Sky just made a one-handed move, and Jitzi's body was pushed far away. Do your best, struggle. She waved her arm and snapped her fingers. Crack! A purple square wrapped Jitzi, and then, Yakung's spear turned into a sharp blade, like cutting tofu, and cut the purple square that wrapped Jitzi into several pieces. That's it. The Hersker of the Sky glanced at the ruins in the distance with disdain, and turned to leave this space. Eden looked very worried, frowned, and said, This. Is the Hersker of the Sky so strong? Gzi has no power to fight back. However, in the next second, a sharp blade stabbed the Hersker of the Sky with lightning speed. At the critical moment, the Queen summoned a void crack to transfer the sharp blade, which resolved the attack. Seeing this, Eden finally breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, the screen switched to Himeko's perspective. Jitzi's panting voice came from the earphones. Your attack, is it over? The camera is from bottom to top, gradually showing Jitzi's current appearance. The skin with purple lines, the broken armor, the shaky body. Such a miserable Jitzi made Eden feel distressed. The song Night Glow also plays at this time. The first few tones are obviously full of epic, but they also reveal a tragic atmosphere. Eden's breath was stagnant, and his nose was sore. Although she was sad, she was also moved. Maybe it was because of the foreshadowing that she had figured out Jitzi's doomed ending, so she had an outlet for her emotions. Those foreshadowings are like a pair of gentle hands, while channeling Eden's emotions, so that she is no longer so unacceptable to Jitzi's death, so she feels suffocated and irritable. At the same time, he introduced Himeko to her meticulously, showing her the shining point of Himeko. Let her fall in love with Jitzi from the inside out, not just because she is beautiful, so she likes it. Now, when it's time for Gzi to end, is this knife? Knife indeed. But because of the previous foreshadowing, this is not the kind of, suddenly ran over to give you a knife, and then asked you. Ha ha ha, does this knife hurt? The pain is just right, I just thought it was fun, so I ran over and stabbed you, and I was very happy to see you crying heartbreakingly ha 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 ha. Such a knife will only make people feel inexplicable, so they feel angry, want to smash the keyboard, and want to send a blade to the screenwriter. So. The current Eden is not angry, but a complex emotion surges up, making her eyes red. I hope that Jitzi's ending battle is more gorgeous, and I hope that Jitzi will not really die. Because at this time, Eden has completely fallen in love with the role of Jitzi. Gzi was completely sublimated in her heart. Kiana. When you wake up, you will see that everything has changed, and you will find that the world is no longer beautiful. Those ordinary days will never return. But, don't give up. Never give up. As soon as the music changed, it became passionate and bloody, coupled with Jitzi's heart-wrenching roar, Eden's tears could no longer be restrained. At this moment, Gzi cut through all the haze and turned into the only light in the world, illuminating this night sky with its back to the sun. Like the title of the song Night Glow. Without the sun, I set myself on fire and illuminate the earth so that you can see clearly, the way home. Heimko Aunt, I will become the strongest Valkyrie. The girls of Saint Freya appeared in Heimko's mind one by one, as if saying goodbye to her. In the end, Gzi saw Kiana's naive smile in a trance. Kiana. Look up and move on, to make this imperfect story what you want it to be. Violent light illuminates the entire imaginary space. After the light dissipated, Jitsi half kneeled in front of Kiana with her eyes blank. The sword that burned all her vitality was not aimed at Kiana, but to approach Kiana. Live. Kiana, this is the last lesson. The singing sounded, Eden's tears rolled down, and there was a whimper in his throat. Thuaiga through with red roses burn my eyes. On the road, red roses burn my eyes. Cold rain starts pouring hard, I'm being called upon. The cold rain is like a note, and I am here only for a call. Never let you go, it's why I did the mal. Never give up on you, that's why I do it all. Chapter 30. This is the last lesson. The great sword shattered, the spark burned out, and Gzi fell powerless. At some point, the god-killing gun had been injected into Kiana's body. Following the shrill roar of the hairsker of the sky, Kiana finally regained consciousness. But at this time, Kiana has no strength to hold her Gzi Lao. She could only watch the other party get further and further away from her. The song Night Glow also seems to say something. So stay alive, bravely. So please be brave and live. The short film ends, and the ending letters slowly scroll. The last lesson animated short film production team. Produced by Miwio. Along with the singing, when Eden saw the 4 characters of the last lesson, she finally couldn't help crying. Woo! Seeing this, Elysia quickly took Eden into her arms. She wanted to speak to comfort her, but Eden kept shaking her head, as if to stop Elysia from speaking. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but every time Eden tried to speak, he was interrupted by the whimpering and sobbing. She could only fall into Elysia's arms, shaking her head while crying. She is very complicated now, not heartbreaking, not angry and irritable. She cried quietly, but the tears were flowing and she couldn't stop it. This short. It's really a knife, she's really uncomfortable, but she doesn't know who to blame. Weird production team? Do not. To make her cry like this, it just shows the intention of the production team. Jitsi really sublimated, she felt that there really seemed to be a role of Jitsi in the world. This is the last lesson. Gzi's smile and the last sentence kept appearing in her mind. Heimko. So, dead? Team to brush this book, Mei Yi Studio, is anyone here? Anger. Don't cry, Eden, he's just a paper man, it's not worth it. Should be a reversal, right? Jitsi is a character in Catchy, how could she receive a lunchbox? You my Heimko aunt. To gain attention by writing dead characters, what kind of thing? What new Ma studio, what Shibai game, CNM? Labor is not playing. The barrage scrolled non-stop, full of malicious intent. But Elysia and Eden didn't have time to pay attention to this at this time. Seeing that Eden kept crying and couldn't stop at all, Elysia had to close the live broadcast room. Eden. Soon, this incident spread on the internet and quickly entered the hot search. Number collapse 3 number. Number Jitsi number. Number the last lesson number. Number Eden is crying number. Number Miwyu number. In just a few hours, the entry about collapse 3 completely dominated the hot search on Weibo. Countless irritable brothers even bluntly said that they were going to blast the Mei Yi studio. But at the same time, there are also many rational players who are speaking out for Mei Yi. And the official account of Honkai III in Duyan and Station B has been reported and abused by countless players. This time, Honkai III is really out of the circle. Even people who don't play games know Honkai III Mei Yi Gzi. Eden's fans were even more outraged. A small studio actually made Eden cry? How can this be tolerated? Now, the ratings and word of mouth of the game Honkai III are rapidly declining. The girls in Mei Yi's studio were so impatient. Boss, why don't we change the plot and bring Jitsi Ant back to life? Kiana also just finished the main game of Honkai III. She also had tears in her eyes and looked at Emily eagerly. After hearing Kiana's words, Gzi rolled her eyes. Kiana, it's not good for you to curse me like that. Kiana wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. What? How can I curse Jitsi's sister? I'm talking about the characters in the game. Emily smiled and handed Kiana a tissue. I don't have to change it, I can't change it. But, the evaluation of our game on the internet now. Emily waved his hand. What was our original intention? Isn't it just to make games seriously? Now players are just losing their minds, and we can't lose our minds. Have you all seen the plot behind? If Gzi hadn't died, then the theme of this game would have collapsed. In Emily's view, the best thing about Honkai Impact 3 is not the gameplay, nor the beautiful girls. It's the plot. If the plot collapses, then this game won't be called Honkai 3. I have to say, Benson's plot is really strong. After all, the production team of Benson has EVA fans per capita, and they have learned EVA in many places. After learning the plot of God's work, where is the weaker than the weaker? At least much better than most of the anime in this world Dragon Country. Back to the point. What is the theme of Honkai Impact 3? Fight for all the good in the world? No, that's just a slogan. In Emily's view, the theme of Honkai Impact 3 is growth and inheritance. The inheritance from the previous era to this era. Inheritance from Himeko to Kiana. If Jitsi is resurrected, the theme of the plot will really become the story of a beautiful girl fighting a monster and saving the world. How is it different like White Water? It's not that you have to die for a good plot. But the three themes of collapse are like this. If you change it, it will collapse. It's decided. Even if this game loses money, I will continue to do it according to my ideas. It is impossible to lose money, not to mention that Emily does not need to spend money to make it. Now that Honkai 3 has such popularity, it has made him gain a lot of popularity. Not bad at all. Besides, the plot of Honkai Impact 3 has only just begun. When it comes to the chapter of the Hairsker of Fire, that's the real climax. In those memories of Earth, when Emily experienced the chapter of the new flame Hairsker, he was directly immersed for a whole afternoon. So many conversations, he literally didn't skip a single one. And the animated short film of Yin Yan Yang Ran is even more powerful. Obviously it is a very bloody animation, but it can make people tearful. What is Selina? Referring to being poor for salary, fire is passed on, and I don't know the end of it. This sentence comes from an ancient book on earth, Zhuangzi, Health Master. It means that the firewood will eventually burn out, but the fire will not be extinguished and can still be passed on. Until then, look back at the trolls and you'll just think they were a joke. Chapter 31. Zhao Yi and his uncle Zhao Wenbo have been paying attention to it since the 1.2 version of Collapse 3 was updated. After all, the game they are working on now is made by imitation of Honkai-san. After more than half a month of processing, their game Girl's Journey is about to be completed. But now, Honkai 3 suddenly exploded, and they naturally paid attention to the news that they dominated Weibo. Ha ha ha, young people are still young people, and all the characters in the sale are arranged to receive lunch boxes. Zhao Wenbo looked at the dense information on Weibo, not angry but happy. When he saw the last lesson, Zhao Wenbo seized this opportunity almost subconsciously. It can make Honkai III stinky on the street and become an opportunity for his new work girl's journey. At the moment Elysia went down the air, Zhao Wenbo immediately contacted the water army and set a rhythm everywhere on the internet. Around the point of Honkai-san, for the sake of popularity, forcibly write characters to death, madly poured dirty water on Honkai-san. After several hours of fermentation, his goal was finally achieved. Today, the evaluation of Mei Yi on the internet is almost a 2-level reversal compared to half a month ago. 60% of them are scolding Mei Yi. The remaining 20% are the people who eat melons, and in the end they help Mei Yi speak, only that 20% of people are nothing more than that. The rating of Honkai III also dropped sharply under his actions. Uncle's trick is really high. I just found some sailors, and all the fans accumulated in front of Honkai-san turned against the water. But, what if the production team of Honkai Impact 3 changes the plot? Zhao Yi is not stupid. The problem facing Honkai 3 now is that GZI gets the lunchbox. The reason why players are so angry is precisely that they really like the game. If Mei Yi really changes the plot, the current public opinion will disappear quickly, and at the same time, it will also please the players. If this is the case, the reputation of Honkai Impact 3 will quickly pick up. If you can think of this, it's not stupid. Zhao Wenbo nodded in relief, and then smiled confidently. It doesn't matter if the boss Mei Yi really changes the plot. I don't expect to be able to bring down the opponent with this little trick, so what we have to do now is to hurry up and make girl's journey as soon as possible. Now, you immediately go to the official website to make an announcement, release the news of our new game, and pull a wave of players over when those players are disappointed. In addition, let everyone know that you have been working hard recently, and then speed up the progress of the game production. It is best to test it within 3 days. After listening to his uncle's words, Zhao Yi immediately reacted. Hi, really high, as expected of uncle. As long as Honkai 3 does not modify the plot within 3 days, then they can completely pull those players to their side while the players are angry. With the current popularity of Honkai 3, coupled with Penguin's huge traffic and users, Zhao Yi can't even imagine how popular Girl's Journey will be when it goes online. At this time, the discussion on the internet is still fierce. Under the official account of Station B and Duyan, there are countless players leaving comments below, hoping to change the plot and bring Jitsi back to life. The last video under the official account has more than 2 million likes. Just as the players were wailing and leaving messages, the official account of Collapse 3 suddenly updated a new video. The players were very excited when they saw this. This point update video, presumably should be an announcement. Is Heimko Ant finally coming back to life? Did Mei Yi finally know that he was wrong? However, when they clicked on the new video, they found out. Isn't this the anime short film of the last lesson? Nimas. Me fudge, you are not human. I was stabbed once in the afternoon, how dare you send it out again? Really don't want to do it anymore? You my Heimko Ant. Mei Yi is choosing to pretend to be dead, brother Meng. It seems that we haven't rushed enough. Pure passerby, this anime is doing very well, why are you scolding? The Rise of Qhuman? God's Special Country Manga. This is a game. Although the players have been scolding, they still can't help but watch this video again and again. Because, it's really well done. While watching, crying, and scolding, the scene is very strange. On the other side, Elysia's house. After the broadcast, she has been comforting Eden. However, Eden couldn't stop crying no matter what. Crying and crying, she fell asleep in her arms. So, Elysia, who felt bad for Eden, let the other party sleep on her lap. It took more than 3 hours before Eden finally woke up. Eden. Seeing Eden wake up, Elysia looked extremely happy. Ai Li, how long have I been sleeping? Eden has only slept for more than 3 hours. If you haven't slept enough, you can continue to sleep. Elysia's thighs will always have the place of Eden. Eden shook his head, no need. Seeing that Eden's mood was still a little low, Elysia threw herself into the other party's arms and kept acting like a spoiled child. Eden, don't be sad. If you don't want Gzi to sacrifice, why don't we buy Mihui? At that time, we will supervise their screenwriter together, and we will never let him write a plot that hurts the beautiful girls. Eden shook his head, no, their plot is well done, very serious. I like it too. Hey! Elysia tilted her head, reached out and touched Eden's forehead, I don't have a fever. After confirming that Eden was all right, Elysia smiled and said, sure enough, Eden is the most gentle and lovely girl. Even though they were angry and crying, she still wanted to speak for them. I like Eden the most. Eden flicked Elysia's forehead and pretended to be angry, what do you mean by being angry with them crying? I'm just moved. Forget it, I won't tell you, I'm going to take a shower. Would you like Elysia to accompany you? No need. After taking a bath, Eden also packed up his mood again. But when she turned on her mobile phone to browse the information on the internet, she found that Weibo had been completely overtaken by the related entries of Honkai III. She could actually guess this, so she didn't pay much attention to this information. She just clicked on her Weibo and edited a message. Mihui, you have no heart, crying. I saw that in the backstage data of Eden, the number of fans was as high as more than 90 million. This is the complete number of real fans, and she has never bought even a single zombie fan. This kind of data is even better than those of the old kings and queens. Since Eden's debut, he has posted a total of more than a dozen Weibo. Most of them are promotional microblogs about her new album, and there is absolutely no information that has nothing to do with song. Therefore, this is also the first time she complained on the internet. That's right, when she posted this Weibo, she just couldn't help but complain. Because the last lesson really broke her defense. Chapter 32. For Eden, who has 90 million live fans, every Weibo post she posts is followed by countless people. The same goes for this simple rant. After hours of fermenting, Eden fans knew she was made to cry by a game. A few hours ago, these fans rushed to the official account of Mihui. Now that their idols are still distressed by Jitzi's sacrifice, these fans are immediately worried. The comments below are full of words of comfort. But Eden was not in the mood to read these messages. She was lying in bed, tossing and turning but couldn't sleep. His mind was full of Jitzi's figure. She didn't turn her phone back on until after 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, and edited another Weibo angrily. Mihui, are you asleep? I cannot sleep. After clicking send, Eden put on his headphones and searched for the theme song of the last lesson. Aside from the video of the last lesson, this song alone is worth studying. As a musician, it is not easy for her to create songs of this level. And Mihui, a game company, actually created a theme song for an animated short film. And the finished product is so good. It can be seen that Mihui takes Honkai III very seriously. Eden is willing to give Nightglow an 8 out of 10. But when put together with the last lesson, Eden feels that this song can be called a masterpiece. Of course, it may also be for Jitzi's sake. But anyway, this song is an absolute masterpiece. Even many well-known singers currently do not have such high-level works. I want to see which songwriter is invited. Eden easily found Nightglow on the Music Network. There may be Mihui official account, so the comment area of the song is very clean, and there are not too many bad remarks. And Eden turned over and over, and there was no introduction of the songwriter at all. If I have to say an introduction, then there are only 3 words: Mihui. Is it possible that the people in their studio did not write it? Immediately afterwards, she relied on her own connections and asked around, but she didn't know all the news she got. Is it really created by their own studio? Just when she was wondering, the door to the room suddenly opened. Ellie? Haven't you slept yet? Hehe, I saw your Weibo post. Elysia was wearing a pink night dress, showing off her beautiful figure perfectly. Without asking Eden's opinion, Elysia got into the bed directly and hugged Eden into her arms. Is Eden still unhappy? Eden chuckled and shook his head. No, the reason I posted on Weibo was just to make a fuss. By the way, help me Hui promote the game. Hey? Did Eden get in? Eden shook his head. I just like the game Honkai Impact, so I'll help. Would you like to consider the proposal I said earlier? Acquisition of Mihui. Elysia nodded. In this case, can't you modify the plot you don't like at will? It's not necessary. The plot they made is very good. If I modify it indiscriminately, it will make Honkai III sour. Having said this, Eden paused. And I also heard that when Penguin wanted to acquire Miyu, they were all rejected. Is there such a thing? Eden nodded. Okay Ellie, let's go to bed quickly, I plan to go to Miyu's studio another day. Although I'm curious why Eden is going to the studio, Elysia is willing to go with you. However, when Eden and Elysia fell asleep, there was an uproar on the internet. The youngest queen, the most beautiful star, Eden, who has shown the least appearance and is aloof, actually posted 2 Weibo overnight because of a game. Although the Weibo is short, it can make people feel the full resentment in the words. Eden, who has always been dignified and elegant, actually has such a side? As a result, these 2 microblogs made it onto the microblog hot search list at a very terrifying speed in the middle of the night. The Weibo account with 90 million fans has posted a total of 15 Weibo. 13 of them were promotions for albums and concerts. And the latest 2 are actually games made by a small workshop. This has also made countless people completely curious about the game called Honkai III. At the same time, other stars in the entertainment industry are equally curious. I have to say, Eden's appeal is really strong. It's obviously late at night, but it still brings huge benefits to Honkai III. The number of players continues to grow by the millions. Until the next morning, after many people opened Weibo, they were surprised to find that the first and second hot searches were 2 entries about Mihui. Number me fudge you have no heart, crying, number. Number Mihui, are you asleep? I cannot sleep. Number. 2 inexplicable Weibo made netizens curious. And when they clicked on these 2 hot searches, they found out that these were 2 Weibo messages that Eden posted last night. One of them was posted just after 1 AM in the middle of the night. This is so surprising. That's Eden, what kind of thing deserves her to treat like this? The 2 Weibo posts of Eden are almost filled with the keywords Jitsi and Mihui. Countless netizens followed suit and commented, Mihui, are you asleep? I can't sleep. The scene looked magnificent. However, the matter did not end there. Because at noon today, Eden posted a 3rd Weibo. Unlike the previous 2, in this Weibo, Eden directly posted a long article. In this long article, every word Eden said revealed her deep love and appreciation for Honkai III. She has never publicly stated what she likes, nor has she ever posted such a long Weibo. And her first voice was actually to justify Mihui. Word by word, I explained to the fans who are not aware of how good the plot of the last lesson is. Finally, she also publicly stated, I really like the role of Infinite Tajizai. I like it from the inside out. I don't expect Mihui to revive Jitsi. I just hope that you can always show this story to everyone so seriously. Finally, the song is also very good. I hope to have the opportunity to work with Mihui's studio once. Chapter 33. You. Finally someone spoke my heart out. It's obviously a very good plot, why was the whole network scolded? Eden explained it too clearly. Above the plot is emotion, and above emotion is emotion. Only what can drive the audience's emotions is a good story. As for Honkai, it seems that he is a good story at present, but because of a character's offline, he has received such great malice. Excellent stories can often penetrate people's hearts and resonate with countless audiences. Honkai Impact 3 easily created a strong sense of substitution, which made me fall into it. When I saw Jitsi offline, I also felt extremely angry for a time, but I have to admit, this is a story worth recalling. The two upstairs, can you do whatever you want with more likes? Honkai 3 is obviously a game. As Eden said, the real Jizishu will only feel regret, but I still want to say something. Mihui. You don't have a heart, woo my Jitsi. Have a good rest, Sister Jitsi. I hope you will open your eyes next time, and there will be light everywhere you see. When darkness enveloped Mihui, Eden, like Jitsi, turned into light, illuminating the entire Mihui. I now declare that Eden is the leader of Jizishu. Is Eden going to cooperate with Mihui? Double Chef Ecstasy. Boss. Yolande hurried into Emily's office holding the computer. What? Emily closed the system panel and looked at Yolande curiously. Yolande didn't answer, but just pushed the computer to Emily. Boss, look at Weibo. It's all said, don't pay attention to the news on the internet, our studio is very secret, players can't find it. Yolande. No. It was Eden who spoke for us. From last night to now, Eden has posted 3 Weibo posts in a row, and now the word of mouth of Honkai 3 has begun to pick up quickly. Is there such a good thing? Emily hurriedly took the notebook and looked at it. At this time, the rest of the girls in the studio also gathered. Boss, shall we respond to Eden? Brynja touched her chin and thought for a while. After all, the other party is a top class, and it has helped us a lot. If you don't respond, it will be too shameful. Emily nodded while looking at the message. It's time to respond, I'll use the official account to respond later. After reading the information on Weibo, Emily looked at Gzi with a strange look. Boss, you look at me like this, I'll feel embarrassed too. Emily rolled his eyes at Gzi, and then joked, unexpectedly, Miss Gzi has actually gained a big star fan. Tisk tisk. 90 million fans, the youngest queen. Still a white and rich beauty. Gzi also pulled her hair lightly, pretending to be modest. She likes Gzi in the game, not me. It's almost the same. After all, your character is exactly the same as in the game. Emily looked Jitsi up and down, and then continued. How about it? Do you want to sacrifice the hue and go to Eden to cooperate once? Maybe our game can fly again. Go and go by yourself. Okay, I'll go. After saying that, Emily began to edit a message on the computer. Seeing this, the girls were a little surprised. Emily doesn't really want to seduce Eden's rich woman with that handsome face, right? When they put their eyes on the computer screen, they found that Emily just sent back a private message to Eden. The studio's address and contact details are clearly marked above. Seeing this, Brynja breathed a sigh of relief. Hey? Why should I breathe a sigh of relief? The discussion of Collapse 3 on the internet has become more and more popular, which has also caused the download volume of Collapse 3 to skyrocket again. Zhang Ming and his friends in the game group are also having a heated discussion. As expected of the game I like, Cry to Death, even Eden likes it so much. Mihui didn't compromise after all, but Eden is right. This game can make us so angry, which just shows his excellence. When you guys are still chatting and spanking in the group, I have graduated Sister Jitsi picture. I'm so stupid. So rich? Direct 3S. The boss is familiar with me. I graduated from Queen S, but after reading Eden's Weibo, I plan to make a few more orders and graduate for teacher Gzi. Sister Jitsi, woo woo. Looking at the speeches of the group friends, Zhang Ming was also quite relieved. All day yesterday, the group was arguing over the video of the last lesson. There's even a trend toward offer racks. Fortunately, the group owner banned all speeches in time. It was not until Eden Weibo was posted the next day that the group of friends who had scolded Mei Yi before finally calmed down. Maybe they also realized their mistakes and sent red envelopes one by one to apologize. And the other group of people didn't hold on, chatting and spanking, and they forgot what happened yesterday. Now the atmosphere of the group has returned to its original state. He has joined this group for several years, and the group friendship has always been very good. Unexpectedly, it was almost dismantled by a short film of the collapsed three. At this moment, the group owner suddenly sent a link. Look at what I found. Penguin has released a new game, and it is still a competitor of Honkai III. Web link. Is the Penguin doing this disgusting operation again? After reading it, it's really similar to Honkai-san. Girl's Journey will be online in 2 days. This is so special. It's too similar to Honkai III. Even the UI interface layout is exactly the same. I'm afraid Penguin took the code of Honkai III directly and used it. It's not uncommon to have such an operation before. Hope Mei Yi can hold on. Damn Penguin. The popularity of the new Penguin Tour news is also rising rapidly. In the pictures revealed in the promotional video, the similarity between Girl's Journey and Honkai III is as high as 70%. It seems that he is deliberately telling the player, the dead characters in Honkai III, but we will never die. Everyone, play with confidence and don't worry about me fudge. This operation is simply faceless. Maybe before Zhao Yi's game hits the streets, Penguin will restrain himself and explain. But after Zhao Yi hit the street, Penguin completely gave up on the original. There are popular games abroad, and they directly act as agents. There are popular games in Daxia, they directly acquire them, and then frantically squeeze the potential of the game, draining the player's blood within 2 years. And if they can't acquire it, they will suppress and copy. Chapter 34. Penguin Niobe, a new game will be released so soon. 666, it's actually a free game, free to play. Penguins are too conscientious. Honkai III, what kind of garbage game? Go does not play. Damn Mei Yi, actually wrote GZI to death, this studio has been blocked by me. I can't wait for a day, Penguin is coming online soon. Girl's Journey YYDS, isn't Miss Zara much more than Ji Zixiang? I started playing Honkai III, but Mei Yi really disappointed me, come on Penguin. Down with collapse, the journey will last forever. Below the video of Penguin's new tour, almost all the comments with the highest number of likes are the comments praising Girl's Journey. And the word plagiarism is almost invisible. And this happens in many places on the internet. Tap, Douyin, Station B. Penguin even has the same publicity method as Mei Yi. Their goal is very clear, that is, they want to grab another piece of meat from Mei Yi's mouth. And this kind of face-to-face output, and the behavior of asking the Water Army to accuse and criticize, also made many Mei Yi fans angry. They all spoke up and scolded the Penguins for shameless. And because the popularity of Eden's voice for Honkai III has not subsided. Therefore, the topic of Honkai III vs Girl's Journey quickly rushed to the hot search again. Penguin players, Mei Yi players, passers-by, the three parties quarreled non-stop. But because the popularity of Penguin is extremely poor, this time it is blatant plagiarism, so Penguin has always been at a disadvantage. But the Penguin didn't care at all, and was happy to see it happen. As long as there is heat, there will always be people willing to pay. Besides, Penguin Games is not without its loyal fans. Anyway, the popularity of Girl's Journey is already a certainty. With this in mind, Zhao Wenbo made another announcement while the iron was hot, adding another fire to the lively game circle. Congratulations, the number of reservations for Girl's Journey exceeded 30 million. In order to thank the majority of players for their support, Timmy Studio hereby promises that the game will be officially launched at 2 p.m. on the 21st. The game is free to play, and you will receive an S-rank female God of War when you log in. Players who make an advance reservation can also receive 66,000 crystals, a total of 66 draws. Reservation link. As soon as the news of Penguin came out, many loyal Honkai III players were somewhat attracted. Log in to get an S-class Goddess of War. And 66,000 crystals. This is a little too tempting, isn't it? When did penguins become so generous? And many more. Many smart players had a flash of inspiration, quickly opened the official account of Mei Yi, and left a message below. Girl's journey is really fragrant. I will ask Mei Yi if you are in a hurry. Give me an S-rank Valkyrie of your choice, or I'll play Girl's Journey. 5. Jitsi died, but I found Jitsi to replace him. Zera of the Girl's Journey is so beautiful. Honkai-san has been uninstalled. If you don't expect to choose your own S-rank Valkyrie, it's not too much to give 20,000 crystals in an ordinary way. Funny. Down with collapse, the journey will last forever. 5 yuan. A few upstairs, earn money and bring me one. What an incompetent sailor, at least delete the brackets, funny. Although Penguin also has a large number of loyal fans. But after so many years, a large number of people are naturally disappointed with penguins. Now Penguin is blatantly plagiarizing this set, which makes those players who are completely disappointed with Penguin even more disgusting. Therefore, one by one, they all went to the official account of Mei Yi to leave a message. Excited. There are jokes. There are people who cry and make a lot of noise and want GZ's extra story. Anyway, they are giving Mei Yi the heat. Compared with the previous 2 days, the comments under the Mei Yi official account have been reversed again. Mostly praise and encouragement, the abuse is almost invisible. The girls in the studio were also very happy when they saw this. They were sitting around at this moment, scrolling through the comments and whispering. Honkai III can have such a hot level, they never dreamed of it before. Although the game is completely made by Emily, they provide the game dubbing, event planning, and some extra levels. Although they are not the real mothers of this game, but stepmothers can be. Moreover, the characters in the game are themselves. Those so-called Jisishu and Yi Kitchen, aren't they just fans of them? Although they don't like to show their faces on weekdays, they are naturally very happy to see so many people like them. Girls, no matter how low-key they will still have a certain amount of vanity. Brynja, hasn't the boss come up with a plan yet? Suddenly, Yolander put down his phone and looked at Emily's office worriedly. Brynja shook her head gently. I asked, and he said there's no need to hurry. Penguins can't take away the players of Honkai III, just let us wait. I think, he should be able to give a plan soon. However, Ganyu said weakly at this moment, but I'm about to get off work. I remember that the boss never seems to work overtime. Gzi also shook his head helplessly. Really, it's such a popular game, but he still doesn't care. We want to work overtime and he still stops us. Instead, Yi covered her mouth and laughed lightly. If I were in another company, I'm afraid the boss would force the employees to work overtime. Thinking about it this way, the boss is actually quite good. Cut. I didn't say he was bad, I was just a little worried about the penguin. At this moment, Emily happened to walk out of the office. Seeing the girls sitting together, Emily couldn't help but wonder, what are you talking about? Brynja rolled his eyes at him. What about the plan you said? The penguins have already written their faces, are you not going to deal with them? You said this. Emily smiled, this is simple, we will update the new plot ahead of time, how about the new event? As long as there are new plots and new activities, players who really like our game will not leave. So what I'm more concerned about now is whether there is any progress from overseas agents. Yes. Yollandale hurriedly stood up, with a look of joy on his face. Someone from Sakura country is very interested, and even sent 2 people over to discuss with us. Looks like, it's coming tomorrow. Chapter 35. Tomorrow. Then, Brynja and Rita will be in charge of contacting them. For Brynja and Rita, Emily is still very relieved. Don't look at Rita's usual harmless appearance, but if you really mess with her, she can make you cry. Emily knows her well, but he still suffers in front of Rita many times. As for Emily's arrangement, Rita was very surprised. Boss, won't you go in person? Emily waved his hand. I still have to prepare to deal with the penguin, although I don't think the new game of the penguin will pose a threat to us. But... Having said this, Emily's expression turned cold. Plagiarizing Honkai III would be the worst decision they made. It was the first time the girls saw Emily like this. On weekdays, he is always peaceful, without the air of a boss at all. Even Rita and Jitsi can bully him occasionally. Of course, the girls didn't think Emily was easy to bully, so they bullied him. Said to be bullying, in fact, just ordinary slapstick. It's like a familiar friend. After they are familiar with each other to a certain extent, they will naturally joke around and liven up the atmosphere. So Emily naturally doesn't care about these jokes. Occasionally fight and bicker with the beautiful girls, why not do it? Just as the girls looked at each other, Emily quickly put away that cold expression and patted Rita on the shoulder with a smile, like a veteran cotter painting a big cake for the young man. Rita-chan, you can talk about it, I believe in you, and I believe in your ability, come on. After Emily completely left the studio, Rita and Brynja were still in disbelief. This work was really thrown on their heads? Emily, who hurried home, immediately opened the system panel. Popularity value, 27 million. Emily doesn't know how this popularity value is calculated. Anyway, he asked the system, and the system couldn't give an accurate answer. Simply, Emily was too lazy to care. In the next game, he naturally wants to exchange Yuan Shen. But Genshin Impact 1.0 to 1.6 version requires 70 million popularity points. In other words, a small version needs to have 10 million popularity. His popularity is only enough for him to exchange Genshin Impact 1.0 and 1.2 versions. Wait a minute, Benson has just been in public beta for more than half a month, and the game's ability to attract gold has just begun. If it is updated to version 7.0, the popularity value will probably reach a very terrifying number. It is not impossible that it will become an overflow state. It can only be said that the game in this world is really too backward. A Collapse 3 makes players almost crazy. I don't know if there will be some other exchange items in the system, such as God's Key or something. Thinking of this, Emily couldn't help but look forward to it. Of course, he was just imagining it. After all, what man wouldn't wish he could become light? Getting rid of the crazy thoughts in his mind, Emily began to prepare the game update content 3 days later. Although he said he wasn't worried about Penguin's new game, he still felt he had to express it. Moreover, the plot behind the last lesson of Honkai Impact 3 has no major climax, so he plans to speed up the game update progress a little bit, and accumulate popularity as soon as possible. Since the last lesson, Kiana has been separated from everyone. The plot of Honkai Impact 3 is also divided into several perspectives. After Chapter 9, Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, the storyline is divided into 2 lines. Brynja, Teresa, and others went to Haiwan City and entered the Quantum Sea to find the desired gem. In this line, Brynja successfully obtained a driver's license, which is a small climax. On the other side, Kiana was in Tianqing City, learning Taixu sword chi from Fu Hua, and saving Tianqing City by the way. This plot is a story about Kiana's growth process. During this period, there are blood and tears, which can easily resonate with players. This chapter is definitely a climax. When Emily sorted these things out, he found out that it was less than a month after the service of Honkai Impact 3 was launched, and the plot was actually updated to Chapter 14 by him. Starting from the last lesson, the plots after that are almost all knives. And it's not just an ordinary knife. It's all the kind of knives that make you feel heartbroken, but feel reasonable, and even knives hidden in sugar, knives with sweetness in them. All I can say is, it's a bit harsh. Compared with the plot before Yuan Shen 3.0 and Beng San, it is not a knife at all, at most it is a small fight. Fortunately, Beng San's plan is still a bit conscientious, and he didn't go all the way, and gave some sugar in the chapter of knowing the law, so that the player would not go crazy. Hey, the knife I've eaten, don't even try to run away. GGG. After sorting these out, Emily boarded the official account of Mei Yi and issued an announcement overnight. The peak produces false support, and the dusk witnesses a new picture of piety. Thank you for your continued trust and support. In this regard, the studio decided to speed up the update progress of the game's mainline to give back to players for their continued support. Brynja's new S-Class armor, the Hairsker of Reason. Rita S-Class armor, Blue Night Moon Soul. New Valkyrie, Lilia/Rosalia. New Quantum Attribute Valkyrie debuts, Seal Fleur. Sierra S-Class armor, the twins on the other side. Login to get 30,000 crystals, S-Rank Valkyrie, Rosalia. And a lot of activities to play. When Benson players saw this announcement, they immediately climaxed. They never expected that Mei Yi really compromised, and issued an announcement overnight to urgently update the new version. Did the journey of a girl really put pressure on Mei Yi? Of course not. Not only did Emily not take this game seriously, on the contrary, he still wanted to laugh. He watched the promotional video of Girl's Journey. As long as you have played Honkai III, you can see at a glance that the game Girl's Journey is full of a lot of Honkai III elements. Obviously, it is the third of the standard collapse. But, how long is the public beta for Honkai Impact? To say that Girl's Journey is a game that Penguin has been making for a long time, Emily doesn't believe it at all. So he can be 100% sure that Girl's Journey definitely picked up the game code of Honkai III. Haha. Having confirmed this, how could Emily not want to laugh? You know, after he acquired Mei Yi's studio, the system added a large number of anti-theft codes to the game code of Honkai III. With that evidence, Emily is a sure thing. What Nanshan Pizza Hut? In the face of absolute evidence, it's a fart. Chapter 36. It stands to reason that games like Collapse 3 should require long-term operation to maximize revenue. After all, it is really not easy to make an explosive game. But, with so many memories on Earth, the most important thing Emily lacks is games. All he lacks is popularity. And, don't look at him giving away 30,000 crystals for free, but it's not a good thing. Emily was even a little worried that players would call him stingy. After all, the amount of updates this time is too much. When I was on Earth, it had been 3 years since Honkai III was pushed to the 14th chapter of the story. The Valkyrie armor that came out in 3 years, Emily has launched a version directly. Although there are a large number of active crystals and the 30,000 crystals that were given away, but, if you want to graduate all these Valkyries, you absolutely need to re-Krypton once. The micro-Krypton party can only choose the armor extraction they like. Don't look at Emily's so many updates at one time, the following game content is enough for him to update normally for 4 years. 4 years later. Emily doesn't know how many games have been released. So, speeding up game updates is not a bad decision. On the contrary, the plot after 14 chapters has almost one climax in one version, and it does not stop at all. At that time, even if he goes online with Yuan Shen, he will not suppress all the heat of Honkai Impact 3. After the announcement was made, Emily took a shower and went to bed. He was asleep, but the internet completely exploded. My grass! Directly updated more than 30 versions? What fairy studio? Everyone else made 3 versions in advance. How many versions of the game content did Mei Yi make? 3 anime short films, 3 theme songs, more than a dozen new armors, 5 big chapter plots. Update a version a day? It's terrifying. Mei Yi is planning to tie the player to death completely. What about fans of Girl's Journey? Come out and see which game was first approved. Laughing to death, people have already made more than 30 versions. I am afraid they started doing it as early as 5 years ago. The Journey of a Girl was originally a plagiarism. I don't know if those who washed the ground are adults, and in turn said that Mei Yi stole creativity, laughing to death ha ha ha. Great, there is a new version every day. This is just during the summer vacation. The student party directly kowtowed to Mei Yi. The current popularity of Honkai III is already terrifying, and Elysia's announcement made it even more popular. It directly made everyone in Penguin and Pig Farm Game Studio dumbfounded. They couldn't understand the meaning of Elysia's operation at all. It's like I didn't understand Elysia's operating model at first. Therefore, they are a little suspicious of life. The next day, when Elysia came to Mei Yi's studio, the girls looked at him like they were looking at a fool. This scene also made Elysia puzzled. Why are you all looking at me like this? Brnya, boss, that announcement you sent last night? Questions. Brnya. Are you sure we can make it? Update 1 version a day. Elysia smiled. Don't worry, I already sorted it out last night. Next, you may have to work hard, but I will personally guide you in the dubbing work. Hearing that Elysia was finally going to work hard, the girls were not depressed, but rather excited. Come on, let me tell you the story behind. At the same time, Eden also saw the announcement made by Mei Yi last night. A new version a day. I'm getting more and more curious about Mei Yi now. Just as Eden was browsing the Mei Yi announcement, Elysia suddenly jumped out from behind her. Hee Eden, I'm ready, should I go now? Looking at the live broadcast equipment in Elysia's hand, Eden was a little curious. Do you plan to live broadcast today? Elysia nodded. Yeah, the content of the live broadcast is bring a knife to the door, looking for Mei Yi to settle the account. Isn't it very attractive? Eden shook his head. I'm afraid not. There should be a lot of secrets in the studio, and it will cause trouble for others. Is that so? Elysia nodded her chin and thought for a moment. Then let's close the live broadcast room before entering the gate of Mei Yi. Eden doted on Elysia's forehead, and smiled helplessly. You. Forget it, let you be self-willed for a while, get in the car. Seeing that Eden agreed, Elysia immediately got into Eden's co-pilot and opened the live broadcast room. The title is very capricious, come to the door with a knife and ask Mei Yi to settle the account. Although she doesn't need any eye-catching titles at all, Eden and her are both proper signs. But she just had fun. As soon as the live broadcast room opened, a large audience quickly poured in. Elysia still had a bright smile on her face, which made people feel happy when they saw her. Hey, the weather is so nice today, it's the same as me, sparkling. Bright sunshine and a cute girl, don't they match up very well? Hee. Ah! My hairstyle is beautiful today, Eden helped me with it. Eden, she's right beside me, look. When Elysia showed the camera to Eden, the barrage exploded instantly. Seeing the word Eden on the screen, Elysia pretended to be sad. It really is Eden. It took everyone's attention at once. Even if it's Eden, I'll have a little temper, oh hee. Hey! It's a pity that Eden is driving, otherwise I would still have a comforting hug. Hey! What about today's live broadcast? Seeing such a question, Elysia smiled slyly. Look at the title. That's right, Eden and I are going to Mei Yi's studio. You guys are looking forward to it too, right? Cooperation. I don't know. If Eden wants to, I will definitely support her. Me fudge the address? I can't say it or Eden will be angry. Elysia's lively and lovely voice echoed frequently in the car. Like a kingfisher bouncing water, like a yellow warbler singing, making Eden only feel happy. The corner of his mouth unconsciously brought a smile. Chapter 37. I'll stop here for now. Do you have any questions? Yes. Ganyu raised his hand weakly. Boss, what am I going to do? Ganyu has no role in Honkai III, so she has no dubbing job at all. Compared to other girls, Ganyu has the least workload. But this made her feel a little embarrassed, so many times, she would grab a job. In these plots, I don't seem to have the need for dubbing. Yolander also raised his hand to echo. Immediately afterwards, Gzi also nodded, I only have 2 lines. Brenya and I have the most scenes. Kiana suddenly ran to Elysia's side, hugging his arm and shaking. Boss Elysia, let me try dubbing too. Elysia glanced at Kiana, can you dub? Although the voice used in the game is Kiana's own voice, the dubbing also requires acting. If the emotions are not in place, even the voice that I have composed will make people feel strange. Oh, you just let me give it a try. If it doesn't work, the boss can just abandon it. Elysia thought about it, but didn't refuse. If you have enough time, I can let you try it. Yeah. Boss, you are so kind. In this scene, Hu Tao was a little envious, and she really wanted to play a role. But unfortunately, Boss Elysia said it would take a while. I don't know how long it will take. Hu Tao held his chin and looked a little disappointed. Well, I've always been curious, Ganyu is so pretty, why doesn't the boss use her template to make a character? Brenya touched her chin and looked up and down for a while. Elysia. Also, I'd love to see how the boss dubs the other female characters. Elysia. Could the curiosity not be so big? Elysia raised his forehead. Next, what should you do? I'll call you when it's your turn to dub. Let's go now to prepare the version to be updated tomorrow. As for Ganyu's role, hearing Elysia named him, Ganyu couldn't help but blushed slightly. Boss, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. As long as I play games with everyone, I'll be very happy. Elysia smiled, that's not good, how can such a cute template like Ganyu be wasted? As soon as these words came out, Ganyu's face turned even redder. However, I'm going to put Ganyu's template in the back. As for what kind of role, you'll know when the time comes. After saying this, Elysia put away the computer and got up slowly. Is there any problem? The girls shook their heads. Okay, Brenya, come with me. After speaking, Elysia headed to the dubbing room first. Brenya didn't hesitate, and followed Jitsi and Rita's teasing with a blushing face. Hey! Since I finished the project, the boss has never called me alone. Okay, Sister Gzi, don't make fun of Brenya, come and help me. Just then, the studio's phone rang suddenly. It should be an agent from Sakura country. After answering the call, Rita's unique, charming but not demonic voice sounded, Hello, who? Excuse me, is it Mihuia's studio? Yes, may I ask who you are? I'm Eden. I want to visit your studio. I made an appointment with your boss the day before yesterday. Hearing the gentle and dignified voice on the phone, the girls turned their heads in surprise. Big Star Eden. Did you come to visit the studio? Although they are not chasing stars, but the girls are like thunder to this singer who is popular all over the world. Hello? Hello? Are you still listening? Rita was stunned for a while before she regained her senses, and then continued to smile. Sorry, Miss Eden, where are you now? Eden, I'm right outside your studio door, but your studio door is closed. Please wait a moment, we will go down to meet you now. Okay, excuse me. Suddenly, another lively voice came into Rita's ears. Hi, your voice is so familiar. Is that the voice actor of Miss Rita in the game? Lee, don't make trouble. I'm sorry, miss, I brought a friend here, should it be okay? Rita smiled lightly, it doesn't matter, Miss Eden, your friend must be that Miss Elysia, right? I've also watched her live broadcast. Eden on the other end of the phone was a little surprised. Hey? Do you actually know? Of course, Miss Elysia is very famous. Having said this, Rita suddenly glanced at Jitsi, and a prank idea suddenly appeared in her mind. Miss Eden, please wait a moment, I will arrange someone to pick you up now. After hanging up the phone, Rita looked at Gzi with a smile on her face. Gzi, your big star fans are coming, why don't you go down to meet them? Gzi rolled her eyes at Rita, but did not refuse, turned around and walked downstairs. And when Kiana heard that Eden was here, she was also very surprised. That's a real big star, their school. No, she's the goddess of all the boys in the world. Kiana, who was curious, directly caught up with Jitsi's footsteps. Jitsi aunt, I'll go with you. Whose aunt? Angry. I learned the name in the game, it feels very smooth. You want to call me Sister Jitsi? Don't call me that in the future. Hee, I know. Sister Jitsi. Looking at the back of the two, Rita smiled even more brilliantly. She remembered how sad Eden cried after watching the last lesson. The live video at that time has already been uploaded on the internet. And Eden also has countless fans abroad, so the screen recording that day was also very popular abroad. This is also one of the main reasons why Honkai can find foreign agents so quickly. Don't look at the fact that Honkai Impact 3 has only been launched for a month, but because of Eden's relationship, the game's reputation abroad is already at the level of fame. What kind of expression does Eden have when he sees Kiana and Jitsi? Chapter 38. What Rita never expected was that Elysia was currently streaming live. Okay, today's live broadcast will end soon. Continue broadcasting? That can't be done, but I promised Eden that I can't broadcast Mei Yi's studio. Just as Eden waved goodbye to the live broadcast room, there was a soft sound from the door of Mei Yi's studio. Immediately afterwards, two faces that were very familiar to both Elysia and Eden appeared in front of them. Kiana. Jitsi. Eden's pupils shrank, and he was extremely shocked. The characters in the game have come to reality. And Elysia's live broadcast was also given to Jitsi and Kiana at this time. Therefore, the barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly filled with question marks. Although it was just a flash, everyone in the live broadcast room was sure that the red-haired figure was definitely Gzi. After all, Gzi's impression on them was too deep. Others are a movie known to the world, Jitsi is an animated CG spread all over the world. Just when the audience in the live broadcast room asked Elysia to turn the camera around, the live broadcast room suddenly went black. This result also made the audience in the live broadcast room wailed. But, Elysia has someone recording every time she broadcasts. This time again there was no exception. Soon, the flashing footage of Jitsi and Kiana quickly spread on the internet. At this time, Mei Yi was at the door. Wow! It's really Eden, Kiana tiptoed excitedly. If it wasn't the first time we met, Kiana would probably jump right in. Fortunately, her reason allowed her to suppress this impulsive thought. Eden finally came back to his senses at this time. She stared blankly at the red-haired royal sister with her arms folded in front of her, and the image of the last lesson appeared in her mind. You are Infinite Tagizai. And Kiana. Elysia also exclaimed, wow! The characters in the game are running out. The real person is the same as in the game, shining brightly. Hearing Elysia's voice, Eden suddenly came back to his senses. Elysia, turn off the live broadcast. It's turned off. Elysia wasn't stupid either. Mei Yi has never let Gzi show up, he must be unwilling, or there are other reasons. But I really want to get into trouble. Hey? You filmed Jitsi and Kiana? Elysia nodded. This. Eden turned to look at Gzi, not knowing how to explain it. But Gzi smiled lightly, it's just showing up on the internet, it's okay. After hearing this, Eden was relieved. Star Eden, Miss Elysia, please come in with me and talk about it. After saying that, Gzi gave up a position. Seeing Kiana's idiotic look, Gzi rolled her eyes. He hurriedly stretched out his jade finger and flicked Kiana's forehead, "Take it and take it." Kiana threw away Jitzi's arm, pretending to be angry, "Hey, don't shoot me in the head. If I don't remind you, you will really embarrass me. Himeko aunt is so annoying. How many times have I said it, call me Sister Jitzi?" No. Looking at the two people who were bickering in front of him, Eden only felt a sore nose. It's so good. Jitzi aunt is still safe and sound, and Kiana is still the innocent girl. Oops. Eden's eyes are drawn to Himeko aunt. After being interrupted by Elysia's words, Eden reacted. That's right, Honkai Sen's is just a story, why did I fall so deep? How strange. And Elysia's words were also heard by Himeko and Kiana in front. Kiana didn't respond, but Jitzi was covered in black lines. Damn Emily, you have to set my age to be so old, now I'm called Jitzi aunt. However, she still wanted to struggle, so she turned around and explained to Elysia. Miss Ellie, I'm actually only 26 years old, isn't it inappropriate to be called aunt? Hey! Elysia's face was stunned, and then she smiled and said, wow, 26 years old, 1 year older than Eden. I'll just say it, Jitzi's sister obviously looks so young and beautiful, hee. Jitzi. She also didn't know whether Elysia wanted to praise herself, or whether she was secretly despising her age. Am I really that old? 26 years old. Himeko-san's hair is so beautiful, just like Elysia, it's so hot. But, why are you so indifferent to Elysia? Is it because Elysia isn't cute enough? Jitzi. She was really at a loss when dealing with such a familiar girl. She had to smile awkwardly, Elysia is one of the cutest girls I've ever met. Hey? It's just one of them. It seems that Sister Jitzi knows a lot of girls who are as cute as me, can you introduce them to me? Gzi smiled, you will see them soon. Really? It's really looking forward to it, Elysia smiled and said, Eden should be looking forward to it too. Eden was also a little helpless to Elysia's character. She secretly glanced at Jitzi and found that the other party didn't care, and she was relieved. However, what happened to Kiana's eyes looking at Elysia with a defensive look? Just as Eden was thinking about it, Elysia suddenly exclaimed, wow! There are so many beautiful girls like me here, is it heaven? Eden! Calm down, Elysia. Hee. Gzi coughed lightly, welcome you two to Mihuia's studio. As you can see, there are only so many people in our studio. Oh yes, and the boss and Branya, but they're in the studio now. At this time, Eden finally saw everyone in the studio. Two of them, Eden, didn't know each other, but Mei, Fuhua, Yalandale. She knew them too well. You told me that the characters of Honkai Impact 3 have all come to reality. However, as soon as this idea came into existence, it was immediately thrown out by Eden. It should be, the characters in the game are all created with them as templates. It can only be said that she deserves to be a top-level beautiful girl, even if it is two-dimensional, there is no sense of disobedience. Chapter 39. It seems that Miss Eden is very surprised at this time. Rita happened to come over with 2 cups of coffee. Miss Eden, Miss Elysia, please take a seat. From Eden's point of view, Rita's every move is very calm and elegant. The smile on his face also seems to have a natural affinity, and it is easy for people to remove all their defenses. Not to mention his temperament and appearance, which are exactly the same as the maid in the game. If Rita was put into the maid outfit from the game, it can only be said that what Mihuia has done is really reductive. Not only the appearance and voice of the characters are completely restored, but even the character and temperament are so similar. It's just a game, is it necessary to be so serious? Wow, could it be that the characters in Honkai 3 are all made according to your template? It's amazing. Elysia looked at the girls, her eyes sparkling. This cute girl with blue hair, hasn't appeared in the game yet? When will it appear? I like it. Ganyu was stared at by Elysia, feeling a little embarrassed. "Hello, my name is Gan Yu." Elysia blinked, then slowly came to Gan Yu's side, carrying her hands on her back, leaned slightly towards Gan Yu, and said in a sweet voice. "Gan Yu, the gentle wind blows the forest, Gan Yu moistens things." She is truly, as her name suggests, a gentle and sweet girl. After being praised by Elysia, Gan Yu's face immediately turned red. "Thank you, thank you. This is the squad leader Fu Hua. Can you teach me the Kungsan boxing? The combination of boxing and beautiful girls, it's so perfect." "Fu Hua. I'm sorry, I don't know how to box the heart." "Hee, it's okay, I can create it with you." "Hey, this is Yi. Don't move, look in the mirror with your eyes. Let go of my buds." Kiana has been staring at Elysia. In her opinion, this is a bad woman. If the other party goes to tease other sisters, she can bear it. After all, Elysia is also a beautiful girl. However, if Elysia wanted to lift Mei, she would definitely not be able to bear it. Mei can only be hers. So, seeing Elysia's shot at Mei Yi, Kiana finally couldn't bear it anymore, and threw herself directly into Mei Yi's arms, as if swearing her sovereignty. Seeing this, Elysia didn't care. She fluttered her pink hair. It seems that Kiana cares about Mei. Speaking of which, Elysia paused slightly and let out a series of silver bell-like laughter. "I found out. You, don't talk nonsense, or this lady will be rude to you." "Kiana." Mei pulled Kiana, and then gave Elysia an apologetic smile. "Please don't mind, Kiana is just a little temperamental." Elysia covered her mouth and chuckled. "It's okay, cute girls always have some little secrets." After she finished speaking, she blinked at Kiana. "I will help you keep a secret." Kiana only felt her heart skip a beat. Oops! This abominable bad woman is so cute and flirtatious. No, my heart belongs to Mei alone. Who has a secret? I will definitely open up my heart to Mei Hui. Then, is lovely Kiana willing to open her heart to me too? Before waiting for Kiana to answer, Elysia continued. Elysia is very willing to open her heart to Kiana. I don't want it. Kiana blushed slightly, and pulled Mei Yi and ran to Yalindale. Seeing this, Elysia just smiled, and she wanted to eat one bite at a time. If you make friends, you can't chase too much, otherwise it will be annoying. So, it's good to introduce yourself when you meet for the first time, and then you can slowly develop your relationship. Thinking of this, Elysia turned her attention to the side of Walnut. This lovely little sister. Before she could finish her words, Hu Tao took the lead in introducing herself. Hello, my name is Hu Tao. I'm the who eats the sea and drinks. Elysia's eyes lit up. What beautiful eyes, this must be the magic of a beautiful girl. A lot of people have praised me like that. Walnut is also a social ceiling level existence, so I can chat very well with Elysia. Will you also play a role in the game? When will it be out? Hearing Elysia's words, Hu Tao's complexion suddenly collapsed. The boss said it will take a while. Hey! I don't know what kind of identity the boss will give me. You said, if I appeared as a hairsker, what would it look like? Will I become a villain like Kiana? Or, will you be able to drive a motorcycle like Sister Brynja? Elysia nodded her chin and thought for a moment. Hair spread out, skirt becomes longer. Haha, it feels so interesting. If only I could play a role in the game. Hearing Elysia's words, Hu Tao looked up and down at the other party. How's it going? Today's Elysia, isn't she shining? Elysia didn't care about Hu Tao's gaze, but turned around in a circle, letting Hu Tao scrutinize her heartily. Hu Tao nodded seriously. Well, if you talk to the boss, he may agree to you. Really? Then can you take me to meet your boss? Eden couldn't help holding his forehead after seeing Elysia's slapstick act. She regretted bringing Elysia here. Sorry. Elysia's character is like that, but she's not malicious. Rita smiled indifferently. Very cheerful girl, she should have many friends. I don't know about that. Kiana said angrily, "Humph, what is cheerfulness? It's obviously social fear. Why is it called she fear?" Yi was curious. Social terrorist. Pfft. Eden couldn't help laughing, but turned around and found that Elysia was chatting with Hu Tao, and even Ganyu and Fu Hua were pulled over by her. Several girls seemed to be discussing something very interesting. Even Ganyu and Fu Hua had faint smiles on the corners of their mouths. It's a pretty fitting description. Chapter 40. There's nothing wrong with calling Elysia a social terrorist. It's only been a few minutes since we met, and with just a few words, she made all the girls in the studio impressed by her. Even Fu Hua and Ganyu, who don't like to talk, were pulled over by Elysia to talk about girls. Eden is also somewhat envious of Elysia's cheerful personality. By the way, what's wrong with Miss Eden coming to our studio this time? After Elysia made such a fuss, Eden almost forgot his intention to come here. After hearing Yolander's question, she finally came back to her senses. That's right, I'm very interested in the songs that you Mihui wrote, so I thought about coming over to meet the song producer. I see. Yolandale nodded lightly, if it's a game topic, we might be able to answer you. For songs, you can only go to the boss. Eden chuckled and nodded, haha, of course, I am also very interested in the game Honkai Impact 3, and the story in it is very attractive to me. Having said this, Eden paused, and then said carefully. Can I ask? Did GZI really die in the game? It seems that Miss Eden really likes GZI. Rita smiled softly, GZI herself is here, why don't you ask her? Without waiting for Eden to ask, GZI waved his hand, I don't know either, the boss just said that there is still my role in the back. I don't know if I'm dead or not. Eden nodded slightly, since there is a role, it should be fine. Although GZI is dead or not, Eden already has the answer in his heart. Now that she saw GZI herself, she was completely relieved. But she was still curious. Now that she came to Mihui's studio in person, she couldn't help but want to ask about the plot behind her. Actually, we are only responsible for the dubbing and operation of the game, as well as the event design. Specifically, Miss Eden should talk to our boss. Eden nodded, then, where is your boss now? Rita got up slowly, her posture was very elegant and decent, and no one could find any flaws at all. She made a gentle gesture of invitation, Miss Eden, please come with me, the boss happened to be instructing Brynja to record songs in the studio. As a musician, I think you will be interested in this too. Hearing this, Eden's eyes lit up. Won't it disturb them? No, the boss has a good personality. Even if she gets angry, she won't blame a beautiful girl like Eden. Eden twisted the broken hair between his forehead and chuckled, then I will trouble Miss Rita. At this moment, Elysia also jumped over, going to find that boss Emily. Can you bring me one? Hee hee. Of course you can, you too, please come with me. Rita walked forward with graceful steps. Eden and Elysia are close behind. Hu Tao rolled his eyes and followed with a smile. Yi, let's go take a look, too. Kiana also became more interested, and pulled Mei Yi and ran to the recording studio. At this time in the studio, Emily was tuning Brynja. Brynja, do it again, try to keep your voice steady this time, over and over again. Emily cast an encouraging look at Brynja in the cubicle. It's simple to say. The dubbing is good, how can it be so simple to sing with the voice of a child? After speaking, Brynja whispered again, it's not singing a children's song. Although it was said in a low voice, it happened to be facing the microphone, so the rant came out immediately. Pfft! Emily couldn't help laughing. Angel reconstruction. It was once called a nursery rhyme on Earth. The reason is naturally also because of the singer's naive and milky voice. Now that Brynja herself is used to sing it, the feeling of children's songs is even greater. That's right, what Emily and Brynja have recorded is the theme song of the animated short Angel Reconstruction. The Huxia name of Cyber Angel is Angel Reconstruction. In this short film, beautiful girls, locomotives, mechas, transformations, drills, cannons, lasers, missiles, monsters. It can be said that it has gathered all the man's romance. Although it is said that this short film has a worse reputation among players on Earth than The Queen's Coming and The Last Lesson. Neither the shock of seeing The Queen's Coming for the first time. There is also no strong emotional resonance given to the player when Himeko sacrifices. But it can't be said that this is not a good short film. It can only be said that the theme is different, and naturally it will not give players too much shock and emotional resonance. It is precisely because of the lack of these two that Angel Reconstruction is not so good. But there is one thing to say, Angel Reconstruction is much more mature than the previous two short films, whether it is the continuity of the mirroring or the use of special effects. The animation production level of Angel Reconstruction is definitely the top level in the world in this world. It can touch some anime movies over there with Sakura. Lee can imagine that when the short film Angel Reconstruction is released, there will definitely be a shout among players, "Mihu, let's do animation, the rise of Qman depends on you." Lee shook off the cranky thoughts in his mind and made an okay gesture to Brynja. Immediately afterwards, a burst of heavy bass sounded with a passionate electronic sound. At this time, Eden and his party happened to come to the recording room. After hearing this eye-catching musical prelude, Eden raised his eyebrows subconsciously and stopped voluntarily. Seeing this, Rita also smiled and stood beside Eden gracefully. Corrupt binary codes affecting my mind. Messy code erodes consciousness. Execute calls numbly and coldly. When Brynja's naive voice came out, Rita immediately stopped in Bungbu. Puff. Eden was also slightly stunned, and then he seemed to want to understand something. Judging from the lyrics and the style of the song, this should be Brynja's exclusive song, right? Rita shook her head, I don't know either, but this song is still pretty good. Elysia immediately echoed, yes, yes, I can't help shaking my legs with the melody hehe. Chapter 41. Though my wings have been blood-stained and could never rid. Even if the wings have been splattered with blood that cannot be removed, I'll try hard to soar to the heaven I dreamed. For the other side of my dream, I want to fly with all my strength. Brynja continued to sing, but Eden was more and more surprised. This style is really unique. Although the singer's singing skills are somewhat lacking, it is just right to match this style of music. Not to mention that this is just the theme song of a short film. Even if it is released alone, it is a good song. The degree of singing will never be lower than The Last Lesson. Now with the element of tailor-made, it can be seen that the level of the person who wrote this song is definitely not low. Thinking of this, Eden couldn't help but look at Lee who was in the recording studio. He didn't really write these songs, did he? Will there be a theme song for each major version? If that's the case, maybe I can ask him for help with my new album. As Eden thought about it, the song was soon over. Lee actually discovered Rita et.al. Now that the recording is over, after making an okay gesture to Brynja, he walked out first. Seeing this, Brynja in the recording studio finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked out of the recording studio. Miss Eden, I have long admired the name. Eden chuckled and nodded, I'm curious, did you create the music for The Queen's Coming and The Last Lesson? Lee. Yeah. To be honest, Lee feels uncomfortable every time he encounters such a problem. If I admit it, it's a bit of a shameless suspicion. But if he doesn't admit it, he can't say that it was given by the system. Therefore, he could only give an ambiguous answer before quickly changing the subject. Miss Eden. Eden shook his head, to be honest, it's a pity not to be a musician at your level. Haha. Rita and the others also advised me to do anime. It can only be said that good people will succeed in everything they do. It's not as good as Miss Eden's achievements. Lee waved his hands a little embarrassedly, don't gather here, let's go to the living room to talk. At this moment, Brynja's somewhat naive voice came over, Boss, let me listen to the finished product. In my computer, you can check it yourself. Suddenly, Elysia's exclamation came, I remember. Brynja in the game should be using this lady's template, right? Elysia's eyes lit up, and she jumped to Brynja's side, wow, she was so cute when she was a child, but she looks even better when she grows up. Brynja. Seeing this, Eden quickly cast an apologetic look at Brynja. Ellie, don't make trouble. Hee I just want to say hello to the beautiful girl. After finishing speaking, Elysia waved to Emily again, Boss Emily, hello, my name is Elysia. Elysia. Emily chuckled and nodded, I'm very familiar with you. After all, in the game, Elysia is Emily's heart. Such a cute and lively girl, woo woo, my Ellie. Hey? Did brother Emily also watch my live broadcast? Are you fascinated by the cute me? Good guy, after chatting for a couple of words, my younger brother called him, worthy of being a social terrorist. She raised her eyebrows, although Elysia is also very beautiful, the girls in our studio are no worse than you. Really Elysia, you pointed at her chin, and suddenly the words changed, then why don't you consider using my template to create a Valkyrie in the game? If it really doesn't work, you can give me the status of a goddess. After all, I was originally a cute girl child, and I was smart and beautiful like a god. Isn't it appropriate to have the identity of a goddess? Chi stinky beauty, Kiana whispered in Yi's ear. Kiana, don't speak ill of people behind their backs. Kiana stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, I know, listen to Mei. And Rita also covered her mouth and smiled. She really became more and more interested in this lively and lovely girl. While speaking, everyone has already come to the living room. Miss Eden, Miss Elysia, sit down. As for Elysia's proposal, if you are interested, I will naturally be happy to cooperate. Just kidding, even if Elysia doesn't mention it, Emily will find him to cooperate. Certainly. Eden certainly cannot fall. That's great. Elysia was really happy when she got Emily's nod. Then, what kind of role does brother Emily plan to assign me? While speaking, Elysia also accurately captured Emily's eyes looking at Eden. She gave a mischievous smile, if Eden, you have to ask her yourself. Of course, if the little angel of Eden is also willing to play a role, set the relationship between Eden and me to be the best sister. Although Elysia's words broke Emily's thoughts, she was actually helping Emily in disguise. After all, she knew that Eden spoiled her very much. If she begged Eden, the other party would definitely not refuse to play a role in Honkai Impact 3. But Elysia didn't want that, she still hoped that Eden could choose whether to join or not according to her own preferences. And what she said just now was also expressing, she hoped that Eden would also join in. Then, is Miss Eden interested in cooperating? After thinking for a while, Eden nodded, if I can read the script, I can think about it. Hearing this, Emily's eyes flashed. He thought it would take a lot of work, but he didn't expect that it would be so easy to get Eden to join the team. This is Eden, not to mention her plot in the paradise of the past, but Eden is now popular. If you cooperate with her, the popularity of Honkai Impact 3 will definitely rise again to an extremely terrifying level. At that time, it is not impossible to become a national-level mobile game. Thinking of this, Emily suppressed the throbbing in his heart, of course, but Miss Eden remembered to keep it a secret. It's natural that I can sign a non-disclosure agreement. Emily waved his hand, I naturally believe in Miss Eden's character, but I still need to sort out the script. I'll give it to you after a while. Wow, can I watch it too? Elysia suddenly looked up and looked at Emily excitedly. Cough. Of course, I will divide it into 2 and send it to you. No, brother Emily, just send it to me, then I'll take Eden and watch it together. Emily is naturally willing to save a little trouble, then add a contact information, and I will contact you later. Brother Emily can't help expressing his feelings to me. Emily. Mom. This woman is really good at flirting. Can't stand it. Chapter 42. After adding Elysia's contact information, Emily also added Eden's contact information by the way. Miss Eden, I have another cooperation here, do you want to consider it? What kind of cooperation? The song Brynja sang just now is at the end of chapters 11 and 12. The plot of these two chapters mainly tells the story of Brynja and Sheer saving each other. As Emily explained, he turned on the computer. The 14th chapter is Kiana's plot, mainly about Kiana's self-redemption. During the period, Jitsi will appear, so there will also be a theme song and an animated short film. After listening to Emily's words, Eden looked at the computer screen in surprise, which contained a music file. Do you really plan to release a theme song in a big version? Mori nodded, keep improving. Then, can I see the quality of this song? If there is the quality of the last lesson, I would be willing to cooperate with your studio. Emily smiled confidently, there is a full version on the computer, you can listen to it. Eden's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly opened the music file. Meteor in the Sky. Eden was a little confused about the title of the song. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with Heimko. Gently click the play button, a melodious piano sound slowly came out. In just a few seconds, GZ's smiling face seemed to appear again in Eden's mind. If one day, your comrade in arms can get out of control because of the collapse, you must not hesitate to end her life. Stay alive, Kiana, this is the last lesson. As the female voice chanted, Eden only felt a sore nose. Deeply engraved, my memory is silent but not forgotten indeed. The memory deep in my mind was silent but never forgotten. Someone has gone, Buta voice within. Someone had left and the voice echoed in his mind. The female voice whispering softly, like Jitsi's teaching to Kiana. The high-pitched and bright high-pitched voice, like Kiana broke through the confusion, continued Jitsi's belief, and ignited the light of hope. By the end of the song, Eden was moved to a mess. She rubbed her reddish eyes and gave Emily an apologetic smile, sorry, I made you laugh. Whether it's lyrics or arrangement, this song is of a very high standard. I haven't seen the plot yet, but if you want me to rate it, I'm still willing to give it full marks. And this singer, I don't seem to be impressed at all, but she sings perfectly, I can't pick out any flaws at all. Even if you let me sing, it's hard for me to surpass her. Hearing Eden's words, the girls were very surprised. Eden not only spoke highly of this song, but even this strange singer was praised by Eden. But Emily just smiled, which he expected. The entertainment industry in this world is lagging behind. These songs from Honkai Sancho can completely kill in the music circle. As far as the last lesson is concerned, it has now ranked first on the Music Network's new song list. Of course, it may also be the reason for the high popularity of Honkai III these days. Not to mention the singer, the system gave Yuan Shen's version. The professional female singer of the earth is naturally not bad. Can I meet this female singer? Cough. Emily shook his head, no. Hey. Eden was a little surprised by this answer, but before she could ask, GZI smiled and said, is there a possibility that this is also sung by Boss Emily? Eden. Emily was embarrassed, and quickly changed the subject, then Miss Eden, are you interested in cooperating? Eden thought for a while, I may not be able to sing better than. Hello, are you sure you want to work with me? Miss Eden is very popular and you can't belittle yourself. As a queen, how can you lose to an unknown person? Eden actually fell in love with this song for a long time. Whether it was out of high quality or her love for Jitsi and Kiana, she didn't want to let go of this opportunity for cooperation. Seeing that Emily really wanted to work with him now, she didn't hesitate any longer. She got up quickly, stretched out her jade hand, and said with excitement, Mr. Emily, I'm very honored that you can trust me so much. Emily was also very excited, got up and shook hands with Eden. Miss Eden is too polite. A top class like you must have no shortage of cooperation. With the cooperation of stars at the level of Eden, the popularity of Honkai Impact 3 may be able to reach another level. Honkai 3 is very likely to become a national-level mobile game. Mr. Emily, I want to buy the copyright of this song and add it to my new album as a prelude to be released soon. Of course, I won't ask for the authorship of this song. At the same time, I will also indicate in the album that this is the theme song of Honkai 3, and will actively promote this game for you. Hearing Eden's words, Emily shook his head. In this case, our Mei Yi studio took advantage of you, so the money, you don't need it. Just as thank you for your help before, by the way, make a friend. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Honkai 3 can have the current popularity, but Miss Eden has helped a lot. I don't even know how to thank you. Since you are interested in this song, then stop talking about money. Whether it's playing Honkai 3 Live on Eden, or talking to Honkai 3 on Weibo later, it has indeed brought huge benefits to Honkai 3. And Emily has a system, so naturally he is not short of money. What he lacks, is popularity. So it's totally fine for him to give the song to Eden for free. How much can a song be worth? Even if it is a golden song, it is not worth mentioning at all compared to Eden's friendship. What's more, Eden also helped them Mei Yi. It can even be said that Eden is willing to sing their Mei Yi songs and advertise by the way, which can be regarded as giving them Mei Yi face. After all, anyone in the world who wants to cooperate with Eden can come out of the Great Wall. After listening to Emily's words, Eden just thought about it for a while, then nodded with a smile. Although it was the first time she met Emily, she had a good impression of the boy. Moreover, the other party is making games, making music, and also making animations. He's so talented, isn't it? She is also extremely happy to be friends with such people. In that case, can I borrow it from Mr. Emily's recording studio? Chapter 43. Wow, Eden is going to record a song. Elysia's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly hugged Eden's arm, as if acting like a spoiled child. Eden hasn't sang to me for a long time, it's great. The other girls in the studio also showed some interest. Who wouldn't be curious about Eden's live performance? Even, Kiana had already pulled out her phone to record it. When I go to school, I will definitely envy those classmates. But before she could start recording, Yolander tapped her on the head. Ouch, sister, why are you beating me on the head? If you don't knock you'll be in trouble. Yolander sighed. The boss didn't avoid you when discussing cooperation with Eden, that's because he believes in you, but this matter has not yet signed a contract, that is to say, it has not been completely settled. Having said that, Yolande shook his head again. Forget it, I told you that you don't understand. In short, you can't record video, understand? Okay. Kiana could only put away her phone in disappointment. At the same time, on the internet, a video titled Sister Jitsi Who Breaks Through the Dimension Wall is spreading wildly on the internet. The video is naturally the screen recording of Alicia's live room before. Anyone who saw this video was deeply shocked by Jitsi and Kiana in the video. Oh my god! Heimko Ant is not dead. I give full marks to this cause, it is 100% restored. Upstairs, do you think there is a possibility that this is Gzi and Kiana themselves? What, are you kidding? Jitsi came out of the game? Did you not read the title? Elysia and Eden went to Mei Yi's studio, and Jitsi is Mei Yi's staff again. Hi! Could it be that Gzi used the beautiful female employees in Mei Yi as a template to create game characters? When you say this, I suddenly have a bold guess. Will the Valkyrie in Sanli be destroyed, all of whom are Mei Yi's employees? Hi! May I ask if Mei Yi is still recruiting? This looks like a hype method. Seeing that the popularity of Penguin is going to surpass that of Honkai III, so you use this method to hype? It's just a flash of footage, it must be fake. To be honest, I don't really believe it. After all, there is still a gap between the two-dimensional and the three-dimensional. Penguin's navy is here, everyone come and watch. Whether he is true or not, I just want to play games now. You update quickly. Zhao Wenbo also felt extremely difficult to see Honkai III rushing to the hot search again. Can you actually think of this kind of hype? I have to say that in understanding the second dimension, Boss Mi Huiyu is indeed better than me. Although it is an opponent, Zhao Wenbo has to admit that Mo Li's set of operations is very eye-catching. While he was thinking about it, Zhao Yi said hesitantly, "Uncle, that Miss Gzi is indeed real. I have seen her before. Even, Brynja, Yolander, Kiana, Rita, and other Valkyries have prototypes in Miyu's studio." As soon as these words came out, Zhao Wenbo was shocked. What do you mean? Is Boss Mi Huiyu really a game character made of employee templates? Zhao Yi nodded. How's the restoration of the appearance? Zhao Yi, it's almost 100% reduction, and even the characters are very similar. Zhao Wenbo. It's also a ball game. He naturally knew about Honkai III, and also knew how popular the Valkyrie in Honkai III was in the hearts of players. As long as those girls are willing to show up, they can make their debut directly. Popularity can even overshadow some two-tier stars. And the looks of these girls are much higher than those of the stars. Tisk. It can't go on like this. If they want to be popular, they directly let employees show their faces, and the internet will explode. Zhao Yi thought for a while, then hesitated. In my impression, those girls don't like to show their faces in front of the public. If they are willing to show their faces, why are they still hiding? Even when the last lesson came out, Mi Huiyu was scolded like that, and Gzi didn't come out to explain it. As long as Gzi stands up, Mi Huiyu won't be scolded so badly. So, I don't think we need to worry about that for now. Hearing Zhao Yi's guess, Zhao Wenbo's eyes lit up immediately. Makes sense. Suddenly, Zhao Wenbo seemed to have thought of something, and urged repeatedly, Xiao Yi, try to contact Eden and see if she would like to play Girl's Journey for 2 hours during the live broadcast. If Eden is unwilling, go and contact other stars. This is also the idea that Zhao Wenbo had just thought of. Right now, sending Shuahun Black Collapse 3 and buying popularity to grab Weibo's hot search list are obviously thankless behaviors. That being the case, why don't you take that money and find a celebrity to endorse it? Even, you can follow Mi Huiyu, choose a female star, and use her template to create a character in the game. I'm so stupid, why didn't I think of it before? Zhao Yi also seemed to understand his idea of uncle, and he was also excited to contact female stars in the entertainment industry. With the well-known name of Penguin, it is actually quite simple for them to find female stars to cooperate. Soon, Zhao Yi ran back excitedly. Uncle. Eden didn't answer the phone, but I got in touch with another female singer. Who? Wei Zhao Yi said excitedly, she didn't even ask the price, she just agreed. I think she should have also seen the news on the hot search and wanted to harvest a wave of two-dimensional fans. Speaking of which, Zhao Wenbo seemed to think of something. Also, I heard that she and Eden still have some festivals. Hearing Eden's gossip, Zhao Yi immediately became interested. Are there still people who hate Eden? Hey, no one can make everyone like you, no matter how good you are. At this point, Zhao Wenbo shook his head. It's not accurate to say it's a holiday. Accurately speaking, Wei was jealous of Eden's talent, so she picked things up. I'll just say it, with Eden's gentle personality, how could he possibly be in conflict with others? Okay, stop this gossip, the game will be online tomorrow, hurry up and watch it. Chapter 44. 1,000 calls began to come out. At 2 p.m. on the 21st, Honkai III was finally updated. At the same time, Girl's Journey on the Penguin side was also open for beta testing at the same time. It can only be said that penguins are indeed penguins. They are all blatantly plagiarized, and there are still many players rushing to download. There is no way, there are so many people in the whole country, not all of them are on Weibo, and not all of them are funny. However, at least 90% of Huxia people use Penguin's chat software. With these two softwares, the most important thing Penguin lacks is traffic. Therefore, the download volume of Girl's Journey in the first hour after the server was launched was still very explosive. At this time, Douyin, Station B, Douchat and many other game live broadcast rooms are almost discussing these two games. There are anchors of Honkai III, and naturally there are also anchors of Girl's Journey. At this time, a game anchor named Degenerate in Douyin downloaded these two games at the same time with a taste mentality. His fans know that this anchor mainly plays single-player games. When Honkai-san was the hottest, he didn't even try it. The reason why I downloaded these two games today was that I had no choice but to download them at the urging of fans. No way, who called him a fan? Housekeeper, ban those who are scolding. I'll first state that I'm not a fan of Mei Yi, nor a fan of Penguin, so I will look at the pros and cons of the two games from the perspective of a passerby. I won't belittle or elevate any game, just my personal opinion. While speaking, Honkai III also indicated that the update was completed. Because Girl's Journey has just been tested, you still need to download it. And Honkai III was downloaded by me yesterday, so let's experience this game first. It is estimated that Girl's Journey will be downloaded in half an hour. Then we will try this new work of Penguin. During the conversation, Fallen has successfully opened the Collapsed 3 and registered an account. Like all players, when a novice enters the game, the first thing that catches the eye is an animated short. Next is the novice guide. No wonder you all said that MiHoYo is an animation company. The quality of this short film is really high. If it is made into an animation, I will really pursue it. The feedback on the impact is also perfect, and the character modeling is flawless. The graphics are so beautiful. My CAO? Are you sure this is a mobile game? He hadn't even finished the novice guide yet, and Honkai Impact 3 gave him such a big surprise. This was something he never expected. Although I'm not a two-dimensional, but this style of painting, I really like it. Just as he was talking, the novice guide finally ended. However, to Fallen's surprise, the game went straight to a black screen. This scene, many old players do not understand a little bit. They remembered that after the novice guide, the game was completely free to operate. Why is the screen black? Is something wrong? Before he could scolded the degenerate, a very mature and capable female voice came from the earphones. The priority to deal with now is the interference from the destiny, they have sent people to Shenzhou. Don't let them get in my way. Immediately afterwards, a burst of suspenseful music slowly came out. At the same time, another female voice appeared. K423's whereabouts are of more significance to Tianming, so, let Tianming busy chasing him. Very good, they will be very surprised. When the dialogue ended, the music gradually became rapid, and the heavy bass seemed to be hitting his fallen heart, which shocked him. In the game screen, Kiana, holding two guns, looked serious, and the figures of Rita, Otto, and Raven behind were like poisonous snakes hidden in the darkness, and disappeared in a flash. The entire short film reveals a strong suspenseful style. The attention of the Fallen was quickly drawn into it. He couldn't understand what the short film was expressing, but his mood changed with the ups and downs of the music. As the music became more and more rapid, it seemed that it was coming to the climax, but the music suddenly stopped, and a gossip pattern appeared on the screen, and the music also changed its tone. It became more intense, and seemed to have a hint of aggression. Degenerate does not understand music and does not know how to express it. However, with this change of tone and the sudden appearance of the Valkyrie illustration, he only felt goosebumps all over his body. I have already mastered all your every move. With Fu Hua's voice coming out, a sassy Fu Hua with a single ponytail and a monocle appeared on the screen. Fudu Sunyu. Valkyrie Fu Hua Sunyu. Seeing this, the Fall was really shocked. This music, with this picture, is simply too handsome, isn't it? He took time to glance at the bullet screen, and the bullet screen at this time was full of Fu Hua. Husband. He nodded in agreement. The girl was a blast, and it was not too much to call her husband. What is displayed on the screen now is the actual combat video of Fu Hua's new armor. There is a strong dragon country style in every punch and leg. Tisk tisk. This character is really handsome. He sighed subconsciously. I see, this should be the version of the promotional video that Honkai III was going to release. This arrangement is very good. You can see the main content after the update when you go online, and his promotional video is really exciting, and there is no boring feeling that you want to skip. The video is not over yet, and at the time of the fall evaluation, the game music changed again. Do you want me to help you get revenge? Please, another me. Seeing the two cute girls in the picture, I couldn't help but click the pause button. I saw that in the text introduction in the video, the girl's name was Xie'er. Twins on the other side? One heart and one body. Seeing this, the Fall came to understand. I understand, this girl has two personalities. Judging from the voice just now, it should be a naive person, a sick person, right? While explaining, he glanced at the barrage, and found that the barrage was all Xie'er. Shasha so cute, me who understands me, sort of. Fallen. Okay, I like this girl too. Immediately afterwards, Xie'er's actual combat demonstration. There are actually two combat forms? They are not sold as two characters? Mihui can't make money. After listening to the fallen words, the barrage exploded directly. You can suck blood better than penguins. This is a proper capitalist speech. 666. Haha. Just kidding, the two combat forms should be the main selling point of this character. After watching the video, I really like these two characters. Next, it's time to draw the card. Let's see what the probability of Mihuyu's card draw is. Chapter 45. I also updated, why didn't I see this PV? Upstairs, Mihuyu directly updated the story of Chapter 2, but there are several PVs. Every time you go online, a PV will be randomly generated for you to watch. If you want to watch it, you can log in several times. Indeed, I watched the PVS of Hairsker of Reason and Vault of Heaven Ranger. Woohoo, there is also Mr. Jitsy's background in it. While watching the live broadcast, pushing the main line at the same time, beautiful. Li and Li have graduated. Yaya's motorcycle is really handsome. Handsome? Seer's skills are cool, right? There are also animation special effects. Mihuyu is really good at it. After watching the promotional PV, the barrage in the live broadcast room became extremely lively. There is hardly much talk about girls' journey. XDM, let's make 2 rounds of 648 first and see how many characters we can get. In order not to delay time, Degenerate charged 2 orders of 648 at an extremely fast speed. Although I don't play this game, the PV just now really shocked me, and after more than 10 minutes of experience, I personally feel that this game is still very good. Aside from the gameplay and the graphics, when it comes to Mihuyu's attitude towards this game, I think these 2 rounds of 648 are not a loss at all. Have you ever seen this? Each version has an anime short film and a theme song? I haven't seen it anyway. Hearing the words of depravity, the barrage burst into approval. Games in this world, not to mention music and short films, have a lot of loose plots, and it is not an exaggeration to say that there is no plot at all. Going online is a one-stop process of fighting monsters and upgrading, PvP, and monthly card gift packages. If you don't charge money, you can't beat monsters, let alone PvP. Some even charged money and had to be trampled on by more rich players. If you order too much, you will even send a supporter to dance in front of you every day, deliberately mocking you, angering you, and asking you to beat him with kryptonite. Open the draw. Having said that, Fallen did not hesitate, and directly clicked several times in a row. Every 10th company will give an A rank Valkyrie, should this be better than my 3 initial B ranks? When he hit the 40th round, S rank Seer came out. It's such a coincidence that I just finished drawing 2 rounds of 648. At this time, the barrage kept saying, "Get the crystal in the mail." But the Fallen waved his hand, "Let's draw after the broadcast. I'll try a few newly drawn characters, and then I'll show you Penguin's new game Girl's Journey." Having said that, Fallen opened the level, selected a few Valkyries that he thought were good looking, and started the game. So many roles, it's hard to choose. After struggling for a while, the Fallen chose Xie'er, Rita, and Fu Hua. At the beginning of the game, Degenerate is still looking at the pros and cons of this game from the perspective of passers-by. But, what came out of his mouth was almost all merit. "Sorry, I really want to find some flaws, but I really can't fault this game. I swear, Mei Yi never gave me money. You don't believe it? This Nima Eden is talking for this game. With a superstar like Eden, Mei Yi won't ask me, a little anchor, to advertise again. Okay, let's go and watch Penguin's Girl's Journey again." While clicking on the newly downloaded Girl's Journey, Fallen continued to say, "To be honest, I was really attracted after experiencing the collapse for 10 minutes. I've played so many single-player games, and the current size of this game is no smaller than some single-player games. Also, I heard you say that the essence of this game is still in the plot. Tisk tisk. To be honest, I feel a little regretful that I entered the pit late. Mainly, I've always looked down on mobile games. Don't be angry, this is a normal chain of contempt in the game circle. After all, in the eyes of most people, the size of mobile games is just that, and the playability is definitely not as good as that of endgames and some stand-alone masterpieces. After all, you can make a highly playable mobile game, so why not just make a PC game, or a stand-alone masterpiece? Right. Okay, let's skip the topic of Collapse 3, let's take a look at this new game of Penguin. While speaking, he quickly created an account. A small studio can make a high-quality game like Honkai III. The works of a company as big as Penguin can't be worse than the 3. When the login interface is loaded, the audience can see the full sense of anticipation in the Fallen eyes. The game finally loads in. To his surprise, the opening of the Penguin game also used an anime short film. The quality of this picture is comparable to that of Mei Yi. It seems that the Penguin is serious too. In the short film, a red-haired royal sister and a white-haired lowly are interspersed in the battlefield with heavy machine guns. The smoothness of the picture is excellent, and the scene is very intense. But I don't know why, the fall is that there is absolutely no sense of shock brought to him by the short film of Honkai III. Soon the short film ends, and the game directly enters the battle screen. After the Fallen skipped some novice guides, he pulled the angle of view and observed the red-haired royal sister he controlled. However, when he zoomed in on the camera, he was startled. "I'm so stupid. What the hell is this? This red-haired royal sister is too different from the appearance in the short video just now. Looking at the back, I haven't seen it for a while, but looking at the front, this style of painting is simply too weird." The barrage was also taken aback by this devilish face. It's not that this red-haired royal sister is terrifying, but this style of painting looks very weird. This red-haired royal sister still has a good-looking face, with a typical oval face, big eyes, and flaming red lips. But, how to look awkward? If you insist on explaining it, it is a real person with the whole face of a Barbie doll. As an old game player, Fallen quickly discovered the key. I understand. It should be the game engine, or the screen rendering problem. As we all know, for games like this two-dimensional style, Honkai III is considered a pioneering work. The style of previous games is more realistic. So I guess that the game engine or rendering technology of Collapse 3 should be different. The Penguin game uses an animation style, but the game engine and rendering style are still the same as before. Don't know. Let me explain to you, everyone should watch anime, right? Anime is also divided into several styles. There are pure two-dimensional animation, pure three-dimensional animation, and two-dimensional and three-dimensional animation. And using different rendering methods can also make this animation different. So, maybe the Penguin only learned the style of Honkai III, but there is no rendering method of Honkai III, so the picture will appear a little, not suitable. I'm not saying that Penguin can't. After all, it's no problem for a company as big as this to develop a game engine. Mainly, they haven't done this kind of 3D animation style experience before. This is just my guess. After all, I'm just a stinky gamer and have no experience in making games. If I'm wrong, then treat me like I'm pretending to be X, hehe. In fact, in terms of the picture alone, it's not the Penguin's fault. Even if people from other game manufacturers do it, it will not reach the natural level of Honkai Impact 3 in just half a month. After all, the development of games in this world is far behind the Earth. Almost all games in the world use the same game engine and rendering method. On the other hand, on Earth, there are several options for the game engine alone. The same goes for rendering technology. Therefore, when Honkai III is unveiled in this world, it will bring so much shock to people in this world. And Honkai III may be nothing on Earth. But in this world, it really feels like a dimensionality reduction blow. The major game makers in the world are actually silently learning from Honkai Impact 3. Whether it's the gameplay or the mode of operation. It can only be said that the Penguins are a little eager to get things done. They just copied the gameplay and operation mode of Honkai 3. However, they have not thoroughly studied the 3D animation rendering technology of Honkai 3. Chapter 46. If you say, before you have played Honkai 3, the Fallen will blow a wave of Girl's Journey. But after playing Honkai Impact 3, let's play Girl's Journey again. He really couldn't think of any compliment words without breaking his head. The character movements of Honkai 3 are smooth and natural, with strong feedback on the impact, beautiful character painting style, and novel gameplay. As for the journey of a girl, the character's movements are stiff, the sense of attack is sloppy, the character's drawing style is weird, and the gameplay, almost 80% of which are exactly the same as Honkai-san. A lot of things just changed their names. Even this red-haired royal sister may have been established according to GZ's character. Not to mention the soundtrack and dubbing. It's like a half-finished game. While playing, he even put on a pain mask on his face. XDM, this game isn't bad, but I choose Honkai Impact 3. After finishing speaking, fall directly Alt plus F4. Backhand to open Honkai Impact 3. Barrage. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. What about Penguin's leaks? Why don't you speak? Really? Brother Fallen is powerless to complain, ha ha ha. One thing to say, Sister Zera is still very beautiful in the short film, but why is it so weird in the game, ha ha ha. Look at Brother Fallen's pain mask, I finally know why he doesn't want to test the game. I died of laughter. I wanted to scold my mother, but I didn't dare to scold, ha ha ha. Looking at the ridicule on the barrage, Degenerate also smiled bitterly. He is also a very well-known one in the game anchor circle. Therefore, when you speak live, you will think about it in your heart. For an internet company as big as Penguin, it is really difficult for him to scold in public. However, with Honkai 3 as a comparison, he couldn't find any reason to say a few good things to Girl's Journey. Hey, XDM, calm down. Actually, I think everyone can give Girls' Journey some time. I think many players should have given feedback to the official now. As long as Penguin makes timely adjustments and studies the animation rendering of Honkai III, this game can still be played. After all, this is the only replacement for Honkai III. So, this is the excuse you thought about for a long time? Goose goose goose. What are you talking about? Fallen Brother just thinks that he is charging money in the collapse of the third, so I won't play for a while. It's a bit of a loss. In such a comparison, Mihui is really good b. Obviously it is a small workshop, but it hangs and beats the Penguins. Mihui, I won the prize, it all depends on my peers. This wave, I can only say that the Penguin is careless. At the same time, many players of Honkai III downloaded and tried the Journey of Girls. But without exception, they were all taken aback by the weird style of painting. Not many lasted more than half an hour. And those who lasted for half an hour were mostly gamers who had never played Honkai III. However, even if these people haven't played Honkai III, they still can't accept the weird style of Girls' Journey. Just 2 hours after the server started, the feedback letters received by Penguin almost filled the mailbox. Xiao Yi, how's the data? The amount of downloads is very impressive, but the data behind it is a little less than ideal. Zhao Wenbo looked at the background data and found that the number of players retained was pitifully low. After these days of brewing, the popularity of Honkai III in Daxia has been completely unstoppable. Therefore, he did not have the delusion of defeating Honkai-san after opening the server. But, the data won't be that much worse than Honkaiken. Playing for more than half an hour is actually only 1/10? Where is the problem? Zhao Yi scratched his face, and said a little embarrassedly, the feedback from most players, is that the picture is not beautiful enough, and the style of the painting is a bit strange. The picture. After hearing Zhao Yi's words, Zhao Wenbo's expression turned cold. Call the art team leader to me. After a while, a bald man ran over nervously. Mr. Zhao. Tell me, what's going on? The bald man looked sad. Mr. Zhao, I can assure you that the character modeling is definitely not worse than Mihui. Then tell me, why is the player's feedback almost all screen problems? This. The bald man said helplessly, it's a rendering problem. In the beginning, we defaulted to the same rendering technology that Mihui also used, but when we tested it, we discovered the problem. At that time, the game was about to be launched. After listening to the bald man's words, Zhao Wenbo also suppressed his anger. It's really not to blame the people in the art team, after all, he didn't even think of this. Go back, you guys have worked hard recently, and see if you can adjust the style of painting a little bit. As for whether new rendering technologies will be developed, I have to ask the above for instructions. Seeing that Zhao Wenbo didn't blame himself, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But what he didn't know was that Zhao Wenbo had already planned to throw the blame on him. After all, the game spent so much human and financial resources, and as a result, there was an accident when the server was launched, and someone always took the blame. Xiao Yi, send an apology announcement and announce our partnership with Yuiwei. Tell Yuiwei to cooperate with the publicity, and then instruct the art team to work overtime to make Yuiwei's modeling as soon as possible. This time, I can't lose so badly. Chapter 47. Good evening, all the city masters. The production team received a lot of feedback from players on the first day of the launch of Girls' Journey. First of all, thank you for your support and comments. Because of the mistakes of the art team, the game screen has caused many players to express dissatisfaction. The production team hereby expresses its sincere apology for the majority of players and promises to compensate players for 10,000 crystals. At the same time, the production team will seize the time to optimize the game screen and sense of attack, update more rich and interesting activities and gameplay, and try to give players a better game experience. Finally, Timmy Studio also reached a cooperation intention with a top-notch singer. At that time, we will launch a new version, new activities, and new characters. Please stay tuned. If you encounter any problems in the game, you can give feedback to the customer service girl in time. In the future, I also ask for your care and support to create a better future together. Timmy's Studio. This announcement has just been issued, and a large message immediately appeared below. Most of them are messages of encouragement and support. Occasionally, some grumpy old brothers came to vent, but those comments would soon sink. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but a large number of speculations about top-notch singers appeared in the comment area. Top-notch singer? It won't be Eden. Surprise! What? Eden wants to cooperate with Girl's Journey? Eden has played Honkai III, then, she should also like the same type of Girl's Journey. If you cooperate with an internet company as big as Penguin, it's very possible. Wow! If Eden really cooperates with Penguin, then I will definitely play. If the Goddess of War is based on Eden, then I will definitely play it too. I really don't want Eden to cooperate with Girl's Journey. After all, that style of painting is so strange. The minister agrees. If you really use the image of Eden as a goddess of war. Nemas, isn't this destroying the image of the little angel of Eden? Listening to what you said, I'm also a little panicked. Don't guess the one upstairs, it's not Eden. You can go to Yuiwei's Weibo and find out. After this message was posted, netizens rushed to Yuiwei's Weibo to leave a message. Whether it is a player of Girl's Journey or a player of Honkai III, they all expressed their curiosity. Although Yuiwei is far worse than Eden in terms of fame, singing voice, or appearance. But anyway, he is a second-tier singer. Therefore, under the onlookers of a large number of netizens, Yuiwei finally successfully appeared on the hot search that night. This situation made Yuiwei excited. Although she is a second-tier singer, but there are so many Longwo stars, it is really not easy to get the last hot search. Unexpectedly, after cooperating with Penguin Games, I just posted a Weibo, and it quickly rushed to the hot search within 2 hours. Such a result not only surprised her, but also made the other third and fourth tier stars jealous. Just when netizens were frantically discussing the journey of star-linked girls, Mo Li didn't pay too much attention. One is that he didn't take Girl's Journey in his eyes at all. The second is that his studio welcomed 2 new beautiful girls. Ayaka Kamari, and Kamiko Ye. Mo Li was also very surprised when he saw the 2 girls. Unexpectedly, the 2 people from Sakura who came to discuss with them Mei Yi to represent Honkai III are actually these 2. Meeting Mr. Mo Li for the first time, my name is Ayaka Kamari. She was wearing a light blue dress, with long snow-white hair tied in a ponytail at the back, flat bangs, beautiful moles, Qing nose, and beaded lips, and her whole body revealed an elegant lady temperament. Except for the clothes and hairstyle, it is exactly the same as in the game. I've admired the name for a long time, Boss Mo Li, my name is Ye Kamiko. The pink-haired Ye Kamiko is equally beautiful, and when he speaks, he winks at him, which is very enticing. Maybe it was because of Yuan Shen, Mo Li always felt that there was always a smell of crumbs in Ye Kamiko's eyes. Hello, please sit down. While speaking, Mo Li poured a cup of tea for the 2 girls, and then smiled. I didn't expect that the 2 of them can speak Longwo with such a standard accent. Ye Kamiko covered his mouth and chuckled. Ayawa and I both like the culture of the Dragon Kingdom, so whenever we have time, we will study the culture and language of the Dragon Kingdom. Even, when we communicate with each other on weekdays, we will use the language of the Dragon Kingdom. Those 2 came from a long way, but you have to go out and feel the style of the Dragon Kingdom. If it was before, I would definitely take the time to go out and play. Having said that, Yachi's fox eyes curved into 2 crescent moons. But now, I'm more interested in your studio. Shenli Linghua also smiled and nodded. I didn't expect that the Valkyrie in Honkai III is actually an employee of your studio. When I first met Rita, it shocked me for a long time. What? Rita. Hearing Rita's name, Ye Kamiko's eyes flashed. I have to say that your studio is full of talented people. When Miss Rita and I were discussing agency matters, she was really tight-lipped. Yes. It's the first time I've seen someone as powerful as Miss Rita. I and Maiko can't take advantage of her at all. Speaking of Rita, the elegant, calm and meticulous lady maid again appeared in Ayaka Kamiurai's mind. Because of the excellent results of Honkai III and the unique two-dimensional style of painting, there is no shortage of agents in Sakura country. So, when they and Rita discuss agency issues, the initiative is entirely in Rita's hands. Even if it was Ye Kami and her, he couldn't get any advantage at all. This is the first time she and Ye Kamiko have lost the hand in the negotiation. Although they are weak, they have experienced a lot of negotiation situations like this. But it was never as hard as negotiating with Rita. But Emily smiled dumbly when he heard the words of Maiko and Ayaka. Rita's words, that's pretty normal. Chapter 48. Then, you didn't talk to each other, that's why you came to find me. Shenli Linghua smiled and shook his head. It's already been discussed, the reason why I see you is just because of curiosity. Curious? Ayaka Kamari nodded, yes. Listen to Miss Rita, the game Honkai III was developed by you almost alone, so. Before Kanari Ayaka finished speaking, Ye Kamiko smiled and said, so, we are very curious, if we can develop such an excellent game as Honkai III with one person, does this game producer have the skills? 3 heads and 6 arms. Emily raised his eyebrows. Now that I have seen myself, what do you two think? Kamiko Ye touched her delicate chin and watched Emily look up and down for a long time before commenting, I can't see anything other than handsome. Listen, it seems like you're complimenting me, but it doesn't seem right. Emily squinted his eyes and joked, why don't you say it again? I'll listen carefully. As soon as these words came out, the two girls covered their mouths and laughed. Now I have found another advantage. Humor. Ayaka Kamari added with a smile, confident but not arrogant. Ye Kamiko continued, well, it's very charming. This is not a compliment, but the real thoughts of the two girls. In Sakura country, they have seen many accomplished young people. But when those people look at others, they all reveal a sense of superiority. Although they cover it up well, it's hard to hide the way they look at people. Kamiko could see through their essence almost at a glance. It's not that it's bad, after all, it's human nature. But for any young man, as long as he is rich and successful, his mentality will change. And this change may not even be noticed by him. It's not that Ye Kamiko looks down on such a person, on the contrary, she understands it very well. After all, why not be proud of a young man who has achieved success on his own merits? But understanding is understanding. Kamiko and Ayaka still don't like to get along with such people. Because that look is really uncomfortable. And Emily, in their eyes, is also a successful man, but his mentality is still peaceful. Confident, but not at all arrogant. So they are very surprised now, and their first impression of Emily is much better. In fact, the reason why Emily can maintain his original intention is just because he has self-knowledge. After all, his current achievements are not achieved by himself, but thanks to the system. So he has achieved something now, so confident. And because he has self-knowledge, he still maintains a normal mind. The two young ladies are also very attractive. If possible, I really want to dig you into our studio. Ayaka Kamari looked at Emily in surprise, and couldn't help but think, is this, seeing our beauty? Ayaka Kuri is not a common believer, but she and Kamiko have really experienced such a thing. After all, with appearances like her and Kamiko, it's really hard not to make people think. Therefore, when they go out, they never drink the drinks handed by others, and they hardly have too close contact with people. They never touched the tea Emily just poured for them. Ye-san also flashed his eyes, and said with a half-smile, "Hey, I just met for the first time, so boss Emily has an idea for us. And two at a time." Emily smiled and shook his head, "Godchild is joking." Instead, he looked at Ye Godson with those very serious eyes, "I really hope the two of you can join Mihuyu. I think, with the potential of our Mihuyu, there is still a chance to dig the two over." After hearing Emily's words, Maiko and Ayaka were both surprised. Listen to this tone. This Emily boss really wants to dig them into Mihuyu. However, they are still a little unsure whether Emily really wants to hire employees or just because of their beauty. After the two looked at each other, Shen Linghua smiled and said, "Boss Emily has never seen our abilities, so you are so sure that we are excellent employees?" Emily nodded, "Well, Rita told me." "I see." Hearing this, Kamikoye and Ayakakuri were really tempted. After all, Mihuyu's potential is really high. Moreover, in the studio where they are now, every day is actually very unsatisfactory. Mainly, the people in the studio are almost all men, and almost all have ideas about them. It's not that they hate men, it's that those people take turns running over every day to be courteous. If the time is short, they can still accept it. After all, it feels good to be regarded as a goddess. But after a long time, let's not talk about annoying things. I often accept people's kindness. After all, I feel a little sorry in my heart. If you refuse frequently, the relationship with your colleagues may become very stiff again. Every day when I look up but not look down, how can I get along when the relationship is deadlocked?" Just when the two were thinking about it, Emily threw another king bomb. "The two of you also saw that in our studio, except for me, almost all girls are girls. If the two of you come to work in our studio, it will definitely be easy to integrate into it. They are all a group of girls who love games and have gentle personalities. Maybe after a while, you will have a group of close friends in your boudoir." After listening to Emily's words, Ayaka Kamuri and Kamikoye were really moved. They looked up at Emily's expression carefully, as if trying to see through her heart. There is no way, beautiful girls go out, and they always have to protect themselves. Seeing this, Emily was not in a hurry, just smiled, "Okay, I just mentioned it, it doesn't matter if the two of you have no intentions, our cooperation is still valid." Ayaka Kamuri glanced at Emily gratefully. A smile appeared on Ye Kamiko's face again, "Thank you boss Emily for your trust. As for your proposal just now, can you give me and Ayaka some time to think about it?" Emily nodded, "Of course you can. When you think about it, you can contact Rita at any time. Of course, you can also call me." "Thank you so much." Kanari Ayaka bowed deeply to Emily. Emily smiled, "If you two are not in a hurry to go back, you can stay in our studio for a while and get to know the other girls first. Of course, you have to sign an agency contract before you can move around at will." Chapter 49. For the two popular characters of Genshin, Ayaka Kazuto and Kamikoye, Emily really wanted to bring them to the studio. If the other party is really unwilling to join the studio, Emily can only settle for the next best thing and cooperate with these two girls. Anyway, in Original God, the characters of Ye Kamiko and Kami Ayaka cannot be changed. That day, after Emily threw an olive branch to Kamali Ayaka and Ye Kamiko, the two had obvious intentions. After that, Emily let them get along with the studio girls, also to let them feel the atmosphere of his studio. He believes that the environment of his studio is definitely the top in the industry, and he doesn't want to leave when he comes. Sure enough, after spending an afternoon with the girls in the studio, they obviously like the working atmosphere here. But what he didn't expect was that the two hurried back to Sakura country the next day. Emily originally thought that the other party would not join Miuya's studio, but after a few days, Rita came over and said, Ayakakuri and Kamikoye submitted their resumes to her. At that time, Emily realized that Ayaka Kamito and Kamikoye had gone back to work and resigned by the way. It's funny, the agent also called and complained to Emily for a long time. Because after Kamikoye and Ayakakuri left, more than a dozen people went directly from their studio. But the other party only complained about it, and he didn't dare to blame Emily for digging. After all, people go to high places, and their studio is not big. They were able to discover Honkai III first and get the agency one step ahead of everyone else. So, the boss didn't bite anyone, but asked Emily to take care of the two of them. Ayakakuri and Kamikoye said that they liked the Dragon Kingdom very much, and it seems that it is not polite. It is because they often pay attention to Long Kingdom's affairs that they can find Mihuya first. And winning Honkai III is a business destined to make money. Now Honkai III has been open in Sakura country for many days. Sure enough, the revenue over there is not even much lower than that of Longuo. After all, it is a two-dimensional kingdom. For such a game with an extremely sophisticated style and plot, the players of Sakura Kingdom simply can't help the urge to chop their hands. Because Honkai III is too popular, the interests of the agents were directly suppressed by Rita to the lowest level. But the other party is still full of money. Not to mention Emily. His popularity has exceeded 200 million. In other words, he can now directly exchange all versions before Genshin Impact 3.0. Popularity value, 230 million. One popular gift pack. At this moment, Emily was sitting in the office, quietly looking at the system panel. When his popularity value exceeded 100 million, the system rewarded him with an additional popularity value gift package. Emily is still looking forward to it. Sister system, give me a key of God in the gift package, I really can't use the eyes of God. The system did not answer Emily's pleas. Seeing this, Emily was not surprised, he just said it casually, not too much hope. Open the popularity package. Ding, congratulations to the master, get. Valkyrie Dormitory, a set of black technology villa. Valkyrie Dormitory. Ding, Valkyrie Dormitory can be used for living or work, it has a perfect defense system and is equipped with the equipment required for a complete game studio. After listening to the introduction, Emily's eyes lit up. It's too timely. Since the last time Himeko showed her face, there have been people squatting near the studio from time to time. Its purpose is to squat jitsi. At the beginning, there were only a few people, but after someone took a picture of GZI getting off work, there were more and more people squatting. Not to mention the issue of revealing identities. As far as the safety of the employees is concerned, Emily needs to strengthen the security system of the studio. Although this street is a particularly prosperous street, it is not guaranteed that there will be some crazy fans. So for safety reasons, Emily is really worried these days. Employees have to sneak off work, but more often, Emily has to pick them up one by one. As a boss, he actually became a driver. Kiana is even worse. The school gate was blocked directly. Now she and Hu Tao have dropped out of school. But fortunately, the identities of Brynja and others have not been revealed, which is barely good news. But this is not the way to go. The reason why players bet on the studio door is to feel novel. So Emily has been persuading GZI to do a live broadcast these days. As long as there are more appearances and the freshness of the players has passed, it will not be so crazy. At that time, I will wear a mask when I go out, and if I am recognized, I will take a photo with the other party. In this way, it's a bit like a star and a celebrity. Who would have imagined that GZI and Kiana would actually rely on a game? They made their debut. The encyclopedia entry shows, the work Honkai III. The Douyin account created by Emily for Jitsi and Kiana has more than 5 million fans. A Douyin account with 0 works actually has more than 5 million fans. Such a result made all the second and third tier stars in the entertainment circle dumbfounded. Yu Weiwei was jealous and urged Penguin to speed up the update. She is really jealous of these two-dimensional fans. Finally, Penguin completed the rendering of the screen and made a new version. Although there is still a certain gap between the picture and the collapse of the three, but at least it is not so shocking. Penguins never strive for perfection when making games. As long as they can make money, they will stop at it. If you can make money, why bother pouring money into it for word of mouth? Knock knock knock. There was a sudden knock on the door of Emily's office, and then, Rita's tall and sexy figure walked slowly. With a small smile, she put a cup of coffee in front of Emily's desk. Boss, Penguin seems to have been updated, and there is also a female god of war Yuiwei's same style, which is quite popular. Emily nodded. He was still thinking about the Valkyrie dormitory. How do I explain it to the girls? Forget it, let's use that perfunctory rhetoric. They won't ask any further questions anyway, and they'll be transferred to work there in a few days. Thinking of this, Emily closed the system panel. One thing to say, if the girls really want to dig deeper, Emily alone can make Honkai III enough for the girls to dig. Compared with games, the sudden appearance of a black tech villa is easier for people to understand. I'm a rich second generation, is there a problem? By the way, I remember, Honkai III seems to be going to chapter 14, right? Rita chuckled and nodded. Yes, Eden told me yesterday that she plans to announce the new album today, and at the same time release the prelude song Sky Meteor, and promote the new version of the game for us. After listening to Rita's narration, Emily's expression immediately became strange. Even Rita couldn't help laughing. Penguins are really bumping into themselves every time. It seems that the popularity of the new version of Girl's Journey this time will be suppressed by Eden again. Chapter 50. After Penguin released the new version announcement, it has been cooperating with Yuiwei to stir up the heat. With the simultaneous push of the two chat software, the popularity of Girl's Journey almost reached its peak. And just when Zhao Wenbo was secretly complacent, when netizens were discussing heatedly, a Weibo message from Eden directly caused the whole Dragon Kingdom to explode. Whether it is the game circle or the entertainment circle, this Weibo has been completely bombarded. Hello everyone, I am Eden. First of all, thank you for your support and love all the time. When I released the second album, I didn't expect to get so many people's support. I'm very happy. It has been 3 years since the release of the last album. Now, the third album is finally going to meet with you. I will name it Shining Fire. Here, I would like to thank the owner of Mei Yi Studio, Mr. Emily. One of the songs of the new album, Meteor in the Sky, which was written by him, has been released on the Music Network at 12 noon today. Meteor in the Sky is not only the prelude to my new album, but also the theme song for Chapter 14 of the game Honkai III. Finally, I'm going to complain, the auto I hate the most is actually dubbed by Boss Mihui. Damn, I knew I would have beaten you up the last time we met. This sentence was added by Elysia. Eden has released a new album. Since Eden became famous, each of her albums has been released, and its popularity has been explosive, almost dominating the entire internet. It can be said that every news of her concert, or news of her new album, will cause countless media reports. She hardly needs any publicity, and countless media will rush to help her publicize it. Because they all know that as long as the word Eden is included in the report, the traffic will definitely increase. Of course, the entertainment industry is not the world of Eden alone. Almost every singer at the level of kings and queens releases albums, and it is like a darkness that envelops the entire entertainment industry. During this period, almost all the stars below the level of the heavenly king actor will be eclipsed, and they will not have any intention of grabbing the heat. And Eden's news this time is even more exciting. As we all know, Eden is not short of money, so he never accepts cooperation. She just likes music, so she chose to be a singer. However, this time the new album actually cooperated with a small game studio. And also added a game theme song to her new album. This time, not only gamers are curious about Celestial Meteor, but even some stars at the level of the king of actors have paid attention to this song. It was less than 5 hours after Eden's Weibo was released. Meteor in the Sky rushed to the top 20 of the music network's total list with a completely unstoppable trend. This is the overall list, and it is almost the playback ranking of all the music of the Dragon Kingdom in this world. Although it is refreshed once a month, it is enough to shock the eye. Woohoo! In my lifetime, Eden finally released a new album. Listen, Meteor in the Sky is an old song now, so when will the other new songs of the album be released? Double chefs are ecstatic. Eden actually cooperated with Mei Yi. Me fudge boss. Auto? Climb for Grandpa. Shining Fire. The album name is full of collapse 3 elements. Eden really likes this game. So touched. When the prelude to Meteor in the Sky sounded, my nose was sore. Just listening to the song can be moved to woohoo. I don't need the future or the past, these stars will not go out until dawn. I seem to understand why the album title is called Shining Fire, crying. From low-pitched chants to a gradually increasing rhythm, and then a sudden burst. I got goosebumps all over my body, it was so shocking. Is this Kiana's response to Heimko Ant, woohoo. Looking forward to Eden's new album, and looking forward to the new chapter of Honkai III. Although I know there may be a knife, I still want to watch the new plot. I can actually like the same game as Eden. Is this the charm of Honkai Impact 3? What I am most concerned about now is whether there will be a Valkyrie with Eden as a template in Honkai 3. WC. If it comes out, I will directly kowtow to Mei Yi. It's not impossible, but it's okay to call me Papa. The most popular game in the game circle, plus the ceiling Eden of the music circle. Such a dream linkage directly caused the carnival of the internet. Other stars and game studios shivered directly. The popularity of the new version of Penguin was completely overshadowed by this storm. The fans of Girls' Journey were stunned. I was still discussing Girls' Journey an hour ago, so why is it all about Honkai 3 all of a sudden? What? Eden and Honkai 3 are linked? This is too dreamy, isn't it? What way? What Girls' Journey? Climb for Grandpa. Honkai Impact 3, start. This scene on the internet directly caused Zhao Wenbo to overturn the table. Grass. Mei Yi, you don't talk about martial arts. You actually stepped on a horse to cooperate with Eden. You are shameless. Zhao Wenbo was really helpless, he could only use foul language to vent his anger. It's not that he didn't find Eden. In these days, he would still try his best to find Eden to cooperate, but the other party didn't give him any favors at all. In the end, he could only settle for the next best thing and choose to cooperate with Wei. In fact, Eden is not the only diva in the entertainment industry. But the rest of the divas are in their 40s, and you want that group of old women to attract this group of young people? Isn't that a dream? Of course, although people are old, they are still queens, and there must be some heat. But the effect is definitely not as explosive as the cooperation with Eden. After all, the second dimension is still a group of young people. After Zhao Wenbo vented his temper, he grabbed his hair and became distressed. Just then, the phone above called. Seeing this, Zhao Wenbo's eyes lit up and quickly connected. Avoid the edge for a while. Only 4 words were given on it, but Zhao Wenbo heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously, the above also knows that this time it is impossible to confront Honkai 3 head-on. Chapter 51. After reading the information on the internet, Emily put down his phone and called Rita. Rita, tell the other girls to come and have a meeting. After a while, a group of young and beautiful girls gathered together. Kamikoye and Ayakakuri are also among them. Have you processed the new version to be updated tomorrow? Brynja nodded lightly, well, it's all done, just wait for the update tomorrow. Okay, this meeting is mainly about 3 things. First, as I promised before, in addition to the basic salary, I will also give you an extra big red envelope. As soon as these words came out, the girls were a little excited, and it was finally time to pay their wages. However, when they watched Emily take out a thick stack of documents, they became curious. I thought about it. Honkai III has the current popularity, and there is a big reason for using your character template, so I plan to give each of you 1% of the shares. This is a share transfer agreement. When Emily said this, the girls were really surprised. In the past, Emily said that he would give them red envelopes, but they all thought that Emily was generous and had a good character. But now it's different, this is a share. Although it is only 1%, but, at the current valuation of Mei Yi, this 1% is definitely an extremely terrifying figure. And Mei Yi's potential continues to rise. In other words, this 1% share will continue to appreciate in value. This is not the degree of generosity, Emily is simply spreading his wealth. How could the girls not be surprised? Boss, are you drunk? Rita also looked surprised, no longer as elegant and indifferent as usual. I'm not drunk, Emily smiled. Of course, if you want to sell, you can also come to me, and I will buy back the 1% at a price you are satisfied with. The girls looked at the share transfer agreement in their hands, looked at each other, and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. It wasn't until a long time later that Yuan spoke first. Cough. Boss, although I am very moved, but I feel a little ashamed. Although the game uses our template, it is not worth so much money, but it has also given us huge popularity. Although we don't plan to make money from fame, it's not a bad thing after all. So, this share transfer. I'm a little afraid to accept it. After Yuan spoke, Gan Yu also weakly pushed the contract to Emily. Boss, I haven't made any contribution to the studio, I really don't dare to. Immediately afterwards, the other girls also pushed the share transfer agreement to Emily. Such a result not only surprised Emily, but also surprised him. The reason why he is so generous is not that he is stupid. Rather, he believed in these girls and trusted their character. If it was someone else, Emily would definitely not share the shares. It now appears that he did not believe the wrong person at all. If someone else comes, they will sign their name on the agreement without saying a word. Although I don't know what the girls are thinking, it is definitely not something that ordinary people can do to resist such temptation. Besides, the girls are still short of money. I regret it now, but I won't have this chance in the future. Brynja nodded lightly, and her gaze towards Emily softened a lot. We only take what we deserve. Gzi also smiled and continued, of course, if the boss is in a good mood and sends a big red envelope, we can still accept it. The choice of the girls also made Emily awe-inspiring, and she deserves to be the Valkyrie who fights for all the beauty in the world. Silly cute. However, in the eyes of Kamiko Ye and Ayaka Kami, Emily is as stupid as the girls. They are very aware of Mei Yi's current potential. If Mei Yi is willing to go public, the shares will probably be snapped up by everyone. And now, the boss gave away the shares for free, but the girls just hesitated for a moment, and then refused. Although Kanari Ayaka and Ye Kamiko felt that the boss and the girl were stupid, they were also impressed by them. After Emily tore up the share transfer agreement, he turned on his computer without hesitation. Then let me talk about the second thing. As he spoke, he projected the picture from the computer on the big screen. I saw the screen, showing a 4-minute video. On the cover of the video, a blonde boy and a blonde girl stand opposite each other. At the feet of the two, there is a sea of flowers full of white flowers. The breeze blows the hair and the hem of the two, with petals, and the background is a blue and beautiful sky. The whole picture is very beautiful and natural. The words Yuan Shen in the upper left corner of the cover are particularly dazzling. The girls had a thought in their hearts, but they couldn't believe it. Seeing this, Emily smiled, let's watch this video first. With that said, Emily clicked the video play button. A beautiful piano sounded, and as the picture slowly unfolded, 2 meteors streaked across the night sky. The war has begun, it is a continuation of the previous war. The gods paint the outline of desire with 7 radiance. With the playback of the video, the girls are finally determined, this is probably a new project prepared by Emily. The video continues, revealing very little information, but the girls take it extra seriously. Suddenly, the music in the video turned and became very brisk. And there are also several big characters in the picture, Monde, stranger chasing the wind. The narration seems to be introducing something. The giant dragon who has guarded the free city-state for thousands of years has finally become confused about freedom. The freedom ordered by the god of freedom, can it still be called freedom? Immediately afterwards, the music turned again, and the beautiful music full of dragon country style made the girl's eyes light up. Liu, farewell to the long-term body. A white-haired royal sister appeared on the screen. The screen behind her, the hairpin on her head, the dress that is very similar to the cheongsam, plus the very retro patterns. These elements make people think of the long-standing dragon kingdom at a glance. Not to mention the girls, even Kamiko Ye and Ayaka Kami were amazed by the original painting of Ningguang in the game. After that, the videos showed the theme of the 7 kingdoms of Tibet one after another. Although the narration made the girls somewhat incomprehensible, the various elements shown in the video made them curious. After the video was finished, Emily said with a smile. Everyone must have guessed it. That's right. This is the new game Genshin Impact. I have got the version number, and you can ask me any questions next. Chapter 52. Boss, is a new game coming out so soon? Is this still the same type of game as Honkai Impact? The style of painting is similar to that of Honkai III and there are also elements of the Dragon Kingdom in it. Hearing GZ's sigh, Emily snapped his fingers, Dragon Kingdom is not the only element. In Genshin Impact, I set 7 countries, and they correspond to the 7 big countries of Blue Star. The Liu corresponds to our dragon country, and Ina wife. Having said that, Emily raised an eyebrow at Ye Kamiko, it corresponds to the Sakura country. Then, is the gameplay still the same as Honkai III? Emily shook his head, the gameplay is definitely different, but in my opinion, the new game and Honkai Impact 3 belong to the same worldview. Then, Emily slowly explained the worldview of Honkai Sanwa Genshinamai. Of course, he said all this just to take care of Kamiko Ye and Ayaka Kuri. After all, the rest of the girls already knew the worldview of Honkai III. That is to say, maybe there will be a connection between these 2 games in the future. Emily nodded, Brynja is very smart, I plan to insert some elements of Genshin Impact in the recent Honkai Impact 3 event. That is to say, let Yuan Shen and Honkai 3 be linked once, which is considered as a warm-up for Yuan Shen in advance. But as soon as Emily said this, Brynja immediately reminded, Boss. Now Genshin Impact is just your initial idea, right? If you expose the gameplay in advance, I am afraid that other manufacturers will imitate and plagiarize, in case. Before Bublonia could finish speaking, Emily smiled and interrupted, Don't worry, it's just a linkage, the activity is still mainly based on Honkai Impact 3. We can properly reveal some news about Yuan Shen during the event, but we won't reveal the main gameplay of Yuan Shen. After hearing Emily's explanation, the girls were relieved. Then, what is the gameplay of Yuan Shen? The girls have long been curious about this. Today, almost all games in the world are upgrades and monsters, PvP. It's like reaching the end of the game, and there are very few novel gameplay. The birth of Honkai III has already surprised the girls. It turned out that it was only a long time before Emily actually said that he was going to develop a new game again. How this is not shocking. Hey! Emily smiled confidently. After closing the video, he opened another file on the computer. Yuan Shen's gameplay and selling points. To sum it up in one sentence is: Open world, free exploration, battle decryption. While speaking, dynamic pictures flashed on the screen. Among them, there are Yingmei who fights Kaihokiu people with a one-handed sword, decrypts and opens treasure chests, and swims, climbs, mines, collects. The beautiful graphics, as well as the novel gameplay, amaze the girls to the extreme. On Earth, none of these gameplays are new. At most, there is an additional two-dimensional element. But in this wild world of the game, this kind of free exploration in the free world is really amazing. So shocking. In the pictures displayed by Emily, the backgrounds are all beautiful scenery. Such as the windy land and the apple lake in Mond, the Kinki village and Daihuashu in Liu, the Ming Shen Grand Shrine and the guarding forest in the Rice Wife, the desert and rainforest of Sumi. When players enjoy the fun of battle, they can also enjoy the scenery from any angle. When enjoying the scenery, there may be unexpected treasure chests or prizes. The entire open world of Genshin Impact can be roughly divided into 3 ways to play. Emily explained while showing you more animations. Exploration and adventure gameplay based on treasure chest opening, PvE gameplay based on secret realms, and character development. Of course, there are all kinds of ways to play in life. And the absolutely indispensable, character draw. Among them, the role played by the player is a traveler from another world. As Emily explained, the girls became more and more excited. Just listening to Emily's narration completely hooked the girls' interest. I can't wait to get started and experience it in person. Brynja's eyes lit up. Boss, these pictures of you. Emily smiled and seemed to understand Brynja's thoughts, then nodded. I have already made the game. As soon as these words came out, the girls could hardly contain their excitement. Maybe it's because they've been with each other for a long time, so the girls don't have the skeptical look they had when they were the first time. They all looked at Emily excitedly, chatting and discussing. Even Brynja asked, Boss, can you let us experience it? In this case, we can also try, give you some advice. That being said, even Brynja is a little less confident. Well, as a game nerd, Brynja just wants to play. Gzi also looked at Emily with a surprised expression, and sighed, I'm really curious, boss, how did you come up with so many novel ways to play? Even Ganyu's face was flushed, boss, when do you plan to release Yuan Shen? As newcomers, Ye Kamiko and Kami Ayaka were still a little bit reluctant to let go, and did not participate in the discussions of the girls. But the twinkling light in their eyes is also telling each other. They are also very interested in the game. Girls, calm down first. Emily never expected that the girls would be so excited. Of course I won't hide it, I will let you experience it for yourself. There's one more thing to tell you now. Having said that, Emily turned off the computer, and then said seriously, recently, more and more people are squatting near the studio. After hearing Emily's words, the girls' faces were a little distressed. But before they could think about it, Emily smiled and said, however, I have a solution now. I have already arranged a new workplace, it is absolutely safe and private, not only equipped with all the equipment, but also luxurious dormitories and artificial intelligence. Of course, if you don't want to live in the company, you can choose to go home, but... Having said this, Emily smiled mysteriously, I can guarantee that as long as you live in, you will never want to leave. Chapter 53. When Emily took the girls to the Valkyrie's dormitory, they all exclaimed. Especially Kiana and Hu Tao, the 2 ghostly girls touch here and look there. Wow, what a big acridine! This is too luxurious, ah! Suddenly, Kiana exclaimed and kicked a very delicate object into the air. Boss! What is that? It's still moving. Emily smiled, don't be so, suddenly. He walked over, checked the object that was kicked by Kiana, and found that there was no problem before putting it back on the ground. This is a sweeping robot, cleaning. Is that so? I'm shocked. Hu Tao patted her flat chest and was relieved to watch the robot sweep away slowly. At this time, the other girls also gathered one by one. Boss, you are too big, too luxurious. Emily smiled, have you chosen your own room? The girls all nodded. Then, do you still want to go home? The girls shook their heads in unison. Everyone likes it. From now on, we will work, eat and live in this building. If you want to go out, just talk to AI-chan. Love sauce. Hearing this new name, the girls are even more confused. Isn't this an artificial intelligence of destiny in Honkai III? However, before Emily could explain, a very lively lowly voice came from all around. Boss AI-chan is here. The sudden lowly sound shocked the girls. This sound is exactly the same as in the game. Emily explained softly, this is AI love sauce, you can understand it as a smart housekeeper with more powerful computing power. She can not only help you familiarize yourself with various facilities in the dormitory as soon as possible, but also help us in game production. If you want to go out, you can also tell AI-chan, she will help you arrange the vehicle and route planning for you. Even if you get lost in this building, you can always ask AI-chan, she will guide you. After listening to Emily's explanation, the girls were even more surprised. How can there be such a smart artificial intelligence? It's really black technology. Boss. Suddenly, Rita looked at Emily with a half-smiling smile, and said in a very ambiguous tone, you said. Are you considered to be a treasure in a golden house? As soon as Rita said this, Emily also reacted. This seems to be really a golden house. Thin-skinned girls like Gan Yu and Chen Li Linghua, when they heard the words Jin Wu Zhang Jiao, couldn't help but blushed. Even Hollander looked a little embarrassed. Cough. Rita, stop joking, if it wasn't for those players blocking the entrance of the studio every day, the boss wouldn't have taken out such a luxurious house and transformed it into a studio. Thinking about it, the boss is really generous. In this way, you can work with confidence in the future, and even if you reveal your identity, you won't be afraid of being blocked by others. But you have to be careful when you go out. It doesn't matter, I rarely go out anyway. Brynja looked a little happy, and there was a rare smile on Sanwu's face. Anyway, work is also our hobby, and we play games when we are free. The girls nodded in agreement. Okay, let's all get familiar with the working environment first. The new version will be updated tomorrow, and the dubbing progress will be accelerated later to buy time for Yuan Shen to go online. After speaking, Emily stretched his waist and planned to choose a dormitory himself. By the way, if you remember something you don't understand, you can ask Ijiang directly before leaving, Emily reminded again. The Valkyrie dormitory rewarded by the system is really luxurious. It's no problem to say that it is a black technology, and even Emily is doubting whether some of the black technology in this dormitory comes from the destiny in the game. However, the system did not answer his question. Simply, Emily was too lazy to care. After randomly choosing a room in the dormitory area, Emily turned on his computer and started planning the follow-up versions of Honkai III and Genshin Impact. Now the reputation of Mihuia's studio is not only loud in Daxia, also famous abroad. First, it is naturally because of the refreshing gameplay, two-dimensional style of painting, and touching plot of Honkai III. Second, there is also Eden's credit. Therefore, for the next game Yuan Shen, he plans to conduct a global unified public beta. As for the public beta time, he probably thought about it. Now Honkai III is so popular because of Eden's linkage. If Yuan Shen is exposed now, it will directly go up and grab the heat with the collapse. Therefore, the test time should be chosen carefully. Just as he was thinking, the phone rang. Eden. Emily was a little curious, what else could the other party do so late? Line connected. Miss Eden, good evening. Are you still satisfied with the 13 Yingji character design I gave you? There was a chuckle from the other end of the phone. Good evening, I read the script from Mr. Mo. Speaking of this, Eden's voice paused slightly. Can you reveal more about the story of the pre-civilization era in the game? Let's reveal more. It's not impossible, but if you know in advance, there will be no surprises in the future. That's right, then I won't ask more. Mo smiled. Then, what else is there for Miss Eden? I already posted the Weibo of the new album this afternoon. It seems that you haven't released the announcement of the new version yet. Hearing this, Mo finally reacted, yes. My, and the girls in the studio moved out of the studio in the afternoon, and forgot such an important thing for a while. Eden, oh? Did you change your workplace? Mo, yes, let's not talk about it, I have to hurry up and send out the announcement. By the way, if Miss Eden is free, you can come and visit our studio. Okay, you can send me an address, and I will go to your studio in a few days to discuss my character modeling by the way. Hearing Eden's words, Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, Miss Eden, about the character modeling of you and Elysia, I have already done it, and I promise to make you satisfied. Chapter 54. In fact, even if Mo does not make this announcement, players will know that tomorrow is the day when the story of Chapter 14 of Honkai III will be updated. Players have been looking forward to this for a whole day. And when Mo threw the announcement out, the comment area immediately exploded. It's not that tomorrow's update will shock players. Instead, the announcement said that tomorrow Jitsi will use her Douyin account to livestream Honkai III with Kiana. It's still the kind of live broadcast. This news not only shocked the players, but even Eden looked forward to it. Originally, Elysia planned to continue the live broadcast with Eden tomorrow. On the one hand, she finds it interesting, and on the other hand, she also wants to increase the popularity of the three. But after seeing the announcement from Mo, Elysia immediately gave up the idea of living. At the same time, Penguin also paid attention to this announcement made by Mo. Zhao Wenbo also has a strong curiosity about GZ's live broadcast tomorrow. He snorted coldly with some dissatisfaction. I want to see how similar the real GZI is to the GZI in the game. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at Weiwei behind him, and made a comparison between the other party and the modeling of female god of war Weiwei in The Journey of a Girl. Well, not bad, I think it shouldn't be worse than Mei Yi's restoration. That night became a sleepless night for many players. Early the next morning, Mo was still immersed in sleep when a loud knock on the door rang. Bang bang bang! Boss, get up soon! Kiana's lively voice sounded outside the door. Mo was a little helpless and had to turn over and get up. After getting dressed, Mo opened the door while yawning. Looking at the energetic walnuts and Kiana outside the door, Mo laughed and shook his head. Young man, energy is strong. Cut, it's like how old the boss is. There's no Jitsi. I'm older. At this moment, the door next to Mo slowly opened. GZ's lazy voice came faintly. Kiana, you just wanted to call me GZI aunt, right? Ah? No. No. While Kiana was a little panicked, she was a little fortunate. Fortunately, I was witty and stopped the word aunt. Then are you disgusting me for being old? No, oh, Sister Jitsi, aren't you nervous? Today, I'm going to play Honkai III live in front of a lot of people. After hearing this, GZI also looked at Mo with some resentment. Boss, can you not broadcast live? Although I know that Mo is doing it for my own good, so that I don't appear too mysterious in front of the players. But the live broadcast or something. It's really a shame. Just this time. After all, the announcement has been sent out. If you really don't want to live broadcast in the future, just post some videos in Douyin. What happened then? Whatever, your daily work, or some jokes are fine. The main thing is to make you less mysterious and change your impression of being sacred and tall in the minds of players. It doesn't matter what the content is. Gzi nodded lightly, understood, but, I'm still a little nervous, I'm afraid I'll screw it up. Seeing Jitsi actually showing such a twisted attitude, Kiana was extremely surprised. What it turns out that Jitsi's sister is also nervous, hehe. After she finished speaking, Kiana secretly complained again, damn boss Emily, it made me call Jitsi Aunt so easy. Gzi rolled her eyes at Kiana, after all, it's a live broadcast in front of hundreds of thousands of people. Anyone who comes will be nervous, okay? I'm afraid it's more than. Emily took out his phone and glanced at it. After the announcement yesterday, your Douyin account has more than 8 million followers. Jitsi. Kiana. Oh, I'm so panicked, boss, can you think of a way to calm me down? Emily smiled and touched Kiana's head, don't panic, I'll ask the girls in the studio to cheer you on when the time comes. What then, we'll just be more nervous, okay? At this moment, Brynja, who was opposite Jitsi, also got up. She was wearing pajamas, with a slender figure and a concave and convex figure, with a straight face, and complained with her unique, unwavering voice. It's just a live broadcast, what's so nervous? Brynja? You got up so early. Gzi looked surprised when she saw Brynja. She remembered that Brynja was too busy to go to bed last night. What to say? In order to ensure that there are no accidents after the update, everything has to be checked clearly. Kiana's idiot's voice is too loud, Brynja said casually, then turned and walked towards the work area. I'll check again. Who are you talking about being an idiot, you little? But Kiana reacted before she could finish her words. This is not in the game. The real Brynja is much bigger than her. Big in every sense. Sure enough, Brynja turned around silently and glanced at the white-haired dumpling. Me? Smaller. Kiana glanced at the towering peaks of the other side, and was still a little unconvinced. Damn, I will definitely grow bigger than you in the future. Seeing that the topic changed to a strange place, Emily finally couldn't help but reminded, Brynja, why don't you wash up and get dressed first? As for the game update, I'll just check it out. Seeing Emily's strange eyes, Brynja finally woke up. I still seem to be wearing light pajamas. Cough. She coughed softly, pretending to be calm. Well, then I'll trouble the boss. After speaking, Brynja quickened her pace slightly and walked towards her room. At the same time, he did not forget to complain in his heart, damn, I have no defense against this guy. Hu Tao, who had finished watching this scene, couldn't help but snicker while covering her mouth. Gzi also looked at Emily with great interest, and said with a teasing, boss looks good. Chapter 55. Gzi folded her arms against her chest and leaned against the wall, and looked at Emily with a half-smile, boss looks good. Emily shrugged, you can't blame me and I didn't see anything. After that, he walked towards the work area. Hu Tao, Kiana and Jitsi also quickly followed. What surprised Emily was that Ganyu had already woken up and was busy at work. Seeing this, Emily walked over curiously. Seeing Emily's arrival, Ganyu was also a little surprised. Old boss, is it so early today? No way, Kiana called me up, Emily said as he walked slowly to Ganyu's side. This is a live broadcast device. Ganyu nodded weakly. Isn't Sister Gzi going to broadcast live this afternoon? I just wanted to help with the live broadcast equipment and background. Emily chuckled and nodded, it's hard work, but don't worry too much about the background, just find a piece of cloth to hang it on. It's not hard. Ganyu shook his head, compared with other elder sisters. I don't think I've helped much. How is it possible, you are Yu-hating's secretary? Ah! After hearing Emily's words, Ganyu's stunned expression looked very cute. Before he could ask a question, Emily explained, this is your character setting in the new game. The new game, my settings. Gan Yu thought for a while before suddenly recovering. Boss, do you mean, using me as a template, created a character in Genshin Impact? That's right, and he's still a very powerful character. So, the red envelope I gave you, you should take it with peace of mind. At this moment, the quirky walnut suddenly came over, Boss Emily, what about me? Turning his head to look at Hu Tao, Emily smiled and rubbed the other person's head, of course you can't miss it. Then what is my identity? Is it also in Yuan Shen? Emily nodded, in Yuan Shen, you are the master of the hall, and even the rock god of Liu is your subordinate. Wow! It's amazing! Hearing such a powerful setting, Hu Tao jumped up directly, hugging Emily's arm and said excitedly, thank you boss, you are so kind. Master of the hall, Hu Tao muttered to himself, and then seemed to think of something, raised his head and asked, what is the master of a hall, boss? Secret first but. Emily took out his mobile phone, opened the game Genshin Impact, and selected the character Hu Tao. Hey, this is your image in Yuan Shen. Hu Tao excitedly held the phone, and swiped the screen with her pale jade fingers, enjoying a 360-degree view of herself in the game. Wow, it looks like me. It's exactly the same. At this moment, the walnut in the game suddenly grabbed both hands, pretending to frighten the little kid, and recited a limerick. Dakiakayu is sick, Kaiokayu knocks, Sang Kaiokayu is a vegetable medicine, and Psychiakayu wow. Wow! Even the voice is exactly the same. Boss, is this your voice? Walnut is really surprised, she really likes this look. In her excitement, she accidentally clicked on the elemental explosion. Enjoy your meal and drink your fill, go all the way. When the perspective of the screen changed, a cute ghost jumped out of the walnut ring, and the walnut pulled the ghost's tail and slammed it in a circle. With the big move animation, it looks very handsome. Wow, that's amazing! At this time, Gzi and Kiana also came over curiously. After seeing the game interface of Yuan Shen on the mobile phone, they all became interested. Hu Tao, control the character to walk around, Kiana urged hurriedly. The new game, she was so curious. And Gzi also turned to look at Emily, boss, is Genshin Impact ready to play? Emily nodded, well, in fact, it is completely possible to go online directly, but I want to wait for the popularity of Honkai III to pass before going online. I see. At this moment, Rita, Mei Yi and others came out with breakfast. Seeing Gzi and the others gathered around, exclaiming from time to time, they all became curious. Morning boss they are. Rita looked at Gzi and others curiously while handing a breakfast to Emily. Thank you. Emily was also polite, took the breakfast handed by Rita, and then explained with a smile, they are trying Genshin Impact, I guess they were surprised by the pictures and gameplay inside. Rita and Yolander looked at each other and approached with curiosity. The same is true for Yi Fuhua. Since Emily showed the gameplay of Yuan Shen yesterday, they have been looking forward to it too much. Hu Tao, didn't boss Emily just say that there is still Sister Gan Yu? Hurry up and take a look. As soon as these words came out, the girls all looked at Gan Yu at the same time. Everyone, can you stop looking at me like that? Seeing this, the girls all smiled and looked away, and turned to the game screen. After a while, Hu Tao found the page to select the character. When everyone saw Gan Yu with blue hair and 2 horns, they all exclaimed. Why does Gan Yu have 2 horns on top of his head? I think it looks pretty. Gan Yu, you won't really grow a pair of horns, will you? How, it's possible. Sister Gzi, please don't make fun of me. Gzi held back her smile and turned to look at Emily who was eating breakfast. Boss, why are you thinking of adding a pair of horns to Gan Yu's head? In the background setting, Gan Yu is a Kylan beast, so it's not too much for him to have a pair of Kylan horns. Auspicious beast Kylan. Gan Yu really liked this setting. At this time, Brynja finally finished washing up. The moment she saw Emily, she couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Morning, boss. Morning. Emily naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to mention what happened just now, but handed Brynja a breakfast. Eat breakfast first, then you can update the game. Thank you. At the same time, many Benson players who can't sleep at night are looking forward to it. GZI is finally going to show his face. Looking forward to it, the last hype rumor is finally going to be completely broken. Laughing to death, I just went to find the posts posted by the sunspots before, and found that they have all been deleted. I don't know if other Valkyries will show up. Am I the only one who expects Boss Mei Yi to show up? Otto looks at the sword. Chapter 56. 1:50 p.m. In the studio, the girls gathered together and cheered Jitsi in front of the camera in the live broadcast room. Jitsi, who used to be enthusiastic and bold in the past, seemed a little twisted. Even Kiana was no longer lively as she used to be, and sat quietly in the chair, becoming a little chicken. Boss! Why don't you come and accompany us to live broadcast? I see that many people on the internet want to meet you. I won't go, today is the home ground for you and Kiana. Emily rejected GZ's proposal without thinking. No. Boss, you have to lead by example. After saying that, Kiana ran to Emily's side, holding his arm and pulling hard. Emily shook his head helplessly. Forget it this time, after the server of Genshin Impact starts, I will show it live. Besides, isn't GZI live streaming with you? No. Kiana began to act like a spoiled child. If the boss is here, I won't be nervous. Just when Emily was embarrassed, Yi smiled and touched Kiana's head and relieved Emily. Okay, Kiana, the live broadcast is about to start, go and sit in front of the camera. So soon? Well, there are still a few minutes left. Kiana turned to Mei Yi again and said, Sister Mei. I'm so nervous. This. Yi really doted on Kiana too much, even more than Yolande. As soon as Kiana acted like a spoiled child, she turned to look at Emily, as if asking for help. Emily. If Miss Yi wants to accompany Kiana on the live broadcast, of course I won't stop it. Mei, that's the case, Kiana, do your best. You won't help me anymore. I can't help it, Kiana. Streaming or something. I'll be very nervous too. Seeing that Yi and Emily were a little helpless, Brynja said comfortably. Actually, the live broadcast is very simple. Say hello to the audience after the broadcast, you don't need to pay attention to them, just concentrate on playing the game. Kiana muttered unconvincingly, it sounds nice, how can it be that simple? On the contrary, GZ's eyes lit up, if you don't pay attention to the live broadcast room. I'm really not nervous anymore. Brynja nodded gently, you don't need to pay attention, just concentrate on playing the game, we will help you watch in the live broadcast room. Thanks, Brynja. Kiana is a high school girl after all. After being comforted a few words by Mei, she sat very stiffly in front of the camera. Seeing that it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the girls gestured towards Heimko and Kiana. Heimko, Kiana, let's start. After that, GZ's live broadcast room finally opened. Just a second after the opening, countless audiences flocked to it. As long as it is the 3 players of the collapse, as long as they are free now, without exception, they all poured into GZ's Douyin live broadcast room. Oh, finally opened. Heimko Aunt. Kiana. Woohoo Sister Jitsi, do you know how I got there last night? I haven't slept all night. Wow wow wow. It's too similar. It's exactly the same. As long as they put on the Valkyrie armor, this is 100% restoration. The rumors are self-defeating. I will always like Heimko Aunt. So beautiful. Jitsi. Kiana. I want to post with you. What about your boss? Call him out, and I'll reward him for 2 big fights. Looking at the screen full of barrages, both Qiana and Jitsi were stunned. Mo tilted his head to look at Brynja and asked in a low voice, how many people are there now? Brynja was silent for a while, 1,000,000 people. When he heard this number, even Mo was stunned. He remembered that even Eden's previous live broadcast was only a few million people, right? Are Jitsi and Qiana so popular? Brynja shook her head gently. Gzi and Qiana are definitely not as popular as Eden. In my calculations, this should be the Douyin platform, plus the result of the popularity of Honkai III in recent days. After all, people who watch live broadcasts on that 2D website are not as good as Douyin after all. I see. After all, Douyin is the largest short video platform in Longguo, and the traffic is already huge. Many viewers will swipe to Jitsi's live broadcast inadvertently. At that time, even people who don't know Gzi will be attracted by the lively situation. And because of Eden's relationship in the past 2 days, the popularity of Honkai III has been surprisingly high, and it is acceptable to have such a number of viewers now. Cough cough. Gzi coughed lightly, and then smiled. Hello everyone, I'm Gzi, and the Infinite Tower Gzi in Honkai III was designed with my character. After finishing speaking, Jitsi kicked Qiana's foot to signal her to speak. Ah! Qiana, who was thinking wildly, was startled by Jitsi's such a kick. After reacting, she looked at Gzi suspiciously. Gzi aunt, why are you kicking me? Jitsi, annoyed. Hey sister Jitsi, don't be angry, I forgot it for a while, so I just said it smoothly. Gzi stared at Qiana silently, and found that the other party seemed to have forgotten about the live broadcast room, so she didn't seem nervous at all. Seeing this, Gzi didn't plan to remind Qiana, and instead said with a smile. Forget it this time, the game has been updated, haven't you wanted to experience the new plot for a long time? So soon? Qiana was delighted, she pulled her chair and moved closer to the computer. She first received the game's update package, 300 crystals, and then checked the updated activities. During this period, the barrage was also very lively. Ha ha ha. When Qiana called out the phrase Jitsi aunt, I seemed to see the killing intent in Jitsi's eyes. Is this the way Qiana and Jitsi usually get along with each other? It feels so cute, ha ha ha. This is not a show, is it? It doesn't look like it. If it's a show, then Qiana and Jitsi's acting skills are also very good. Don't underestimate people. Do you know why voice actors are also called actors? I know this, voice actors also need acting skills. Whether he is a show or not, I like to watch it anyway, he. Woo woo woo. After playing the previous plot, now I see such a silly Qiana again, tears. I really hope that Qiana can stay stupid forever, woohoo, never grow up. After Qiana finished watching this episode of the event, she opened chapter 14 of the main story with a look of excitement. In the previous chapters, Qiana fell into confusion and self-blame for a while. Fortunately, the feathers left by Fu Hua have been teaching her to practice swordsman, and slowly enlightened her, which made Qiana cheer up again. The previous chapters also made players feel distressed. They've seen Qiana grow, but the price is too high. The beginning of chapter 14 is a short film. The scene is an endless darkness and an endless grey desert. The divine comedy of world destruction sounded, and this kind of plot made Gzi and Qiana feel tight in their hearts. Because the last time this BGM sounded, it was Jitsi's lonely battle. Suddenly, a steady male voice sounded, and a white-haired man named Kevin appeared on the screen. Kevin's voice was very calm, but under the reconciliation of the bug, there seemed to be a hint of despair. Hua, preparations are about to begin. According to Dr. Mei's calculations, there is still the last hour left until the arrival of his. Immediately afterwards, Fu Hua's voice sounded, Kevin, I hope that after today, human beings can continue to walk. Kevin. Yes. If you still have any doubts, look back at Blue Star behind you. As Kevin's voice fell, everything in the scene turned into the full picture of Blue Star. Seeing this, both Kiana Jitsi and the audience in the live broadcast room looked extremely surprised. Strange man, unfamiliar environment, unfamiliar dialogue. This kind of plot can't connect with the previous story at all. But, it was shocking. Wow! It's on the moon! Kiana exclaimed, pulled La Jitsi's arm and said excitedly, Jitsi Aunt, have you seen it? This seems to be a very remarkable plot. Gzi thought thoughtfully, if I'm not mistaken, this is probably the so-called battle for the end of the pre-civilization. It was briefly mentioned in the previous plot. Kiana also remembered, yes, it seems that in the previous chapter, the file of the World Snake recorded Fu Hua's information. Survivors of the pre-civilization era. Gzi smiled and also had a strong sense of expectation for that pre-civilization. It actually hit the moon. At this time, the barrage also began to have a heated discussion. As the world view of Honkai III gradually unfolded, the audience was also shocked. The pattern of the story of a beautiful girl saving the world that I thought before was really too small. Now it seems that the world view of Honkai Impact 3 is simply too shocking. This is just a game, do you need it? I'll make up the history of a pre-civilization era. Take a look at the plot of Girl's Journey Next Door, the battle between two small countries. Forget it. In such a comparison, the grade of Honkai 3 has been lowered. In the game, with the end of the short film, the plot finally connected to the 13 chapters of the plot. In previous episodes, Rita fell into the trap of the world snake while chasing Kiana's clues. At a critical moment, Kiana rescued Rita. And the short film at the beginning of the game was actually Kiana's dream. In the conversation between Kiana and Fu Hua, it was learned that the dream may be a small fragment in Fu Hua's memory. In other words, the final battle 50,000 years ago was indeed fought on the moon. And Kevin's identity has finally been exposed. He is actually the ancestor of the Kislana family. And the World Snake Organization was also founded by Kevin. And Kevin also lived 50,000 years. Both Kiana and Jitsi were completely immersed in the plot. The number of people in the live broadcast room is also skyrocketing at an extremely terrifying speed. Chapter 57. Players are very curious and looking forward to the events of the pre-civilization era. After all, in the previous plot, the technology and power shown in the pre-civilization era are far stronger than the current main line of the game. Even the suit of armor that Gzi and Hairsker of the Sky wore when they fought were left over from the pre-civilization era. Not to mention the God's Key, and such monsters as Fu Hua Kevin, who have lived for 50,000 years. Even such a terrifying civilization was destroyed under the collapse. It is hard to imagine how powerful the Hairsker behind him can be. And how shocking the short film made by Mei Yi will be. Players discuss, guess, look forward to. But Kiana and Jitsi don't have the time to worry about it now. Now they are completely immersed in the plot. After Kiana rescued Rita, she left alone. In the previous chapter, Kiana discovered that the World Serpent was carrying out a conspiracy called the Stigma Project. And this plan is to release a high concentration of collapse energy in the entire Sky City. It's like experimenting with a whole city. If Kiana didn't stop her, I'm afraid the whole city wouldn't be able to survive. Even if someone who successfully activates the stigmata survives, they will be forced to join the World Serpent. This is something that Kiana absolutely does not want to see. Although she has serious problems with her body now, and after being informed by Fu Hua, Kiana also understands how terrifying Kevin, the leader of the World Snake, is. But even so, Kiana decided to investigate the matter with a serious face. Such Kiana made the audience feel distressed for a while. It's obviously a very passionate plot, but compared to the naive and innocent Kiana, now such a mature Kiana is really distressing. Damn, I was stabbed by Mei Yi before I knew it. And such a knife that can touch people's hearts is the real knife. No anger, just a sour nose. Kiana and Jitsi looked at Kiana in the game with the same distress. They have been completely brought into it. The plot continues in 01. The people of World Snake also finally showed up. In the picture, a woman with a hot body and a wolf-shaped mask appeared. She was the general person in charge of the plan of Tianqing City, Jackal. Her voice was mature and arrogant, with a hint of urging, "How is it going?" The secret of Shencheng medicine has been exposed, and there is not much time left for the experiment. Hearing the urging voice of the jackal, the raven was a little helpless. "I have put all my hands into action. Rita left us with a mess and slowed us down, but that wasn't the point. The key is, the Hersker of the sky is also eyeing us, intending to sabotage this plan. Jackal, hold her." This made the raven want to laugh. "Hold on? That's the Hersker. It's not an enemy that you can just create a bunch of monsters to deal with. Even if there are 10 times more, you can't hold the Hersker for even a second. Do you remember the second collapse? Do you remember what she did? You should know better than me that the battle with the Hersker is not a matter of adding numbers." Jackal smiled softly, his tone still extremely arrogant. "I checked the on-site records an hour ago. That girl did not show the destructive power of the Hersker level. It may be that she has just awakened, and she still can't control her power. According to my previous information, after the Hersker of the sky awakened, she was quickly defeated after just a few hours. It is said that there were 3 S-rank Valkyries present at the time, and Rita, who just played against you, was one of them. How? Didn't she lose under our careful arrangement? Raven, perhaps? Supposedly? There are too many assumptions in your words. Maybe Otto has something we don't know about." Otto? That coward who only knows to hide behind the Valkyrie. The jackal sneered, and then said with disdain. "Instead of believing that he can solve the problem, you might as well tell me that Otto invented an incredible armor, found a Valkyrie who was about to retire to wear it, and cleaned up the Hersker of the sky with one blow." Raven, 66, 99. Hey, your sense of humor is really reassuring. Seeing this, Kiana and Jitsi couldn't help but burst out laughing. The audience in the live broadcast room was also very happy. "Ha ha ha. This jackal just made a joke, and it was actually said to be true. It's a pity that jackal doesn't go to fortune-telling, ha ha ha. Prophet, hurry up. Official Tuko is the most deadly." After watching this episode, the emotions of the audience were also restored. And in the game, Raven finally compromised, and brought some soldiers to capture Kiana. Relying on the characteristics of serum gas that can make people lose Honkai energy, the Raven really caught Kiana. Seeing this scene, both Kiana playing the game and the audience in the live broadcast room were all nervous. While feeling that Kiana has really grown up, she is worried about Kiana's safety. And just when everyone was worried, the perspective of the next episode was actually given to Rita again. "Y'all wet, Miss Rita, she still has to perform tasks alone even when she loses her power. This is not as simple as an adventure at all." Rita sighed with a rare sigh. "You're right. But the commander's missteps caused serious damage to the team. As the team leader, I should take full responsibility. But before this operation is over, I, standing here, still have the responsibility to thwart the plans of the World Snake." 35. Frustrated, their plan. Yalwet's face was full of question marks. Isn't our mission to hunt down the Hersker of the sky? But Rita didn't care, and explained to herself, there is no doubt that as long as Lord Yolandal rush is over, we can easily win. But what if she's too late? If victory means, after thousands of innocents have died, defeating the enemy in a city full of their corpses, then such a victory, being a Valkyrie I don't need. Hearing this, Yalwet was almost moved to tears. I'm so moved. I only thought about the safety of Lady Rita before. Please forgive me, Lady Li. Vice Captain. Please be careful. In the dialogue between Yarwet and Rita, the best tool of destiny, everyone has a new understanding of Rita and destiny. Because of inhaling the serum gas of the world snake before, Rita is now just a girl who is stronger than ordinary people. And her original purpose was to hunt down the hairsker of the sky, but when she learned that the world serpent's plan was to cost the lives of the entire city, she still chose to cooperate with her own target, and used her weak body to stop the plan of the world snake. In the previous chapters, many people felt that destiny was the proper villain. In order to achieve the goal, at the expense of GZI. Although Rita is very elegant and beautiful, and many players like it, but in their opinion, she is a woman of the villain camp after all. But now, Rita's words have made the players' favor towards her skyrocket. If the previous favor was because of her elegance and beauty, now I really like this character. It seems that only Otto is the one who has bad fate. Otto. Boss Mei Yi, you are watching the live broadcast, right? Come out. Eat me a knife. Otto looks at the sword. These news, Brenya and Emily did see it. Boss, do you want to make an appearance? Let the players vent. Emily, no need, they just talk about it. Really? Brenya looked at the countless barrages of Otto seize the sword, thoughtfully. In the game, as Rita goes deep into the laboratory, Mei, who has been missing for a long time, finally appears. At the moment Mei appeared, Kiana, who was playing the game, lit up. Wow, this dress is so beautiful. After 35 finished speaking, Kiana laughed happily. Yi has appeared, I will see Kiana soon. It must be very sweet then. In other people's perspectives, Kiana's SY look is extraordinarily cute. It also reminded them of Kiana in the Sky Ranger armor in the game. Mature and steady, and the naughty and lovely Kiana, formed a sharp contrast. In the game. After learning about Kiana's whereabouts from Rita's mouth, Mei rushed to the rescue in a hurry. And the perspective is also given to Kiana's side. At this time, the jackal was experimenting with Kiana. In the picture, Kiana was confined in a test chamber with a weak expression on her face. Jackal quietly stared at Kiana in the test chamber, and said excitedly, "Very good, hairsker of the sky. Your body is nothing short of a miracle, it seems that no matter how much I toss it, it can return to its original shape." Immediately afterwards, Kiana let out a painful moan. This scene made the audience in the live broadcast room immediately angry. Call Jacko Bright Blood Bar. Jackal has only appeared in a few short scenes, but it can make players hate her to such an extent. This is actually not easy. While enduring the pain caused by the experiment, Kiana asked in a weak voice. Your test, the test in Sky City, how many people will survive? Jackal was a little surprised. Do you care about the number of people? I thought that to the hairsker, the number of deaths was as meaningless as the crumbs on the table. Don't worry, as long as you can still hear my voice by then, I'll tell you. Then, Jackal tried the next experimental project. The link response of the hairsker's core and physiological organization. Immediately afterwards, Kiana's painful cries were heard from the test chamber. It hurts so much. I'm really angry. Squad leader, hurry up and save Kiana. Why do you still abuse Kiana, Wu, you have no heart. Otto looks at the sword. But as the plot progressed, everyone finally discovered that Kiana was deliberately caught by the jackal. As she struggled in pain, she opened her mouth with the words of the jackal. Speaking of the stigmata, you stole the vaccine of destiny, and got into trouble with the Valkyrie, waste so much effort. But except for the dead. I have never seen a stigmata on anyone in the city. Your experiment must have failed. Speaking of this, Kiana took a deep breath, as if she was enduring the pain caused by the experiment. Maybe I made a wrong decimal point in the calculation. I think I often do 943 in the exam, Wu. At this point, Kiana finally couldn't help crying out in pain. And after hearing Kiana's words, Jackal seemed to be insulted, and seemed extremely angry. "Shut up, I won't allow you to use such a naive metaphor to discuss this subtle knowledge that can change the fate of mankind. How to improve the vaccine, how many equivalents of Honkai energy should be used to baptize this city, so that the stigmata in people's body can be completely activated. These." Speaking of this, Jackal suddenly reacted, and he actually said something he shouldn't have said in his anger. And Kiana also smiled secretly, and then asked, "Honkai Kin, where is it released? The center of the city, or the edge?" Seeing that the audience in the live broadcast room finally stopped in Bungbu, their noses were sore. Kiana has really grown up, and she can even talk about other people's words woohoo. While enduring pain and thinking about problems, is this growth? Is the price of growth really that big? Mr. Jitsi, you can see it. Kiana is really grown up. This girl who has been smiling all the time is more and more distressing. But I still prefer the naive Kiana from before. Look at the live footage, the silly Kiana is seriously playing games. Jitsi is also watching the plot seriously. Otto looks at the sword. In the game, Kiana couldn't see what to say, and then she showed a hunter-like smile. "It took so long with you for this little answer." Seeing Kiana like this, Jackal panicked in his heart, "This is impossible. You have already." Kiana sneered, "Screaming and fake crying are both necessary skills for girls. In fact, the two you just did not hurt at all." 5. Saying that, Kiana punched the test chamber with a punch. "Remember, it's not just these pieces of glass that will be shattered today, but also your stupid stigmata plan." The Jackal laughed angrily, "You will see, snakes." But before she could finish her words, Kiana smashed the glass with a punch. "Be careful of your dog's head." Jackal, 66:39. She wanted to complain, it was a wolf head mask. But in the face of this hairsker girl, Jackal was still a little panicked. She is not a combatant. Seeing that Kiana was finally coming out, Jackal quickly pressed the alarm and released an insect-like monster. Immediately afterwards, the game entered a state of battle. While controlling the character to attack monsters, Kiana listened to the conversation between Kiana and Fuhua in the game. "Fuhua, are you really okay?" Chapter 58. While controlling the character to attack monsters, Kiana listened to the conversation between Kiana and Fuhua in the game. "Fuhua, are you really okay?" "Kiana, it's strange to say that this guy's torture doesn't hurt at all." Fuhua, 66:5. She knew that Kiana's body had been severely eroded by Honkai energy. No pain or taste anymore. But Kiana, who was in the live broadcast room and in front of the computer, didn't know it at all. Instead, they breathed a sigh of relief, as if they were thankful for Kiana, thankful that the experiment just now was painless. The boss finally became a person once, and this time he didn't abuse Kiana again, this role. Hearing Kiana's emotion, Gzi also nodded slightly in agreement. At this time, under the operation of Kiana, the boss of this level was finally defeated by her. Kiana in the game finally saw Mei. It's great. Mei and Kiana finally meet again. Seeing such a plot, Kiana was very excited. And Gzi also smiled at the corner of her mouth. After so long, is she finally going to give out a candy? But the music in the game seems a bit strange. This kind of music has absolutely nothing to do with the joy of reunion. On the contrary, there is a trace of sadness. Kiana. During the game, Mei looked at Kiana, and her voice trembled. And Kiana didn't run over and hug Mei as everyone imagined. The moment she saw Mei, she took a step back in panic. Yi. You, what are you doing? Kiana looked at Mei Yi with a bit of dodging eyes, and she was a little incoherent when she spoke. You shouldn't be here. It's dangerous here. Faced with such a situation, the audience was only surprised for a second, and then quickly understood. The reason why Kiana is like this may be due to the guilt of Jitsi and the guilt of Hyperion. Although she was controlled by Hersker's consciousness at the time, but, after all, she used her body to hurt Hyperion, and also killed Jitsi. Now she doesn't have the courage to face everyone in Hyperion. That includes Buddy. Such a reunion is completely different from what the audience imagined, or even the exact opposite. But it is reasonable, and reasonable, it only makes people feel distressed. Why do you treat Kiana like this? It hurts. It hurts. The plot of the game continues. And this time, it was no longer Kiana who took the initiative to jump into Mei's arms. Instead, Mei rushed over and hugged Kiana hard, as if she was afraid that she would run away in the next second. Kiana, you're injured. When Mei said, her voice seemed a little choked. I'll take you back to Hyperion, the principal and the others are waiting for you. Sad music, coupled with such a reunion, coupled with Mei's choked voice. Many sensual viewers also saw reddened eyes. I can't go back, Yi. When Kiana said this, her eyes were extremely lost. She is very sad and complicated now. Even if Mei and the others can still accept her, they can still treat her like before. But, Kiana couldn't accept herself, and could no longer laugh at her friends recklessly like before. Once something happens, it's like a scar on the face, and a forced smile will only make the pain clearer. Moreover, she herself does not know when she will lose control again and hurt her friends again. Finally, the human beings in the Sky City are also waiting for her to save. For the sake of reason, she can't go back. Mei, I'm sorry, I can't go back. Such an answer made Mei's pupil shrink. Whether it was the dodging look in Kiana's eyes when she saw her, or the unhesitating refusal now, it made Yi feel extremely unfamiliar. Today's Kiana is like a wounded beast in her eyes, she can only shrink in the corner alone, carefully licking the wound. She didn't know what Kiana had been through in the past 3 months, and she had tortured Kiana like this. She only felt a tug in her heart, tears couldn't help swirling in her eyes, and the hands that embraced Kiana became more and more forceful. Damn Mihui, I thought it was sugar, but you suddenly gave me a knife. It is obviously a knife, but it has to be disguised as a candy. Boss Mihui, have you suffered any psychological trauma while riding a horse? Ah! Mihui! You are so vicious, woo 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 yi. Kiana. Not only the barrage, but even the optimistic Kiana couldn't help covering her mouth, her eyes trembled slightly. It may be because Kiana used her template, so she felt more deeply. After playing here, Kiana was in a panic, and quickly looked up and left to search. After seeing Yi in the distance, she ran away angrily, Yi. Woohoo! Heimko. Originally, she was also very uncomfortable in the heart of this plot knife. But after seeing such a reckless Kiana, she shook her head helplessly, took over the keyboard and mouse, and continued to promote the plot. And Kiana's shout just now, the audience in the live broadcast room naturally heard it. Mei? I seem to hear Kiana shouting Mei. There is already a picture, Kiana was crying by the plot knife in the game, and then crying to find Yi to hug. Woohoo, it's so sweet in reality, but it's so sharp in the story. Sister Jitsi, can you turn the camera around? I want to see the blooming lilies. Gzi ignored the barrage. She now really wants to see what happens next. Will Kiana go back to Hyperion with Mei? It's strange to say, it's obviously a very sharp plot, but she still can't help but want to watch it. Click on the game story. Immediately after everything in the picture, Fu Hua's somewhat embarrassed voice sounded, cough. Kiana, now is not the time to reminisce, there are enemies coming towards the passage, reminding Yi that they are ready to fight. Kiana also took a deep breath, suppressing the loss in her heart, and said in a very serious tone, Yi, give me a little time. We have to get out of here now, and when the crisis in this city is resolved, we'll talk about other things. Seeing Kiana, who was completely different from before, Mei couldn't hide her distressed expression. But she also understood that the situation was critical now, so she nodded to show her understanding. Rita has told me all the relevant things. Having said this, Mei Yi couldn't help but add. Kiana, I hope you understand that, everyone on the Hyperion, will be waiting for you forever. Kiana. With mixed feelings, Kiana and Mei cleaned up the enemies in the passage together. With free time, Kiana explained to Mei with a serious expression. Yi, in the laboratory just now, the guy with the dog's head revealed their plan. In addition to transforming the vaccine to activate the stigmata in the human body, the world snake will also create a collapse disaster that covers the entire city, so as to completely activate the stigmata. Yi looked worried. Is there no detailed time and place? In this case, even if this place is overturned, it will not be able to stop their plan. I know their plan. Just as the two were frowning, Rita suddenly appeared behind them. It seems that Miss Kiana is in good shape, I can feel at ease. Seeing Rita appear, Mei immediately became alert. I will never let you take Kiana away. She thought Rita was arresting Kiana. In the face of Yi's vigilance, Rita only smiled lightly. Don't be impatient, I said, in this city, we are on the same front. Immediately afterwards, Rita provided the two with the location of the Honkai bomb and the consequences of the bomb explosion. If the world snake's plan is successful, it will not only kill the entire city, but also throw the blame on destiny. Therefore, Rita will never backstab Mei and Kiana in this kind of thing. After listening to Rita's narration, Mei and Kiana also let go of their vigilance against Rita. Kiana, it seems, can't be delayed here any longer. Yes, Rita smiled softly, but the other party doesn't seem to want us to leave in a big way. Looking at the enemy coming from a distance, Rita held a sickle in front of Kiana and Mei. Miss Kiana. Do you remember what you said to me? 99. It is more important to prevent disaster than to escape. Now, let me hold it, and I'll leave the bomb to you. Kiana didn't hesitate and nodded cautiously. I understand. By the way, thank you for coming to save me under such circumstances. In this way, we will be clear. However, when Kiana and Mei rushed to the top of the signal tower, the raven suddenly appeared and blocked Kiana. And the plot has been pushed here, and it has finally reached the last level of chapter 14. After a conversation between Raven and Kiana, the audience also finally discovered that the Raven seemed to hate the Hersker of the sky unexpectedly. And in Raven's words, it seems that she is also the victim of the second collapse. If you think about it this way, it seems that the Raven is not so hateful. After all, she didn't know that Kiana wasn't the second Hersker. Conversation ends. And the boss of this last level is, unsurprisingly, the Raven. After Jitsi manipulated Kiana to defeat the Raven with difficulty, another dialogue popped out. When the Raven thought she was going to die, Kiana unexpectedly let her go, which surprised her. He, I held you back, I won this battle. Hearing the sneer of the Raven, Kiana also understood that there is probably no time to rush over now. In order to get to this point, Kiana almost drained all the strength in her body, forcing her body to walk on the verge of collapse. But at the last moment, Zhao was a step behind. She broke down and blamed herself. I've come this far, but I don't have time. No. There must be another way. At this moment, Fu Hua's voice came out again. Kiana, use the power of the Hersker of the sky with all your strength. I will do my best to restrain the Hersker of the sky's personality, and you can use the power of the Hersker's core to your heart's content. 5. Kiana was a little worried, but, squad leader, you are already very weak. Fu Hua smiled. You're right. Before, when a person thinks back to the past, he can't find himself running away all the time. 99. Those who died because of the collapse have passed, they have no chance to witness the world become better because of your efforts, but you can let those who are still alive see it with their own eyes. So, do what you have to do. Seeing this, both the audience and GZI felt a little shaky. Could it be that Fu Hua is going to be killed too? In the final narration, Kiana and Mei were separated again and went to the tall tower standing in the night sky alone. Squad leader. Me is fooling you. Don't panic, this is just a feather, the real squad leader is still on the line 7. And Jitsi also took a deep breath and quietly looked at the play button in the level selection interface. This is an anime short film that will have every big chapter. This also means that the plot of Chapter 14 will also be ended by this short film. Chapter 59. So far, MiHoYo has released a total of 4 animation short films. Almost every short film is of a first-class quality. But what impresses players the most is the shock brought by the Queen's arrival, as well as the touching and heartache of the last lesson. GZI still clearly remembers the introduction of the last lesson one by one. Even if the dark clouds cover the sun, I will burn the sky and lead you to find your way home. This is like Jitsi's oath, even if there is no hope, she will burn herself, ignite hope, and wake up her student Kiana. And now, Himeko clicked on this anime short. Even if the long night is endless, I will turn into a star to ignite hope. The theme song Meteor in the Sky Eden has already been released. Both the player and Jitsi have listened to the single loop countless times. And now I see this title, and then match the style of Meteor in the Sky. They could vaguely guess that this short animation should be Kiana's response to Jitsi. After growing up, Kiana finally let go of the past and inherited the legacy of Himeko. If the long night never ends, I will turn into a star to ignite hope. Your oath will be fulfilled by me. This is definitely a bloody short film. Use a whole 3 chapters of the plot to describe Kiana's growth, and then use a high-burning short film to let players witness the growth of Kiana. As expected of you, MiHoYo, this set of mobilizing players' emotions. You are really playing. GZ's mouth curled into a small smile, and with emotion and excitement, she watched the short animation seriously. The screen opens with a symbol of a world snake. Immediately afterwards, Kiana jumped up and covered the sign with her petite body. The screen is switched, and Kiana is as light as a swallow, traversing the city full of cyberpunk style. The footage is incredibly smooth, with no dead ends and some pointless shots. Anyone who knows some animation production can find that this short film is more mature than Angel Reconstruction 200 because this type of parkour chase scene is the most test of mirror movement skills. Immediately afterwards, the camera zoomed out, and high-rise buildings stood quietly in the city. The only moving white dot in the shot is Kiana. Compared with the tall buildings she was climbing, Kiana seemed so insignificant. When Kiana climbed the high-rise building, the face of the whole city was completely revealed to the players. The tower in the distance shot straight into the sky, making people worry about Kiana. Are you coming? It was an inexplicable sentence, but GZI immediately remembered it. In the last lesson, GZI ran to death and said this sentence. No way. GZI was a little worried. Before she could think about it, Kiana pulled out a baseball bat in the picture, and the music gradually became faster. Countless invisible mechas appeared one after another. Kiana responded to the attack of these mechas with a very smooth feeling. Dodging and moving, the artillery fire was particularly dazzling in this night sky. The audience also watched with excitement. Until a Titan mecha stopped in front of Kiana, this really slowed down Kiana's actions. It can be seen that in front of the Titan mecha, the white training armor is still a bit difficult to deal with. Seeing the loss, Kiana had to use the power of the hairsker of the sky. Before the Titan's punch hits Kiana, a space rift pops up. The Titan Mecha didn't have time to stop, and punched through the crack in the space, and emerged from behind it. Under this heavy punch, even the Titan Mecha was instantly scrapped. But at the last moment, the Titans fired countless missiles at Kiana. At the critical moment, Kiana opened the time-space rupture, and with an extremely handsome posture, stepped on these missiles and leaped to the top of the tower. The smooth scene switching and the tense and exciting fight made the audience applaud again and again. Awesome! Why is my Bai Lian not so strong? It's Kiana time. One thing to say, it's not as shocking as the Queen's arrival, but I still watch it with enthusiasm. At this time, GZI was also completely immersed in the plot. Seeing that Kiana finally came to the top of the tower in the short film, she also sighed deeply in her heart. This is it, the bomb must be defused as soon as possible. Kiana rushed towards the bomb without hesitation, but before she could get close, the terrifying Honkai energy shook her back again and again. When Kiana struggled to hold the Honkai energy bomb, the theme song of Sky Meteor sounded at the right time. Just a short melodious piano sound completely aroused the emotions of the players. In the picture, Kiana's eyes turned golden. This is a unique sign of the Hersker of the Sky. She covered her head with one hand, and seemed a little worried that the Hersker of the Sky would wake up again. Eden's beautiful voice sang softly, and Jitzi's figure slowly emerged, gently holding Kiana's hand. Kiana! This soft cry made Kiana's heart tremble. She looked up at GZI in disbelief. The other party only returned to her with an encouraging smile, no more words. GZI, teacher. This scene also completely stunned the audience who were watching the short film. They understand that the Jitsi shown in the picture is just Kiana's fantasy. She didn't speak, just looked at Kiana with a smile. And this scene, coupled with Eden's low-pitched singing, the players' hearts were instantly defeated. GZI, who was watching this scene in front of the computer, also covered her mouth, and her eyes trembled slightly. It was obviously just a picture similar to a memory, but for some reason, she just couldn't hold back the hot tears in her eyes. Yes. I promised you. GZ's figure disappeared, but Kiana's will was completely awakened. She turned the bomb with difficulty, allowing the powerful Honkai to wash over her body. The classic white twist braid spreads out in the wind, which is very beautiful. I'll take this imperfect story. It became what we expected. Jitzi's back flashed by, and Kiana burst out with all her power. Ah! In Kiana's full-strength cry, the bomb finally popped out. The engine of the EOS battleship is wrapped in a terrifying collapse and can soar into the sky. Kiana also completely liberated the power of the Hersker of the Sky. The Valkyrie Balian battle armor also slowly turned into the Queen's luxurious dress, and she gently floated towards the controlled Honkai energy bomb. That panting look makes my heart, painful. But when Kiana looked up, everyone realized that her eyes were not golden, but blue that symbolized hope. She pushed the Honkai energy bomb made of the EOS engine with all her strength, and quickly flew high into the sky. Under the illumination of the night sky, like a ray of hope, it streaks across the night sky of the entire Sky City. The song Meteor in the Sky also ushered in a climax at this time. Crash against the barrier above a thick road. Hit the barrier above the crowd. Flaring guppies and theater show a fairy star fall. The debris burns through the atmosphere into meteor showers. With Eden's high and powerful singing, the audience's emotions were pushed to the peak. It is obviously a very bloody plot, but in such an atmosphere, it makes GZI burst into tears. The mood of countless audiences is also difficult to calm down. They wanted to shout out to vent their pent-up emotions. But the consequences of the death of the society made them only vent their emotions in the barrage in the live broadcast room. This also caused the barrage in the live broadcast room to skyrocket at this moment. The dense subtitles are almost common in the entire live room screen. Even if the long night is endless, I will turn into a star to ignite hope. Kiana. Ah! Show me stupid, ah. I don't know how to express my current emotions. Mei Yi is cheating. So sweet woo woo, so hot blood ah woo woo, but why do I have hot tears? Love Kiana. Love Heimko. Collapse the three bulls. Stop making games, make animations, balls. Sure enough, Mei Yi's short animation will never disappoint. Especially the main story of Kiana, there is passion, moving, and quality. I am really happy to meet Honkai III at the best age, thanks to the production team for the moving and shocking it brought to me. QAQ 648. Recharge. I will never scold Mei Yi for being broken woo woo woo. Dark Dawn, light up the dawn. This is the most beautiful shooting star I have ever seen. In the picture, Kiana tried her best to push the Honkai energy bomb out of the Sky City. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying explosion turned the entire night sky into day. This is my promise. With Kiana's final whisper, the screen switched to the sky above Sky City again. It's still the same as the beginning of the video, everything is the same. Only a white light spot slowly fell down. Kiana. Mei's anxious figure appeared on the screen. The meteor that lit up the entire night sky just now was naturally seen by Mei. Such a terrifying Honkai bomb. Can Kiana really withstand it? This kind of unknown result, not only made Yi anxious, but the audience was also worried. After the short film, Gzi wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Although she cried, there was a slight smile on the corner of her mouth. Although this is a knife, it is not a painful knife. It was a shock that moved people to tears. Jitsi is also admiring the boss Emily now. He's really good, he's too good at messing with the audience's emotions and shapes. Take time to look at the barrage. In addition to the shouting subtitles and the barrage praising Honkai III, there are many barrages worrying about Kiana's safety. She was no longer nervous at this time, smiled and said softly. Kiana will be fine. I can assure you of this. When she still wanted to say something, Kiana got up from Mei Yi's arms again, ran over and rushed towards Gzi. Woohoo teacher Jitsi. Looking down at the girl in her arms, Gzi gently touched the other's head. Kiana was crying because of the plot, why wasn't she? The two were unable to come out of the plot for a while. Looking at Kiana in her arms, she couldn't help but think of the resolute and mature Kiana in the short film. Kiana. She couldn't help but call out softly. It's just a story. And Jitsi's gentle smile, as well as the action of gently stroking Kiana. How similar to Jitsi in the short film just now. The audience who saw this scene finally burst into tears. Chapter 60. Boss, the number of people in the live broadcast room has exceeded 2 million. Brynjar reported to Emily in shock while watching the data in the live broadcast room. This number is already the highest number of live viewers except Eden. Likewise, this is the number of live broadcasts that 99% of people cannot reach. Emily was also very surprised, Gzi's popularity is already so high. Would you like to ask Gzi if she is interested in going the idol route? Emily said half-jokingly. Brynjar thought thoughtfully, indeed, if she becomes an idol, she can easily reach the first line level. Hey, you guys are about the same. Speaking of which, Emily felt a little surprised. In his own game studio, he actually gathered a group of girls with top-notch potential. Unfortunately, I don't have that interest. Brynjar shook her head gently. Gzi also told me before that someone sent a private message to her backstage to ask her if she was interested in developing into the entertainment industry. What did she say? Brynjar squinted and looked at Emily with a half-smile. Is the boss worried about her leaving the studio? Emily smiled lightly. I'm not worried, I'm just curious. Brynjar stared at Emily quietly for a while, and then smiled. Don't worry, boss, if we wanted to enter the entertainment industry, we would have gone there long ago. Even if there is one person to be an idol, our studio would not need to find investment before. Speaking of this, Emily couldn't help but become curious. By the way, how is your saving the girl running now? Very good. With the light of Honkai III, the game will not lose money now. Having said that, Brynja looked at Emily with a hint of gratitude. However, player feedback is still that the gameplay is single. Emily pondered a little, then smiled. I wanted to give you advice before, but I haven't had time to say it. Having said that, Emily took out his computer and opened a file. I took the time to give you some suggestions for improving the gameplay. Hearing this, Brynja's eyes lit up immediately. Emily's advice, certainly no ordinary advice. Just look at the Honkai III he produced and the Yuan Shen that will be launched in the future. With his guidance, the games made by the sisters will definitely make a qualitative leap. She drew her eyes brightly and looked at the files on Emily's computer in a trance. In fact, the game made by the girls is absolutely first class. Moreover, they are also very thoughtful, and each fort has a specific character. Somewhat similar to Earth's Ark, it can be said that such an idea has surpassed a large part of game makers. But it does not have the huge world view and story as Ark, and there are not many types and numbers of canon girls. But the main thing is that the level design is not good. Basically the same map, with a different path and background, and an increase in the number of monsters. And there are too many tower defense games on Earth. For example, tomorrow's Ark by the second Yuan Shen, and Plants vs. Zombies that are popular all over the world. When you take out two, you can sweep all tower defense games in this world. And considering the girl's feelings for the game Save the Girl, Emily did not exchange them for a tower defense game. Just referring to the tower defense games on Earth, it took a little time to make some expansion suggestions for them. But just this suggestion can definitely make Save the Girl completely popular. Sure enough, Brynja looked at the files on Emily's computer, her eyes getting brighter. However, she was smart and quickly reacted. Boss! With these ideas, you can make a blockbuster game by yourself. Emily nodded, I know. Then you still. Brynja said here, looking at Emily with complicated eyes, the copyright of Save the Girl is in our hands. Emily still nodded indifferently, I know. If you give us these ideas, you won't get the money. Brynja reminded again. Do you look at me like someone who lacks ideas? Brynja, 66. She looked at Emily's computer in silence. Emily seemed to see what she was thinking, so he smiled, take it and use it as compensation for your rejection of the shares. Of course if you are really upset, add my name to it. Just, a level designer will do. If it was before, Brynja would definitely reject Emily's request. Because saving the girl is the crystallization of the sisters' dreams and hard work, they will never let a man intervene. But after getting along for so long, they became more and more familiar with Emily. I have truly regarded him as a friend. Plus, along the way, Emily really cares about them. Take the incident when the girls were blocked by Benson fans some time ago. Emily, a big boss, has been their driver for half a month. Pick up and drop off, no complaints. In the end, such a luxurious building was vacated for them to live in. Even when we moved, we didn't let the girls touch. But now, the other party obviously doesn't care about the life and death of saving the girl. But still willing to take the time to design so many new and interesting ideas for them. It's hard not to open up to someone who treats them with such sincerity. Brynja took a deep breath, and then smiled softly, since the boss is interested, then I will take my sisters to agree, and let Save the Girl have an extra stepmother. Emily rolled her eyes at her, accurately speaking, it's the stepfather. Then you're quite greedy. After saying a word, Brynja hugged the computer and gathered Helander and others. Because Jitsi and Kiana were still playing games live, so Brynja didn't tell her about it for the time being. After listening to Brynja's simple narration, Helander and others secretly glanced at Emily subconsciously. Rita Wainer smiled, speaking of adding a level designer to come in. In fact, you are still helping us. Yolander also agrees with Rita's statement. After all, Emoli's current reputation in the game circle can be described as thunderous. The first game was popular all over the country, and even the results abroad reached the top level of Dragon Kingdom. Especially in Japan, the Japanese group of two-dimensional players have almost completely worshipped them. If Emoli's name appeared in Save the Girl, it would not be Emoli's honor. It's the honor of saving the girl. Among the suggestions given by Emoli, if it is placed on the earth, it is already a very common gameplay. A variety of gun girls, and monsters. For example, the gun girl that can slow down the enemy, the gun girl who can repel the enemy, the buff that increases the attack power of other gun girls, and the bond effect between the gun girls, etc. And monsters with various attributes. In addition to thick blood and fast speed, it can also give monsters with a buff effect to the gun girl, and cut the monsters in the back row. In terms of gameplay, multiplayer online mode and real-time battle mode can be added. There is even a different perspective to play. 0 Ask for Flowers. This one is that Emoli moved the gameplay of Plants vs Zombies. All kinds of plants were replaced by cannon girls, and zombies were replaced by monsters with knives. What shield girl, bomb girl, trap girl, communication girl who contacted the airdrop supply. This kind of novel idea makes girls fascinated by it. This is countless times better than their previous single gameplay. Too amazing. After reading these suggestions, Ganyu couldn't help but exclaimed. Yollandale also nodded very seriously, these ideas can completely make a new tower defense game out. And it will definitely become a hit. Ganyu added softly. The girls were completely stunned. Even if Emoli gave them shares, now even this kind of game with explosive potential is used for them by himself. It's a joke, even if it's a biological father, that's how it can be done. Seeing everyone's disbelief, Rita covered her mouth and smiled, the boss is so heart-wrenching, do we still need to avoid him to discuss? 55. Brynja didn't understand what Rita meant, so she asked curiously, Rita, what do you think? 0. After Rita sorted out the words, she slowly said, since the boss doesn't treat us as outsiders, I don't think there's any need to hold on to Save the Girl anymore. After all, if it weren't for him, our game would still be losing money. Yolander thoughtfully, what does Rita mean, return Saving the Girl to Mihuyu's studio? Rita nodded lightly, that's what I think, whether to let go or not, depends on everyone's opinions. Brynja, I don't mind. Ganyu and Fuhua also raised their hands at the same time, I have no opinion either. Well, I don't have an opinion either. After saying this, Yollandale turned his gaze towards GZ's direction, do you want to ask GZ's opinion now? Brynja pondered slightly, I'll call her over. What Emoli didn't know was that he just wrote out some suggestions at random, but made the girls completely let go of their vigilance. At this time, GZI is experiencing the new open world of Honkai III. Cherry Blossoms. At the same time, the pink fox Yae Sakura also appeared in this version. To be honest, it's a bit late to appear now, and the strength of Yae Sakura's 3 attributes can't keep up with Hairsker at all. But because of Yae Sakura's gentle personality and pink fox ears, many people are still willing to pay for her. Just when Jitsi was seriously experiencing the game, Brynja appeared beside her and made a gesture to her. Brynja? What's the matter? Maybe Jitsi played too seriously and subconsciously forgot about the live broadcast. And when she opened her mouth, the barrage immediately exploded. Duck duck! Call duck duck out! Ducka, have you got your driver's license back? Is duck duck's brain post yet also there? Sure enough. Are Mihuyu's employees all Valkyries? Cry, what kind of fairy studio is this? Mihuyu, tell Rita and Yaya to show their faces, woo woo woo, please. Mihuyu, Do you still lack toilet cleaners in your studio? I can do it. Let's not talk about other things first, duck and duck scold me. Otherwise, your driver's license will be revoked. Brynja just happened to see these barrages. A well appeared on her forehead, and she exclaimed angrily, try to make a joke about revoking your driver's license again. As soon as this voice came out, a screen full of question marks appeared in the live broadcast room. Duck duck angry die. Chapter 61. It's still Brynja's unique 3 silent voices. But compared with the game, it has a little more emotion and looks more mature. But it sounds good, and it still sounds good. After the barrage screen in the live broadcast room was full of question marks, the style of painting immediately changed. Full screen. Duck duck. Your driver's license has been revoked. Duck scold me again. Duck, you better beat me up. Emily, who was watching the live broadcast room, couldn't help laughing. But after feeling Brynja's murderous eyes, Emily slightly restrained his smile. He really did not expect that in this world, Brynja also has the nickname of Duck Duck. Moreover, this talk of revoking a driver's license has become completely popular. Brynja took another look at the barrage and found that those barrages only made her blood pressure soar. Simply, she didn't bother to pay attention to it, but silently cursed Emily in her heart. Damn, I hope the players will give you an ugly nickname too. And at this time, Gzi finally remembered that he was still broadcasting live. She cast an apologetic look at Brynja. But Brynja said indifferently, it's okay, they all guessed it anyway, it doesn't matter if the violence is exposed or not. Okay. Gzi nodded lightly, and then asked, then you asked me just now, is there something wrong? Brynja pointed in the direction of Yolander and others. You already know it. Gzi turned his head to look, and found that Yolandale and the others were gathered at the 983 and waved to him. This scene surprised her. His eyes quietly glanced at Emily's direction, it's work time now. Brynja chuckled, it's not your job to broadcast live. Besides, aren't you always brave? That's right. Gzi then remembered that this live broadcast was just to lower her image of being tall in the hearts of the players. Moreover, even if she is lazy at work, Emily usually doesn't care about her. She has been caught by Emily several times while drinking at work. Of course, she just drinks a little when she has nothing to do, not the kind of unscrupulous go to work to catch fish. When there is usually work, Gzi is still very serious. Thinking of this, she also smiled at the live broadcast room, I have something to do, leave first. Seeing Jitsi leave, the barrage burst into mourning. The live broadcast of Mei Yi's chair has reached millions of viewers. Duck duck, come out and show your face. Before my roommate died, I wanted to see the 3-dimensional duck duck. Looking at these barrages, Brynja smiled disdainfully. She is not interested in live broadcasts. But just as she was about to leave, Kiana suddenly stood up and pulled her over. She hugged Brynja's arm with a sly look in her eyes, since Sister Brynja doesn't care, then come live with me. After a brief panic, Brynja also calmed down instantly. She coughed lightly and ignored the audience in the live broadcast room. I still have something to talk about with your sister, you can play by yourself. After saying that, she pulled Kiana away, got up and left the live broadcast. Kiana was helpless, so she could only pull Hu Tao to accompany her. But Brynja's appearance in these few seconds completely stunned the audience in the live broadcast room. Isn't Brynja a little girl? How can you be so tall and mature? The title of Banya is totally inappropriate. After a short silence, the barrage exploded instantly. Strongly request Mei Yi to use this Brynja as a character. Daughter grows up to be so beautiful. I love. Don't go, duck, I will never make jokes about revoking my driver's license. Looking at the barrage in the live broadcast room, Emily laughed and shook his head. Such a situation, he had long expected. However, to release the role of the Big Duck template, we have to wait for several versions. On the other side, Timmy Studios. Since Jitsi started broadcasting, Zhao Wenbo has been paying attention silently. When he saw the terrifying popularity of the live broadcast room, he suddenly had a feeling of jealousy in his heart. There is no way, on the other hand, looking at Yu Weiwei who cooperated with her. The popularity gap is too big. After this update, Zhao Wenbo also imitated Mei Yi's operation. Called Yu Weiwei to also start the live broadcast of Girl's Journey. Originally, as a star, Yu Weiwei was somewhat resistant to live broadcast. But when she thought that Singers of Eden's level had broadcast live broadcasts and gained so many 2D fans, she still agreed to Zhao Wenbo's request to start live broadcasts. The result also made her very satisfied. Viewed more than 300,000 people. After all, she is also a second-tier singer. Now that she interacts with the audience so intimately, there will naturally be a large audience watching. However, at this time, she was always thinking about Mei Yi's side. She was very curious whether Mei Yi's live broadcast room had such a high popularity. Mei Yi is currently live, so she can only hold back her curiosity for a while. Wow, is this the character modeling Penguin made for me? Yu Weiwei looked at the character modeling in the game, and suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. In terms of modeling alone, the characters in the game even surpass her in appearance. Under Penguin's intentional criticism, the barrage was also praised. Let's take a look at the new plot of the game update. Having said that, Yu Weiwei clicked on the new plot level after this update. The plot of Girl's Journey is actually very simple. It's a war between two kingdoms. They also followed the example of Honkai III and strengthened the volume of some game plots. In the previous plot, the white-haired cute girl Erika, one of the three royal families, was captured by the enemy. And the plot of this update is that Yu Sanjia hired Yu Weiwei, the goddess of war, to rescue Erika. How should I put it? Although this kind of plot is very common, in the game of this world, it is already considered to have some volume. Most of the other games just gave a rough framework, and there is basically no plot after that. Therefore, players still have a certain freshness. Moreover, after all, they have also played Girl's Journey for a while, and they still have a good impression of Yu Sanjia. Therefore, players are also looking forward to this rescue operation. At this time, in the game, Yu Weiwei controlled her character and sneaked into the enemy camp together with the red-haired royal sister and the black long-straight sister, one of the three royal families. But what the protagonists don't know is that their plans are completely under the enemy's control. It was not until they completely penetrated into the enemy camp and found Erika, who was covered in scars, that the enemy troops in ambush nearby swarmed up and completely surrounded the protagonist group. After a difficult escape level, Yu Weiwei finally pushed to the last level of the new chapter. However, after finishing this level, an anime play button also appeared at the back. Seeing this, many Honkai III players lurking in the live broadcast room were furious. Everything is plagiarism. Whether it is gameplay or UI interface. Even the last level to be an anime CG is to learn from the collapse of the third. Even the plot is to rescue Erika, one of the three Yu family. It's just that the plot of Girl's Journey is too petty compared to Honkai Impact 3. Penguin's face is so thick, and he blatantly plagiarized. I don't know how many times he has done it. Many players are already used to it. This time, they just complain silently in their hearts. After all, this time the Penguins have made great progress. Even willing to spend some money to make this kind of animation short film that can't make money, it is already rare. At least it's more sincere than previous games. Therefore, although it is much different from Honkai III, it can be regarded as a very good start in domestic games. In the eyes of many gamers, Mei Yi also seems to have put some pressure on these big manufacturers. Wow! There is actually an anime short film to watch. Yu Wei pretended to be surprised and turned on the animation play button with a look of excitement. As the picture opens, in a battlefield full of artillery fire, a large group of enemy soldiers slowly approach Zero. The female gods of war are back to back, and the scars on their bodies make them look extremely embarrassed. After a not-so-smooth fight, the music started. At the same time, the red-haired royal sister looked at the steady stream of enemies around her with a serious look. Miss Yu Wei. I will liberate the 0th rated power of the Liang Greatsword and clear a way out. When the time comes, please take Erica and the others out of here immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, Erica shook her head frantically. No, Aunt Zara, in this case, you will. Erica, there's no time left, the road ahead. I hope you can go on strong and stop being so frizzy. After saying this, the red-haired royal sister held up her big sword and ran to the enemy. Come on! Accompanied by a whole dazzling white light, the red-haired royal sister liberated the ultimate form of the weapon and slashed vigorously towards the enemy in front. In the final picture, along with Yu Wei's sad singing, the red-haired Yuja fell powerless, and the monsters released by countless enemy troops completely drowned her. Seeing this, a group of diving audiences were full of question marks. Ah! No! Miss Zara! Just like that, died just like that. Still riding a horse and dying so miserably. This death is a bit too sudden? Grass! What rubbish screenwriter! Will you copy it? Miss Zara! Penguin, are you riding a horse oil pancake? Yu Wei didn't watch the barrage this time. To be honest, she was also a little surprised that the plot would actually be like this. However, she reacted very quickly, thinking of the heat brought by the death of Gzi in Honkai III, she quickly pretended to be sad. Zara, miss. With a look of disbelief, she tried to squeeze out a few tears. How could this be? And many of her fans saw this and expressed their comfort. Woo! In order to save Erica, Miss Zara would actually sacrifice herself. In fact, Yu Wei was not too moved. Even most players feel a little baffled. The reason is naturally because the Penguin screenwriter's ability is somewhat lacking, and it cannot arouse the emotions of the players. Moreover, like this kind of sacrifice to save people, not to mention that it has already been ruined, and even his plot arrangement seems very abrupt. Like Honkai III, from the very beginning, it was laying the groundwork for Jitzi's sacrifice. Gzi's death was already doomed, and the final battle was extremely gorgeous and dazzling, completely sublimating Gzi's image in the hearts of the players. Facing a godlike opponent, Gzi raised his sword to the sky, changing 0.0 to change Qiyana's fate. On the other hand, Girl's Journey. In the previous plot, the female gods of war are almost invincible. Even when dealing with these enemies, there are some playful plots interspersed in them. As a result, in the next chapter, the protagonist group is dead. This seems abrupt, and it also gives people a very disgusting feeling. This is not a knife, it is simply feeding the player. That's why there is so much anger in the barrage. Calling penguins for copying will not copy. At the same time, Zhao Wenbo looked at the new hot searches on Weibo, and looked at the abuse in the barrage. How could this be? He looked very ugly. Bang! He slammed the table hard to vent his anger. Why do you think I'll feed you shit if you kill a character in the 3 collapses, and players blow it up? My game kills a character? Why can a short video of you rush to the hot search in such a short time, but my game can't? Looking at the 4 big characters hanging high on the hot search. Number Celestial Meteor Number. Xiao Yi. Ask Yu Wei to post a few Weibo after the broadcast to comfort the gamers. Then hire a navy to pour dirty water on Honkai-san. Zhao Yi nodded. Then, what's the reason for smearing? Zhao Wenbo's eyes flashed golden light. Let's just say, their game can only be played if the hairsker is drawn, and the A-level Valkyrie armors are all cheating characters. Chapter 62. It has been several days since GZ's live broadcast. However, there are still many players in the game circle discussing the story of the 3 new episodes of Collapse. And Eden's albums have been released one after another. The hot search on Weibo was also completely dominated by her new album. Honkai III was also the day of the update. After sitting on the hot search for a day, I was quickly squeezed out. And the content of the new version of Penguin is even worse. It didn't even appear on the hot search on Weibo. Only when the video about Honkai III is occasionally swiped on Douyin, will the new plot of the girl's journey be pulled out again and whipped the corpse again. No way, the plot of the sudden death of the character is really disgusting. But I don't know when it started. There will be some remarks below many videos about Honkai III, scolding Mei Yi for cheating money, and those who don't have money can't play the law. These remarks baffled many people. Honkai III does not have a PvP mode, and the only Abyss battlefield ranking is only a few hundred more crystals. The purpose is to let Krypton Gold players feel the challenge mode of higher difficulty. On the other hand, Girl's Journey, on the basis of Honkai III, they added a PvP mode by themselves. And a game with player PK, it really can't be played without Krypton Gold. Therefore, when someone said that Honkai III was pitting money, many players just treated it as a joke. But soon, there were more and more remarks about Collapse 3 pitting money. It wasn't until on Weibo 01 that someone left a message under Yu Weiwei's Weibo asking her if she had played Honkai Impact 3, and Yu Weiwei's statement made the incident completely erupt. Honkai 3? I've played it, but I feel that the game can't be played without the law. There are a lot of terrifying characters, but these characters are completely useless, and they are suspected of cheating money. Who is Yu Weiwei? No matter what, she is also a second-tier star. She directly stood up and said that Honkai 3 was pitted for money, which would naturally make many of her die-hard fans have no brains to support it. Countless Honkai 3 fans scolded Yu Weiwei for her rudeness on Weibo, and even for the popularity of the game she endorsed, they didn't even want this face. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the PK mode of Girl's Journey is to stimulate players' kryptonite. Moreover, the rewards of this PK mode are also very rich. Many players are willing to throw money into it in order to get ranking rewards. For example, the first reward in the PK week ranking is the ultimate armor for a limited time of 7 days. Not to mention, the intensity is terrifying. And Yu Weiwei didn't say that Girl's Journey was forced to Krypton, but instead said that the Collapse of 3 forced Krypton. This naturally made many players angry. Looking at the insults on her Weibo, Yu Weiwei's face was a little ugly. Even though there are many pinks to protect her below, it has always been at a disadvantage. You know, this is under her home ground. Out of anger, she directly restricted the speech on Weibo and set it to the fan speech limit. Such an operation finally gave her fans the upper hand. But soon, her fan numbers climbed at a terrifying speed. Before, plus the zombie fans she bought, she had 12 million fans. But now, just half a day later, the number of her fans has soared to 15 million. This surprised her somewhat. Not to mention receiving a lot of money from Penguin, but also unexpectedly getting so much attention. This wave is simply a big profit. Although it's a black fan, but a black fan is also a fan. Yu Weiwei hurriedly contacted her agent to discuss the future whitewashing plan. I'm just playing a Penguin game, and it's not a heinous thing. As long as I wait for the limelight to pass, I apologize. So don't these black fans become fans? And her agent was surprised after hearing Yu Weiwei's explanation. I didn't expect that a game would make you take another step to the front line seat. Then, what do we do now? The agent on the other side of the phone thought for a while, then smiled. Let's watch first. The rhythm has completely picked up, that Mei Yi won't sit idly by. On Mei Yi's side, Rita hurriedly told Emily about this. Although it is said that anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is the Penguin deliberately smearing it. And it's a very compelling reason. But this can't just be ignored. After all, rumors become facts. There are still many immature student party players on the internet, or players who are too lazy to understand the ins and outs of things, who are misled by these rumors. So the girls are still in a hurry. Emily just glanced at the penguin's smear direction. Oh, is it such a far-fetched reason? It seems that the penguins have no choice but to start disgusting us. Originally, he didn't really want to care about penguins. After all, it is still a bit irrational to tear up the face with such a big internet company. As a result, the opponent's hard power could not fight, and it began to be disgusting. Since you want to suffer a loss, let it fulfill you. Emily looked at Rita and comforted softly, you don't need to worry about this matter, I can solve it by sending a video. You go now to collect evidence of penguin plagiarism and sue them directly. Emily's words made Rita look slightly startled. Boss, are you sure you want to do this? Penguin has fought many lawsuits against plagiarism, but never lost. Rita looked serious and said, Boss, if we lose, I'm afraid it will have a great impact on the reputation of Honkai III. Emily smiled, don't worry, in the code of Honkai III, there are many logos of our studio. Coincidentally, the game code of Girl's Journey also has many logos of our Mihui. This. Rita's face was stunned, and the penguin dared to directly carry the game code and use it. But since there is solid evidence, it is impossible to lose this prosecution. Thinking of this, Rita smiled charmingly, okay boss, I will prepare now. After Rita left, Emily turned on the computer, logged into his game account, and recorded a killing show in the memory battlefield. Hey, you actually said that the role of the liver is useless? You probably haven't eaten Shang Xian's Kun Jin craniotomy, right? In the current version of Honkai Impact 3, the ceiling of material injury is the hairsker of the sky. And the ceiling of thunder injury is Fu Hwasunyu, one of the characters of Keegan. They are too embarrassed to say that the liver role is useless? As soon as the MOLE video was released, it immediately attracted a large number of players to come and watch. Players thought it was the official new game announcement. But when I clicked in, I found that it was a clearance video of a memory battlefield. Ken liver roll by Ye Shangxian, 7 tubes of blood in 1 second. Let you see what is the disappearance of blood bars, Karen 31,180 points. At the beginning of the video, a burst of passionate electric sound rang out. First, I showed the lineup and character stigmata. White Knight Deacon and Divine Grace and White Knight Moonlight. Among the three characters, Divine Grace is the most difficult to obtain. As long as the players who have been playing Deacon White Knight are threes, even if they occasionally play less, they can easily reach the SS level in these days' activities. As the music becomes more intense, the game officially begins. First of all, the moonlight appears, and it flashes directly after using a weapon skill, triggering a time-space rupture. Then Che Shannon released the weapon skill, and then Bai Ye appeared to attack Karen to save SP. When the time-space rupture was about to end, Bai Ye flashed a flash, triggering the time-space rupture again. In this way, the frequent cuts and flashes trigger the time-space rupture, so the game countdown jumps very slowly. Until God's Grace and Bai Yi's Deacon SP were enough to release the ultimate move, Karen's yellow strip was also kicked by Bai Ye. At this time, the music also came to the climax stage. I saw that in the game, God's Grace directly released the ultimate move and weapon skills to reduce the defense of monsters and increase the damage to the whole team. Then cut the moonlight, flash to trigger the time-space rupture, and then use weapon skills to reduce the monster's defense. In the end, Bai Ye came on stage and activated his ultimate move. Under Bai Ye Shangxian's dazzling 223 attack, the health bar of the boss Karen quickly drained at an extremely terrifying speed. Seeing this, the players were completely stunned. Can the battlefield of memory still play like this? No way, the update speed of Honkai Impact 3 is too fast. A lot of events and stories fill up their playtime, and naturally, fewer players develop gameplay and lineups. The operation of killing Karen within 15 seconds really shocked them completely. My grass! This Nima! Karen? What happened? Where is my health bar? Karen, this is the coercion of a 50,000-year-old woman. Fuhua Shangxian Cao Batch. Scarlet Yuan Xianren hit a stone hammer on behalf of him. Get out of the penguin. Can you tell me what the role of the liver is? Useless? I thought the queen was invincible. I didn't expect Shangxian Fuhua to be more terrifying than her. Whose subordinate is this? In the game settlement interface, the perspective is cut to Fuhua. I saw Shangxian's face is modest, this time's performance is not perfect. The barrage exploded again. You are so humble. Redefining perfection. Ning, listen, are these human words? Look at Karen Xian at Ning's feet. Ah! Shangxian is so handsome. Copying homework, I happen to have these stigmata and characters. I thought I was going to eat ashes in the warehouse, but it turned out to be so fierce. This homework, I don't think you can copy it. To be honest, I didn't use Three's Queen to punch Karen so quickly. Penguins, get out. You Weiwei, get out here and have a look. What is the role of riding a horse is useless. In different occasions and bosses, you can play the role of the liver, crush the role of Krypton Gold, cattle batch. Is Mihui not afraid that no one will play the limited role? Chapter 63. As soon as the video of Mo Li was released, it quickly became popular. How can a free character be so fierce? Not to mention other games, let's take Girl's Journey for comparison. In the game of Penguin, let alone free characters. Even if you are gold, you will still be beaten by the big guy wearing the ultimate battle armor. Not to mention that, like Honkai-san, holding a free character is a second boss. This video by Mo Li is not only highly entertaining, but also directly hit Yu Weiwei in the face. This also caused countless players to retweet wildly, while shouting Shangxian Niu Bulletin, while mocking Yu Weiwei for talking nonsense for money. And under such tweet, Yu Weiwei had to apologize. Honkai III players, I am very sorry for my previous remarks. Because of work reasons, I have less time to play games, so I don't know much about that game, so I made some inappropriate remarks. Also, please don't take it to heart. Honkai Impact 3 is indeed a good game. I hope to cooperate with Mihui in the future. After her Weibo was posted, those players didn't hold her back, and they all quit. But there are also a small number of people who still leave comments and ridicule on Weibo. After all, although her Weibo was showing her goodwill to Honkai-san, she didn't seem to apologize at all. And this also caused Yu Weiwei not only to get no benefit from this matter, but also left her with an extremely bad impression in the hearts of former fans. The popularity of the passers-by has also dropped a lot. But the matter didn't end there. After the video was fermented for a few days, all the players of Honkai III had a new understanding of the role of Ode to God. In a word, the physics department's mother assists. Whether it is the battlefield with Bai Yet or the abyss with AXI, they all have extremely strong performances. Therefore, many players frantically extract home supplies, the purpose of which is to extract the hymn of divine grace. This also caused the daily profit of Benkai 3 to suddenly increase by a large margin. This scene made Zhao Wenbo envy. He was almost PD. Pay out of your own pocket and ask the Navy to disgust Mo Li. As a result, the other party sent a video directly, which not only slapped him in the face, but also caused the collapse of the 3-day profit to skyrocket. Even, many players of Girl's Journey suddenly reacted, and made a comparison between Honkai 3 and Girl's Journey. It turned out that I used to be really stupid, and I was almost brainwashed by the Penguin's various traffic bombings. Coupled with the sudden death of the characters in the new plot of Girl's Journey, a large number of Girl's Journey players have abandoned the pit. Invested in the collapse of the three armies. Typical stealing chickens will not lose rice. This also makes many players who have been paying attention to things in the game circle overjoyed. After so many years, Penguin has relied on huge traffic, kept hyping it, made some semi-finished games, and wildly harvested players. Whenever a girl's heart game appears, it will soon become their shape under the operation of penguins. And domestic online game players can only play hard. Only some players who only play single-player games will buy foreign games. This kind of situation makes domestic players mourning. Now, a high-quality game has finally appeared, and the penguin has been successfully eaten. Those online game players also seem to have a bad breath, and they couldn't be more happy. Even if you know that Ode of God's Grace is a server-launched character, I am afraid that it will be eliminated soon, but there are still many players who follow one after another. These players have a taste of revenge spending. In the past, they had been cut by penguins. In comparison, even if they were cut by miHoYo, they would still be willing. At least miHoYo is serious about making games. Even songs and CG animations are done so seriously. Who makes money if you don't make money? And just when the players were pumping God's Grace one after another, miHoYo's official account suddenly issued another announcement. What surprised the players was that this announcement was actually trying to persuade players to spend rationally. Push the money out. Recently, I found that many players were influenced by my previous video, and they went to the home pool to draw Ode to God's Grace. Here, I have to persuade everyone. Ode to God's Grace is an S-rank Valkyrie. The last few versions have been her final glory. I advise players to spend rationally. It is best to save up crystals and wait for the future Hairsker level physical assistance. As soon as the news came out, not only the players were stunned, but even the game producers in the game circle were stunned. They are still trying to induce players to recharge, and you are actually trying to persuade players to quit? Isn't this a pure brain cake? Even Kamiko Ye and Ayakakuri, who had just joined the studio, were very puzzled. What is the game for? Whatever it is, grades. Money. Definitely the most important thing. Originally, there was an opportunity to make a lot of money, but as a boss, you actually put it aside? But is Mo stupid? Of course he's not stupid. But, with a game production system, he is not short of money and good games. What he lacks is popularity. And that announcement not only made the word-of-mouth explosion of Honkai III, but also harvested a batch of popularity values. With word of mouth, the popularity value will naturally increase in the future. Besides, Honkai Impact 3 was already very profitable, and Mo is not short of money now. And his operation really made the player completely crazy. Countless players reprinted wildly. Even spread abroad. This kind of operation also makes foreign game players and game producers bewildered. Rational consumption? Your words. How can I be rational? Others are inducing consumption. You're better off, not only exposing future roles, but also pushing money out. A studio like yours doesn't make money, who deserves to make money? I had already stopped, but when I saw this news, I recklessly sent 648 again. Stupid, but cute. In the future, I will never scold the boss miHoYo, I will only scold Otto, Doghead. As a result, that announcement not only did not reduce miHoYo's profit, but it also skyrocketed a lot. The game producers just woke up. Is it marketing? Even if not, they all see the benefits of word of mouth. Both the penguin and the pig farm fell into deep self-doubt. However, many small studios that are serious about making games have tears in their eyes. One after another, they issued articles expressing their affirmation of miHoYo. They feel that, the previous efforts have not been in vain, and earnestly playing the game will eventually pay off. The pig factory and the penguin have some headaches. Because when compared with miHoYo, their food appearance is completely highlighted. Countless players have left messages and cursed. A studio that takes games seriously is worthy of everyone's liking. Think about it, you have the best team, why can't you make games seriously? I have no hope for Penguin, because they are an investment company, not a game company. I hope the pig factory can wake up. Pig farms aside, the penguins really haven't changed their minds. Although Mei Yi now has such a player's stickiness and atmosphere, it looks very beautiful. But, original game, after all, is risky. Penguin executives will definitely choose the original method of making quick money. FFX. Girl's Journey, they plan to continue copying. However, when they spent the money and just made the new version, an announcement from Mei Yi completely detonated the entire network. Mei Yi accuses Penguin of plagiarism. This keyword rushed to the hot search with an unstoppable attitude. Countless netizens were shocked. Then he silently shook his head. Although Mei flickered up, he had a certain strength. But Penguin has been plagiarizing for so many years and has been accused so many times, but he has never failed a lawsuit. However, Mei Yi's tough attitude still made countless players express their support. However, in just a few days, the final verdict shocked everyone. Penguin loses. And lose the bottom line. Not only will Girl's Journey be stopped, but also a large amount of money will be compensated to Mei Yi, and a public apology will be made. Just when the majority of netizens were curious about how Mei Yi won the lawsuit, a mysterious big man explained the ins and outs of the matter in detail. In the game code of Mei Yi, there are actually a lot of Mei Yi logos. Just check the code of Girl's Journey carefully, the direct evidence is conclusive. This result caused countless players to applaud. It has also set an example for countless small studios. Mei Yi this old six, ha 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 ha, let me die of laughter. I often walk by the river, how can I not have wet shoes? Well done, Mei Yi. Finally punished the rogue penguin once. Woo woo woo, I'm so moved. Learn a lesson, next time you plagiarize, remember not to copy the game code, funny. Upstairs, I still don't believe that the penguin will reform. It's too real. Mei Yi is bad enough, don't tell me sooner or later, I have to wait for his operation to stabilize before reporting, ha ha ha. Hope Mei Yi can hold on, don't be overwhelmed by penguins. And this result also made the pig factory tremble. Fortunately, they are not as crazy as penguins, and dare to copy them blatantly. Otherwise, they will also have to die in this wave. On the other side, Penguin Timmy Studios. The main creative team of Girl's Journey gathered together, all shivering. Zhao Wenbo was equally nervous. Because the Lord was sitting, a middle-aged man in a suit was sitting in it. He is one of the major shareholders of Penguin, Brother Pony. He quietly looked at the property report, and calculated how much money he lost in the game project of Girl's Journey. Although Girl's Journey has only been updated in 2 versions, 4 versions have been made. A 5th version is still in production. If you don't count the large amount of traffic from Penguin, the development funds alone cost 80 million. And this is because of the Honkai III as the basis, they can use 80 million funds to develop 4 versions of Girl's Journey. If they create their own Girl's Journey and make 4 versions, I'm afraid it will cost 200 million to make 4 versions. However, the 2 versions that have been updated have Honkai III pearls before them. They also made a profit of more than 100 million points, and the latter 2 versions were accused before they could be updated. The total profit is 100 million yuan, but the development funds cost 80 million yuan, and the compensation for Mei Yi is 50 million yuan. Counting the traffic provided to Girl's Journey, as well as the manpower. This wave of penguins simply went to Grandma's house. Over the years, they have never suffered such a big loss. Looking at Xioma's increasingly gloomy eyes, Zhao Wenbo knew that he was afraid that he would be completely planted this time. Losing a job is a trivial matter, and if Penguin can let him go, he will be thankful. But, the penguin's style is clear to him. Before driving him away, he would definitely bite a piece of meat off him. All in all, his life is over. Zhao Yi can't escape either. Well done. Xioma put down the report and stared at Zhao Wenbo with sharp eyes. I told you to imitate, you just copy the code. 39. The loss of this amount of money by the company is small, but do you know how serious the hidden consequences are? Zhao Wenbo opened his mouth. Mr. Ma, in the future, Shuaziyi will take over as the game producer of Timmy's studio. As for you, Xioma waved his hand, go back. Completely different from Timmy's studio. At this time, in the Mei Yi studio, the girls were sitting happily and playing games together. The updated content of the new version of Honkai III has been completed. So Mo, Wang's Haoli, deliberately let them relax and brought out the 1.0 version of Yuan Shen to entertain the girls. And for this game, girls have been jealous for a long time. Even the improvement work of saving the girl has been put down, and they have stepped into the Tibet continent. Emily sat in the distance, listening to the chatter of the girls, while preparing for the preview of Genshin Impact. The atmosphere seemed very warm. In this update of Honkai III, the plot has been opened to Chapter 16. There are no animated shorts in this chapter, and there is no big climax. The only thing that players can discuss is the reunion of Mei and Kiana. And this plot is also very bad for the players. But looking back and thinking, Mei Yi's knife is much more advanced than the previous girl's journey. It just makes people worry. At the end of the plot of this chapter, Dr. Tesla told Mei and all the players. Under the erosion of many hairsker gems, Kiana's life has entered the countdown. When the players saw this, they called Mei Yi too bad, and threatened to kill the Mei Yi boss. Since you've been cut like that, I feel sorry for you guys and give you a surprise. Emily plans to send out the trailer of Genshin Impact tonight. As long as it is fermented for a period of time, after the popularity of the Yuan Shen trailer has passed, he will immediately update the plot of Chapter 17 of Honkai III. At that time, Feng Malong will make a cameo appearance in the plot of Chapter 17 of Honkai III. At that time, let Yuan Shen and Honkai III be linked again. The two games are on the hot search hand in hand, and they don't grab their own popularity, it's just perfect. Without spending a penny, by taking advantage of the popularity of Honkai III, Yuan Shen can achieve a perfect publicity effect. I'm such a marketing genius. Chapter 64. It's done. After Emily prepared the promotional video for Genshin Impact, he stretched. It's time to see the dubbing of Mei Yi. In the 17 chapters of the plot, almost all the scenes of Mei and Kiana. Therefore, while the other girls are happily exploring the world of Tibet, only Mei is working hard. Emily poured a glass of water and quietly walked towards the dubbing room. And when she saw Mei Yi, who was crying into tears in the dubbing room, she still sighed. Whether in reality or in the game, the relationship between Kiana and Mei is very deep. And the knife in Chapter 17 happened to stab Mei and Kiana. Mei is a sensual girl, and when she sees those plot texts, she won't be a ghost if she doesn't cry. Originally Emily didn't want Mei to match the plot of this chapter, but Guliang seems to be a little stubborn about work. Now I know how to cry. Emily shook his head and pushed open the door of the dubbing room. Yi, why don't you take a break and drink some water? The sudden voice drew Mei's attention back from the story. She wiped away her tears, and then said weakly, "Thank you, boss. But no need, the mood is just right, it won't affect the dubbing." Yi's eyes were flushed, her brows were slightly wrinkled, and there was a pitiful smell on her delicate face. Emily ignored Mei's words, but shoved the water glass into the opponent's hand, and then turned off the recording device forcefully. Seeing this, Yi said weakly, "Boss. The emotions that I managed to create in 640. Isn't it easy?" Emily rolled his eyes, took out a tissue and handed it to the other party, while teasing, "Look at your pitiful appearance. If Kiana sees it, she'll have to pounce on me again." Is there? Yi quickly put down the water glass and looked in the mirror with her mobile phone. When she saw her current appearance, she couldn't help blushing. After entering the dubbing room for so long, she didn't even have a few lines, and she cried just looking at the copywriting. Okay, let's tidy up and let Kiana relax with you. Emily turned off the equipment in the dubbing room, and said softly, don't worry about the dubbing, there is still a lot of time. Thank you, boss, but, don't turn off these devices. Having said this, Mei's expression became very serious. I'll just wait here for a while, and then I can quickly enter the plot and complete the dubbing of chapter 17 as soon as possible. Boss, can you not underestimate me so much? We can also make a game by ourselves. Emily was shocked by Mei's serious look. But after thinking about it, what Mei Yi said was right. In a sense, Mei Yi and these girls are much better than him. At least, the other party can run a game on his own. Okay, but don't get too involved in the drama, it will affect your mood. Bud, a bite, clothing, 66.99. The boss is still looking down on me. Emily shrugged, no way, your usual soft look makes people feel bullied. Is it that exaggerated? I think Ganyu is much weaker than me. Emily pondered for a while, and then commented, Ganyu is the kind of, looks like people can't bear to be bullied. As for Mei, it looks like you want to be bullied, maybe that's why Kiana always talks about protecting Mei. Yi was stunned for a while before she smiled. Kiana. I always felt that I was protecting her. Well. I think you guys are a little bit complimentary. Emily chuckled, Yi looks bullying, but she's smart, while Kiana is the kind of person who doesn't look smart and can't stand it. Whoever beats him up. If she keeps doing this, I'm afraid she'll be deceived and have to pay people money. Yi smiled, she is obviously the youngest sister, but she keeps shouting about protecting this and that all day long. But the boss made a mistake. Kiana is still very smart, but she just doesn't want to use her brain. Emily thought for a while, and it seemed that this was the case. The reason why she has been acting stupid is also because Mei or other sisters are there. In general, it's just too lazy to use my brain. I didn't pay attention to this before, I just remember that it hurts when she bites. After hearing Emily's rant, Mei couldn't help laughing, and then she apologized, I'm sorry boss. Kiana is so frizzy. Emily smiled indifferently, so, don't cry, as soon as you cry, she thinks I'm bullying you. I can't beat but I still bite. Mei knows that Emily is joking, so she just chuckles and nods. Seeing that Mei's mood seemed to improve, Emily wanted to get up and leave. But Yi took out her phone and smiled and waved at Emily, boss, take me to hit the frozen tree a few times. Emily thought for a while, and it seemed that there was nothing to do at the moment, so he smiled, number 1. And as soon as he and Mei got on the phone, the rest of the girls who were playing games saw it. They have applied to join the world. Mei Yi tapped twice to agree. It was Brynja and Ganyu who came in. Brynja, aren't you dubbing Mei? Mei, take a break. Ganyu, is the boss actually there? Emily, Yi is too bad, can't beat the frozen tree, so call me for help. As soon as these words came out, Yi couldn't help but looked up and gave Emily a blank look, boss. I just played for a short time. Just when Emily wanted to say something, Kiana suddenly broke into the dubbing room. Buddy. Emily seemed to hear a hint of grief and anger when Kiana shouted. Boss, you're so abominable. You actually want to grab my Mei. Kiana looked at Emily angrily and rushed towards Mei. Yi, have you been deceived by the boss and won't let me into your world? Mei Yi was a little helpless. After looking up at Emily, she indulged and said, no. I just clicked twice to agree. That's right. Emily looked at Kiana defiantly, how can you blame others, it's obviously Kiana who is too busy to apply for it faster than us. Impossible. Kiana immediately retorted, I applied for Yi as soon as it went online, and I didn't even open the half-decrypted treasure chest. As soon as these words came out, Emily made a surprised look. Incredible. Kiana can actually play decryption. Choo-choo, a small solution. Halfway through the sentence, Kiana realized that Emily was mocking her for being stupid. Can this be tolerated? What do you mean? Are you saying I'm stupid? 35. She wanted to pounce on Emily angrily. And Mei held back her smile while pulling Kiana. Okay Kiana, the boss is just joking with you. I can't even joke. After saying that, Kiana was tired of Yi, I'm obviously very smart, right? Yi nodded. Well, everyone says you're stupid, they're just making fun of you, the boss is like that too. Really? 55. Kiana looked at Emily suspiciously. And Emily laughed without saying a word. Sometimes it's fun to tease Kiana. Anyway, the other party won't be really angry. Think about it, your performance in the game. Although it looks a little stupid in the early stage, but in the back of the plot, are you acting more and more mature? Isn't this what Boss Emily affirms to you? Kiana's eyes lit up, and her mood immediately improved. After all, in a sense, Mei is complimenting her. Moreover, she seems to have really gained the boss's affirmation. If that's the case, I'll forgive you this time. Kiana was in a good mood, so she turned her attention back to the game. Yi, please kick Boss Emily out and let me in. Mei, 66, 99. Without waiting for her to speak, Emily smiled and said, okay, if I don't give you back Mei, I'm afraid you'll pounce on me again. As soon as these words came out, Rao Shikiana's face couldn't help but blush. How could I bite someone? Okay, let's play. Eden seems to be coming to the studio, I'll pick her up. After speaking, Emily left the dubbing room and called Eden instead. Miss Eden, are you free now? Eden's voice quickly came from the other end of the phone. Well, according to the address you provided. It will be there in about 2 minutes. Okay, I'll go pick you up now. Chapter 65. Hey Miss Me? No matter when and where, Elysia will respond to your expectations. When Emily came to the appointed place, the first person to greet him was still Elysia. Hey, we meet again, did you miss me? Hearing this lively and lovely voice, Emily couldn't help but smile. Of course, with Miss Elysia around, the air seems to be cheerful. Boss Emily is very good at complimenting girls. At this time, Eden also got out of the car. Boss Emily, long time no see. Long time no see, how is the sales of Miss Eden's new album? Thanks to Honkai III, the sales are much better than the previous albums. Miss Eden is joking, it's obviously the collapse of the three that rubbed you, heat. Hanging girls outside is not the right choice. Oh yes, you two come with me. After entering this building with Elysia and Eden, the two girls who had seen the world couldn't help being surprised. The environment inside the building is simply luxurious to the extreme. Wow, it's even more beautiful than Eden's house. And when Elysia saw Yolander and the others, her eyes lit up immediately. Hi, long time no see. Yolanda and others who were experiencing Genshin impact were a little surprised to see Elysia. Rita subconsciously quit the game and walked over with graceful steps. Boss, is there anything you need to do? Emily shook his head. No need for Rita, I'll just talk to Eden. Well, the boss, remember to call me if you have something to do. Elysia also smiled and waved to Rita. Miss Rita, we will see you later. Rita gave her and Eden a polite smile and left. Looking at Rita's back, Elysia couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Although she really wanted to communicate with these beautiful girls immediately. But this time I have something to do with Emily, so she can only suppress the thoughts in her heart. After Emily brought the two to the office, and the three of them sat down, Elysia couldn't wait to ask. Boss Emily, have I and Eden's character modeling done well? Emily nodded with a smile, turned on the computer, and showed the Honkai III version of the Paradise of the Past. Looking at the extremely delicate modeling in the computer, Elysia's eyes immediately lit up. Sure enough, Boss Emily never disappoints. Eden also nodded with satisfaction. Regardless of appearance or body, they are exactly the same. Dress sexy, but not revealing. In the picture, Elysia's every move is also completely in line with her character. At this moment, Elysia in the game beckoned to the camera, full of energy. Hey, the weather is so nice today. Like me, it's sparkling. When Elysia heard the same voice as hers, her lips parted in an O shape in surprise. Hey? Hey! It's exactly the same as me, Boss Emily, how did you do it? Eden was also very surprised and looked at Emily with a strange expression. This is also dubbed by Boss Emily. Before Emily could open her mouth to deny it, Elysia said with a surprised expression, I didn't expect that Boss Emily also has a lovely girlish heart. Emily quickly waved his hand. Don't get me wrong, this dubbing was synthesized by me using artificial intelligence. In any case, he could not admit that these were his own voices. That's so shameful. Is that so? Elysia pointed her chin, and after thinking for a while, she smiled slyly at Emily. Yes, she doesn't believe it. But it didn't break down. Seeing that the situation was wrong, Emily immediately changed the subject and said, Ahem, are Elysia and Miss Eden interested in dubbing their characters? Really? Dubbing, it's a novelty, Eden smiled, I still really want to try it out. The answers of the two surprised Emily. He only mentioned it to change the subject. But not wanting, the two girls agreed immediately. But that's totally a good thing. It will take a long time for the version of the past Paradise to come out, so they have plenty of time to try dubbing. If you have your own teaching, even if you have no experience, it is absolutely fine. In the end, even if they can't learn, they can use the dubbing delivered by the system in time. Anyway, the game is definitely not a problem. Since the two of you are interested, I will naturally welcome you with both hands up. After getting Emily's affirmation, Elysia's eyes flashed with excitement. She is really interested in dubbing. However, she is actually more interested in the beautiful girls in the studio. This girl Boss Emily. She's also very interested. If I participated in the dubbing myself, wouldn't it be possible? I could often come to the studio and post with the beautiful girls. That's for sure. If I can't dub the voice, you can't blame Elysia. Hearing Elysia's words, Emily seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help laughing. It's Elysia's words, as long as she acts as her true character, you can just follow the lines, and you don't have to worry about other things at all. Elysia looked overjoyed, I already have the lines, can I show cute Elysia? Don't worry, I'll just send you the script of Land of the Past. Then it's settled, I must never go back on my promise with a cute girl. Eden's attention was on the computer screen while Emily and Elysia were talking. At this time, Elysia also noticed something was wrong with Eden and followed her gaze. Then she noticed that in the picture, it seemed to be a game interface, not a simple modeling. Boss Emily, have you already completed the character? Emily nodded, yes, the skills, stats, and battle dubbing are all done, do you want to try it? Hearing this, both Elysia and Eden immediately became interested. She tried to press the move button, and Elysia in the game moved along with it, and said a sentence that was very in line with Elysia's character. You can look at me openly after all. I'm looking at you too. Seeing this, Eden pulled the notebook over. The picture in the game is an open-world, Destiny airport. With a burst of blood dubbing, Eden controlled Elysia to attack the Destiny mecha on the airport. With the sound of an alarm, the game also entered a state of battle. A sassy and beautiful pink-haired girl, holding a bow and arrow, flew through the mecha group. The mischievous laughter and cute lines made Eden very fond of him. This is really exactly the same as the Elysia next to her. Zero ask for flowers. She suddenly had a feeling. If there really is a world shrouded in Honkai, then Elysia's fighting stance must be the same as in the game. Even as the world plunges into darkness, Elysia still holds hope that the smile will never fade from her face. Eden pressed Elysia's ultimate move. I saw everything in the game screen, and the perspective seemed to have become an animated short film. Elysia faced the camera, blew a kiss, and then shot a pink arrow toward the sky. My heart take it well. The arrow seemed to shoot through the sky, blasting countless cracks in the air. The cracks bloomed like flowers, quickly forming a pink field, and all the nearby mechas were locked inside. The girl's figure is elegant and cute, she moves, jumps, and shoots in the pink field, just like a elf in the world. People are deeply attracted at a glance. And Elysia was also very surprised. Wow, Boss Emily, you know me too well. Could it be that Boss Emily is in the same mood as me? Emily laughed dumbly. After all, this is a Valkyrie made from your template, it must match your character design. 0. At this time, Eden also turned to look at Emily, and said with admiration, although I had expected it, but when I saw the results, I was still shocked. After a pause, she added, I like it very much. It's true that I promise your cooperation. It's a good experience to be able to meet another self in the game, Elysia said while taking over the computer. Now, let me see the little angel of Eden. She switched the game character to Eden, and then, Eden's voice came out of the game. May the triumphant song of victory be played. Sure enough, it's exactly the same as the little angel of Eden. Elysia slides the screen and enjoys it in 360 degrees without dead ends. At this time, Eden in the game hummed a beautiful song again. Hey? What's the matter? Do you want to invite me to play a song? Whether it's standby animation, character lines, or combat elements, Eden in the game seems to be completely bound to the word music. This kind of setting also makes Eden more and more satisfied. Because her life is like this, and she has never been inseparable from music. Eden, you're a character with two guns. It's really beautiful. Elysia couldn't help but put down the computer and hugged Eden's arm. After Eden looked at Elysia beside him dotingly, he turned his head and asked, Mr. Emily, when will the Afterlife version be released? If nothing else happens, it should be after chapter 25. How long will it take? Then can I reveal the modeling of me and Eden? Emily thought for a while before laughing. Don't put it. I may be promoting a new game recently. If you reveal the news at this time, I'm afraid it will grab the popularity of my new game. Hey? Mr. Emily is planning to release a new game. Emily nodded, yes, now Rita and the others are experiencing the new game, and I. Speaking of this, Emily also remembered that it was time to send out the promotional video of Yuan Shen. I'm sending out the promotional video now, you can watch it too, you should be interested in this game Deo. Chapter 66. Emily took the computer and logged in Mei Yi's official account. Both Elysia and Eden approached at the same time. The video was uploaded successfully soon, and at the same time, Emily also played a wave of S in the game announcement of Honkai III. At present, it can only be regarded as preliminary publicity, so Emily has not purchased advertising positions on Douyin and Station B. I just reposted this promotional video with the official account of Honkai III. At the same time, many players who have followed Mei Yi and the official accounts of Honkai III have been notified of the new video at the first time. One by one they rushed in. They thought that this video would be the revelation of the new version of Honkai III. As a result, the title is a few big characters that they have no impression of. Yuan Shen publicity PV. Come and explore the Tibet continent with Ember. Genshin? Ember? Tibet continent? Is it the collapse of the three new activities? But without giving players much time to think, the video starts quickly. The opening is also a big Miwio, and then, the logo that appears is no longer Honkai III, but Original God. Seeing this, many players finally reacted. The title, plus this logo. This is the new Me Fudge game? This situation shocked countless players. Honkai III is at the time of the big hit, and it's only been more than 2 months since the 023 public beta. Now you have a new game out? But the surprise is the surprise, and the players are also looking forward to it. After all, Mei Yi's current reputation is very good in the world. Players will naturally not think that Mei Yi will make a shoddy game for money to make money. In the video, after the Yuan Shen logo disappeared, a young girl with a bunny ear headband popped out. Hello everyone, my name is Amber, I'm from the West Wind Knights, I'm a scouting knight. Seeing such a style of painting, many players immediately lit up. It is still this extremely comfortable and natural two-dimensional 3D painting style. It has both a 3D stereoscopic effect and a 2D style of beauty, which is a game style that completely appeals to young people. In the current game industry, Mei Yi's unique 3 rendering and 2 drawing style is absolutely unique. It's not that other companies can't study it, but the game rendered in this style cannot be produced in just over 2 months. Refer to Penguin's Girl's Journey. At the beginning of the service, it was extremely hot eyes. At this time, Amber, the energetic girl in the video, finally finished her self-introduction. Then, today I will be the guide to introduce you to everything about Tivat. After the girl finished speaking, everything on the screen turned into a game perspective. In the lower right corner, there are also 6 big characters real game recording. The windy scenery of Mon City slowly passed by, Amber ran all the way, and came to a small camp of Ke Qing people. The players also thoroughly saw the game UI interface, as well as the picture quality. Whether it is the grass with clear roots or the extremely smooth and comfortable style of painting, players are amazed. Visible to the naked eye, Genshin impact is much higher quality than Honkai-san. Absolutely a big deal. What makes players care most is that there are 4 character avatars on the right side of the screen. Anyone who has played Honkai III knows that this is the place to switch team roles. This is actually a team of 4 characters. In the game, accompanied by the rushing music, Amber charged and fired a sword, which alerted the Ke Qing people in the camp. Players who watched the video thought it was just an ordinary rocket. But I didn't expect that after the arrow hit the grass actually burned. But it didn't stop them from being surprised. After the grass was burned, the character named Wendy in the team was cut out, and the picture turned directly to Wendy's face shot. The boy put up his bow and arrow and chuckled, "Don't try to escape." An arrow was fired, and a blue eye was immediately formed in front of it. As the gust of wind swirled, all those Ke Qing people and monsters were attracted together, and the dense damage numbers kept jumping out. Seeing this, the players didn't have any special feelings, they just felt that the game screen was better than Honkai III. Wendy's big move animation is just average, not as good as Honkai III. However, the next scene completely left the players stunned. I saw the game cut out Amber again and used Amber's ultimate move. Arrows fall like rain. Countless rockets fell like raindrops, igniting large fields of grass. And the wind eye shot by Wendy also rolled up countless fire elements. I saw that among those damage numbers, a diffusion prompt popped up. Immediately, the cyan wind eye was dyed fiery red. The grass covered by the eye of the wind also burst into flames. Seeing this, the players finally understood. The gameplay of this game is probably not as simple as they imagined. Wind can work with fire to deal higher damage. Is there a combination of water and fire, ice and fire? Players didn't wonder for too long. Soon, other elements react to the effects of the video. Water ice freezes, fire ice melts, mines are electrocuted, fire and thunder overload, fire grass burns. The wind system seems to be rather special. With Amber's explanation, the general gameplay of the game was also introduced. Climbing, swimming, wings of the wind, combat decryption, secret exploration, and surprise treasure chests everywhere. Seeing this, the players were completely boiling. I'm sloppy. I thought it was Honkai Impact 4, but there are so many novel ways to play. Looking forward to it. Too much anticipation. How does Mei Yi's boss's brain grow? Can you come up with so many novel ways to play? Rice flickering cattle batch. Seamless world? It means I can go directly from the Destiny headquarters to the Inverse Business headquarters without the need to transfer and load the game interface. I'm sloppy, it seems that this is what it means. This sense of substitution is too strong. I really want to play. Phone, no, you don't want to, sweating. Nokia applies to play. Doghead. Sure enough, Mei Yi has never let me down. Hurry up and give it to the master. Although the promotional video shows many things, it still feels a lot worse than the real experience. Despite this, the novel gameplay in the video still deeply shocked the players in this world. In their previous games, in addition to fighting monsters to upgrade and update equipment, the skills of different characters were the most distinctive. And Yuan Shen has too many features. Just watching the video gave them a feeling of experiencing a different world. As the video continued, Amber also brought the traveler, Ying Mei, to a place called Mon City. Besides the battle, why don't you come to Mon for a rest? Overall, this is a very safe place. With the switching of pictures and music, the architectural style of Mon City also gives players a very serious feeling. Although, occasionally some powerful monsters will come to attack here. Following Amber's explanation, a giant western dragon swept in with a strong wind and a sense of oppression. At this point, the barrage exploded again. Babylong. Is that you? Funny. No, it's Big Brother Babylong. The two upstairs went to the wrong studio. Although I am looking forward to it, I am also a little regretful. Is it Western style again? In the current environment, Western style has become the mainstream. Mei Yi has done a very good job. There is at least one Fuhua Shangxian in Ben Sanli, whether it is boxing, title, or copywriting, it is full of Dragon Country style. While the players were discussing, the game also completed a level 0 of the Wind Demon Dragon Dungeon. At this time, the screen switched to Amber again. She still said in a vigorous voice, "Okay, today's trip to Tibet is here 99. Speaking of which, next time we have a chance, let's go to a farther place to explore together. Like, go to the stone forest shrouded in mist, 35. There is a city completely different from Mond, called Liu Harbor." When Amber said this, the video screen cut out an ink painting with the characteristics of the Dragon Kingdom. The picture scroll depicts mountains, downtown, wooden bridges, ports, sailboats, and other buildings, all that people can see at a glance, architectures full of the ancient style of the Dragon Kingdom. And this scene made the pupils of all the players who were watching shrink. Before they were shocked, the music also changed, and the symphony with the Guhan as the prelude sounded slowly. The style of the music is light and leisurely, and the perfect combination of flute and Guhan makes this symphony play a sense of playfulness, but it is completely atmospheric. Coupled with the ink painting scroll in the video, the audience subconsciously appeared in the mind of the prosperous city scene in ancient times of the Dragon Kingdom, yo-ho screaming. Although it is a symphony, no matter who listens to it, they will subconsciously think that it is music created with the theme of the Dragon Country. It is obviously a Western symphony, but it is full of strong Dragon Country flavor. This is the perfect combination of Western symphony and Eastern classical music. Seeing this, after hearing the song Liu, the barrage completely exploded. What the hell? My grass? This. I want to say a lot on horseback, but I don't know what to say. I have no culture, so I can only use grooving to express my current mood. Nima. As soon as the flute sounded, my scalp exploded directly. Ink painting. Guhan flute and symphony. This moment. I have no way of expressing the complex emotions in my heart. The picture that pops up in my mind, it's so beautiful, it seems to be back in the ancient times of the Dragon Kingdom, walking in the bustling streets of fireworks. I actually feel that there is a New Year's taste when I ride a horse. It's still too early for the new year. Wow wow wow. It sounds so good as expected of a studio that has worked with Eden. Ear is pregnant, this flute really stabs me. Mei Yi's art and music team. Can I give you a kowtow? Me fudge is awesome. I am riding a horse and blowing it. Just for this ink painting and symphony, no matter whether the game is fun or not, I will definitely rush it. At the end of the video, this ink painting is displayed for 4 minutes. And this static video, but no one skipped. They couldn't help sighing, rejoicing, and excited, and they fully enjoyed the symphony. Countless players liked, reposted, and watched this video repeatedly. An ordinary promotional video for a game has spread across the country at an unimaginable speed. In a very short period of time, the hot searches on Weibo were almost completely dominated by the 3 entries of Yuan Shen Mei Yi Liu. This terrifying heat, Rao is Eden, and I am afraid that he has to avoid its edge. A Song Liu, an ink painting, a game promotional video, almost touted the whole network. Chapter 67. This promotional video was specially made by Mei according to the current situation of the world. With the gameplay shown in the video, he didn't worry about being imitated by others, and released the game 1 step ahead of him. Because he knows that if he wants to make the quality of Yuan Shen, it will take at least 2 years for Rao Penguin to shoot. So this promotional video Mei did not hide at all. All are displayed directly and generously. The last segment of Liu Gang in ink painting style, with the Symphony Liu, was also specially arranged by Mei. His original idea was to make a preview of the Liu map, so he didn't really show the Liu in the game. The purpose is to arouse the curiosity and anticipation of players. But what he didn't expect was that the ink painting and symphony would bring about such a bursting effect. This is what he ignored. Games in this world are basically Western style. This is also the reason why Penguin occupies the traffic and does nothing, but only imitates and acts as an agent of foreign games. Although the Dragon Kingdom players don't say it, they have been looking forward to it. Looking forward to a game full of Dragon Kingdom style. And the ink painting in this promotional video and the strong Dragon Country flavor of Liu easily resonated with the players, and naturally aroused the emotions of the players. The surprise and shock when they first saw it made them want to forward this video to everyone around them. Whether it is a gamer or a non-player, when they see the last ink painting and hear the melodious and naughty flute of Liu 01, they will arouse ripples in their hearts. Now, this video has been completely uploaded on the internet. Countless bloggers retweeted like crazy. Or to explain in an eloquent manner, or to tout enthusiastically. But no matter what way these funny bloggers tout it, the ink painting and Liu will be played in the final stage of the video. The video below is also a row of moving and praise. Promotional videos continue to ferment on the internet. And on the side of Mei Yi's studio, Elysia had already joined Rita and the others and played Genshin Impact with great interest. Eden, on the other hand, looked at the ink painting in the computer with a shocked expression. Naturally, it was not the ink painting that shocked her. It was the symphony that came out of the headphones, Liu. As a world-class musician, she is also deeply attracted by the Dragon Country style music that combines Western symphony. Made music for so many years. Having heard countless fine works, she felt humbled by this novel style. It was a cheerful tune, but it made her feel like tears welling up in her eyes. She has also trying to use the classical music of Longguo as the keynote to create an album full of Longguo style. But it failed. Now after listening to Liu, she suddenly has a feeling of enlightenment. Is that so? 99. She looked up at Mei carefully, her expression full of admiration. Mei, who was playing with the girls, raised his head slightly and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Miss Eden?" 35. You are really admirable. Eden was really impressed by Emily this time. The direction she has been working hard for was actually achieved by the owner of a game studio. Judging by her world-class musical taste, this song Liu will not only make people in Longguo like it extremely, but even foreigners will also feel amazing and like it. Moreover, when the flute of this symphony sounded, the appearance of the Dragon Kingdom would appear in everyone's mind. Ha! You've said this once before. Emily didn't know what Eden was thinking, but thought she also fell in love with Yuan Shen. I mean, this time, I admire your musical attainment. Hearing this, Emily's attention finally pulled back from the game. He looked at Eden in astonishment, and after seeing the incomparably serious look in the other's eyes, he shook his head with a smile. Just kidding, I don't know any music. After speaking, Emily was afraid that the other party thought he was Versailles or something, so he added. If you ask me to comment on a piece of music, I'm afraid I'll just say. Pfft. Eden was amused by Emily's words. I also don't know how to evaluate your song Liu. I can only say it's amazing. Cow. Speaking of which, she couldn't help but opened her Weibo, selected the promotional video of Genshin Impact, and clicked forward. Maybe he was really shocked, so Eden was also naughty this time, adding the text at the bottom of Weibo, FK. Cow criticism. After the Weibo was posted, she asked curiously, Mr. Emily, do you have any other music, similar to Liu's style? While controlling the game character, Emily replied, yes, in fact, there are 7 countries in Genshin Impact, and each country has its own music style. As soon as these words came out, Rao Eden couldn't help taking a deep breath. However, what she desires more now is to listen to other Long Guofeng music. Mr. Emily, can I listen to other music in the style of Liu? 35. Emily didn't refuse, turned the computer over, and opened a music player for Eden. It's in there, see for yourself. At this moment, Kiana's angry voice came over. Boss! You, Bennett, hurry up, I'm going to die. Come on, stupid. You dodge to avoid damage. It's not that simple. After Eden took over the computer, he saw the large row of music in the software. There are so many. She clicked one by one, admiring it. In the following time, Eden was more shocked and liked the more he listened. The symphony The Bright Moon in the Cup, which is mainly composed of Guhan, made her feel the prosperous market like the misty rain in the south of the Yangtze River. In the symphony Lin Yu Yuan, which is mainly composed of flutes, she felt the sword, light and sword shadow of ancient knights, but she also had a sense of beauty. And what caught her eye the most was the song Wandering in the World, which was mainly composed of erhu. Most erhus are drawn out, sad and poignant. And this is also the impression of erhu in the minds of most people. This leads to a slight sadness even when playing cheerful music with erhu. And in this song Wandering in the World, erhu pulls out the heavy feeling of the ancient battlefield. She and a girl were all excited. It's amazing. Eden felt that he might be able to ask Emily for more advice. Coincidentally, I also have to dub the character in Honkai III. The best of both worlds. On the internet, Eden's naughty FK. Cow, once again added fire to the promotional video of Genshin Impact. Just when all the netizens left comments and jokes below Eden Weibo, a forwarding message from the official media completely pushed the song Liu to its peak. Even the official media came out and pointed at Mei Yi and exaggerated it. How can netizens not be shocked? In the past, games were criticized by name. And now, the first game studio to be praised by the official media is actually just a studio that has only been around for a few months. Niu approved Mei Yi, this time it really took off. This kind of good thing, Mei Yi, you must not send an S-class Valkyrie of your choice. Although it's just an ink painting, I'm still looking forward to Yuan Shen, and I hope that I won't be disappointed by 627. Same as above, I hope it is not empty joy, Try to fully show the style of the Dragon Kingdom. Mei Yi came out, give me the exact word, when will the public beta of Yuan Shen? Not only Liu, but the new gameplay alone makes people look forward to it, Mei Yi Niubi. Penguin Pig Factory sees more and learns more, obviously there are such good resources, why are they unwilling to make games seriously? Penguin Pig Factory, what the hell? You are fooling around with rice, it's none of my business. Can this be done? It was not until the evening that Rita hurried to Emily's door and told him about it. And Emily, who got the news, was really shocked. This world game has just started, and many parents do not have a good impression of the game. Therefore, Mei Yi, who was named and performed by the official media for the first time, has almost become the target of the entire network. And Emily and the girls are also very happy about it. The effect of the propaganda is somewhat beyond my expectations. Happy to be happy, but now the popularity of Honkai III is almost completely robbed by Yuan Shen. This will not work. Rita, go back to rest first, and I'll make 2 more announcements. With that, Emily closed the door and turned on the computer. First of all, thank you for your support and love. The Genshin Impact public beta date is not too far away, it is currently in the testing stage, but the public beta date is just this year, and we will definitely not be disappointed by then. In addition, before the public beta of Genshin Impact, there will be a linkage activity with Honkai III, during which a lot of news about Genshin Impact will be revealed. At the same time, in this linkage, there will also be 2 Valkyries from the world of Yuan Shen who will appear in the event. Please look forward to it. After this announcement was issued, players' attention finally turned to Honkai III. Chapter 68. Benson and Yuan Shen linkage? Will there still be characters from Genshin Impact? Will it reveal some news in Yuan Shen? As soon as the announcement of Emily was released, players immediately focused their attention on Honkai III and began to look forward to the new version. Moreover, not only players are looking forward to it, but even the girls in the studio are curious. Early in the morning, Walnut knocked on Emily's door. Boss, the sun is drying your A. When Emily finished washing up and opened the door, he found that Brynja and Jitsi were waiting for him outside the door. This just blocked the door. What's the matter? Before Brynja spoke, the walnut jumped out with great interest. Boss, I saw the announcement you made last night. Well, what's the problem? The Yuan Shen character that the boss said will appear in Honkai III, is it me or Sister Ganyu, or will both of us appear? Not only Hu Tao is very curious about this question, but Brynja and Jitsi are also very curious. Emily rubbed Hu Tao's head and joked, unfortunately, neither you nor Ganyu will appear. Ah! It's not my hall master. Hearing this title, Emily also chuckled and looked back at the walnut. Since playing Yuan Shen, Hu Tao has followed the game and called himself Hall Master Hu. That ghostly appearance is just short of a suit of Hu Hall Master's clothes. Thinking of this, Emily couldn't help thinking, should he make a suit of armor for the Valkyries? That should be Kanari Ayaka and Ye Kamiko. While Emily was thinking, Jitsi guessed. But, in the version we are playing now, it seems that these 2 characters haven't appeared yet. Emily still shook his head, it's not them, it's Ke Qing and Fisher. Hey? Why these 2 characters? Emily smiled, the reason. Fisher is quite suitable for the collapse of the 3 systems. I plan to use Fisher as a mine assistant and make her a resident character in Honkai III. And Ke Qing? Emily raised his eyebrows, have you forgotten? She is Liu's character. And I think that Ke Qing's spirit is quite similar to our Dragon Kingdom people. Hey? Why didn't I find out? Brynja and Jitsi wondered at the same time. Seeing this, Emily explained with a smile, because the 1.0 version doesn't have Liu's story yet, you only have the role of Ke Qing, and you don't know her, of course you won't feel like it. After a pause, Emily explained. Ke Qing. In the game, he is a person who works seriously, worships God instead of relying on God, and only relies on his own efforts to make progress. It's an uncompromising activist. Since the official media have praised Genshin impact, I think it's the best decision to use such a more positive character to preheat the character. Is that so? After listening to Elysia's explanation, Hu Tao didn't seem so lost. Gzi also suddenly realized, indeed, this is the typical image of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, and, with Ke Qing linkage, is it still a warm-up for the Liu area? Elysia nodded, more than that. It can also attract many gamers who know our Mei Yi because of Yuan Shen. In this way, Collapse 3 can also welcome more new players. After saying this, Elysia turned to curiously and asked, "So, you came to me so early to ask about this?" Brynja shook her head, "No, Jitsi and I want to take a day off." "Hey? It's really strange, Brynja actually asks for leave." To be honest, since he bought the Mei Yi studio, the girls have basically stayed in the studio for so long. They really like games. Whether it's playing games or making games, they put all their enthusiasm into it. Other girls are shopping and eating food. But these girls are completely different, they can even work so much that they don't even want to eat. Elysia gives them a day off, and the girls sometimes disagree. Even if they agreed, they stayed in the studio, either playing games or getting together to discuss some new ideas for games. Elysia was naturally surprised when he suddenly asked for a leave of absence. "Okay, you're not busy anyway, you can do whatever you want." Elysia agreed to leave without hesitation. Brynja and Jitsi didn't look particularly excited. Because they knew, Elysia would definitely agree. Just when Elysia thought the two girls were about to leave, Gzi suddenly came to Elysia's side, put her arms on Elysia's shoulders, and laughed. "Boss, aren't you curious why we take leave?" Elysia was used to Jitsi's behavior. I don't know since when, Gzi's attitude towards her has become more and more presumptuous. When they first met, Gzi only teased herself verbally, keeping her physical distance very good. But as time went by, Gzi had begun to hook up with him. In this regard, Elysia also refused to come. After all, who doesn't like to stick with beautiful girls? It's very curious, if you want to tell me, I will definitely listen to it. Gzi smiled lightly, her red lips slowly moved to Elysia's ear, and the heat hit Elysia's ear temples. "It's a date." Elysia, 66, 99. He looked at Gzi strangely, then turned to look at Brynja, who had nothing on her face. "You guys?" Elysia shook his head feigning regret, "It's a pity. There are few beauties in the world, and you are still fighting here, tisk tisk." Elysia's words made Gzi look dumbfounded. The words she just said were meant to lie to Elysia, to lie to him that she and Brynja were going out to date other men, so as to see Elysia's reaction. As a result, this person's brain circuit is so strange that he misunderstood her and Brynja as Lily. Just when she was thinking of explaining, Brynja coughed lightly. "Boss, don't listen to Gzi's nonsense. I asked her for leave not to date her, of course, not to date someone else. We just want to go to the orphanage." After a pause, Brynja blushed again and added, "My sexual orientation is normal." "Is that so?" Elysia nodded lightly, and then asked suspiciously, "Why are you going to the orphanage?" Gzi explained with a smile, "Brynja and I grew up in an orphanage. In addition to visiting the orphanage this time, I also want to pick up a younger sister." Brynja continued, "So, we want to ask you. Can I bring that sister and live in the studio together?" "How old is your sister?" Elysia was extremely curious. The sister that Brynja was talking about wasn't Sheer, was she? However, the character of Sieter has already appeared in the game. If there is really Sieter in this world, Brynja would not be able to mention each other now. 5 years old. Elysia, so small. Are you sure you will take care of such a small girl? 35. Gzi smiled, don't worry, boss, without that strength, we naturally won't pick up each other. It's up to you anyway, it's very big here, it's not bad for that room. After getting Emily's approval, both Jitsi and Brynja seemed very happy. Thanks, boss. We'll pay you for Kelly's lodging then. Emily smiled and shook his head, it's not worth that much money, it's not necessary, and. Halfway through the words, Emily suddenly reacted. Carrie? Gzi smiled and nodded, well, that sister's name is Kelly. Emily's mind immediately came to Kelly's cute look. Da-da-da. Boom bomb. He just recalled the image in his memory, and he liked it in his heart. Of course, he's not good enough, any Lilicon either. He prefers tall and slender royal sisters like Gzi, Daya and Rita. But again, cute things like Claire, he likes it too, but not that way. Not to mention bringing Kelly to the studio to live in. Even if Emily pays back, he is willing to play firecrackers with Kelly all day. Do you want me to come with you? Jitsi and Brynja looked at each other, but still shook their heads. No need for the boss, we'll just deal with it by ourselves, I guess we'll be back in the afternoon. Okay, let me know if you have any difficulties. Brynja and Jitsi nodded at the same time, then let's go. After the two left, Emily looked forward to it. I don't know how cute the three-dimensional Kelly will be. Just as he was thinking, the walnut jumped out of the tile again. Boss, are you finished talking? Sister Kelly is coming to live here too? Emily chuckled and nodded, well, do you know Kelly? Hu Tao nodded, of course I played with Kelly. Stop talking, boss, come and play games with me. Emily tapped the walnut on the head, go to breakfast first. Chapter 69. As expected by Emily, when he and Hu Tao came to the work area, Fu Hua, Ganyu, and others were already sitting in front of the computer and working. Even Kamikoye was driven by the girls and never was lazy. Yolander, how many times have I told you, work is not so stressful, you don't have to work so hard. While talking, Emily found a place to sit down. Morning, boss. After the other girls raised their heads to say hello, they resumed their work. No job, I just found time to play with the new version of Save the Girl. Isn't it done yet? Would you like to help? You don't need, boss. Yollandale shook his head and smiled. But it's almost finished. It is estimated that when the new version of Honkai Impact 3 is updated, the new gameplay of Save the Girl will also be available. At this time, Rita, also wearing an apron, came. When she saw Emily, she smiled, has the boss got up already? Morning, Rita. Breakfast is ready, let's finish breakfast first and then work. When Emily saw Rita, he got up and walked to the restaurant. Since the girls moved to the building, Rita and Mei have cooked all 3 meals a day. Of course, Kanari Ayaka occasionally goes to help. And the girls' cooking skills are also first class. This makes Emily admire very much, the voice is sweet, and he can play games, not to mention. Even the culinary skills are extremely skillful. Emily started out with an occasional meal. But then he ate too much, and he felt that the food outside was not fragrant. Fortunately, the girls don't seem to care about Emily's behavior. All in all, Emily stopped pretending and ate Rita and Mei's meals every day. All I can say is, it smells good. Brynja and Jitsi, have they gone to the orphanage? Emily nodded, not long after we left, he said he was going to pick up a little sister back. Rita nodded, well, they told me, I didn't expect the boss to agree to let a 5-year-old girl live in Studio 153. It doesn't matter, and I also like children. After he finished speaking, Emily silently added in his heart, except for the bear children, only cute lowly like Kelly. I have to say that the Valkyrie dormitory given by the system is really luxurious. All facilities are available. Not to mention the kitchen, dining room, dormitory, and even an entertainment area. But for girls, those so-called entertainment areas are not at all attractive. So it is always empty. Their greatest joy is work. Boss, I'm going to wake Kiana up. You can go to the restaurant by yourself. Mei and Ayaka are there. Okay, I won't wait for you anymore. When Emily came to the restaurant, Mei and Kenri Ayaka had already put breakfast on the table. But the two of them were still cleaning up the kitchen, and after Emily said hello, they began to scavenge the food on the table. Halfway through the meal, the other girls also came over. Kiana was still dozing off. He also yelled at Mei to feed her. And this kind of behavior naturally aroused the dissatisfaction of Yolande. But there is no way, she won't reprimand people, she can only shake her head helplessly. I don't know if it is because of the plot of the game, Mei Yi is more and more fond of Kiana. If it was before, Mei Yi would not have really fed Kiana. But now, she actually gave Kiana a few mouthfuls. Her behavior also made the atmosphere at the table extremely pleasant. Of course, Kiana didn't have to go any further. After eating a few bites of the meal that Yi had fed, he took over the bowls and chopsticks with a smile. Kiana didn't care about the ridicule of the rest of Rita and Ye Kamiko, and even enjoyed it. Who told Rita and the others to tease Mei and her? In this regard, Kiana just wants to say, please increase your efforts. I have to say, sitting with a group of beautiful girls for dinner, Emily only felt that his appetite was much better. Obviously it was Emily who moved the chopsticks first, but he was still the one who left the table last. When Emily finished his breakfast, Mei and Rita took the initiative to return to the restaurant to help him clean up together. Really gentle and meticulous two girls. Looking at Rita and Mei who were helping, Emily couldn't help but sigh. Tisk tisk, whoever marries the two of you, I'm afraid they have saved the world in their last life. Hey? The boss still wants to marry two at a time? 99. Emily never imagined that he just sighed casually, but it aroused Rita's ridicule. Emily, 66, 99. Although you misunderstood the meaning of what I said, but... Emily touched his chin and turned to smile, if there is a choice, who wouldn't want to marry a few more? He Rita chuckled lightly, her beautiful eyes curved into two crescent moons. It's really greedy, but... maybe this is what all men really think. Precisely, it should be a dream, Emily added. That boss has to work hard, no matter what, you have to pass the level of Kiana first. Emily raised his eyebrows and turned against the first army. Hey? Don't you have to pass the Rita level? Rita didn't panic. If the boss can pass Kiana's level and successfully dig up Mei, I can surrender directly. Kiana. Emily smiled disdainfully, with all due respect, I didn't take her seriously. If I really want to snatch Yi with her, Kiana won't be able to catch up. Rita still had a smile on her face. Listen to what you said. Does the boss have no idea about Mei? At this time, the red-faced Mei Yi finally couldn't bear it any longer. Rita, boss, don't make fun of me. Seeing such a shy and cute Mei, Rita and Emily giggled after looking at each other. Emily is also used to Rita and Jitsy's jokes from time to time. Therefore, I didn't care much, and just regarded it as a daily bickering task. Yi is thin-skinned, the next time Rita teases me, let's change the object. Hey? Boss, Emily has a new goal? Of course not, I'm just afraid that Kiana will misunderstand. Then, who is Boss Emily's new target? Seeing this, Emily smiled slyly. Otherwise, you can make fun of Ye-san, she is thick-skinned and fast, so maybe the two of you can make two moves. Rita couldn't help but have a headache when it came to the eightfold godchild. Although she didn't get along with Ye Kamiko for a long time, she also knew that that woman was also very cunning. If you use Ye Kamiko to make fun of Emily, I'm afraid the other party won't eat this set, but will turn her back instead. Although she doesn't care, but in this way, Emily can't watch the fire from the other side. Instead, he set himself on fire. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at Emily. The boss's goal this time, Abed, is really a headache. It's not easy to make fun of the eightfold godchild. Emily winked at Mei Yi proudly, as if to say, "Look, we won this battle." Mei Yi was not so shy at this time. It was rare to see Rita having a headache, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing this, Rita was immediately upset, and began to talk nonsense. "Yi, you have seen it. Every time the target of ridicule is chosen by himself. This time he chose Yakami, and last time, he chose you. Rita. You don't talk about martial arts. You started to spread rumors at random." Rita winked at Emily innocently. "Boss, do you have any evidence to prove that what I said is a rumor?" 66:99. Then do you have evidence to prove that what you said is not a lie? Rita smiled lightly. "I don't need to prove it, Mei will judge for herself." Having said that, Rita gently took Mei's arm and whispered in her ear. Listening and listening, Mei actually looked up at Emily, and then looked away shyly. Emily, 66:99. No way. Yi, you don't really believe it, do you? Yi blushed and shook her head, then took off her apron. "Old boss. I'm going to find Kiana." When it was over, she hurriedly added, "No. I went to work." Seeing this, Emily was completely speechless. Rita covered her mouth and laughed. "It seems, Yi still has her own judgment. Tisk. I won't play with you next time. I actually started to deceive Yi. If Yi is really scared away, I will arrange all her work for you." Rita smiled indifferently and said, "I didn't lie to Mei, I just told her. The boss is really a good match for you. He is handsome, capable, and has a good personality." As a result, she ran away shyly. "Emily, for the sake of telling the truth, I'll let you win this time." "Okay, I should also send out the new version of PV. After the daily bickering task is completed, the tableware and chopsticks on the table are also cleaned up." Rita just watched Emily leave with a small smile. "I'm telling the truth." Emily returned to his office, turned on the computer, and started to prepare the PV video of the new version of Honkai III. What he considers now is that it would be better if the new version updates a few chapters of the plot. Chapter 17 is mainly about Mei and Kiana's swords, while Chapter 18 and Chapter 19 is the story of Ice Hairsker and Rock Ice Hairsker. Just update the 17 chapters plot plus Yuan Shen linkage activities. After thinking about it for a long time, Emily decided to only update the plot of Chapter 17. Because at the end of Chapter 17, Otto has already observed other worlds on the Tree of Imaginary Numbers with Shikai. Among them, it also includes the shadow of the Wind Dragon in Yuan Shen. It just so happens that I can do a linkage with Yuan Shen here. With this in mind, Emily selected the original version 4.1 promotional PV from the system, Thundering Thunder promotional PV. This PV mainly introduces the new Hairsker class armor Thunder Hairsker. However, because of the collaboration with the original god, Emily added the role demonstrations and event previews of Ke Qing and Fisher at the end of the PV. At the same time, it is also accompanied by the music Ting Ni Kui Yu. Because Emily usually has nothing to do, so this time she did not directly exchange from the system. Instead, he synthesized these two propaganda PV. After a morning of operation, Emily finally finished this promotion PV. Just then, Rita came in with a cup of coffee. "Boss, I see that you haven't been out of the office all morning. Did you encounter any problems?" Emily smiled and shook his head. "No, I just changed the PV of the new version of Honkai III. Thanks." Emily was not polite, took the coffee from Rita and took a sip. "Can I see this promotional PV?" For Rita's request, Emily didn't hide it. Anyway, he was about to release it soon, so he moved his butt to make room for Rita. "Look, after watching, help me publish this video by the way. After finishing speaking, Lee took out his mobile phone and opened Honkai III. The collapsed 3 in his mobile phone is the new version that is about to be updated. In my memory, Ke Qing's injury in Yuan Shen was very scratching. But after coming to the world of Honkai III, he directly incarnated into the Thunder Sword Saint. The moves are extremely gorgeous, and the damage is also explosive. Sure enough, Honkai energy is much easier to use than the Eye of God, you are right, Qing. Beside him, Rita blinked her big eyes, looking at the position where Lee let out, and fell into contemplation. However, she only hesitated for 2 seconds before sitting down with a chuckle. Lu Yao bent slightly and pulled the computer on the coffee table into some distance. However, she did not watch it at the first time, but after uploading the video to Douyin Station B and Weibo respectively, she watched it with peace of mind. Chapter 70. Yesterday, the popularity of the promotional PV for Yuan Shen released by Lee has not yet passed. The topic of discussing Liu and Yuan Shen on the internet is still very hot. There are also players discussing with each other almost all the time under the official accounts of Honkai-san and Mei Yi. What these players didn't expect was that today he actually released a new video. The video title also gets very baffling. Master K, why are you here for a trip? New plot preview of Honkai III. Master carved? Is there such a character in Honkai III? With a curious mind, the players ran to tell each other one after another, and 8's friends and relatives clicked on this video. The video started, and a strange male voice sounded. A minute ago, Honkai erupted in a city in Southeast Asia called Coral Island. Destiny's Valkyrie troops have attacked. Along with the strange man's remarks, a sky blue pendant flashed in the picture. An exciting electric sound also sounded at the same time. It was only a short 10-second video that made the audience feel emotional. In the picture, the World Snake logo, Kevin's figure flashed away. Then, it was the voice of the Raven, "Don't worry, Hairsker. Leave it to us to deal with it." Seeing this, the audience couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, Mei Yi's music has never let me down. Ancestor Kevin has appeared. This screen switch and BGM. Me fudge features. But I like it very much. The music of this PV can also be single looped. Another Hairsker is born? So fast. I wonder what Hairsker is this time. The barrage drifted past densely, and new versions of content flashed on the screen. And the music is getting more and more rapid, until the critical point. The music suddenly stops, and then suddenly changes the key. What followed was an original painting of the Hairsker of Thunder. Thunder and lightning Hairsker form. The Hairsker of Thunder. She held the key to the celestial pole and wore a dress with red and black as the main tone. It is said to be a dress, but it has the style of Japanese armor. With a round of Hairsker halo behind him, his purple eyes are sharp, and he is no longer as gentle and watery as before. Let thunder, resist all sins. The slightly raised corners of her mouth, matched with her resolute tone, gave her a sense of oppression at the Hairsker level. And seeing this, the audience was completely blown up. FK. Yi. How is it possible? The new Hairsker is actually Mei. Isn't it? The new plot requires Dao Yi? Don't. Me fooling you. Players don't have much time to complain. The animation is still playing, the Hairsker of Thunder's normal attack, branch attack, dodge, big move. Wind. Surrender to me. A dragon-shaped Honkai clad in red armor was summoned by Mei. 1 knife. 2 paragraphs. This big move animation is very exciting, but the audience's heart has always been on the word Hairsker. They don't understand, it is clear that Qiyana and Yi have reunited, why the next chapter's plot, Yi has become a Hairsker. They remember that in the previous story, the Hairsker personality was a setting that absolutely hated humans. Walter and Brynja are just exceptions. If Mei really becomes a hairsker, don't you want to stand on the opposite side of Kiana and the others? I have to say that in just 1 minute and a half, the players' expectations were completely lifted. Just as the audience was having a heated discussion, the screen suddenly went black in the video. Immediately afterwards, a row of strange symbols appeared on the screen. Players who watched the trailer of Yuan Shen yesterday immediately remembered, aren't these symbols the 7 elements in Yuan Shen? 6 of the elements are in a dim state, and only the thunder element in the middle glows with purple light, accompanied by the music Ting Ni Quick Rain. The thunder element in the middle quickly fell, and finally hit the logo of Honkai III, forming an eye of the thunder god. Seeing this, the player's heart jumped, thinking of a possibility that could make people extremely excited. Yuan Shen is going to be linked with the collapse of the 3. Really? Before players can guess, a cute girl with long purple hair and a cat head with double ponytails appeared in the video. The moment players saw Ke Qing's original painting, their hearts jumped. FK. So cute, so pretty. 2 adjectives can perfectly interpret the player's first impression of Ke Qing. The delicate and lovely face, coupled with the outfits with purple as the main tone, are obviously tied with the cute double ponytail cat head, but the expression is very serious, giving a strong contrast and cuteness. Si paired it with a purple dress and added some green lotus and snow blue decorative fabrics. 2 lilac feather-like streamers extend from the sleeves. This design, even if it is just a static original painting, still gives people a sense of elegance. This original painting by Ke Qing will really make people fall in love at first sight. Players have always been very convinced of Mei Yi's art. And this style of clothing is also the first time it has appeared in front of players. It is different from the Honkai III of the modern technological worldview. This kind of clothing of Ke Qing is between modern and ancient, but it is perfectly integrated into the 2-dimensional style. Players can only bow to one sentence, artist cattle critique. After the original painting in the video was displayed, the picture was given to Ke Qing's character modeling. I saw Ke Qing put on a posture of holding a long sword backwards. At the same time, her capable but lovely voice sounded. I am Yuheng star Ke Qing in the Lia 7 stars. Immediately afterwards, she turned into a gesture of akimbo. If you delay too much time, things can't be finished. After listening to the 2 voices, the players couldn't help but jump again. Such a lovely voice. On the screen, 3 options are displayed on the left. Inherent ability. Blessing from another world. Special props. The right side shows some of Ke Qing's skill names. Yunlei Swordsmanship. Starto Returns. Parade of Sky Street. Price of Yuheng. This skill name full of strong dragon country style. Without waiting for the players to react, the video entered a state of actual combat. Seeing this, the players are all bright. I like Mei Yi's unabashed game promotional video that dares to show the game screen completely. Let's go, time is running out. Ke Qing's figure flashed, posing in a fighting stance. After the dead man came out, Ke Qing quickly showed her elegant fighting stance. Normal attack, dodge counterattack, branch attack. And the music Ting Ni Quick Rain has gradually reached its climax. Accompanied by the increasingly intense music, the purple energy below the engraved clear health bar was also successfully filled. I saw her do an elegant backflip, and a few purple sword chi scraped towards the dead man. On the other hand, Ke Qing kept waving the long sword in his hand in the same place, and his figure flew through the air, bringing up various phantoms. As Ke Qing kept swinging his sword, countless purple sword chi slashed towards the dead man like raindrops. Seeing this, the player completely stopped in Bungbu. This Nima is too strong? Not to mention that the jump is tens of thousands of damage. This skill form alone is awesome. Genshin Impact's characters are all so gorgeous. But the video hasn't finished playing yet. Seeing everything in the picture, Ke Qing squatted halfway, and then jumped up high. The light of the sword is like me, cutting through all the clutter. Ke Qing's figure descended like a thunder. The dead on the ground also all died violently. The music also ends on a few soaring notes. Good job done today. Love, love. Mei Yi, as expected of you. Lies 7 stars? Yuheng star. Is this the sword saint of the Dragon Kingdom? The Valkyrie of Liu's sh. What kind of sword saint? Please call her sword immortal. After taking Mei Yi this old 6, don't hide it, hurry up and update the new version woohoo. Hey, a bunch of scumbags and scumbags, Yi's hairsker armor hasn't been installed yet, so you just forgot about her. Woohoo Mei Yi begging, please stop Dao Yi and Qiana, crying. Cold Knowledge, Chapter 16, Qiana and Yi just reunited, Chapter 17, Yi's Lawmaker. The propaganda PV has been overwhelmed. Although I know that Chapter 17 is a knife, I still want to watch it. Am I being fooled by the CPU? Woohoo! Upstairs, is there a possibility, that's called ICU? Wolong Fengchi really amused me, it's obviously a bug. 0. Me fudge, you have no heart. Not to mention things on the internet. Me fudge headquarters. After Emily experienced watching using Honkai energy for a while, Rita also watched the video several times. By the way, I also browsed a lot of news on the internet. The two chatted about some things and not, and the time soon came to the afternoon. And Jitsi and Brynja finally brought back that cute thing. I thought Kelly was an innocent and cute little loli who was not afraid of anything but the head of Qin. As a result, when Emily saw her for the first time, she actually hugged Brynja's thigh, leaking 2 big eyes, staring at Emily. Yo, is this afraid of life? Mori was only surprised. Great Demon King Kelly, is there still time to be obedient? Brynja smiled and pushed little Kelly out, touched the other's little head, and whispered softly, Kelly, this is Boss Emily, you can just call him Brother Mori. Kelly bit her index finger, and after a while, she blurted out, brother-in-law. Emily, 6699. Jitsi, 95. Brynja. Koli, you should call him Brother Emily, Brynja corrected, who taught you to call him that? Kelly twisted her body and said Nyanyo, the aunt at the orphanage told me. She said that the first big brother introduced to me by sister Brynja, I should be called brother-in-law. Brynja, don't listen to what she said, brother-in-law can't scream, understand? 35. Claire knows. It's so cute. Emily couldn't help rubbing Kelly's little head. Cutie shrank her body and looked a little nervous, but she didn't avoid Emily's hand. Seeing this, Emily stopped teasing Claire again. It seems that there is still a certain gap between Kelly and the elf girl Liang in the game. It's right to think about it, this is the real world after all, and Kelly still lives in an orphanage. Some fear of life is normal. Brynja, go pick a room for Kelly, and take little Kelly to get acquainted with them in the studio. Children may feel a little flustered when they come to a new environment. You'd better spend more time with her these 2 days. Brynja didn't refuse, and nodded in agreement with Emily's arrangement. Tisk. The boss is so attentive when dealing with children, I really can't see it. Emily raised his eyebrows at Jitsi, just think you're complimenting me, spoon. Chapter 71. After Kaylee came to the studio, she immediately became everyone's favorite. Hu Tao and Qiana would take her to run here and there every day. And the entertainment equipment in the Valkyrie's dormitory can be regarded as having some use. These days, Walnut is pulling Claire to run there almost every day. It is worth mentioning that Eden and Elysia also come to the studio from time to time. It is said that she is here to dub the character, but in fact, Elysia has been looking for Mei Tai almost all the time. Of course, it's not that I haven't found other girls, but in comparison, Mei Yi is the closest. And Eden would find Emily from time to time and ask him about music. But how does Emily understand this? He can only talk nonsense, and he said, it can only be understood but cannot be expressed in words. Speaking of which, Emily still felt a sense of accomplishment when a world-class superstar like Eden came to ask him for advice. And after a few days of fermentation, the announcement of Yuan Shen and the announcement of the new version of Honkai III have also dropped one after another. 283. At this moment, in a luxurious office, Ke Qing stared blankly at the video on her phone. Shown in the video is a promotional video for the game. Among them, a girl in a purple dress with a purple double ponytail cat head. Doesn't she look exactly like her? Not only that, but even the sound is almost perfectly restored. Moreover, the name of the girl in the game is also called Ke Qing. Although it is a bit embarrassing, Ke Qing also has to admit that the fighting posture of the girl in the game is very elegant and handsome. Ke Qing, who has always been serious, could not help but blushed a little after seeing this scene. She looked up at the white-haired woman on the boss's chair, and said with a slightly embarrassed expression, "Ning Guang, where did you see this video?" The white-haired woman couldn't help covering her mouth and chuckled, "Hee, you should pay more attention to the information on the internet, don't just bury your head in your work. This video was released by a game studio. Now, any young man who goes online will probably know you." Ke Qing looked sluggish, and then she seemed to think of something. No wonder I found that people in the company looked at me strangely recently." Having said that, Ke Qing slapped her hands on the table. "Damn! I must find out that studio boss. This puffed up look is not only lacking in deterrence, but a little cute. Also, what kind of cat head is this? I'm obviously a retro-style double bun. A bunch of illiterate people." Seeing Ke Qing's anger and despair, but with nowhere to vent, Rao's Ning Guang character couldn't help but burst out laughing. "But, it really looks like a cat's head." Hearing Ning Guang's words, Ke Qing's face turned even redder. She wanted to explain something, but she didn't know how to say it. "Okay, this game company didn't destroy your image, but I think it's quite interesting." Humph! Ke Qing turned her face arrogantly, a little indignant, "The character in the frequency is not you, of course you said so." Ning Guang smiled and took out his phone, and then handed it to Ke Qing. "Hey, this is the phone number of boss Mei Yi that I found for you." Having said this, Ning Guang couldn't help laughing again. "If you're really angry, just call and scold him, and then sue them for mischief." "Humph! I must sue him." Ke Qing took the phone angrily, and then dialed the phone number Ning Guang prepared. At this time, in Mei Yi's studio, Emily was holding a pen, thinking and drawing something on the paper. When the phone rang, Emily connected without thinking. "Hey!" After Emily said hello, he found that there was no sound from the other side. He curiously glanced at the caller information on his mobile phone and found that it was an unfamiliar number. "Which one?" he asked politely again. But this time, the other party waited for 2 seconds before he heard a somewhat familiar voice. "You are Mei Yi's boss." Emily thought to himself, this may be the girl who wants to work with Mei Yi. Because of the popularity of Honkai III, many female stars have approached Emily, wanting to cooperate with him and play a role in Honkai III. This will attract a wave of two-dimensional fans. However, Emily has absolutely no interest in female stars who he does not know. So he refused one by one. "Well, hello this lady, my name is Emily." "Emily, right?" The female voice on the other end of the phone. Emily felt a little bit of gnashing of teeth at first glance. "Yes, what's wrong with this lady?" 35. Carved clear. When making this call, Ke Qing organized countless angry words in her heart. But after getting on the phone, she didn't know how to speak. He hesitated for a long time, and finally only spit out a few words, "My name is Ke Qing." It turned out to be Ke Qing Xiao. "What? Your name is Ke Qing?" After reacting, Emily finally remembered. Isn't the voice on the other end of the phone Ah Qing? Although it sounds a bit shy and cute, it is Ke Qing Ben Mo is right. Thinking of this, his mind raced rapidly, and he quickly understood the other party's intention. However, Mo Li didn't panic, he just chuckled and said, "Oh, that's a coincidence, it has the same name as a new character from our studio." As soon as these words came out, Ke Qing immediately froze. You. Damn. Ke Qing was so angry that she was a little incoherent. You broke the law, you know. Why did Miss Ke Qing say this? Mori pretended to be puzzled. I do my best, I only make high-quality games, and I don't tell the truth. I donate a lot of money every month to help those in difficulty. I asked myself, in the past 20 years, I have never done anything wrong, how could I possibly break the law? Ke Qing puffed out her cheeks and said angrily, you used my portrait right. Hey? I haven't met Miss Ke Qing, how can I infringe on your portrait rights? Having said that, Mo Li pretended to be puzzled. Could it be, the appearance of the horns in the game is very similar to yours? You. Ke Qing couldn't believe that Mo Li had never seen her. After all, the character in the game is almost 99% similar to herself. That 1% is just the difference between the two-dimensional and three-dimensional painting styles. Rogue. Wait for the lawyer's letter. After Ke Qing gritted her teeth and gave a warning, she did not hang up the phone, but quietly waited for the other party's reply. After a few seconds, Mo Li said in that plain and unconcerned tone. Miss Ke Qing, if it's such a coincidence that it highly overlaps with your appearance, we are willing to compensate you and make a public apology. The premise is that you have to prove to me that you are indeed highly similar to the characters in the game. Okay. How do you want me to prove it? 39. Mo Li chuckled, it's very simple, let's meet by the way and talk about cooperation. Think about it, that game promotional video has now spread almost all over the internet, including abroad. Even if you sue us Mei Yi in court, we are just compensation and an apology. At most, the game is suspended for rectification, but your image in the hearts of gamers has not changed. Rather than 5.2, why don't we meet up and have a good talk? Hearing this, Ke Qing also understood that she really couldn't do anything about Mo Li. Even if the opponent's game is really shut down, her image of Jade Hongxing of Lia's 7 stars has been completely engraved in the hearts of the players. Although it is said that this character setting has not damaged her image, and it is quite good, but it really makes her feel a little ashamed. In the end, Ke Qing could only snort very unwillingly. How to meet? You give me the address, I'll find you, or, can you come and visit our studio? After Ke Qing thought about it, she returned, okay, I'll make arrangements first, and I'll get back to you later. After speaking, she hung up the phone. In fact, she doesn't need to arrange any itinerary. The reason why she didn't reply immediately was just because she wanted to know about the Mei Yi studio first. After hanging up the phone, Ke Qing didn't ink any ink, and immediately pulled the light to check the details of Mei Yi. Chapter 72. Mei Yi, founded by Yuan Del in early 2021, will release the first two-dimensional tower defense mobile game the following year. Later, it was acquired by Mo Li, and after half a month, the game Honkai III was released, and achieved excellent results, which almost became popular all over the country. After having a rough understanding of Mei Yi's development process, both Ning Guang and Ke Qing couldn't help but want to exclaim. In just a few months, Mei Yi's current valuation has reached 100 billion level, and it is almost catching up with the old-fashioned game manufacturer Pig Factory. This is just to see that he is a new game company, and the risk is too great. Therefore, the lowest price-earnings ratio of 10 times is still used when estimating. But since the announcement of Yuan Shen, Mei Yi's valuation is rising rapidly. Anyone who is smart can see that as long as Yuan Shen comes out, it will definitely be popular all over the country. Even globally. But in the same way, investors also know that Mei Yi will not be listed in high probability. One is that Mei Yi is just a pure game company after all, and there are too few works. I don't know which sector to invest in the listing, the risk is too high. The second is that Mei Yi does not seem to be short of money now. Honkai III just came out not long ago, and as a result, Yuan Shen is about to come out again. How could there be a shortage of money? After reading the history of Mei Yi's development, Ke Qing was very surprised. Mei Yi is actually so powerful. No wonder that Emily was so calm when facing himself. What an amazing guy! Ning Guang also secretly admired. Actually, just relying on the keyword two-dimensional, adding one is not difficult, but the very fresh 3 rendering 2 technology has successfully broken through in the game field. Become the top studio in the current game industry of Long Kingdom. Secondary element. Honkai Impact 3. Ning 01 thought secretly. Judging from the current news, Mei Yi's Honkai III is also very popular abroad. And the discussion of Yuan Shen was even more lively. Ke Qing is thinking about how to meet Emily. Ning Guang is thinking about the possibility of making money with Emily. A clothing company and a game company, what is the possibility of cooperation? The only thing she thought of was COS clothes. But, judging from the current information, most of the costumes in Honkai III are some armor, and there are too few types. Do COS clothes drop in price? No, from the point of view of this world, it does not drop in price. After all, even the top superstar like Eden has cooperated with Mei Yi, and it seems that there is still the possibility of playing a role in it. Moreover, there is also no clothing product in the world looking at the field of the second dimension. Only some stars are fans of the second dimension. If you cooperate with Mei Yi, you will not only gain a group of targeted customers who like the second dimension, but also rely on Mei Yi's reputation to easily go abroad. Now the prices of those inferior COS clothes on the internet have exceeded 1,000, and one can imagine the benefits. Even, you can learn from those animation companies and derive many peripheral products. Thinking of this, Ning Guang looked slightly stunned. Could it be, that's why he takes the game's plot and worldview so seriously? That's right. It seems that the man has already thought about the future development direction of the company. Ning Guang really admired the man named Emily more and more. The vision is truly unique. Penguin does not need to compare for the time being, because it is a comprehensive company, and games are just their sideline. Compared with pig farms, and even all the game companies in the world, Mei Yi is much more savvy. Because, Ning Guang saw the concept of IP in Mei Yi. The game companies in this world don't seem to have had this concept yet. Their idea is that games are for entertainment. Fighting monsters and upgrading, PK with players is the mainstream, and you don't need to care about the plot and characters. Thinking of this, Ning Guang's smile became confident. She does not consider other peripheral products, but she feels it is necessary to fight for the cooperation of COS clothing. If Yuan Shen is also popular all over the world, then this is definitely a hugely profitable industry. Ke Qing, I'll accompany you to Mei Yi. Hey? Why are you thinking about going to Mei Yi? Ning Guang's sudden decision surprised Ke Qing. I'm still thinking of asking him to come over and apologize to me. Ning Guang smiled lightly. I want to find that boss Emily to discuss a cooperation. A king shocked face. She used my template as a game character. If you don't help me, don't worry, she still wants to work with him. No love anymore. When Emily received the phone call again, the speaker had already turned into a condensed light. This also surprised Emily. Tianchuan Xing Guang actually also exists in this world. He also said he wanted to talk to him about cooperation. Emily didn't even think about it, he agreed, and got up and left the office. Rita, get ready for 2 guests. Okay boss. Rita didn't ask much, just smiled and went to prepare. Emily didn't ask Rita to talk about cooperation. After all, at present, he does not know what the other party is going to cooperate with. Own a game company, what is the possibility of cooperation with a clothing brand? Do you want to find girls as endorsers? Emily didn't think in the direction of Ke's clothing. Because he also has some understanding of Ningguang's clothing brand. The development direction of the other party is obviously towards the road of luxury goods. Although there has been no breakthrough, it is considered a little famous in the world. Therefore, even if we want to cooperate, we should find a world-class star to endorse it. Eden is the opponent's target. And Ke's clothing, in those memories of the earth, it is completely irrelevant to luxury goods. So Emily didn't think about it at all. There are some tens of millions of figurines, but those are very few that have been fired. But the girls don't want to make their own images into figures and sell them. So Emily actually has no idea of making a figure at all. Therefore, Emily is very curious about the cooperation that Ningguang is talking about. When he saw Ningguang and Ke Qing, he was also shocked by the two girls. The two girls look exactly the same as in the game. Even though he was dressed in fashion, Ningguang still revealed a touch of extravagance. Ke Qing just stared at him like that. Although there was no big expression on her face, Emily still saw a trace of shame and anger in her eyes. Kinda cute. Are you Emily? Mei Yi's boss. Emily looked at Ke Qing, smiled and nodded. First meeting, my name is Emily. It's surprising, Miss Ke Qing is really exactly the same as in the game. Emily looked up, and placed his eyes on the purple hair like cat ears. Even the cat head is perfectly restored. Hearing this, Ke Qing stomped her feet as if her hair was fried. This is a retro-style double conch bun. Also, it's obviously you who stole my image, yet you have the nerve to say that I look like a game character? 39. Emily was a little dumbfounded, but he didn't expect Ke Qing's reaction to be so big. Miss Ke Qing, this is indeed my first meeting with you. As for such a coincidence, I think it may be fate. FK. You rascal. Seeing this, Ningguang covered her mouth and smiled. Ke Qing is just a little shy, Mr. Emily, please don't mind. Ningguang you, it really doesn't hurt to stand and talk. Aren't you shy? Ningguang asked back. Ke Qing proudly shook her head, no. Ningguang smiled, it's obvious that people on the internet are complimenting you on your cuteness, such a huge reputation. I want you to be the spokesperson of the brand image. You will do what you do. Seeing this, Emily hurriedly smiled and said, Miss Ningguang, Miss Ke Qing. Let's go ahead and talk later. It was only at this moment that Ke Qing reacted, and she was a little too gaff. Cough, let's lead the way. After entering the Valkyrie dormitory, Ningguang and Ke Qing were also surprised by the luxury of it. And after seeing the girls at work, they also looked at each other. Sure enough, the characters in the Mei Yi game basically used the employees of the studio as a template. However, what made them curious was that the company had too few employees. And, they are no less than their top beauties. Seeing this, the look in Emily's eyes became a little different, and he quietly moved away from him. While Ke Qing was thinking about it, Rita walked up to her with elegant steps. Boss, two young ladies, the conference room has been arranged, please come here. Good work, Rita. Rita pursed her lips and smiled, then, how is the boss going to reward me? The sudden words made Emily look stunned. And Ke Qing and Ningguang also looked at each other strangely. Cough. If you're rewarded, I'll give you a day off. Rita still smiled and nodded. Hey? Is this a reward? But thank you, boss. Rita's inexplicable operation left Emily completely confused. But he didn't think much about it, and turned to Ningguang. Okay, Miss Ningguang, let's go straight to the topic. 290. I'm curious, we are a game studio, what kind of cooperation is there that you should come and talk about in person? After talking about the business, Ningguang also put away some of the gossip in his heart. Is such that I found that Honkai III has already accumulated a large number of fans, both domestically and abroad. Especially in Sakura country, their love for Honkai III even exceeds that of domestic players. But your studio doesn't seem to have set up other projects. Hearing this, Emily probably understood what the other party was thinking, so he smiled and said, "For example." "For example." At this moment, Rita held the coffee and gently pushed open the door of the conference room. This stopped Ning Guang's words abruptly. She was a little surprised, and at the same time confirmed some guesses in her heart. How can any employee dare to suddenly come in when the boss is talking about cooperation? Unless their relationship has reached an extraordinary level. After all, even if you trust the best friend, you can't do it, right? What she didn't know, however, was that the mutual trust between Emily and the girls had unknowingly reached the point where not family is more than family. Emily didn't care, he lightly took the coffee from Rita and smiled at Ning Guang, "Go ahead." After Ning Guang was stunned for a while, he didn't care. "For example, why don't you learn from those animation companies and make some peripheral products?" Miss Ning Guang is referring to the surrounding area. Ning Guang smiled, "I make clothing products, and to cooperate with you, naturally I want to produce this kind of things." COS clothing. Ning Guang nodded, "Yes, the price of those COS clothing on the internet has even surpassed many famous clothing brands in Daxia. How could this opportunity to make money be missed?" Emily pondered for a moment, then smiled, "Indeed, but why should I cooperate with you? What benefits can I bring to cooperate with you? Your company is really famous in Daxia, but in the world, places like Sakura country are not very famous. Instead of working with you, why don't I choose a better goal to work with? For example, the clothing brand of Sakura country." Ning Guang had long thought that Emily would say this, so she didn't panic at this time. Chapter 73. If Mr. Emily had this idea, he must have done it already. Ning Guang's guess was indeed correct. Emily did not do those peripheral ideas at all. That is indeed very profitable, but it is also tiring and troublesome. Emily has so many good games that are sure to make money, why bother with that dim sum? Therefore, Emily doesn't even bother to buy COS clothes on the internet. Although it can make those vendors make some money, it can also be regarded as adding some exposure to Honkai III. Unless he sees a business that sells figures, Emily will consider the girls' mood and punish them. The reason why he said those words was just to scare Ning Guang. "Well, Miss Ning Guang guessed right, I really didn't want to worry about these products before. But listening to you now, I'm suddenly a little interested, but it's still the same sentence." With a gentle smile on his face, Emily continued to ask, "What confidence does Miss Ning Guang have to allow me to agree to this cooperation?" 35. As soon as these words came out, Ning Guang's face froze. Her original intention was to inquire about Emily's family, to see if the other party did not have enough funds, or if the negotiation with other clothing companies collapsed. But I never expected that the man in front of him would admit it directly. 6699. Emily's answer left her at a loss as to how to answer. Isn't this giving up the initiative of negotiation to yourself? Just when Ning Guang was about to speak, Rita, who was beside Emily, suddenly interjected. However, several fashion companies did come to us to talk, but the boss didn't care about those cooperation before, so they all turned it down. Now, listening to what Miss Ning Guang said, it seems that this project is quite profitable. While speaking, Rita leaned down slightly and whispered in Emily's ear, "You're right, boss." A warm breath hit Emily's ear. Usually, the girls in the studio understand Rita's temperament, so Emily doesn't care about Rita's ridicule, and instead bickers with each other. But Emily was not used to it in front of people he just met. Cough. Emily coughed lightly to ease the embarrassment, and then smiled. Indeed. Although it's a little troublesome, if you can develop abroad, you can still make a lot of money. He knew that Rita was helping him gain interests. After all, with an opponent, Ningguang will naturally have some competitive pressure, and will give up more benefits. But what Rita didn't know was that Mo didn't care about the money, he wanted to give this cooperation to Ningguang. And his request was just to make Ningguang agree to play a role in Yuan Shen. If he had never seen Ningguang before, Mo wouldn't care. But now that he saw the other party, Mo naturally had to ask the other party's opinion. Coincidentally, now Ningguang wants to cooperate, Mo will naturally not let it go. So, how does Miss Ningguang want to cooperate? Ningguang pondered a little. 73 points, you don't have to worry about anything, you get 30% of the income. I'll pay for my efforts and get 70%, isn't it too much? 5. In other words, Mo doesn't care about anything, just sits and collects money. After the cooperation is reached, Mo officially announces the cooperation. And condensing light out of materials, out of manpower, get 70%. If it is a short-term cooperation, Ningguang may not be able to make any money. Because the initial investment is often the most. But if it is a long-term cooperation, Ningguang can definitely make a lot of money. Rita wanted to speak, but was stopped by Mo. Miss Ningguang, in fact, I don't care about the income in this area, so I can promise you. But at the same time, you also have to promise me a request. After Ningguang and Ke Qing looked at each other, they smiled. Mr. Mo, please say something. I want your character template. As soon as Mo said these words, Ningguang immediately understood what he meant. You want to use my template to make a game character in Honkai Impact 3. After speaking, Ningguang smiled again. I remember that many stars have come to you, right? Why don't you cooperate with those stars? Mo, they're not as good looking as you. Is this a good reason? Ningguang gave Mo a deep look. Can I see the character image? I haven't done it yet, but I already have some ideas. Condensation, 6695. She thought about it for a long time, and Mo was not in a hurry, just drinking coffee and waiting quietly. Ke Qing looked at Mo and Rita strangely. If it's a positive image, I can promise you in the end, Ningguang chose to agree to Mo's request. Of course, the premise is not to damage her personal image. Miss Ningguang, don't worry, your image is the same as Miss Ke Qing, you are Ke Qing, not only the appearance is exactly the same, even the personality is not too different. Having said that, Ke Qing finally remembered the purpose of this time. Sure enough, you have been secretly observing me for a long time, haven't you? Miss Ke Qing, you have wronged me. Not to mention Mo, this is indeed the first time to see Ke Qing in real life. Even if he really observed it secretly, he couldn't admit it. Then how do you know that I have the same character as in the game? Mo Tanchao, maybe the character set before is different from Miss Ke Qing? After all, the character hasn't come out yet. But now after meeting Miss Ke Qing, I decided to change the image of Ke Qing in the game. Just add an arrogant attribute. Ke Qing trembled. How could she be arrogant? You are talking nonsense. I am by no means arrogant. Well, yes, that's it, a bit arrogant, but very cute. Mo chuckled and nodded frequently. And his attitude made Ke Qing blush. By the way, Miss Ningguang, Ke Qing should be in the same company as you. Ningguang covered his mouth and chuckled. Qiancheng Fashion is jointly managed by me and Ke Qing. Seeing this, Mo raised his brows slightly. The request for cooperation, just add another Miss Ke Qing. Ke Qing, no. I'm going to sue you. Mo spread his hands and turned his head to look at Ningguang, as if to say, if this is the case, then there is no way to cooperate. And Ningguang also knew that Ke Qing was just a little shy. If Ke Qing really wanted to sue Mo, she had already gone, so why should she come to see Mo? After she comforted Ke Qing for a while, then she turned her head and smiled, "Mr. Emily, can we see the character image of Ke Qing in the game?" Emily didn't refuse, but he didn't give them a try on Genshin Impact either. Instead, it described the characters of Ke Qing and Yuan Shen in an oral way. At the same time, it also briefly talked about the image of Ningguang in the game. After listening to it, Ningguang was also a little surprised. Because Emily's settings for Ke Qing and her in the game are too accurate. Up to now, she had some doubts whether Emily was watching them secretly. In the words of netizens, "Have you installed a camera in my house? How? Is this character still satisfactory?" Ningguang took a deep look at Emily, and then nodded, "Yes, Tianchuan Ningguang. I like this image very much." Emily turned to look at Ke Qing, who was bulging, then, "Where is Qing?" Humph. Although it is not said on the surface, Ke Qing's heart is actually quite satisfied with the settings in the game. Chapter 74. Angrily, Ke Qing finally signed the contract. Under the leadership of Rita, after visiting the studio, the two hurried back to prepare for the future. And Emily also announced the incident on the internet. This news completely made everyone in the game circle react. They soon extended the idea to other peripheral products. This also allowed all the bigwigs in the game circle to see Mei Yi's ambition and vision. Who said games are just about fighting? If you do a good job in the plot and character design, and have your own IP, the way to make money is not only the game. If the story is good enough to get out of the circle, it can even develop the copyright to the film and television industry. Countless game companies have begun to consider the feasibility of this matter, as if they were enlightened. For players, this news is not so shocking. They are more concerned about when the new version of the game will be updated. When will Genshin Impact be released? In this way, after a period of tormented waiting, Honkai III finally ushered in a new version of the update. "Kelly, do you want to play games with my sister this afternoon?" Kiana rushed to Kelly's side and asked while touching Xiao Kelly's head. And Kelly jumped up excitedly, "Okay sister Kiana, what game are we going to play?" Kiana laughed and said, "Play computer games, and there will be many people watching." As soon as she heard it was a computer game, Kelly immediately lost interest. Kelly wants to play firecrackers and fireworks. Emily. He glanced at Brynja quietly. The other party stared at him with murderous eyes. Some time ago, in order to hug Kelly, Emily resorted to the ultimate trick to tempt the little lowly, play firecrackers with Kelly. Sure enough, Kelly immediately fell in love with this exciting and fun project. He even asked Emily to take her to the fish pond to fry fish every day. One day, when Brynja saw the 817 powder in Kelly's hand, she angrily gave Emily a lesson. How could he take a little girl to play such a dangerous game? Although Emily is watching, it is always a risk for a little girl to play this. After that, Emily rarely took Kelly out to fry fish. Brynja reluctantly agrees once only after Claire's pitiful request. Moreover, Brynja had to supervise the whole fish frying period. Cough. Kaylee, brother Emily has something to do with the sisters today, so I can't go frying fish. After hearing Emily's words, Kaylee looked a little lost. Kiana hugged Kelly, then, "Kelly will play games with my sister." But Claire shook her head. She had absolutely no interest in video games. But, Kelly wants to play the slide. Seeing this, Kiana could only put Kelly down in disappointment. "Okay, then you can ask Sister Hu Tao to take you to play. Isn't Sister Kiana going?" Kiana put her hands on her hips and said proudly, Miss Ben is a big star now, and I want to broadcast live." Wow, Sister Kiana is amazing. Just when Kiana was proud, Mei came over and pulled her. "Kiana, the live broadcast is about to start, you can go over now." "It's so fast." "Kelly, you go to see Sister Hu Tao to play first, I'll show you next time." After speaking, Kiana ran to the live broadcast camera. Here, Jitsi is already waiting for her. It is still the same as the previous plan. In order to lower the status of GZI in the minds of the players, it will become less sacred and tall. That's why they choose to live broadcast and show their true self. If this matter were put on actresses in the entertainment industry, they would definitely be called stupid. In order to become famous and to set up people, they do not hesitate to spend a lot of money to buy traffic and navy. In the end, when it came to GZ's side, the debut was the pinnacle, but in the end, he wanted to destroy it himself. It can only be said that the pursuit of people is not the same. Bye. Soon, the live broadcast room will open. A large number of spectators poured in frantically. Aunt Jitsi. What auntie? Call it sister. Kiana. When I saw Mr. GZI, I felt that someone gave me a knife. It's obviously a plot of Kiana and Mei. Why haven't you seen Mei Yi? Come out and show your face. I beg QAQ. Otto came out to be beaten. Branya. Your driver's license has been revoked. Since the last live broadcast experience, Kiana and Jitsi have not been nervous at all. Log into Kiana's game account. After turning off some announcements, Kiana did not look at the event page, but directly opened the mainline level. Chapter 17 When Thunder Breaks the Night. The chapter cover shows Mei and Kiana back to back. The expressions of the two were dim, and they felt a little bit of a breakup. Seeing this, Kiana couldn't help but panic, and looked up at Mei Yi. The other party just smiled and nodded at her. Hey, it's just a game. Kiana shook her head and clicked in. A cursory look at the level, and found that there are not many. The difference is that this chapter seems to have many short films. Before the opening of the first level, there is also a play button. As soon as she clicked in, she heard Otana's slightly mocking voice. Long live the world snake! In the picture, Otto and Kevin are sitting opposite each other. Haha, just kidding, with a cordial opening, try to create a little rapport for our conversation. Kevin, 66.35. I'm here for one purpose, I want you to assist my stigmata project. Otto chuckled, if you make a request, you have to pay the price. What are you going to use in exchange for my promise? Kevin paused for a while, and then said in a plain tone, I don't need your commitment, obedience, or destruction. You only have these two options. In this short dialogue, Kevin's appearance that he didn't care about destiny at all, and Otto's heartfelt words when he felt pressure for the first time, made the audience's blood boil. Ancestor Kevin, FK him. Otto dog thief, die for the Lord. Ha ha ha. Finally someone can sanction Otto. Even Kiana's eyes lit up, and she began to look forward to the following plot. But what makes them regret is that although Otto admits the strength of the world snake and Kevin, he also threatens to perish together to make Kevin agree to a condition. I need something worthless in your hands, get it, and my long-cherished wish for 500 years will come true. In exchange. At that time, Otto Apicalis will completely disappear from your presence, from the world's snakes. Kevin, what do you want? 99. Otto, the second god's key, the key of eternal calamity, the thousand realms, I know its beacon is still in your hands. The key of God obtained by destiny is not complete, only under the guidance of the beacon, its 0th rated power can be fully activated. Kevin, you want to reach the tree of imaginary numbers? Otto nodded and chuckled, not bad. Observing the world, is by no means the real purpose of the key of eternal calamity. The purpose of its creation is to reproduce the power of the hairsker of the sky, to create a gate to the tree of imaginary numbers. Give me the beacon and you'll get everything, peace, resources, and time. Kevin was silent for a long time, he knew that the destiny controlled by Otto did have the capital to trade with him. Finally, he said what Otto had said before. If you ask for it, you will pay the corresponding price. What will you use in exchange for it? 99. Otto, Void treasures. Get it, after I leave, you will get a perfect puppet, a puppet that can still control the destiny after I leave. After reading this dialogue, the players were extremely surprised. How could someone as sinister as Otto trade his entire destiny? But without waiting for them to discuss, the main storyline finally began. The angle of view came to Yi. During the conversation between Tesla and Mei, Mei also learned about Kiana's physical condition. 2 months left. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but feel tight. Also very curious. Is it because Kiana died that Mei was so angry that she became a hairsker? Finally, Kiana and Mei meet. The two hugged each other tightly, and the picture was too sweet. This scene also made all players show their onto smile. Oh, it's too sweet. Woo, a lover will eventually become a family. Although the barrage said so, many people still know in their hearts that the plot behind is probably very sharp. But, even if it was such a plot, they couldn't help but watch it. The next episode is almost all about Mei and Kiana getting along. The two seem to have returned to the past, back to the time of Saint Freya Academy. Kiana's voice has also changed into the stupid feeling it used to be. As before, Mei was doting, caring, and helpless towards Kiana. But players all know that this is just what Kiana and Mei made on purpose. Deliberately forget everything that happened before. Learn to play around like before. And the more they are like this, the more sour the audience is. In the game, Kiana and Mei return to the Broken Sky City. Here is the extra chapter before the main game begins. The place where the third collapse occurred, the place where Mei was controlled by the Hairsker's consciousness for the first time. It was also the beginning of her relationship with Kiana. While giving out candy, the two created memories for the audience to kill. But until the two planned to go back, Kiana's confession, like an assassin, suddenly jumped out and gave the audience a knife. I still remember that day. She was referring, of course, to the Battle of Destiny, GZ's death. Speaking of this, Kiana's tone changed. He became extremely lost and depressed. In the past 4 months, I have passed through many cities and met many people who suffered because of the collapse. I kept running, but I couldn't escape that nightmare. Finally, I realized that I can't always run away. There are more important things that I need to do than run away. I have to face the crowd, face everyone, face my own destiny. I'm not Kiana Kaslanka, I'm not my father's biological daughter. I'm experimental subject K423, the container of the hairsker of the empty. Hearing this, Yi's heart tightened. No. It's not like this. But Kiana didn't give Mei a chance to speak. She shook her head and said, Yi, it's okay. Maybe my birth was just a farce, but I can make it something meaningful. Maybe, some stories are not beautiful, but I can make the world a better place. This is my promise to her. Seeing this, countless viewers felt a little tearful. Unpredictable, suddenly a knife. QAQ. Knife in the sugar. Me fools you. You. Fight for all the beauty in the world. Damn, Otto died. Call out your boss, I want to duel him. Woo. Seeing these barrages, Brynja looked at Emily expressionlessly. What's the matter, Brynja? Brynja opened her mouth, and finally said curiously, I am equally curious as the players. Have you ever been traumatized in the past? Chapter 75. In the game, Kiana's confession is not over yet. She looked at the ruins of the ruined Chongkong city, her voice was a little hoarse. This is the beginning of everything. 3 years ago, I ran here, fought, marched into the distance, met Mei and everyone, and promised. The desire to fight for all the good in the world. Speaking of this, Kiana finally smiled, this is my original intention, and now, I can still move forward on the path I chose. Thinking of this, I'm not so scared anymore. Seeing this, both the audience and GZI were slightly moved in their hearts. Compared with the previous Kiana, it makes people feel a little distressed. Even Kiana, who has always been noisy, quietly watched the screen in the game. In the picture, after listening to Kiana's self-narration, Mei Yi's tone is also a little sad. You really haven't changed at all. No matter what your name is, no matter what status you are you, the most important partner for me and everyone. We will always be by your side, so don't carry some things alone. Okay. Woohoo Kiana. It's obviously just an ordinary dialogue, but I just feel so uncomfortable. Can't tell? This is the genius of Mihui, ordinary conversations can also resonate with players. Cry. Cry for the Lord. Fight for all the good in the world. The barrage was enthusiastic, and in the game plot, Kiana and Mei met the seriously injured Benares on their way home. Under Mei's worried and puzzled gaze, Kiana ran over and gently stroked Benares' injury. It's weird, looking at it, I don't know why it feels nostalgic. Kiana didn't know, but the players knew that she was probably influenced by Xylan's consciousness. To Mei's surprise, after Kiana healed Benares' injuries, the judgment-level Honkai beast did not attack them. And still follow them. And then, they brought this judgment-class Honkai beast back to the battleship Helios. Tesla, 66:39. I said, stray cats and wild dogs don't matter, I've never seen anyone go out to pick up Honkai beasts and go home? Or judge-level Honkai beasts. 35. Tesla's temper is getting more and more angry. Mr. Cyber transformed people, then a refugee girl, and now a trial-level Honkai beast. I guess next time, will you bring a world snake cotter directly over to have a party? 39. Seeing this, the players are also very happy. The mood that was a little down from the knife just now also improved a little. Just like before the last lesson, when Jitsi rescued Tesla, this pseudo-Lolita was also in a state of exasperation, which made people want to laugh. Ha ha ha, Tesla cracked on the spot. It's okay to pick up a dragon and come back. Tesla wasn't really angry, though. After she pulled Kiana away, she took Mei to find Dr. Einstein. After Einstein's narration, they found that Kiana's sickness could not be cured at all. Because there are 3 hairsker cores in her body, while it is eroding her body, and Xylan's consciousness is ready to counterattack at any time to capture Kiana's body. Seeing this, the barrage is full of pessimism. Heimko and Kiana were also completely immersed in the plot. They knew that Kiana wouldn't die, at least not for a long period of time. What they were curious about was how Kiana's injury would be relieved in the end. The next plot is the little girl adopted by the Raven, and the dialogue between the Raven and Mei. In the plot of Chapter 16, the character of the Raven also stands up. The reason why she hates Hairsker of the Sky so much is because a small island she bought was destroyed by the Hairsker of the Sky. It also destroyed the homes of those children. The plot had a profound impact on the hearts of the players. After the Raven learned that the island was destroyed, he cried and made a fuss, rolled around on the bed. It was so much fun. In the game plot, after the little girl said goodbye to Mei, the Raven also came out to provide Mei with a message. The world snake has a way to kill Kiana. If Mei wants to save Kiana, she will make a deal with the world snake. This remark made Miyuki a little uneasy. World snake. She remembered clearly what happened in Tianqing City. In her mind, the world snake is more dangerous than destiny. But, the world snake has a way to save Kiana. Mei returned to the Helios with mixed feelings. Immediately afterwards, everything in the game screen returned to the perspective of Kiana and Tesla. It was learned from their conversation that Kiana actually knew that her body was dying. But she didn't want Mei to worry, so she didn't tell Mei. What Kiana didn't know was, Mei already knew about this. Similarly, when she got the news from Dr. Tesla, she also hid it from Kiana. Neither of them wanted the other to worry. This kind of plot makes players inexplicably recall the scene of Kiana and Mei Yi just getting along. Obviously it was such a warm plot, but now that I think about it. At that time, when the two forced their faces to laugh, their hearts were so bitter. This inadvertent knife made the corners of the players' mouths twitch slightly. Damn it, the damn screenwriter Mei Yi is so bad. The next conversation between Kiana and Tesla also made players understand why Kiana came to Chang Sky City. She didn't want to go back and forth to warm up the old campus. But because the collapse of Sky City can rise very abnormally, Kiana just wanted to solve this incident. And Kiana's so-called solution is to absorb all these Honkai energy into her body. In her words, before dying, she hopes to use her last strength to do something within her power. Just like Mr. Heimko. In this way, she can be considered to have lived up to teacher GZ's last wish. And her last request was just to hope that everyone in Saint Freya Academy would stay away from her. She was afraid that she would lose control and hurt them again. The more they look, the more players feel distressed for this mature Kiana. Say no to the knife. So, until the Hersker of the Skies problem is completely resolved, I hope they don't come near me. Tesla looked serious. You should know that they will never give up on you. Yes. Kiana's voice trembled a little. When I saw Mei Yi in Tianqing City, I found that she had changed a lot. Being so haggard and tired, although she tried to pretend that she was fine, I could see it at a glance. She finally got a partner, got a home, and got those things she once lost but desperately longed for. But I personally ruined it all. Having said that, Kiana's voice has already brought a hint of crying. In countless nightmares, I saw her chest ripped a little bit and watched the blood-stained gem fall into my hands. Watching her lose her breath and slowly fall into a pool of blood. Tesla hurriedly said, "That's all done by the Hersker of the Sky." I know. Thinking of this, Kiana couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes any longer. I know. It's precisely because I know that I can't accept it. Even if something like that happens, they still believe in me, and they will still protect me at all costs. By then, how many people who care and protect me will I have to hurt? Stop the knife, the child is going to be fooled. Woohoo, it was the first time that I appeared crying, but it really lifted my mood completely. QAQ. Auto die. Auto brighten the blood bar. 10,000 blood book, ask for a copy of Auto. 0 ask for flowers. And Kiana, who was playing games, also lived in Bungbu. She sniffed, hugged Jitsy's arm, and complained with red eyes. Woohoo, the boss is so bad, why did you treat Kiana and Mei like this? GZI tidied up her mood, and then smiled and touched Kiana's head. The boss is over there, if you want to get revenge on him, go and beat him. I can't beat woo woo woo. GZI covered his mouth and chuckled, if you bite him, he will be afraid of your trick. Looking at the dialogue between the two, the barrage was also very hot. Kiana, go beat him and kill him. Kiana, we will cheer you on. Crowdfunding to fight Otto. Although the boss is a little innocent, but, let me join in the fun too, give me a monthly pass and beat him up. 100 flowers are offered, beat him up for me. I'm not poor, I'm just stingy, so give me a few evaluation tickets. Kiana Chong. Looking at these barrages, Brynja also found it quite interesting. She quietly glanced at Emily next to her, and found that he was controlling Ke Qing of Honkai III on his mobile phone with a serious face. Seeing this, Brynja secretly sent a barrage. But she forgot for a while that she was watching the live broadcast on Mei Yi's official account. Beat him. When Brynja's barrage was sent out, the players were completely happy. The bullet screen border unique to the official account is really conspicuous. Employees are lazy at work and yell at the boss, hahaha. Screenshot, this employee is brave enough, this matter can't be forgotten without 300 crystals. Rebel boss Mei Yi sees it. 300 crystals, collective amnesia. How can 300 be enough? At least one shot 10 times. Brynja also saw the full screen of bullets. She didn't know why, but she suddenly panicked. After thinking about it, she quickly sent a barrage. I have already found out and deducted her 1 day's salary. Seeing this, the barrage increased explosively. All of them are ha 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 and I don't believe, send crystals quickly. After a small episode, Kiana continued to promote the main line. In the next episode, Otto is explaining to himself what collapse is. The tree of imaginary numbers, the sea of quantum. A branch is a world. This setting makes players feel very novel. The deal between Otto and Kevin was finally reached. Their trading location is now the Long Sky City. Because it takes a huge Honkai energy to activate the second God's key. And now the Chongkong City is the most suitable place. Now, Kiana and the others happen to be in Chongkong City. Seeing this, the audience began to secretly worry about Kiana and Mei. The game screen switches to the plot of Mei and Kiana getting along again. The two got along and returned to the state where nothing happened. Kiana seems to be in good health, and Mei has become the gentle cook she used to be. She made Kiana a bell pepper curry. The noisy Kiana complimented Mei's cooking skills while eating the meal made by Mei. I also eat it while pretending that the bell peppers are very spicy. But how does the fool Kiana know that sweet peppers have no spicy taste at all? As a viewer of God's perspective, there are still some doubts here. But soon, they remembered that in the plot of chapter 14, when Jackal was experimenting with Kiana, Kiana said it. She felt that the Jackal's experiment was painless at all. And spicy is actually a pain. Still, Kiana had completely lost her pain. There may even be no sense of taste. Idiot! Mei's voice was choked, and her tears couldn't help falling on the dinner plate. Sweet pepper curry, how could it be spicy? Chapter 76. In the game, Mei finally made up her mind and went to seek cooperation from the people of World Snake. Kiana's body can't stand the weight, and Mei has no way out. In the evening, Kiana came to the place where the raven gave her. Mei also met the Lord of the World Snake. The white-haired man had an icy aura all over his body. He looked at Mei quietly, and spit out his name flatly, Kevin Kislana, the leader of the World Snake. Raiden Mei, you have someone you want to save, but neither destiny nor adversary quotient can fulfill your wish. I promise you that the World Snake can save that girl. Isn't Mei Yi here for this matter? After listening to Kevin's words, Mei Yi looked serious. What are your conditions? Kevin, I want you, join the World Snake. Mei, yes, but I need to know the specific method to save her, and then watch her out of danger. Kevin, there are multiple hairsker cores inside that girl, and the erosion of these cores exceeds the limit of her body's endurance. If you want her to live, you must separate the redundant core from her body, and there is only one way. I will make you a lawyer again. After hearing these words, Yi's eyes widened, and she couldn't believe it. What? Kevin ignored Mei's shock. Accompanied by the sudden sound of bum, with an ancient heaviness and a hint of sadness, Kevin continued to explain the reason for doing so. You are the chosen hairsker, and your body will forever leave a door that communicates with the tree of imaginary numbers, 163. When the remaining Honkai from the third Honkai can be absorbed by you, you will awaken again and take back the power of the Thunder Hairsker from Kiana. At that time, the new Hairsker core will condense in your body, and the Conquest Gem in Kiana's body will also disintegrate and disappear. One less core will erode her, and her symptoms will be relieved. Kevin's words made Mei suddenly understand something. She took a deep breath. As long as I become a hairsker, will Kiana be saved? Kevin nodded, that's right. Yi chuckled lightly, and then said firmly, then I have nothing to hesitate. 3 years ago, she was the one who took me out of the darkness, and now I'd love to go back to that darkness for her. But if I get out of hand, I want you to. Before Yi finished speaking, Kevin shook his head and interrupted, you don't have to worry, that kind of thing won't happen. What you should really care about is what happens after you become the Hersker of Thunder. You saved Kiana this time, but what about the next time? If there is another collapse next time, she will definitely use the power of the Hersker of the Sky again and again, for the sake of the people around her, for the sake of this world. As long as Honkai exists, she will definitely come forward and keep pushing herself to the brink of death. Until you give your life. Mei also understood. Kevin is right, she saved Kiana this time, but with Kiana's character, it is difficult for her to guarantee that she can save each other every time. You can walk with the world snake, destroy Honkai, capture the Hersker, seal their power, so that the Hersker of the Sky can no longer increase her power. Only by leaving Kiana's side can you truly protect her and keep her from danger. Seeing this, the audience finally understood. Why did Mei in the trailer become the Hersker? In the chapter cover, why did Mei and Kiana go further and further away? Same as Sky City. Mei and Kiana have just met and are about to separate again. This kind of plot really makes the audience feel uncomfortable. The last time, it was Kiana who carried everything for the sake of Sky City. And this time, it was Mei who fell into darkness in order to save Kiana, so that she would no longer be in danger. Mihui is really bad. Or don't let the two meet for a short time. It's like this every time. It's a little bit of candy, and it's still a candy with a knife hidden in it. Jitsi and Kiana also frowned as they watched the development of the game in the game. At this moment, the game screen was all over, and a huge void appeared in the sky in the distance. The door has been opened. Soon, the tree of imaginary numbers will appear here, and the sleeping Honkai energy will also seep out of the ley lines. Absorb them, and you can become the Thunder Hersker again and buy her more time. You should know better than me, her ideals can save the world, but not herself. After saying this, Kevin left the place. Mei stood on the spot, a little confused in her heart. After joining the World Serpent, she not only has to stay away from Kiana, but also stay away from other girls in Saint Freya. But there was not much time for Mei to think, and soon, countless monsters, quantum shadows, appeared from the imaginary space. Seeing this, the players are completely caught up in the plot. Even the barrage is much less. In the game screen, a violent explosion sounded in the distance. The entire Chongqing city was surrounded by dazzling purple awns. Countless seas surged up wildly, drifting towards the void in the sky. Attentive players also found that the figure of a six-winged western dragon was reflected in the floating glass fragments. Seeing this, the barrage suddenly exploded. I saw the dragon in the Yuan Shen trailer. I saw it too. Is it a linkage? No. The linkage is an active plot, but we are watching the main plot now. Is there a possibility that the world of Honkai III is in the same world as Genshin Impact? Remember the tree of imaginary numbers that Otto said? A leaf is a world. Is it possible that both games are worlds on the tree of imaginary numbers? FK. Mihui can play. Will the main storyline in the future be related to Yuan Shen? The barrage was discussing, but Jitsi and Kiana ignored it. They pushed the plot seriously, and were inexplicably anxious in their hearts. In the game screen, the perspective of Teresa and others was briefly given. But soon switched to the perspective of Mei and Kiana. Mei ran towards the battleship Helios while cleaning up the quantum shadow that suddenly appeared. The strong collapse in the air can make her mentally trance. On the way, she met Kiana and Benares again. This situation made Mei a little worried. Kiana, why are you here? You still have injuries. Kiana was also a little angry. After the sudden abnormality in Chongqing City, she couldn't find Mei. I'm just asking this question, when did you come out? Do you know how worried I am about you? Seeing this scene, both GZI and the players watching the live broadcast couldn't help but sigh. This pair really sucks. But it happened to be terrifying. After Kiana complained for a while, she quickly changed the subject and wanted to fool Mei back. Stop talking about this, go back and meet the doctor. Very rare. Kiana seemed very assertive. But how could Mei Yi go back? What about you? Kiana pursed her lips, but in the end she didn't lie to Yi and told the truth, that beam of light in the sky. I've seen this scene before. Using the power of the hairsker of the sky, I can close this big hole in the sky. She didn't say it was okay, but when she said Mei Yi, she got a little angry. Even though his body was bruised and bruised, he still wanted to save the world. What a fool! You can no longer use the power of the hairsker of the sky, your body will. That's not important. As soon as these words came out, Yi only felt a chill in her heart. Doesn't that matter, your life, really doesn't matter? Yi, I know everything about the body, I know everything clearly. At this point in the conversation, the wailing of music also sounded at the right time. To be honest, I was also very scared, and the thought of possibly dying made my body tremble uncontrollably. But I can't run away just because I'm afraid, I'm going to take my responsibilities. Only in this way can I face those who died because of it, and face my former self. Facing Teacher Jitsi. Sad music, accompanied by Kiana's heavy confession, and a word on Teacher Jitsi. Both the audience and Kiana who was playing the game couldn't help but feel sour. This kind of Kiana is really distressing. It was clearly what the hairsker of the sky did, but she was willing to take responsibility for herself. Compared with the original naive Kiana, the change is really great. The price of growth is countless knives stabbing in Kiana's heart. It also stabbed in my heart, woohoo. Yai, hurry up and catch up, ah woo woo woo. So what if I catch up? I understand it anyway, this chapter is either Deo Kiana or Deo Yi. I don't dare to watch it anymore, it's too uncomfortable, I feel that the whole world is a little dark. The sense of immersion is too strong. Although it is very nice, I have to say that Mihui is a bully. Upstairs, you are absolutely fooled by the CPU. Kiana left, leaving on Benares. So Yi can't catch up. She was very sad and worried. Kiana's attitude of not caring about her life at all. It made her heart freeze a lot. She couldn't imagine what the world would be like without Kiana. I couldn't help but recall the first encounter with Kiana over and over again. When she was cast aside by everyone and called her the daughter of a criminal, Kiana appeared in her life. When she was heartbroken and controlled by Hairskir's consciousness, it was Kiana who saved her again. Even though she was beaten by the Hairsker of Thunder, her face was full of embarrassment, but she still showed that naive smile, comforting her with clumsy words. Kiana, that disaster made me meet you. Since that day, loneliness have gradually drifted away from me. Because I know that there is a light that will always be there. Mei's sanity was a little dazed, but she still staggered and chased in the direction where Kiana was gone. Chasing that light in her darkness. Kiana, please stop fighting. Sad music, plus a section of Mei's memories, and shouting. When she was in Saint Freya, all kinds of childish behaviors of Kiana, and Mei's doting love for her. With Mei, it's equivalent to having the power of 100 people. Thinking about the past, Yi couldn't help choking, power. Now, can I still give you strength? Wow, stop the knife and beg. Damn it, you actually started killing with memories. Auto die. Woohoo Kiana. And Kiana, who was playing games, finally lived in Bungbu. She broke free from Gzi, ran directly to Yi, and threw herself into the opponent's arms. Yi Wu. I won't leave you, never. Mei Yi also had red eyes and nodded with a chuckle, well, I know. When dubbing this 1.9 plot, Mei Yi had already cried. But looking at it again now, she still couldn't help feeling a little sad. Kiana, are you not going to the live broadcast? Tears rolled in Kiana's eyes, and she looked at Yi pitifully. Yi, can you live with me? Bud froze for a moment. Normally, she should refuse Kiana's request. But after the knife in the plot just now, and looking at this pitiful Kiana, she couldn't bear to reject Kiana. Just this time. Seeing that Mei agreed, Kiana immediately wiped away her tears and laughed, then let's go quickly. And the conversation between the two, Gzi also heard. After Mei Yi came over, she smiled and stood up, giving up her seat to Mei Yi. All right, I'll go take a rest. And the barrage exploded in an instant. Finally got to see Miyuki. Mei. Kiana. Playing Honkai Impact 3 with two people in the same frame, this is also great. Okay, seeing Mei and Kiana who are safe and sound, even if the plot is more severe, I will definitely not feel bad. Me fudge. If you have a kind, let the knife come more violently. After Mei Yi was pulled to sit down, she was obviously a little embarrassed. The delicate face and soft voice are exactly the same as the gentle Mei Yi at the beginning of the plot. The barrage exploded again. Mei Yi appeared on the camera. Who will be the next person to appear on the camera? The audience couldn't help but have more expectations. Chapter 77. After Yi said hello, she ignored the barrage. And Kiana also continued to promote the game plot. With the continuous memories of Mei. With the morning music continued to sound. Kiana and the audience soon sank into the plot again. I know, in fact, you haven't changed at all. You're still the girl who smiles and reaches out to strangers. Even though I have experienced so much injustice, even though I know that the world is not beautiful, even though there are tragedies that are destined to be irreversible, Jiko. You will still be the same as in the past, fighting for your companions, for others, and for the beauty you believe in. Kiana, you will definitely become a hero, and the world is waiting for you to become a hero, but Kiana, I don't want you to be that hero. Having said that, Mei Yi has already made up her mind. She wants to become a hairsker, join the world snake, and fight against Honkai with all her might. We can never go back to the past. And just after Mei sighed this sentence, a giant sword shining with golden light suddenly appeared in the distance, and it stabbed Benares in the air with precision. Kiana. Yi subconsciously felt a chill in her heart. Kiana flew away on the back of Benares. This sudden scene made her worried and hurried over. But when she came to the site of the incident, she did not find Kiana's figure. Benares was dying on the ground. On the other side, a creature with a strange shape pulled out the great sword on Benares and quickly attacked Mei. The game level has also entered a state of battle. In front of the live broadcast camera, Kiana frowned and controlled Mei to fight against the monster named Imaginary God Skeleton. The battle seemed extremely difficult. I can't fall here. In the game, Mei fell down again and stood up again and again. After a very difficult battle, it is finally over. Mei trembled and walked towards Benares. Benares, I must find Kiana quickly. At this moment, the picture suddenly flashed, and Mei found that 01's body could not move. The time around seemed to be completely stopped. And the imaginary god skeleton that she defeated was slowly reorganizing, and then returned to the peak, and finally attacked Yi suddenly. Seeing this scene, Kiana, who was playing the game, panicked. She frantically pressed the keyboard, but the game screen remained motionless. With the sound of the sharp blade piercing the flesh, the game screen went black. The audience just felt a chill in their hearts. And when the screen relighted, the sharp blade did not stab Mei. Benares, the trial-level Honkai beast, helped Mei block this blow. Benares. Kiana. Watching the imaginary god skeleton raise the great sword again, Mei's perspective was plunged into darkness. The divine comedy of world destruction sounded again. Cry baby, long time no see. This voice. Mei remembered. 3 years ago, her world fell into a dead silence as it is today. In this endless darkness, it was Kiana who woke her up. At that time, this voice also appeared. This is the voice of the personality of the Law of Thunder. In the icy cold, there is a hint of pampering. Seeing this, the players suddenly found that compared with the Hersker of the Sky, the Hersker of Thunder's personality is really too gentle. You've changed a lot. The voice of the Thunder Hersker sounded again, and Mei also saw the scene ahead. A dark figure, surrounded by a burst of purple energy. There was a cold and dangerous aura on her. However, when he spoke to Mei, his tone seemed unusually calm. This is the first time you have come to me on your own initiative. Are you not afraid anymore? Hearing the inquiry of the Hersker of Thunder, Mei Yi suddenly reacted. That's right, why aren't you afraid of this lawyer's personality? Compared with the fear of this Hersker, she is more afraid of losing Kiana. Keep going and you will fall into a deeper abyss. Bud Coat. It's okay, I can leave hell for her. The Hersker of Thunder persuaded again, you will say goodbye to everything now, you will endure doubts and criticisms, and go further and further on the road of loneliness. You'll leave her forever, Kiana. If you take this step, you will never be able to look back. Do you really want to do this? Mei, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. With everyone here, they will take good care of Kiana. Thunder Hersker, 66, 99. After being silent for a while, he finally broke out, go. Bury me with your hands, turn my anger, my grief, my disappearance into the strength of your loneliness. Go to the whole world and announce the return of the Queen of Thunder. Go and become a real Thunder Hersker. With the roar of the Thunder Hersker, the audience also seemed to be aroused with blood in their bodies. Goodbye, Lightning Yi. The Hersker's personality and Yi said in unison. A dull and majestic electric sound rang out. On the screen, the domineering and majestic figure of Thunder Hersker is constantly switched. Lightning flashing, windless long purple hair. There is a divine halo behind it. On the corners of the delicate eyes, a red eyeshadow was smeared. The two ghost horns on the forehead added a chilling breath to it. Finally, it is a domineering original painting of the whole body of Thunder Hersker. At this time, the game entered the battle screen again. Starting from the ruthless sky at the feet of the Thunder Hersker, the camera quickly turned to a third-person perspective. Lightning flashed all over his body, and the Hersker of Thunder, Mei Yi, who was floating in the air, slowly landed. Just the fluttering purple hair showed the Hersker's sense of oppression to the extreme. Accompanied by the passionate music, the audience suddenly had an impulse. The urge to ride your own Urha and set foot on the battlefield. Ah! The queen stepped on me. So perverted, but, the queen is really handsome. Tisk tisk, as expected of the Hersker. This sense of oppression is no worse than the Hersker of the Sky. A bit of the element of Sakura country. Mihu is trying to please the players of Sakura country? Just kidding, in the background of the game, Mei's setting is originally from the Sakura country. Yi doesn't seem to be controlled by Hersker's personality. Is she fused with Hersker's personality? Leilu's personality is also too fond of Yi. Those who have seen the previous episodes know that Leilu actually likes Kiana quite a bit. The barrage is frantically discussing. And Kiana also controlled the Hersker of Thunder, constantly wielding the sword to attack the imaginary god skeleton. Wow, so strong! 35. In front of the Hersker of Thunder, the imaginary number god skeleton seemed so powerless. It was chopped to pieces with a few knives. It's amazing, Mei. I feel like it's more powerful than my Hersker of the Sky. Mei chuckled. Kiana is also very good. In the game. After defeating the imaginary god skeleton, Mei felt that her mind was clear. There is no longer the feeling of trance before. The voice of the Thunder Hersker also disappeared completely. Bud Coat. She looked at Benares, who was lying on the ground, stretched out her hand, and sent Honkai energy to him, trying to save her life. But all this was in vain. Mei seems to feel the soul of Benares, and the other party is begging her. Begging. I want to see my queen again, and hear her name again. But before Mei could respond, Banara's soul completely dissipated. Audience. What a fool to fool this old six. Even a Honkai beast needs to set up a character design and secretly stab us with a knife, right? Looking at the corpse on the ground, Mei did not speak, but chose her as his companion Honkai beast. Red scale armor gradually covered Banara's body. So far, there is no more Banaras in the world. A new judgment level Honkai beast Kurigaro. Only take orders from Yi. After this episode, the picture immediately gave Kiana's perspective. This is, why am I here? Kiana woke up from her coma and found herself on a rooftop with pouring rain pouring down the sky. Don't move. A cold male voice sounded, drawing Kiana's attention. When she saw the white-haired man, Kiana's pupil shrank. You are Kevin Kislana. Kevin ignored Kiana and helped her recall the past. You want to close the imaginary singularity, but you are attacked by the imaginary monster and fall down. You saved me, why? Kiana felt a little strange. Feather, the squad leader, told her that Kevin would never let the hairsker go. But now, the other party has saved himself as a lawyer? Kevin. Thank you Li Dian Mei, she saved you, you don't have to worry about Chongkong City anymore, the disaster is over, Mei took your place and guarded the city. Just in Kiana's surprised and puzzled eyes, a red lightning flashed in the distance. She's here, let her tell you the specific things in person. After Kevin's voice fell, the red lightning struck in front of Kiana. After the rays of light dissipated, Kiana also saw Mei, the hairsker's attitude. Yi. Kiana had some guesses in her heart, but she couldn't believe it was true. What happened? You look like this. Kevin also glanced at Mei's gesture, it seems that you have made a choice. Mei's voice was no longer as gentle. Every word she said was very firm. I'll go with you. Kevin nodded, very good, welcome to World Snake, Raiden Mei. Hearing this, Kiana couldn't bear it any longer. What did you say? Mei is going to join World Snake? 35. She couldn't believe it. How could Mei choose to join World Snake? The matter of Tianqing City. The World Snake is even scarier than destiny in Kiana's eyes. That attitude that doesn't put the life of a city at all. How could Mei join such an organization? Mei, what did they do to you? Why did you join World Snake? Mei was silent for a while. Kiana. I'm sober now. This is my own decision. Stop joking. Kiana looked extremely serious. I am absolutely 377 and won't let you leave. Kevin, Raiden Mei, tell her everything you want to say, but don't waste too much time. Mei's expression was a little dark. What she wanted to say, she had said it countless times in her heart. Telling Kiana the reason for joining the World Snake, will only make the other party feel more self-blame and pain. So, this time, she can no longer spoil Kiana. She's going to be a little colder. She could only say a final farewell to Kiana in her heart. Kiana, it's a pleasure to meet you, to experience so many stories and create so many memories with you. Go do what you want to do and realize your ideal. Let me go to the dark, for you to return to the light. Seeing this, the audience once again felt extremely worried. Can't even tell Kiana the reason for leaving. And Kiana, who was playing the game, also felt extremely sad. Seeing this, Yi hurriedly took her into her arms. Kiana, don't worry, I won't leave you. Kiana arched her arms in Yi's arms, and quickly packed up her emotions. Click on the next level. The boss at the bottom of this chapter is actually Raiden Yi. The two girls who clearly care about each other the most, but now they are going to fall in love with each other and kill each other? She controlled the character to rush towards Raiden Mei. Falling down again and again, standing up again and again. In the end, Kiana used the power of the hairsker of the sky again, and the game music changed accordingly. Drums and electronic music symphony into a passionate battle soundtrack. Accompanied by Kiana's tone of pleading for retention while fighting. Interspersed with some memories to kill. Yi, as long as there is Mei Yi, it is equivalent to having the power of 100 people. Kiana's naive voice kept ringing. If you become that hairsker again, I will use a club to wake you up again. A picture from the past emerged. Finally, there is a red sword light. Qian. The picture of memory was cut into 2 pieces. Mei. I'm definitely. I'll never let you go. Obviously it is blood-boiling music, but it makes people see tears. Stop the knife, stop the knife. The child is really stupid. Awoo. The picture of this 2-stage knife, really, QAQ. Cut off memories. Mihui. You are really good at riding horses. This game is really. I love it so much, but it's also too knife, woohoo. Me flickering cattle batch awoo. Chapter 78. Enough. Accompanied by Mei's roar in the game. Kiana was completely imprisoned by a strange force. The game also switched to various perspectives. Prompt the player to hit the W key. Prompt the player to hit the L key. Kiana in front of the live broadcast room followed the prompt to type on the keyboard. In the game, Kiana moved left and right to avoid Mei's attack. Finally, he and Mei entered the state of power competition. In the game screen, the attack button is also flashing frantically. Seeing this, Kiana also frantically pressed the attack button on the keyboard. At this moment, she seems to have transformed into Kiana in the game, trying her best to keep Mei. But no matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't match Mei's strength. At this point, the last level of Chapter 17 has also been completed. Seeing this, Kiana looked a little dazed. Just now, she was completely immersed in the plot. It seems that after the game fails, Mei will also leave. Kiana. At this moment, Mei, who was sitting next to Kiana, pulled her arm. This made Kiana react suddenly. Seeing that Mei was by her side, Kiana finally breathed a sigh of relief. The level selection page, as before, also has a play button. This is an anime short that every chapter will have. The title of the short film is Sinner's Lament. Click on the video. The footage of the short film starts with a dim sky, and the quality is still excellent. A gentle piano sound with the sound of the violin makes the music seem extremely sad. The camera slowly fell, and finally landed on Kiana and Yi on the rooftop. At this time, the two of them also continued the plot of the previous level. Mei pinched Kiana's neck and threw her out. Her expression and tone were extremely indifferent. It's not that she was really so indifferent to Kiana. Instead, just pretend to be so indifferent. Every time a punch hits Kiana, she will feel extremely heartache. But that's all she can do. No one forced her. She just didn't want Kiana to know that she joined the world snake to save Kiana. Yi gritted her teeth and coldly persuaded, "Give it up. I won't let you go." Kiana's tone was very weak, but very firm. She really didn't know the reason why Mei joined World Snake at first. But Kiana isn't actually stupid. When Mei became the Hairsker of Thunder, the conquest gem in her body disintegrated. As the owner of her body, she could immediately notice it. As long as she thinks about it a little bit, she can know the reason. The World Snake Gang Mei Yi became the Hairsker, taking back the power of the Thunder Hairsker from her, so that her body can be relieved. But only if requires Mei to join the World Snake. How could she let Mei jump into this fire pit? In her opinion, the World Snake is not a good thing. Will not give up. She clenched her silver teeth and dragged her weak body, trying to prevent Mei from leaving. But, how could she be seriously injured? How could she keep the Peak Thunder Hairsker? He was knocked down again and again, and stood up again and again. Finally, Mei can't stand it anymore. She started a little harder, and gave Kiana a set of void slash. Bang! Kiana was smashed and flew out, her delicate body smashed to the ground, causing a burst of smoke. Mei's expression was indifferent, and the electric current swirling all over her body crackled. And just as Mei Yi was about to leave, countless void cracks suddenly appeared around her. In the blink of an eye, dense spears of yakang flew out from the crack, imprisoning her in place. Pong pong pong! It was the crisp sound of high heels stepping on the glass. The gorgeous skirt of the hairskirt of the sky appeared in front of the camera. When the player saw this scene, his heart also trembled slightly, and his eyes began to moisten slightly. Because Kiana really did her best to keep Mei. Even if he dragged his severely injured body, he still used the power of the hairskirt of the sky. But Kiana's actions like this were precisely stepping on the thunder point. Mei didn't struggle, she just quietly looked ahead, Kiana, who had transformed into the hairskirt of the sky. She was heartbroken, angry, and a little helpless. You've always been like this, Kia, N.A. You've always been like this. 99 Mei's tone was extremely angry. This is also the first time that Mei has been angry with Kiana. Obviously I'm already covered with bruises, but I still have to force myself to smile. You saved me and everyone, but you have to bear all the pain alone, even your life. Yi, this is my mission. Seeing that Kiana still couldn't listen to her advice, Mei gritted her teeth and reached out to grab the spear of yakang that imprisoned her. I understand the big truth of saving the world. But how do you want me to endure this? The hairskirt energy in Mei's body surged wildly. The powerful collapse can make the rain float in the air. I only know that in my heart, compared to this world, you, the most important. Mei smashed the air-compressing spear into pieces. The terrifying thunder light fell down, smashing the spears of the sub-control that imprisoned Mei. And the music of the electric guitar is getting more and more urgent. Until the female voice chanted. The audience only felt goosebumps all over their body. Mei Yi loves to play this set. When the audience's mood reaches the peak, the music that is very suitable for the animation scene will suddenly sound. And this kind of operation can make the player's emotions explode in an instant. The animation is here, and the two finally abandoned the previous fight and really used the power of the hairskirt level. Bloodstained sad smiley face. Loss of your body temperature. Involved in the whirlpool of noise. In this gradually crumbling world. With the singing of the female voice, the animation is very stuck. And in the battle, how could Kiana drag her severely injured body to beat the peak Mei? In order to completely cut off Kiana's thoughts of leaving her behind, Yi gritted her teeth and slashed a thunderbolt towards Kiana. When the light dissipates, the music also enters a gentle stage. Sora, Kiana fell into a coma and was falling to the ground. The moment Mei grabbed Kiana's arm, countless images of the past appeared in her mind. That day, you reached out to me. From the moment you caught me, my fate was changed by you. You are the most important person in my life. Woohoo! After Kiana grows up, even Mei has changed. It's a bit heavy to start, but I can understand Mei's mood, grief, anger, helplessness. I will fall into darkness, in exchange for you to return to light. Goodbye. Raiden Yi. Mihui, I beg you to do animation. Kuuman needs you. The barrage surged wildly. Kiana and Mei, who were in front of the computer, also had tears in their eyes. They really hope that Emily can change the plot and stop doing this. But they know that the plot cannot be changed. Therefore, the two can only cast their resentful eyes on Emily. Yi. Kiana threw herself into Yi's arms again, acting coquettishly. In response, Mei also touched Kiana's head gently. Okay, Kiana, there's an animated short film at the end, click on it and watch it. Only then did Kiana get up with a smile, and clicked the last play button on the level selection interface. The short film was dark at first, and after a while, Otto's figure slowly emerged. I saw that in the short video, Otto was quietly looking at the screen on the computer. After the description of the narrator, the player also understood. The picture on the computer is what Otto observed using the second god's key, 1000 worlds. It was a corner of the other world on the tree of imaginary numbers. Among them, on the left is a slender woman with her back to Otto. And on the right, is the shadow of a six-winged dragon. Seeing the shadow of the dragon again, the barrage in the live broadcast room exploded again. FK. I saw it clearly this time, it is indeed the dragon in the promotional video of Yuan Shen. FK, the world of Honkai III is really related to Yuan Shen. Good guy. Mei Yi is playing so big. And Kiana and Mei are also very surprised. Yi Mei. Look at this, isn't this the wind demon dragon Tawaran? Kiana pointed at the picture on the screen with a slap in the face, and screamed in surprise. Mei Yi also nodded slightly in surprise, look at this shadow, it is indeed the wind demon. Genshin impact is actually related to Honkai III. The boss didn't tell us about it. After hearing the conversation between the two, the barrage completely exploded. Stone hammer. It's really the dragon in Yuan Shen. Looking at Kiana's appearance, they seem to have played Genshin Impact. Damn Mei Yi, don't hide it, let's release the new game. I play Liu on a loop every day, and I have been looking forward to it for a long time. I don't want to play Honkai III anymore, just pull out Yuan Shen. Begging for Mei Yi. Seeing this scene, Brynja hurriedly handed the phone to Emily. Boss. Kiana and Mei seem to have leaked their mouths. Do you want to cut off the live broadcast? Emily chuckled and shook his head indifferently. No, isn't it right, add some topics to Yuan Shen. Speaking of which, Emily's words paused, anyway, I plan to release Yuan Shen in the near future. Hearing this news, Brynja was a little surprised. So soon? Emily nodded. As it happens, the 18th and 19th chapters of Honkai III don't have any big climaxes. It can also make the players of Honkai III slow down. Update too fast, after all, is not a good thing. Therefore, he decided to release the 1.0 version of Genshin Impact after a while. On the other side, Kiana had already clicked on the event page. This time, the linkage activity, the plot is made by Emily himself. In addition to revealing some of its worldview in the event, the rest are also Emily's personal jokes. Of course, the most eye-catching one is Ke Qing in Honkai III. The feel and strength are really beyond standard. Even if you have only played the 1.0 version of Genshin Impact, you can vaguely feel that Ke Qing in Honkai III is much stronger than that in Genshin Impact. The line that impressed her the most was, Ke Qing. This Honkai energy is much easier to use than the Eye of God. There is also a word that Fisher said inadvertently, which also makes Mei feel very interesting. Ke Qing. Are you the Thor of Liu? That is to say, players have not played Yuan Shen, otherwise they will be amused by this sentence. What surprised the players the most was an Easter egg at the end of the event. That's another video play button. The title of the video is, Honkai III version preview, Magic Knight Rosemary promotion PV memories are the flower language of Rosemary. Seeing this, the players instantly climaxed. This version has just been launched, and Mei Yi dares to reveal the preview of the next version. Aren't you afraid that no one will smoke your thunder hair skirt? To be honest, Emily is really not afraid. Because the next version, that is, there will be an additional character, Rita's new S-Class armor, Lost Rosemary. Rita's armor's face value ceiling, coupled with the lightning damage assistance. He didn't believe that no one was going to smoke. At this time, Kiana also clicked on the promotional video. The opening is still a gentle piano melody. Fragments flashed across the screen. Although players can't understand what these clips express, they can also guess that it is probably the plot clips of chapters 18 and 19. The scene of ice and snow, the city that was completely frozen, did not react suddenly until the figure of the hairsker of ice appeared behind. In the next chapter, a new hairsker will appear. Li Dian Yi, don't hesitate any longer. This time Yollandale's voice sounded. Then, it was the scene where Mei and Yollandale cleaned up the Honkai beast together. Immediately after that, it was Rita who was wearing S-class armor again. To fight a hairsker, Destiny dispatched 2, is it okay, S-rank Valkyrie, plus Mei Yi, who already has the power of hairsker. This battle must be too big. Also, is the world snake teaming up with Destiny? Is the new lawyer so strong? Countless questions and expectations are flooded in the hearts of players. Even if it's just me, I have to stop you. Rita's narration sounded. The video is played here, and the music also becomes fast. The violin is played more and more rapidly, until the rhythm reaches its peak, and then it stops instantly with all the accompaniment. In the picture, a lantern also appeared. Before everyone could react, the original painting of Rita's new S-class armor, Lost Rosemary, suddenly appeared in the middle of the screen. Rita Roseweather. Quantum Attribute, S-class lightning damage armor, Lost Rosemary. Memories are Rosemary's words. Along with Rita's muttering, a high and sharp, but not harsh, violin sound with a hint of enchanting and elegant rang out. Under the combination of various musical instruments, the main melody of the violin can directly make people's scalp tingle. FK. This violin. I seem to have been electrocuted. Ah. Rita's voice. It's too catchy, isn't it? Mei Yi music group. Kill crazy. Intracranial OM. This transition melody. Really Nima is amazing. Anime, games, music. I can't find Mei Yi's shortcomings at all. The disadvantage is, the version update is too fast, if this is considered a disadvantage. Also, the plot is too knife. The plot knife is definitely not a disadvantage, OKQAQ. It sounds so good, my ears are pregnant. I have never discovered that the sound of a violin can be so beautiful. Listening to this music, I can't wait to pull my dog to dance a beautiful waltz. Dog, you don't have to. Chapter 79. With the barrage surging wildly. In the picture, the actual combat posture of Rita's new armor also began to be displayed. If I had to use 2 words to describe the fighting stance of Lost Rosemary, that's just the word elegant. After each attack of Rita is shot, there will be a very natural and elegant dance movement to make her return to the normal standing position. Coupled with her graceful figure like a seductive witch, her charming but not demonic voice. Just a chuckle made people's hearts sway. Rita. Elegant, so elegant. Mei Yi's art and music, I cried to death. Every basic attack action is like dancing a beautiful dance. What kind of fairy art is this? Dump. I will pump how much this horse rides. Me fudge. You are ruthless. My wallet was taken by you. A version of the promotion of PV is so serious. Has the game circle been involved in such a degree? Not to mention players. Kiana couldn't help staring at such an elegant Rita. Rita's impression in her mind has always been that of a black-bellied and shrewd woman. But she did not expect that Rita with long hair would be so attractive. No, I only have Mei in my heart. 99. Yi. Kiana sneered at Mei again. This also made Mei Yi feel amused. After another live broadcast, Kiana closed the live broadcast room. On the internet, the game circle has also become very lively because of today's update content of Honkai III and Kiana's live broadcast content. In the plot of Chapter 17, the sweet and sharp story of Mei and Kiana, and the elements of original god that appeared in the main line of Honkai III. Wind Demon Dragon Twarin, Ke Qing, Fisher. The 7 gods of Tevat, Mond, Liu, Rice Wife, etc. elements related to original god. The new version of 187 Honkai Impact 3, the content revealed in the Phantom Knight Rosemary promotional PV. Elegant and beautiful Rita. Promote the tingling music in the PV. All of the above have almost completely occupied the entire game circle. Even these news, as well as Kiana's live video recording, also spread abroad at an extremely fast speed. And these news, edited and translated by foreign upmasters, also quickly became popular in the game circle. Whether it is the real Kiana, the new version of Benkai-san, or the upcoming Yuan Shen, all foreign players who have played the 3 are extremely shocked. Also looking forward to it. And the promotional PV of Magic Knight Rose is also very popular abroad. After all, the music of this PV is really amazing. These operations of MiHuYu really shocked them. Each version has a specific promotional PV, and each version has an animation short film specially made for it. And whether it's the picture quality or the music, they're all top-notch. No game manufacturer has ever done such an operation except MiFudge. This also makes players realize that MiHuYu is really serious and responsible for Honkai III. The reputation of Honkai III and MiHuYu is getting better and better in the world. This makes countless game manufacturers feel envious. Big factories are trying to imitate. The small studio regards MiHuYu as an idol and a target to pursue. Memory on the internet is very short. The popularity of the new version of Honkai III has completely dropped in the past few days. On the other hand, Emily is also preparing for the public beta of Yuan Shen. However, Qing, who had not been in contact for a long time, suddenly visited MiHuYu's studio today. She is still tying the head of the cute double ponytail cat. Seeing the serious look on the other party's face, Emily's mouth couldn't help showing a smile. Yo Qing, why are you free to come to our studio today? Ke Qing snorted softly, don't call me Qing. Then, master carving. As soon as these words came out, Ke Qing only felt that a flame was burning in her heart. After seeing Ke Qing's cheeky expression, Emily stopped joking. Just kidding, Miss Ke Qing came to me this time, what's the matter? 99. Humph. Hey, here are the clothes you want. Saying that, Ke Qing placed a bag on Emily's desk. So fast. Emily was a little surprised, and quickly took out the little red dress from his bag. Clothes of this kind of pure fabric are still very well made, complex, those Valkyrie armors. It is necessary to ensure that the metallic luster is not lost, and the weight must be reduced as much as possible. Anyway, it will take some time to study. Emily nodded lightly, I'm not in a hurry, I just hope that Miss Ningguang doesn't give up halfway. He in her eyes, she didn't give up the word. After saying that, Ke Qing stood quietly and stared at Emily silently. Emily. Miss Ke Qing, is there anything else? Seeing that Emily's reaction was so slow, Ke Qing felt that the fire in her heart started to burn again, 66.99. However, after thinking about it, Ke Qing still shook her head, forget it, it's all right, I'll go back first. Seeing Ke Qing's appearance, Emily finally remembered. Ke Qing seems to want to play the game Genshin Impact. Last time I was in a hurry, so I just watched the girls play for an afternoon. This time, the other party obviously wanted to try it out, but it was difficult to speak. You also said that you are not arrogant, you were discovered by me. Cough. After Emily coughed lightly, he smiled and said, Miss Ke Qing, you don't have to leave in such a hurry. Emily pulled a chair over and pushed it behind Ke Qing with a smile on his face. Hey, just sit here and take a break, do you want something to drink? I'll go and get Rita to make it. By the way, do you want to experience the Genshin Impact that we haven't tested yet? Carved clear, 6699. Emily's sudden enthusiasm made Ke Qing feel embarrassed. Cough. Boss, Emily doesn't have to do this, just give me a cup of cold water. Emily nodded with a smile, okay, then you can appreciate Yuan Shen here, and give me some opinions by the way. I'm going to ask Rita to get you something to drink. After Emily left the office, Ke Qing reached out and opened Yuan Shen on the computer. She really wanted to experience Genshin impact. But in fact, she wanted to give it a try, her performance in the game. In these days, she also deliberately went to play Honkai-san. I have to say that the plot is really touching, and even Ningguang was moved to the point where his eyes turned red. Ke Qing was crying even more. Of course. After pushing the plot, Ke Qing focused on experiencing the linked character in Honkai III, Ke Qing. I have to say, she in Honkai III, is really super handsome. Therefore, now Ke Qing will not feel shy because of playing a role in the game. On the other side, Emily talked to Rita about Ke Qing, then hurriedly found Kelly with the little red dress. Brother Emily, are you here to play with Kelly? 39. Looking at the cute Kelly, Emily couldn't help but hug one of them. Little Kelly, didn't your sister Walnut play with you? Kaylee was easily picked up by Emily, and she didn't resist, but wrapped her neck around Emily's neck, and said cutely, Sister Hu Tao is making up lessons. That's it. Emily squeezed Kelly's little face and smiled, I prepared a present for Kelly today. Wow, it's a huge torpedo. Emily, 66, 99. Cough, no, it's a cute little skirt. With that said, Emily lifted the bag in his hand. Is that so? Kaylee seemed a little lack of interest. But that doesn't mean Claire doesn't like it. It's just that Kaylee prefers Emily to play with her instead of giving her a small skirt. Best to sneak out and find a fish pond to place torpedoes. Where's Sister Brynja? 39. Kelly pointed in one direction, Sister Brynja is inside. Emily put Kaylee down gently and rubbed the other party's head, take me to her. Okay, Kaylee ran excitedly. She thought that Emily was taking her to persuade Brynja and accompany her to set off firecrackers. But the result was a bit disappointing to Kelly. Emily just gave Brynja the small skirt in the bag. Put this skirt on for Xiao Kelly, let's record a video. Brynja is a little weird. This is. She looked at the four-leaf clover pattern on the skirt, and then looked down at the cute Kelly. The little fiery red dress, the four-leaf clover pattern, it goes well with Kelly. That's Emily explained with a smile, I plan to arrange a role for Kaylee in Genshin Impact. Brynja? Are you sure? Emily nodded, I don't think anyone would dislike a girl as cute as Kelly. Brynja pondered for a while, so, what does the character design look like? I like to put bombs. Brynja, 66, 99. It's really, quite restored. Will it be a little exaggerated? Emily rolled his eyes, do you think it's an exaggeration for the little girl who set the bomb, or is it more exaggerated to have the eye of a god? 99. No, I mean the characters. Emily smiled and said, it's normal to exaggerate a little bit. Do you want Kelly to use firecrackers to blow up people? Brynja, 6699. Forget it, do whatever you want. Emily took out his mobile phone and called up a screenshot of the modeling in the game. Hey, this is the modeling of Kelly in the game. Brynja looked at the phone, and Kaylee, who was wearing a cute little skirt, a small school bag, and a little Red Riding Hood, couldn't help but let out a faint light in her eyes. She seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly opened the small skirt in her hand and glanced at it. Isn't this the little red dress that Claire wore in modeling? How is it? It's very restored, right? Brynja nodded, I'll take Claire to change clothes. When Kaylee came out wearing a red dress and carrying a small school bag, Emily couldn't help but feel a trace of motherly love. So cute. He squatted down gently and squeezed Kelly's little face. How? Do you like this little dress? Kelly thought for a while, then nodded, yeah. Thank you, Emily, brother. Then how about Kelly being a model for a day today? Model. Kelly bit her index finger, thinking about the meaning of these two words. After a long time, she still didn't know what it meant, but she still nodded, okay. Then let's go fry fish now. When Kaylee heard this, she immediately jumped up, okay. Naturally, Emily wasn't thinking of letting Kelly make a character promotional film. He just wanted to take some pictures of Kelly frying fish, and then release it to warm up for Genshin Impact. Then give a title. Mei Yi a group pet, if you come to the Tibet continent as a character, do you smoke or not?